The Jewish Religion. Its Influence Today. By Elizabeth Dilling. 1964. 4th edition, 1984. Formerly titled, The Plot Against Christianity.
This PDF version does not include the more than 300 photocopy exhibits bound in Dilling's original book, including more than 200 pages of the Cincino Talmud, Jews College of London translation. Those exhibits are available online at comeandhere.com.
Note by Vasali. Since I have converted this to an audiobook, I have deleted most of the references to the exhibits. If you would like to read the exhibits, refer to the book for the reference numbers and the website noted above for a scan of each reference.
Elizabeth Dilling is frequently accused of taking her Talmud quotes out of context. Did she do that? To answer that question, comeandhere.com provides online more than 1,500 folios from 16 of the tractates that Dilling cites. Other Dilling exhibits online include Funk and Wagnall's Jewish Encyclopedia, the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, U.S. State Department Records, Rabbi Louis Finkelstein's The Pharisees, Rabbi Michael Rodkinson's The History of the Talmud, and various periodicals. At comeandhere.com, all Dilling's biblical references are hot-linked to an online Bible service, BibleGateway.com, which provides a number of translations and easy access to wider context.
And we have a caller, Renee from North Carolina, who identified herself as Jezebel in responding to comments I read from a letter writer who said I allowed women to talk too much on this show, and that I guess that women aren't allowed to speak out. But, you know, Renee, I'll tell you, you know what my reaction to that was when I read that letter? I thought back to women like Elizabeth Dilling and a lady named Pakita de Shishmaref, two of some 30 people, and there may have been several other women there too, but the two that I can think of are Elizabeth Dilling and Pakita de Shishmaref. These were very outspoken ladies who were indicted for sedition by the Roosevelt administration and put on trial here, although Mrs. de Shishmaref didn't actually go on trial in the end, but they went on trial because they dared to speak out politically against Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and they were two of many women who were leading the fight against Roosevelt's insane drive to get the United States into World War II. And I tell you, if we had more people like Elizabeth Dilling and Pakita de Shishmaref, and I would say also the lady we have, Cindy Sheehan, today, maybe we wouldn't be in the trouble we're in the Middle East. So that's my take on the idea that women shouldn't be allowed to speak out. In the 1999 archives, it's an article about FDR's mass sedition trial. And one of the people involved in that mass sedition trial was Elizabeth Dilling, a very outspoken critic of the Talmud and Zionism. Her son, Kirkpatrick Dilling, was a friend of Eustace and mine as well. Kirk died a few years ago, I'm sorry to say. I don't think Eustace is aware of that. Kirk lived in Chicago, but I had the pleasure of dining at his home just outside Palm Springs, California, 10, 15 years ago. Kirk and his wife, Betsy, were wonderful hosts. Well, you can read about the trial of his mother and lots of other Americans by going to barnesreview.org. One of the interesting books is one by the late Elizabeth Dilling. That's Roosevelt's Red Record. It's a history of the communist infiltration of the Franklin Roosevelt administration. And we published that with the help of the late Mrs. Dilling's son, Kirkpatrick Dilling, who was a good friend of IHR, or I should say Barnes Review publisher Willis Carto. Kirk Dilling died in Chicago a few years ago. Now, on Friday night, I expressed the opinion, and this was my expression of my opinion, that Talmudism, which is the foundation of the Jewish religion, is in fact the root of Zionism. And it's my view that Talmudism, the code of Jewish laws, is laid down in debates among rabbis over many years, that Talmudism is wicked, it's insane, it's bigoted, it's destructive, and to a certain degree it's the very source of much of the political turmoil in the world today. It's the source of the problems in Palestine, where the Christians and Muslims are being suppressed, being destroyed by the Israelis. And, of course, it's the source of the conflict that has brought Iraq to the cauldron of horror that it is today. Zionism is also, as founded in Judaism and its Talmud, it's also the source of the effort to get the United States into a war against Iran. So, yes, Talmudism, the source of Judaism, which is really the roots of Zionism, is a problem in the world today. And I don't think there's anybody here listening tonight. You may not like the fact that it's being said out loud, but we have to recognize that Zionist power is paramount in the United States today, that it's the Zionists and their allies in a very tightly knit group of families and financial interests who control the mass broadcast media in America today, and certainly all of the major news magazines and the major newspapers. So those of us who don't like the media, consequently, should not like those who are controlling the media and deciding who our leaders are going to be. All right, let me bring up Joe Fields from California. Joe, come on up here.
Mike.
How are you doing tonight, Joe?
Good. How are you?
All righty.
I'm traveling right now. I usually listen to you on the computer. There's so many angles to this, I almost don't know where to begin. First of all, I haven't read the whole Talmud, but I have read many excerpts from the Talmud, and I'd like to give people a couple of resources where they can look into it themselves. Elizabeth Dilling, who, as you know, in the 40s was hauled up by the Roosevelt administration on sedition charges.
Yeah, I mentioned her book earlier. So
okay, well, her book is one source. Another source is Reverend Father I.B. Prianitis wrote a book called The Talmud Unmasked back at the turn of the last century, and you can go to www.thetalmudunmasked.com for that. And also Carol Valentine has a site called www.come-and-here.com. And that, I believe, she has the complete Talmud available, so anyone who wants to look at the relevant passages can. Now, there's so many things. Even in the Old Testament, I'm also a traditional Catholic, as is Mark, and I accept the Old Testament as part of the canon of the Bible. However, I've always had a problem with the book of Esther, and that's where the Feast of Purim is mentioned. And it's if you read it, it's basically a story of revenge.
Celebrating the slaughter of 75,000 Iranian Muslims.
Yes, and we were talking about, or earlier you were talking about religious tolerance. I've always noticed that the Jews preach tolerance for every other person on the face of the earth except their own. They are the most intolerant people on the face of the earth. Their Talmud is extremely intolerant and downright hateful. Now, there are other passages, Mark mentioned about the 3-year-old girl and all of that, but there's some horrible things I'm not even going to repeat about Christ himself and the Blessed Virgin Mary. If I were dared to to cite those passages, I could cite them almost verbatim, but I won't because, there are all kinds of people listening to this show.
Joe, let me interject something here, kind of on a political end here. We just recently had 1,000 American rabbis issue a call for an attack on Iran by the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have to think that that's probably, if not a majority of the rabbis in the United States, it's certainly a substantial number of rabbis in the United States, representing a large portion of the American Jewish community. And you know what? I think if they want a war against Iran, then let them get the hell out of the country and fight the war themselves.
Amen, brother. Amen. And you know what? These same people who constantly tell us about the Holocaust, we've had that drummed into our ears for the last 60 years. They're the same people who, when those children were being massacred in Lebanon just a few months ago, were actually cheering it on. They were saying, oh, we're killing terrorists. I remember, I know you never watch Fox News. Sometimes I do it. It's kind of like watching a bloody accident. You just kind of have to stretch your neck and look. And the absolute propaganda, the absolute not caring about any other group of people except Jews. Thinking that the massacre of the Lebanese, not just the soldiers, but men, women, and children, innocents.
Christians and Muslims alike.
Exactly. That didn't count, but, one or two Israeli soldiers who they say were kidnapped. Now, I never heard of kidnapping a soldier. I understand soldiers are usually captured. And that was worth just slaughtering thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
And now they want us. Now they want us to go into Iran.
And when you really realize, and I know Dr. Talawi, it was my honor to meet him at the conference in D.C. Last September, and I know where he's coming from. He's a good person. He's got a good heart, and he wants to believe the best about people. However, these are just facts. Before Zionism came about, we had a little thing in Russia called the Bolshevik Revolution. My family is from Croatia, which was also under the heel of communism. And, people hear about Tito, but actually the brains behind the communist massacre of Croatians there in Croatia was a Jew by the name of Moses Piade. And whichever country you look, in Eastern Europe, also in America, wherever the Communist Party took over, all of the people in the high echelons of the Communist Party, 9 out of 10, was a Jew. Now, you'll say, well, Judaism is a religion. Well, yes and no. You had people, Karl Marx was a Jew. Trotsky, his name was Bronstein. I could, if I got the list out, I could name you the first 300 people or 350 people in the first Politburo in Soviet Russia.
They were the ones who ran communism, and they were financed by Zionist Jewish bankers.
Exactly. So, you get rid of the Zionist factor, there's still a problem. Now, I don't consider it hate. I consider it self-defense. I don't hate anyone. But, if someone comes through my front door and tries to threaten my family, tries to kill my family, if I don't do something about it, I'm not much of a person at all.
Joe, listen, I'd like to keep you on forever here, but I have so many other calls, and you've made so many good points, I just can't echo them any more than I can just say thanks for your call. I'm very, very pleased to say that none other than Daryl Bradford Smith has finally reached out beyond his criticisms of Zionism, and now on his website he has a link to the work of the late Elizabeth Dilling of Chicago, who was one of the early American critics of the Talmud, in her book, The Jewish Religion, Its Influence Today. That's a book, I must say, that my own publisher, Willis Carto, reissued with the direct support of Elizabeth Dilling's son, Kirkpatrick Dilling. Kirk Dilling for short. Kirk died a few years ago, ladies and gentlemen, but he was a longtime supporter of Liberty Lobby and the Barnes Review and the American Free Press after it began publishing. In fact, I can say with great pride I once had the opportunity to have dinner with Kirk Dilling and his wife Betsy at their winter home in the Southern California desert. Very charming, entertaining people. Kirk Dilling, following in the footsteps of his mother, was not afraid of the powers that be. He was not only a strong advocate of alternative health and health freedom for you and for me and for everybody else up against the big drug companies and the advertising agencies and big media, not to mention the medical establishment in general, but he also once took on a lawsuit for Liberty Lobby against the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, ADL. That lawsuit, unfortunately, never got anywhere, but needless to say, Kirk Dilling was in the forefront working assiduously for Liberty Lobby against the ADL because he recognized that Liberty Lobby was a force for good and that the ADL was a force for bad. So Liberty Lobby does have a history of taking the ADL to court. In fact, we published a book about it in the old days at Liberty Lobby called Conspiracy Against Freedom. And in the course of that lawsuit, we were able to get, thanks to Kirk's good work, a lot of interesting materials that were pried out of the ADL showing exactly how they operate. In fact, folks, we even found out that an ADL agent managed to place herself on an airplane traveling coast to coast right beside Liberty Lobby founder Willis Carto.
Forward.
Elizabeth Dilling Stokes was born, raised, and educated in Chicago. After attending the University of Chicago, she married, and for many years devoted her life to her children, social activities on the North Shore of Chicago, and being a concert harpist. After hearing of the great humanitarian experiment in Soviet Russia, she traveled there in 1931, and was able to go behind the scenes. She was shocked at the forced labor, the squalid living quarters, and deplorable living conditions, and the atmosphere of fear created by the Soviet dictatorship. She was most shocked by the virulent anti-Christianity of the atheist communist regime. Following her return to the United States, she lectured and wrote about what she had seen, realizing from the opposition which immediately arose that a substantial Marxist movement was active in the United States. In 1934, her first book, The Red Network, was published, an exposé of the persons and organizations furthering red causes in the United States. In 1936, her second book, The Roosevelt Red Record and Its Background, was published. Almost immediately after these books were published, she was attacked as anti-Semitic, although she had actually offered her anti-communist services to Jewish organizations, and knew nothing of organized Jewish involvement in the Marxist movement. After researching and studying, however, in 1940 she published her third book, The Octopus, which dealt with these subjects. After World War II commenced, Mrs. Dilling became convinced that, despite President Roosevelt's protestations that not one American boy would ever again fight on foreign soil, there was a movement afoot to involve the United States, with the result that a substantial part of the world would be communized later. In 1941, she led a Mother's March on Washington to oppose the Lend-Lease bill, proclaimed to help keep us out of war by its sponsors, but proving the last step for our involvement. The bill passed by only one vote. A few months later, the United States went to war. In 1944, Mrs. Dilling's views involved her in the now infamous mass sedition trial. The case was ultimately dismissed by a federal court as a travesty on justice. She was later remarried to Jeremiah Stokes, a Christian anti-communist writer, and she continued to write and lecture in behalf of Christianity and constitutional Americanism, first publishing this book in 1964. Mrs. Dilling Stokes died in 1966 at the age of 72.
Forward to the 1964 edition. Who is Elizabeth Dilling?
Our family trip to Red Russia in 1931 started my dedication to anti-communism. We were taken behind the scenes by friends working for the Soviet government and saw deplorable conditions firsthand. We were appalled, not only at the forced labor, the squalid crowded living quarters, the breadline ration card workers' stores, the mothers pushing wheelbarrows and the begging children of the state nurseries besieging us. The open virulent anti-Christ campaign, everywhere, was a shock. In public places were the tirades by loudspeaker, in Russian our friends translated. Atheist cartoons representing Christ as a villain, a drunk, the object of a cannibalistic orgy, Holy Communion as an oppressor of labor, again as trash being dumped from a wheelbarrow by the Soviet five-year plan. These lurid cartoons filled the big bulletin boards in the churches our Soviet guides took us to visit. In the Museum of the Revolution we were shown a huge world map. As our guide turned a switch, lights came on indicating the places all over the world where Communist Party headquarters were then functioning. Proudly our guide announced,
"Our world revolution will start with China and end with the United States."
"Oh, no, not that," was my thought. But, country by country, the boast has been steadily advancing. I took pictures of the Antichrist posters on the porch of St. Isaac's Cathedral in Leningrad.
Russia changes my life.
We were taken to the beautiful Church of the Redeemer in Moscow, which was then, we were told, about to be dynamited to make way for a palace of Soviets. There was a display of full-sized mannequins dressed in the robes of the church carrying on the Good Friday foot-washing ceremony. Our guide rasped,
"This was to show that if the archbishop could wash the feet of the humble priest, the poor should endure their sufferings without complaint. Religion was always for the suppression of the people, to keep them working from dawn to late at night under the lash."
I thought of our Savior washing the feet of his disciples as an example, and telling them that he who would be great among you should be the servant of all, John 13:13-15, Matthew 23:11. I glanced up at the exquisite stained glass window of Christ, about to be demolished, and a little tear trickled down my cheek as I thought, I can never hate you like that. I did not know then that the Pharisee Talmud gives him 5 sadistic deaths today. Staying at my hotel was the representative of a foreign country. He told me of the police terror, how the last manager of that hotel had been whisked off in the middle of the night by the Black Maria, like millions of others never to be seen again. Some of our party had been taken to the police station, they had laughed in a movie theater. They were released when they explained that they had laughed at a private joke, not at the picture which was Soviet-made. After this, and more, I returned to the nice North Shore of Chicago where the intelligentsia were rendering brainwashed reverence to the great Soviet experiment.
Lecturing.
Behind the backs of the careless guides I had taken movies of the rickety trains, etc., in Russia. By chance I started showing these movies to patriotic audiences, my husband running the projector as I told the story. Articles written for a little local newspaper were reprinted by the DAR and larger groups called for my talks, district meetings of the Legion. The military intelligence, churches from coast to coast. I was recommended for all chambers of commerce, and spoke for the Minneapolis, Cleveland, Los Angeles, etc. groups. I broadcast over the Moody Bible Institute radio and its head became my closest friend to her death. Dr. Ironside introduced me as the only woman he had ever asked to occupy his pulpit in the Moody Church. I spoke in the great church of Dr. W. B. Riley, organizer of the World Fundamentalist Association. My defender to his death. I frequently spoke in Detroit churches and on numerous occasions was entertained at the executives' table at the Ford plant. Henry Ford, who never changed his mind about the role of Jewry, had me write, in 1939, a report on the U of Michigan, 80 pages. He contributed that year $5,000 to the cost of my office labor, which cost $12,000 that year. The head of the National Sojourners had me airmail my 2 books to Senator Royal Copeland to give to Vice President Garner, who, I was told, stayed up all night reading them and had his friend Congressman Dies of Texas start up the Dies Committee on Un-American Activities, later called the House Committee, as a result. The hub of world Jewish Antichrist power, the financial and industrial power best described in Revelations 18:11, is the American Jewish Committee with its B'nai B'rith Brotherhood, and its secret police, smear and ruin arm, the Anti-Defamation League.
Note by Vasili. B'nai B'rith was formed by Rothschild, and is one of his many organizations used to attack us. In my video titled, The Rothschild Roots of the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, the author of the article, Paul Goldstein, wrote,
The B'nai B'rith was officially founded in October 1843, as part of the Rothschild and British monarchy effort to establish what is today known as the Zionist movement.
This fact is also confirmed in the audiobook that I have recently uploaded titled, Gentile Folly, The Rothschilds, by Arnold Spencer Lease, who provides more details. Hence, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, and the AJC, American Jewish Committee, and the JDL, Jewish Defense League, and every Jewish organization that is funded by B'nai B'rith, are Rothschild fronts, carrying out the wishes of the Rothschild family of terrorists.
After having pushed a reluctant USA into World War II to spread communism across the earth, and with its first world base, Soviet Russia, as our ally, it was decided to crush all anti-communists by trying them as fascists, Nazis. A series of indictments against some 30 anti-communists, of which I was one, was engineered by the American Jewish Committee, in 1942, 1943, 1944. The 1942 indictment never came to trial. The 1943 indictment was dismissed in Washington by Judge Adkins. Only the 1944 indictment went to trial under a stooge Judge Eicher. An unbelievable farce was staged without any legality or fact. After the death of Judge Eicher, the case was dismissed by Judge Belitha Laws with the scathing denunciation that it had been a crime to hold those people on trial all that time without a single piece of evidence in accordance with the charge being introduced by the prosecution against any defendant. The communist press had been gloating that the sedition trial was part of the Moscow Purge trials, then in session all over Europe. I reproduced the item on one of my bulletins, sent to every congressman.
Background of Elizabeth Dilling.
Travel in more than 60 countries convinced me that the USA had the greatest system of government, and was the most fortunate nation on earth. I did not want it Sovietized, collectivized. Careful research and documentation have resulted in the fact that nothing I have ever printed has, to date, been refuted by friend or foe. Born in Chicago, daughter of Dr. L. Kirkpatrick, physician and surgeon, of Virginian, Scotch-Irish, Presbyterian ancestry. My mother, Elizabeth Harding, descended from a long line of Anglican bishops through her father. Her mother, Jane Musquet, was of English-French descent with a Catholic priest uncle in Paris. I married Albert Dilling, of Norwegian Lutheran ancestry. Mother of 2 children, married and active in Episcopal Church, of which I am a communicant. Graduate of the Starrett School for Girls, Chicago Normal School, University of Chicago student, before and after marriage, pupil of world's greatest harpist, Alberto Salva, was concert harpist and president of Chicago Harpists Society. The Russian trip ended a musical career and a nice, suburbanite existence.
Writings.
The famous Red Network, a who's who and handbook of radicalism for patriots, of which some 100,000 copies have circled the globe, unrefuted factually by friend or foe. The Roosevelt Red Record and its background. A second Red Network, of over 400 pages with 2 indexes. The Octopus, on the ramifications of Jewish power. The Plot Against Christianity, republished as The Jewish Religion, Its Influence Today, directly addressing the teachings of Judaism, and its influence in the affairs of the modern world.
Note by Vasali. Elizabeth Dilling's book now exposes in detail what many Jews are taught. Please note that if you wish to live and not be murdered by a Jew, then I recommend you do not have any evil thoughts about the Jews who study and learn the Talmud, some of which is produced in this book. These students are known as yeshiva students. According to Jewish law, if you have bad thoughts about them, then you should be killed. That's correct. Jewish law promotes murder, just for having bad thoughts about Jews.
Another chief Sephardi rabbi, Rabbi Yosef, he said it's permissible to kill anyone who thinks evil thoughts about yeshiva students. In other words, if we don't like the fact that these yeshiva students are preaching hatred for non-Jews, which they are, it's permissible to kill people. Folks, these are clergymen we're talking about. Clergymen, leaders of their people in a country where these clergymen are particularly powerful and influential.
As for me, I don't have any evil thoughts about yeshiva students. In fact, I have pleasant thoughts about these mentally retarded animals. My pleasant thought is that these Talmudic Jews will go to their god, Satan. It is indisputable that Satan has chosen them, as they keep telling us. In fact, I still don't know why these Jews, who study the Talmud, or believe that they have been chosen, are still alive. Why aren't they with their God? In hell. This is a pleasant thought, waking up one day to find that all the Jews have committed suicide, so that they can end their suffering, persecution and be with their God, in hell. I believe that they will then be happy, and the rest of the world will be even happier. And for those who don't know that Jews consider themselves humans and chosen, whilst all other people are animals, I provide another clip from Michael Collins Piper.
All things considered, it's no surprise that Taylor's own book, Paved with Good Intentions, was favorably mentioned in the February 1993 issue of the American Jewish Committee's Commentary, which later published Charles Murray's Paean to Jewish Genius. And not coincidentally, Taylor's book was endorsed by Murray's bell curve co-author, Richard Herrnstein. Well, in that regard, we can understand why some wags refer to Jared Taylor as the Jews' favorite white supremacist. Or maybe I should say white separatist. Well, aside from that digression on Jared Taylor, but it's quite interesting and revealing, and I guarantee you has made a lot of listeners very uncomfortable, but they can look up all these things for themselves. I've cited the sources on this. Let it be said that what Herrnstein, Murray, and Taylor were saying was not anything new. In fact, historically, Jews have, as a group, always followed the theme of Jewish chosenness and superiority. The very fact that Jews routinely and casually refer to non-Jews as goyim tells us everything we need to know about their attitude toward non-Jews. The term goyim, as you well know, is the equivalent of beast, or more specifically, cattle. In fact, the most dedicated and orthodox of the Jews have always, and by the way, this would include the anti-Zionist rabbis of Nutarkarta, these dedicated Orthodox Jews have always felt that non-Jews represented something repugnant. And this view actually is not just limited to the Orthodox among the Jews, it's sad to say, however much some may wish to dispute the fact.
And never forget that the king of the Jews, namely the Rothschild family of terrorists, owe their success to the teachings of the Talmud, as confirmed by Michael Collins Piper.
There was an S.J. Cohen who, many, many years ago, back in the 19th century, wrote a book entitled The Exemplary Life of the Immortal Banker, Mr. Meyer Amschel Rothschild. Now, I've heard this refrain that the Rothschilds were not really Jewish. I mean, there are people who say that. I mean, believe that or not. There are people who say that. But this is what S.J. Cohen, who was Jewish, said in his hagiographic book portraying Rothschild as perhaps something like a saint. He said, Meyer Rothschild was a zealous believer in the Talmud and chose it alone as the guiding principle of all his actions. I'm going to repeat that again. Meyer Rothschild was a zealous believer in the Talmud and chose it alone as the guiding principle of all his actions. So what we know of as the Rothschild Empire today, ladies and gentlemen, this international octopus of money and power, is guided by the Talmud.
With the advent of the Internet, we now have access to more information. However, Rothschild and his minions are working hard to put an end to this freedom. Hence, at the end of this book, I have included more interesting Talmud teachings, which Elizabeth Dilling has not included in this book.
Chapter 1. The Pharisees, the Talmud, and Modern Judaism.
Bible scholars are aware that Jesus Christ denounced the Pharisees. He said they nullified all the commandments of God by their tradition, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men, Mark 7:13. Matthew 15, 6-9, etc. His invective, in truth, cannot be equaled. All of Matthew 23 is like a whiplash. He likened Pharisaism to a whited sepulchre, indeed beautiful outwardly, but inside full of dead men's bones and of all uncleanness. Christ climaxed one condemnation after another with the expletive, hypocrites. He called the Pharisees children of them that killed the prophets. He foretold they would go on killing, crucifying and persecuting until the guilt for all the righteous blood shed from Abel on down would be upon them. Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Christ asked. Christ is as utterly devastating of Pharisaism in the record of John 8. Although he admitted that his hearers were descendants of Abraham, he said they were, spiritually, of the devil. Christ told them,
You are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, and has nothing to do with the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks according to his own nature, for he is a liar, and the father of lies.
The quote is from John 8:44.
The missing link.
The disinterested Christian says,
But what has that to do with us today? What a group of Pharisees did 2,000 years ago is over and done with.
However, the missing link in Christian understanding on the subject of Pharisees is best supplied by the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, 1943.
The Jewish religion as it is today traces its descent, without a break, through all the centuries, from the Pharisees. Their leading ideas and methods found expression in a literature of enormous extent, of which a very great deal is still in existence. The Talmud is the largest and most important single piece of that literature, and the study of it is essential for any real understanding of Pharisaism.
Concerning the Pharisees, the 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia says,
With the destruction of the temple, 70 AD, the Sadducees disappeared altogether, leaving the regulation of all Jewish affairs in the hands of the Pharisees. Henceforth, Jewish life was regulated by the Pharisees, the whole history of Judaism was reconstructed from the Pharisaic point of view, and a new aspect was given to the Sanhedrin of the past. A new chain of tradition supplanted the older priestly tradition, Abbot 1:1. Pharisaism shaped the character of Judaism and the life and thought of the Jew for all the future.
Historically speaking, scripture believers had accepted Christ as the Messiah foretold. They were no longer Jews, but called themselves Christians. They were persecuted as such by the Pharisees. The word Pharisee comes from the word separated.
The Babylonian Talmud, sole authority.
You may ascertain by turning to top Jewish authorities today that the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of the tradition of the Pharisees, is the sole authority of the so-called Jewish religion, or Judaism.
Rabbi Louis Finkelstein was chosen in 1937 by the Kahillas, Jewish communities of the world as one of the top 120 Jews best representing a lamp of Judaism to the world, together with Maxim Litvinov Finkelstein, the communist commissar and bank robber terrorist. Atheist communist Albert Einstein, those indefatigable Marxist Reds, Harold Lasky and his friend Felix Frankfurter, U.S. Supreme Court Justice, who shared honors with Rabbi Finkelstein and others. Finkelstein has long headed the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, with branches in New York and Los Angeles. In his two-volume work, The Pharisees, Rabbi Finkelstein writes,
Pharisaism became Talmudism, but the spirit of the ancient Pharisee survives unaltered. When the Jew studies the Talmud, he is actually repeating the arguments used in the Palestinian academies. From Palestine to Babylonia, from Babylonia to North Africa, Italy, Spain, France and Germany, from these to Poland, Russia and Eastern Europe generally, ancient Pharisaism has wandered.
In Rabbi Finkelstein's History of the Jews, he states,
the Talmud derives its authority from the position held by the ancient academies. That is Pharisee, the teachers of those academies, both of Babylonia and of Palestine, were considered the rightful successors of the older Sanhedrin. At the present time, the Jewish people have no living central authority comparable in status to the ancient Sanhedrins or the later academies. Therefore, any decision regarding the Jewish religion must be based on the Talmud as the final resume of the teaching of those authorities when they existed.
The quote is from The Jews, Their History, Culture, and Religion, Volume 4, page 1332, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1949. The Talmud, Heart's Blood of the Jewish Faith, was the heading of a November, 1959, installment of a best-selling book by the Jewish author, Herman Wouk, which ran serially in the New York Herald Tribune. To quote,
the Talmud is to this day the circulating heart's blood of the Jewish religion. Whatever laws, customs or ceremonies we observe, whether we are Orthodox, Conservative, Reform or merely spasmodic sentimentalists, we follow the Talmud. It is our common law.
Why was it so often burned?
Why is the Talmud kept so unknown to non-Jews? Why was there no usable English translation of the Talmud until the Cincino edition, 1934 to 1948? Why, in European history, when the laws of the Talmud became commonly known, was it burned over and over by order of the popes, excoriated by Martin Luther, denounced everywhere, and its followers exiled from one country after another down through the centuries? The Talmud's basic law is that only the Pharisee Jew ranks as a man, or human being. All others rank as animals.
The people who are like an ass, slaves who are considered the property of the master.
Note by Vasali, laughing my ass off. This is a classic sign of major cognitive impairment. Following is a description of how Jews really behave, which is definitely not like men, nor human beings.
Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Cyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head, and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood and wear their skins for clothing. Many they sawed in two, from the head downwards, others they gave to wild beasts, and still others they forced to fight as gladiators. In all 220,000 persons perished. In Egypt, too, they perpetrated many similar outrages, and in Cyprus, under the leadership of a certain Artemion. There, also, 240,000 perished, and for this reason no Jew may set foot on that island, but even if one of them is driven upon its shores by a storm he is put to death. Among others who subdued the Jews, was Lucius, who was sent by Trajan.
This was recorded 117 years after some Jews murdered Christ. This sounds more like animal and barbaric behavior, unless of course your definition of a human is someone who behaves like a Jewish animal. But this is only one major event. Are there more events to support this Jewish animal behavior? Yes, one just needs to look at the Jewish practice of murdering non-Jewish children, mostly European Christian, and consuming their blood, just prior to Easter, every year, all around the world. The murder is more commonly known as Jewish ritual murder, and has killed well over 1 million children over the past 2,300 years. I can keep going on for a long time, but the fact is that the Jewish race is a race of animals, which brainwashes its followers into incorrectly believing that they are humans and superior to all non-Jews, when in fact the opposite is true. For example, did you know that the average IQ of Jews, as surveyed in Israel, was 94? Yes, that is correct, 94. This means that the average IQ of Jews is 6 points lower than the average IQ of Europeans, that is European white people, on average are smarter, whereas Jews are more like stupid animals, and hence more easily fooled by their leaders and writings. This is why some cunning Jews thought of methods to cheat on the IQ tests, so as to create the false impression that Jews are smarter than non-Jews, when in fact, Europeans, that is white people, are on average smarter than Jews.
The attitude resulting from such teachings has been resented by non-Jews in all countries and centuries. Such resentment, however, is always portrayed by Jews as persecution of the Jews. Moses, on the contrary, was most insistent upon having one law for the stranger and for the homeborn, and in teaching that the stranger must not be oppressed. Exodus 12:49, Leviticus 24:22, Number 9:14, 15:15-16, 29, etc. In fact, he ordered, "Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt." Deuteronomy 10:19. It was only the abominators he warned against.
Babylonian Talmud, the law.
The Babylonian Talmud is the law for so-called Judaism. However, its pornographic, anti-Gentile and anti-Christian doctrines have often caused hostility against it. It may then be argued by some Jews that there is a Palestinian Talmud which is innocuous. Nevertheless, you may look up the fact that Jewish authorities state it was lost for 1,000 years, has missing parts and lacks the Gemara and other essentials, and is only used as a scholar's curiosity. Note the statement of British Chief Rabbi Hertz in his foreword to the Cincino edition of the Babylonian Talmud.
The Palestinian Talmud was for many centuries almost forgotten by Jewry. Its legal decisions were at no time deemed to possess validity, if opposed by the Babylonian Talmud.
Was Christ just to Pharisees?
Without some knowledge of the written form of the tradition of the Pharisees, the Babylonian Talmud, one is unable to intelligently judge whether Jesus Christ was fair and just in his acid denunciations of Pharisaism, or not. One needs proof, offered by the irrefutable exhibits from Jewish authorities set forth elsewhere herein, that the Talmud reverses every one of the 10 Commandments, the teachings of Moses and the prophets, and enshrines their opposites under a whited sepulchre, which is a disguise for murder and all uncleanness, as Christ charged. Murder of non-Pharisees is always permitted. Theft, sodomy, incest, rape are all permitted. For example, the righteousness of grown men violating baby girls under 3 is a favorite topic for discussion in book after book of the Talmud. Talmudic literature is one long paean of praise for the very name Babylon, and all that it means to Babylonian Talmudism today, whereas it is a term of reproach in Old and New Testaments. Note the foreword to the first English translation of the Babylonian Talmud by the late Chief Rabbi of Great Britain, J. H. Hertz, who, like Rabbi Finkelstein, was one of the 120 Jews chosen in 1937 by the Kahillas of the world as best holding up the lamp of Judaism.
The beginnings of Talmudic literature date back to the time of the Babylonian exile in the 6th pre-Christian century. When 1,000 years later, the Babylonian Talmud assumed final codified form in the year 500 after the Christian era, the Roman Western Empire had ceased to be.
Rabbi Hertz extols the Babylonian exile, saying,
"The Babylonian exile is a momentous period. During that exile Israel found itself. It rediscovered the Torah and made it the rule of life."
What he really means is that it was discovered how the Torah or Bible could be used as a whited sepulchre for Babylonian degeneracy, as even a cursory study will reveal. One Rabbi Akiba was a 1st-century Talmud sage, of whom Moses was even supposedly jealous. Rabbi Hertz lauds Rabbi Akiba.
Akiba was the author of a collection of traditional laws out of which the Mishnah actually grew. He was the greatest among the rabbis of his own and of succeeding times. His keen and penetrating intellect enabled him to find a biblical basis for every provision of the oral law.
Still enthusing over the Babylonian derivation of Pharisaism, Rabbi Hertz continues.
When we come to the Babylonian Gemara, we are dealing with what most people understand when they speak or write of the Talmud. Its birthplace, Babylonia, was an autonomous Jewish center for a longer period than any other land, namely from soon after 586 before the Christian era to the year 1040 after the Christian era, 1626 years.
You will note in reproductions of Talmud pages that the word, Gemara, designates the argumentation of the rabbis, the ultimate decision being summarized as the Mishnah.
Bible versus oral law. Talmud.
The Bible under Talmudic Judaism is considered to be a collection of simple tales fit only for fools, women and children. The Talmud, sages, thus must find new meanings in it by letter and number tricks which reverse the plain meaning and create out of it the permission to do otherwise forbidden crimes and misdeeds. The words of the Bible are continually misused and misquoted for purposes of blasphemy and reversal. Stealing for themselves the title of Israelites, the Talmud, sages, teach that God made a covenant with Israel only for the sake of that which was transmitted orally. And the biblical basis of this is given as Exodus 34:27. But that verse states, instead,
And the Lord said unto Moses, Write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel.
The opposite. The quote is from Talmud, Gittin 60b. The Talmudic reversal of Moses's written words are said to have been transmitted, orally, and through Moses himself, believe it or not. Bearing in mind that the scribes were the Pharisee teachers of the law of Moses, carefully distorted to comprise the Talmud, note.
There is greater stringency in respect to the teachings of the scribes than in respect to the Torah so that a biblical law may be transgressed.
The quote is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 88b. The Torah in its narrow sense is the Old Testament, and in a still narrower meaning the first 5 books Pentateuch of Moses. In its wider Judaistic use it means the Old Testament is misinterpreted by the Pharisaic Talmud. Always with Judaism the Talmud ranks above the Bible in every way. Not reproduced here is a Talmud passage from the Book of Nedarim, which means vows, of which Exhibit 170 is the title page. The Cincino edition of the Talmud states, page 107.
As will be seen on 37a, Scripture was generally regarded as the study of children only, adults usually investigating the deeper meaning. From this we see that it was usual to teach the Bible to girls in spite of the Talmudic deduction that daughters need not be educated. Kid, 30a. The opposition of Rabbi Eliezer to teaching the Torah to one's daughter.
The following quote is from Soda 20a.
He who teaches his daughter Torah, is as though he taught her lewdness.
Was probably directed against the teaching of the oral law, and the higher branches of study. The information is from V. Maimonides Yad. Talmud Torah. The context shows that the reference is to the higher knowledge of biblical law. The Talmud, Sanhedrin 59a, states,
A heathen who studies the Torah deserves death, for it is written, Moses commanded us a law for an inheritance, it is our inheritance, not theirs.
Reference is also made to the Noachian laws, which the non-Jew may study.
But not laws which do not pertain to them.
Also,
the objection was to the studying of the oral law. Rabbi Yohanan feared the knowledge of Gentiles in matters of jurisprudence, as they would use it against the Jews in their opponents' courts.
Note by Vasili. Spot on. Well said, Yohanan. If non-Jews learn what Jews are taught, and how they think, especially how they wage their endless wars against non-Jews, then we will be able to better defend ourselves and increase our chances of winning the war that the Jews have declared on us.
Understandably, since all Talmud laws discriminate against the non-Jew and rank him a virtual animal, these were apt observations. The Jewish Encyclopedia is still more open about what is in Sanhedrin 59a of the Talmud, above, threatening death for revelation of Torah, laws to Gentiles.
For such knowledge might have operated against the Jews in their opponents' courts.
This observation follows a dissertation on the laws on cheating and getting the best of Gentiles in trade and in court.
The Babylonian Talmud.
The Babylonian Talmud is composed of Mishnah, or Halacha, or laws formulated by the Pharisees whose teachings comprise the Talmud, and Gemara, or argumentative teachings about these laws. There are 63 books in the Babylonian Talmud, largely divided without topical organization. All Talmud books have Mishnah, plural, Mishnayim. Some lack a Gemara. The Mishnah, or law of one or another Pharisee, may be referred to, for example, as the Mishnah of Rabbi Akiva, or of Eliezer ben Jacob. The name Mishnah is applied in particular to the collection of Halakhath, or laws, made by Judah Hanasi, generally known as Rabbi, and his colleagues at the beginning of the 3rd century CE. Note, CE stands for Common Era, to avoid, add, or Year of Our Lord, from the Latin Anno Domini. See Jewish Encyclopedia, Mishnah. Continuing to quote from the Jewish Encyclopedia.
Note by Vasili. Instead of using the outdated reference of CE to avoid referring to Jesus Christ, I believe that it is more appropriate to refer to, before Christ is excellence. That is, BCE means, before Christ is excellence. This choice of words leaves no room for confusion as to what the referenced is. It is no longer ambiguous, but rather, it is clear and correct. So, the next time you hear reference to BC or BCE, then you should think of before Christ His Excellence. And when you hear AD or after CE or after Common Era, then you should think of after some Jews murdered Christ. By the way, if anyone finds this offensive, they should go see a psychiatrist to help them with their mental problems.
The Mishnah represents the culmination of a series of attempts to bring order into the vast mass of traditions which had been transmitted orally for many centuries. The compilation of the Mishnah is not, however, the work of one man, or even of the scholars of one age, but rather the result of a long process extending over a period of 2 centuries.
Also,
In the Palestine Pharisee Talmudic Center at Jabna, for it was never in Jerusalem but at Jabna where the Jerusalem Talmud was composed, there was a concerted effort on the part of the sages of Jabneh, about 90 CE, to assemble and harmonize the Halakha. Akiba died about 135 CE. Arranged the Halakhoth in logical order and probably constructed the framework of the present-day Mishnah. 4. The collection of the Akiba was enlarged and brought up to date by his disciple Meir, note, who, the Talmud says, was a descendant of Nero, a convert to Talmudism. 5. It became the custom, after the time of Akiba, for every head of an academy to compile his own Mishnah so that the confusion that resulted motivated Judah Hanasi to compile a standard authoritative Mishnah. 6. Although it is reported that Judah made use of 13 different collections of Halakhoth in his work, his Mishnah is based largely upon the collection of Meir, and indirectly, therefore, upon that of Akiba.
the information is from Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, Mishnah. Judah Hanasi, who compiled the Mishnah, was born about AD 135 and died after AD 200. Same authority, Judah Hanasi. Nasi, meaning prince of Jewry, was the title given the head of the Sanhedrin court, which meted out life and death under Talmudic law.
Talmud, 6 main divisions.
The Talmud is divided into 6 main divisions called Sederim, orders, but each division and each volume is a hodgepodge of every subject imaginable. The main and overall characteristics of the Talmud are pomp, silliness, obscenity and more obscenity, a setting up of laws seemingly for the purpose of inventing circumventions and evasions, delight in sadistic cruelty, reversal of all biblical moral teachings on theft, murder, sodomy, perjury, treatment of children and parents, insane hatred of Christ, Christians and every phase of Christianity. The 6 divisions of the Babylonian Talmud, called Seder, plural Sederim, are 1. Zeraim, seeds composed of the following books. A. Barakoth. The name of this book supposedly means benedictions, but is as foul a collection of obscenity as one could find, with 405 pages of what is nothing but privy talk. The following 10 books occupy one 406-page volume in the Cincino edition. B. Pay a corner. C. Demai doubtful. D. Kilayim mixtures. E. Shabeeth 7th. F. Termua heave offerings. G. Maaseroth tithes. H. Maaser Sheni 2nd tithe. I. Hali Do. J. Orla. K. Bikurim first fruits. There are 11 books in Zeraim. 2. Seder Moed festivals. A. Sabbath laws of, endless silly regulations and their evasions. B. Aruban mingling. C. Pesahim Passover. D. Shekalan shekels. E. Yoma Yom Kippur. F. Sukkah booths. G. Yom Tov feast day. H. Rosh Hashanah New Year. I. Ta'anit fasting. J. Megillah scroll of Esther, read on Purim. K. Moed Katan half feasts. L. Hagiga feasting. The Megillah is a sadistic celebration of drunkenness and bloodlust, the Talmudic admonition being that it is the duty of the Jew to be so drunk on Purim he doesn't know the difference between, blessed be Mordecai, and, cursed be Haman. There are 12 books in Moed. 3. Seder Nashim, women. This section includes a 13-page introduction to the Cincino edition by Rabbi J. H. Hertz. These books are principally distinguished by their sub-sewer filth and obscenity. A. Yebamoth, the dead brother's widow, occupies 2 volumes, 871 pages in the Cincino edition. B. Kethuboth, on the Sumdu, a wife who is divorced, occupies 2 volumes and 728 pages of Talmudic sex filth, for example a baby girl being fair prey for adult men. C. Nedarim, vows, 282 pages of filth and immorality, illustrative of what Christ denounced when attacking the Pharisees. D. Kethuboth, more vows, 253 pages in the Cincino edition, hair-splitting, immoral twaddle, and including the Kol Nidri. E. Sota the Suspected Woman 271 pages in the Cincino edition. F. Kedushin Betrothal. G. Gittin on getting the get, or divorce with space allotted for such things as placing Christ and all Christians in hell, 439 pages in the Cincino edition. There are 7 books in the Nishim. 4. Seder Nezikin. Damages. A. Baba Kama, The First Gate, 719 pages of Talmudic ramblings, a general law on damages being that hurting Gentile property is permissible, injuring Jewish property is like assaulting the divine, for only Jews are men, and non-Jews rank as animals. This is brotherhood, as advocated in the Talmud. B. Baba Mezia, Middle Gate, 676 pages in Cincino edition and of similar import. C. Baba Bathra, Last Gate, 779 pages in 2 volumes, and replete with anti-Gentile preachings. D. Sanhedrin, 781 pages, states the introduction in the Cincino edition of the Talmud. It forms, along with Makkoth, the chief repository of the criminal law of the Talmud. This section includes the most virulent calumnies of Jesus, including his imaginary stoning, burning in dung, his decapitation, his strangling in dung, his hanging, or crucifixion for blaspheming the Pharisee sages. E. Makkoth beatings, 175 pages in the Cincino edition. F. Shavuoth oaths, more vows, 309 pages. G. Eduyath testimonies. H. Avodah Zarah on treatment of the presumably non-human non-Jew, 366 pages. I. Abbath sayings of the fathers of Talmudism. J. Horeoth rulings. There are 10 books in Seder Nezikin. 5. Seder Kodashim, sacrifices. A. Zebahim, bloody sacrifices. B. Menahot, meal offering. C. Hulun, killing. D. Bakorat, firstborn. E. Arakan, estimation. F. Temora, exchange. G. Karatot, extermination. H. Meila, trespass. I. Tamid, daily offering. J. Midot, measures. K. Minim, birds, nests. There are 11 books in Kodashim. 6. Seder Tohoreth, cleanness. A. Nida, the menstruant woman, is the prize part in this alleged religious section, devoting 509 pages to discussing smell, color, and examination by the rabbis of menstruation, without apparent medical or any other purpose except wallowing in the repulsive. Pomp and asininity also abound. B. Kelim, vessel, utensil cleanness illustrates through nitpicking, rules the straining at a gnat, cited by Christ Matthew 23:24 also, Pharisees make clean the outside of the cup and the platter, but your inward part is full of ravening and wickedness. Luke 11:39. C. Ohaloth tents. D. Negam plagues. E. Para young cow. F. Tohoreth purification. G. Makawath ritual bath, such as the menstruant woman should take before having intercourse with her husband, thus ridding her of the evil eye. H. Mokshiran kosher, proper. I. Zabim, flux. J. Tebul yam. K. Yadayim, hands. L. The last book of Tohoreth is Ukzin, stems. There are 12 books in Tohoreth. The last 11 of these, excepting Nida, occupy one 589-page volume in the Cincino edition. The 1,098 pages on cleanness, filled with the foulest obscenities of thought, once again justify Christ's disdain for this hypocrisy and serve to illustrate the justification for his attitude toward the Talmudic Pharisee.
Chapter 2. The Talmud reviled.
The Christian of today is bombarded from all sides with reference to our Judeo-Christian heritage, our Judeo-Christian civilization, and the brotherhood, which should prevail, presumably, between Christian and Talmudic Judaism. Such propaganda could only succeed if one is in ignorance as to the nature of the Talmud and the total antagonism between present-day Judaism and Christianity which necessarily must exist. Over the centuries and right up to the present century, there was not such ignorance of Talmudic precepts. The truth as it was repeatedly revealed, caused it and its adherents to be reviled, and justly so. It is indeed strange that the bulls of the popes over the many centuries, warning against the Jews, should be seemingly unknown to the Catholic clergy today, and that the writings of Luther, which generally are like almost a second gospel to Protestants of the Lutheran fold, should be equally unknown on this subject today. The first English translation of the Babylonian Talmud was in 1903 by Rodkinson. His real name was M. Levi Frumkin, and was edited by Rabbi Isaac M. Wise, father of so-called Reform Judaism. Rodkinson deleted much of the filth, which is in the unexpurgated Talmud, and used no identifying folio numbers, as were in the original, but nevertheless, even this abridged translation proved very revealing. The introduction states,
The persecutors of the Talmud, during the period ranging from the 1st century BC, have varied in their character, objects and actions. In one respect, however, they all agreed, namely, in the general wish to destroy its existence. Careful consideration of its many vicissitudes certainly justifies the assertion that the Talmud is one of the wonders of the world. During the 20 centuries of its existence, not one of them has passed without great and powerful enemies vying with each other and exhausting every effort to destroy it. Still it survived in its entirety, and not only has the power of its foes failed to destroy even a single line, but it has not even been able materially to weaken its influence for any length of time. It still dominates the minds of a whole people, who venerate its contents as divine truth, and countless numbers have sacrificed their lives and their possessions to save it from perishing. Emphasis supplied.
Emperor Hadrian and the Talmud.
Hadrian was emperor of the Roman World Empire from 117 AD to his death, 138 AD. In 132 AD the Jews began a revolt, and for 4 years carried on a bloody war. Otherwise Hadrian's reign was peaceful. The reason for this Pharisee revolt is told by Rodkinson in his History of the Talmud.
One of the causes of the Great Revolt against the Romans at this time was the prohibition by the Roman government of the study of the Torah, that is the Talmud. They rebelled, led by Bar Kokhba. Rabbi Akiba, also written Akiba, was the first to become his adherent, who journeyed from town to town, inciting the Israelites to rebel. It is not surprising, therefore, that Hadrian was not contented barely with the massacre of the sages of the Talmud, but was intent also on the destruction of the Talmud itself. He decreed that if any of the old rabbis should qualify a young rabbi, both should be put to death, believing that with the death of the elder generation the Talmud would be forgotten and Israel would blend with the nations and its memory be obliterated. Because he very well knew that as long as the Talmud existed there was little hope for the assimilation of the Jews with other nations. This decree, however, was not executed. The efforts of Hadrian met with no success. He saw the Talmud still existing, uniting Israel into one people, and establishing it still more firmly as a national and religious whole. The Talmud regained its former power and influence. Emphasis supplied.
And the pupil of one of the contemporary rabbis, Rabbi Jehuda the Nasi, the prince, became the compiler of the Mishnah, or laws of the Talmud. In 553 AD, Emperor Justinian forbade the spread of the Talmudic books throughout the Roman Empire.
The popes and the Talmud.
Writing of the battles of the Talmud and its followers, authored by the Pharisees, we further read of events following the Sadducees, Samaritans, the followers of Jesus and the early Roman emperors.
The rabbis next encountered the popes. From the time of Pope Innocent III, the Talmud was burned at the stake in nearly every century from the 11th to the 18th in Italy, France, Germany, Spain, and many other countries.
Rodkinson speaks of the disputations which the popes and kings held, in which the accusers of the Talmud were answered by its defenders. The results were always that when the criminality of the Talmud was revealed in all its horror, the Talmud was ordered burned, expunged, or censored. The same thing always started over again later. Rodkinson continues.
Still, what has been the result? The Talmud exists today and not one letter in it is missing.
Rodkinson then lists a partial chart of the burning of the Talmud at the hands of kings and popes.
The Talmud at the stake. Time, 1244. Place, Paris. Persecutor, King Louis IX. Time, 1244. Place, Rome. Persecutor, Innocent IV. Time, 1248. Place, Paris. Persecutor, Cardinal Legate Odo. Time, 1299. Place, Paris. Persecutor, Philip the Fair. Time, 1309. Place, Paris. Persecutor, Philip the Fair. Time, 1319. Place, Toulouse. Persecutor, Louis. Time, 1322. Place, Rome. Persecutor, burned by order of Pope John XXII, and accompanied by robbery and murder of the Jews, by the mob. Time, 1553. Place, Rome. Persecutor, Pope Julius III. Similar burnings by the same order took place in Barcelona, Venice, Romagna, Urbino and Pesa. Here 3 wagons full of books were burned, but first they were carried through the streets of the city, while royal officers proclaimed publicly that their condemnation was due to insults to Christianity, which they contained. Time, 1554. Place, Ancona, Ferrara, Mantova, Padua, Candia, and Ravenna. Persecutor, burned by hundreds and thousands. Time, 1557. Place, Poland. Persecutor, Talmud burned because of the charge made against the Jews that they used the blood of Christian children in their ceremonies. This occurred during the Frankist disturbances. Time, 1558. Place, Rome. Persecutor, Cardinal Chislieri. Time, 1559. Place, Rome. Persecutor, Sextus Sinensis.
Jewish encyclopedias give credit, however, to various popes for stopping violence against Jews, for seeking to convert them, and securing certain rights for them in territories over which they exercised temporal power. Although the bishops were issuing restrictive laws against Jewish aggressions long before this, the reign of Gregory the Great, 590–604, is taken as the starting point of consistent relations between the Jews and the popes. He condemned the holding of Christian slaves by Jews. Pope Leo VII wrote the Archbishop of Mayence a reply telling him he might offer his Jews the choice between conversion or emigrating. Anacletus II, antipope, was a Jew and his claim to the papacy always contested. Benedictus VIII had a number of Jews put to death for blasphemy against Jesus. Gregory VII charged the German Emperor, Henry IV, with favoritism towards the Jews, and
in 1078 he renewed the canonical laws which prohibited giving Jews power over Christians. Jews might not be employed as tax farmers or mint masters.
Pope Calixtus II, 1119–1124, and Pope Alexander III are cited for pro-Jewish acts. Innocent III is the most hated of the popes in Jewish literature. In 1215, the Fourth Lateral Council, which he convened,
renewed the old canonical prohibitions against trusting the Jews with public offices and introduced the law demanding that Jews should wear a distinctive sign on the garments. Nevertheless, he protected them against the fury of the French Crusaders.
Pope Innocent III in a long decree stated that Jews are
not to be killed by anyone, but they are to us dangerous as the insect in the apple, as the serpent in the breast. Since, therefore, they have already begun to gnaw like the rat, and to stink like the serpent, it is to our shame that the fire in our breast which is being eaten by them, does not consume them. Although Christian piety tolerates the Jews and allows them to continue with us, although the Moors will not tolerate them, they must not be allowed to remain ungrateful to us in such a way as to repay us with contumely, for favors, and contempt for our familiarity. They are admitted to our familiarity only through our mercy.
Under this same pope, Canons 67–70 were adopted by the Fourth Lateran Council, which included protective measures against Jewish usury, their wearing of a distinguishing badge to warn Christians forbidding intercourse with Christians, as employees, in marriage, barring their testimony as witnesses in legal matters, their license for perjury under the Kol Nidri, then being well known.
Gregory IX, in various official documents insisted on the strict execution of the canonical laws against the Jews, his successor.
To continue quoting,
Innocent IV ordered the burning of the Talmud in Paris, 1244.
Through Emperor Sigismund,
who was heavily indebted to them, they, the Jews, obtained from Pope Martin V, 1417–1431, various bulls, 1418 and 1422.
Favorable to them.
In the last years of his pontificate, however, he repealed several of his ordinances, charging that they had been obtained under false pretenses.
Popes Eugene IV and Nicholas V are cited for moderation. Sixtus IV sanctioned the Spanish Inquisition, which was aimed at the Marranos, namely 300,000 Jews who had entered the church, but retained their Talmudism, and secured power over all phases of Spanish life. One who reads the Jewish press today will see congratulations to Israel from Spanish Catholics, who identify themselves as Talmudic Jews descended from those who have practiced their Talmudism secretly ever since 1492, when their Marrano coreligionists were expelled from Spain. If nothing else, the term convert, as applied to Jews, must be viewed cautiously, in view of the concealed Judaism of the Marranos, which continued for centuries. One must learn, also, from Jewish authorities that Torquemada himself, leading the Inquisition, was a Jew, and that the Inquisition was only aimed at the Marranos who under the pretense of conversion had threatened to end Christianity by their inside machinations. For further reference to the Marranos, see the book, A History of the Marranos, by Cecil Roth, published by the Jewish Publication Society of America, Philadelphia. The Jewish Encyclopedia continues.
Alexander VI, Borgia, known in history as the most profligate of the popes, was rather favorably inclined toward the Jews.
Leo X, one of the Medicis who fanned the Reformation by sponsoring a great renaissance of paganism and filled the Platonic Academy and salons of Rome and Florence with Jews, expounding Talmud and occult Kabbalism, is called
the humanist favorably inclined toward the Jews, whom he employed not only as physicians, but also as artists and in other positions at his court. The beginning of the Reformation influenced his action in the controversy between Reuchlin and Pfefferkorn, which he settled in such a way as not to give any encouragement to those who demanded reforms in the church.
The story of the sincerely converted Jew, Pfefferkorn, who aired the infamies of the Talmud, as opposed by the Catholic renegade, Reuchlin, dupe of the head of the Jewish community of Rome, and the pro-Jewish Medici Pope, ended with Pfefferkorn being silenced, Reuchlin not being tried for heresy, as he was scheduled to be and indeed should have been, and with two hostile camps in nearly every German town taking sides for or against the Talmud. One may ask, how could anyone reading what the Talmud says, see reproductions elsewhere herein, argue about its contents? In this regard, however, it must be remembered that only with the relatively unexpurgated Cincino translation of the Talmud in this century, in the contemporary language, English, has it become possible for the non-Jew to receive the full impact of what the Talmud says. In other trials, arguments could rage as to what a Yiddish or Hebrew text of the Talmud really meant, if translated. Nevertheless, the Jews always ultimately lost such arguments, as witness the condemnation of the Talmud by non-Jews through the centuries. Even the Cincino English translation of the Talmud is not readily available except in major libraries, to be read there and not taken out. Clement VII, another Medici servant of Jewry, was the bastard son of Giulio, brother of Lorenzo the Magnificent, who founded a pagan salon, the Platonic Academy. The Platonic Academy attempted the old Talmudic strategy of harmonizing pagan philosophy with Christianity, as Maimonides had tried to do with biblical Judaism. Lorenzo had his son Giovanni, Leo X, made a cardinal, through his influence with Innocent VIII, at 13, having also been made an archbishop at 7. Ready to ascend the throne, Giovanni promptly made 5 of his relatives cardinals, including his bastard cousin, Giulio. Leo X Giovanni, made pope on March 11, 1513, was ordained a priest on the 15th and made a bishop on the 19th of the same month, and he reigned until December 1, 1521, 9 years. It was this pope, Leo X, who launched the selling of indulgences in 1517, the immediate cause of Luther's break with the Church, and of Europe's arousal. Every effort was made to corrupt and Talmudize the Church from the inside, while Jewry worked to wreck it from the outside. The hotheads among Jews, says Jewish historian Cecil Roth, expected to end Christianity and supplant it with Talmudism. But when Luther nailed his theses on the Wittenberg Cathedral door, he nailed the Jews back into the ghetto, and popes eager for Christian faith and morals were elected in place of the pro-Talmudic, humanist, Medici popes. Luther, in turn, found the same forces polluting his own following and ended his life beseeching the Protestant princes to expel or put at hard labor all Talmudists, after burning synagogues and Talmuds first of all. Read his words, if you can now find them other than here in any library. There is only praise for the Medici popes in Jewish literature and only disappointment about the condition of Jewry during the Reformation and afterwards, for the succeeding popes drove the Talmudists out of Vatican circles and back into the ghetto. Bewailing this, the Jewish Encyclopedia reports how the Talmud was burned by Pope Julius III in 1553 and Christians prohibited from printing it. The worst was yet to come. Paul IV, 1555–1559, in his bull, Cum Nimis Absurdum, not only renewed all the canonical restrictions on Jews, but restricted their commercial activities and made them wear a yellow hat and live in their own territory, the ghetto. Concerning this period, the Jews and the Medici, Jewish historian Cecil Roth states in his Jews of Italy, Jewish Publication Society of America, 1946.
Girolamo Savonarola was successful in 1494. The great Dominican drove out the Medici. Thereafter their position in the city, Florence, was a sort of barometer of its political state. When the Medici returned in 1512, they, the Jews, came too, and when the Medici were driven out in 1527 they accompanied them. It was only when the ruling house was at last securely established, from 1530 onwards, that the interruptions end and the continuous history of Florentine Jewry begins. Page 190.
Also,
when Martin Luther nailed up his famous theses on the cathedral door of Wittenberg, thereby setting the machinery of the Reformation in motion, the fate of the eager Jewries of Renaissance Italy was sealed. Threatened by this dangerous movement of secession, the Catholic Church began to set its house in order, more systematically and more comprehensively than ever before, in the process known as the Counter-Reformation. No longer were the popes to be preeminently enlightened patrons of literature, science and the arts, with worldly inclinations and interests. Henceforth they were chosen among those in whose eyes the requirements of the Church, spiritual and temporal, were paramount, who regarded the Jews as a leaven of disbelief which positively endangered Christianity and Christendom, at least until they were segregated from intercourse with other men, as the Lateran councils had prescribed 3.5 centuries before. Whereas the Talmud had been printed under Leo X, a Medici, in 1553, the Pope denounced the Talmud, and the other restrictions were set up.
The quote is from History of the Jews of Italy, pages 190 and following. Pope Pius IV gave a brief period of respite, 1566 to 1572, then his successor Pius V, 1566 to 1572.
Not only repealed all the concessions of his predecessor, and not only renewed the laws of Paul IV, but added some new restrictions.
In 1569 he expelled the Jews from his territory. Gregory XIII, 1572 to 1585, allowed the Jews to return but introduced a large number of severe restrictions, and they were obliged to send every week at least 150 of their number to listen to conversionist sermons. Sixtus V, 1585 to 1590, was more favorable to the Jews and permitted the printing of the Talmud after it was censored 1586. Clement VIII, 1592 to 1604, ordered the Jews expelled and prohibited printing of the Talmud. Under Clement X, 1670 to 1676, the Portugal Inquisition against Jewry was halted, but he refused to help the expelled Jews of Vienna, 1670.
The worst feature under papal dominion was the closing of the gates of the Roman ghetto nights. Severe penalties awaited a Jew leaving the ghetto after dark, or a Christian entering it.
Pius VI, 1775 to 1800.
Renewed all the restrictions enacted from the 13th century. The censorship of books was strictly enforced, and their attendance at conversionist sermons was enforced.
And Leo XII, 1826, reinforced these rules with extreme rigor. Pius IX, 1846 to 1878, started with a liberal attitude, but, as stated in other Jewish literature, after he had been expelled from Rome at the hands of a Jewish movement which revealed its Talmudic anti-Christian face, he changed. To quote the Jewish encyclopedia, Popes
Pius IX, during the first 2 years of his pontificate, was evidently inclined to adopt a liberal attitude, but after his return from exile he condemned as abominable laws all measures which gave political freedom to them, showed his approval of the medieval laws as enacted by Innocent III. He maintained the ghetto in Rome until it was abolished by the Italian occupation of Rome. 1870. His successor, Leo XIII, 1878 to 1903, was the first pope who exercised no territorial jurisdiction over the Jews. His influence, nevertheless, was prejudicial to them. He encouraged anti-Semitism by bestowing distinctions on leading anti-Semitic politicians and authors, as Luger and Drummond. Note: Edouard Drummond's book, La France Juive, traces the attempted Talmudization of French Christian life in every phase. A Judaized France was the result he deplored and sought to avoid. He refused to interfere in behalf of Captain Dreyfus, or to issue a statement against the blood accusation. Note that human blood is used in Talmudic black magic rituals. In an official document he denounced Jews, Freemasons, and anarchists as the enemies of the Church.
The Index Expurgatorius issued by Leo XIII in 1887 stated concerning the Talmud and other Jewish books.
Although in the index issued by Pope Pius IV, the Jewish Talmud with all its glossaries, annotations, interpretations and expositions were prohibited, but if published without the name Talmud and without its vile calumnies against the Christian religion they could be tolerated. However, our Holy Lord Pope Clement VIII, in his constitution against impious writings and Jewish books, published in Rome in the year of our Lord 1592, prescribed and condemned them. It was not his intention thereby to permit or tolerate them even under the above conditions. For he expressly and specifically stated and willed, that the impious Talmudic, Kabbalistic and other nefarious books of the Jews be entirely condemned, and that they must remain always condemned and prohibited, and that his constitution about these books must be perpetually and inviolably observed.
The 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia states,
Pius X, elected 1903, is not sufficiently known to permit a judgment, but in his diocese of Mantova, before he became pope, he had prohibited the celebration of a solemn mass on the king's birthday because the city council which asked for it had attended a celebration in the synagogue.
Note: the quote is from the 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia, hence the incomplete reference. The Vatican's semi-official organ, L'Osservatore Romano, of August 13, 1938, in an article headed, The Jews and the Vatican Council, 1870, after speaking of the protective measures for the Jews by the Catholic Church, stated,
But, in order to set things straight, by this it was not intended that Jews should be allowed to abuse the hospitality of Christian countries. Along with these protective ordinances, there existed restrictive and precautionary decrees with regard to them. The civil power was in accord with the Church in this, since, as Delasis says, they both had the same interest in preventing the nations from being invaded by the Jewish element and thereby losing control of society. But if Christians were forbidden to force Jews to embrace the Catholic religion, to disturb their synagogues, their Sabbaths and their festivals, the Jews, on the other hand, were forbidden to hold public office, civil or military, and this prohibition extended even to the children of converted Jews. The precautionary decrees concerned the professions, education, and business positions.
The Talmud and Martin Luther, the father of Protestantism.
When Pope Leo X started selling indulgences in 1517, this helped precipitate Luther's break with the Church, and the nailing of his theses on the door of the Wittenberg Cathedral. Almost immediately Jews flocked to the new Protestant banner. Luther was sought after by 4 Jews. He in turn wrote a laudatory publication, Jesus Christ Was Born a Jew, filled with sympathy for their long unbelief, which Luther laid to the unsympathetic attitude of the Catholic popes and hierarchy, and on his part welcoming the Jews to his heart. Present-day Catholic and Protestant sources are largely ignorant, however, of the fact that, later, Luther found that Jews who had encouraged him to break with the Church were attempting to Judaize his followers. He then read the Talmud, as introduced to him by a truly converted Jew. Afterwards, he wrote, The Jews and Their Lies, with such denunciatory philippics that they make parallel utterances of the popes almost pale by comparison, this only after he became aware of the truth. Luther wrote, in The Jews and Their Lies,
They exalt themselves and praise God for separating them from the heathen. In order that their raving, frantic and foolish nonsense might be perfect, they praise and thank God, first, that they are human beings and not animals, secondly, that they are Israelites and not Goyim, heathen, thirdly, that they were created as men and not as women. Such foolishness they do not have from Israel, but from Goyim. For thus the historians write that the Greek Plato daily gave such praise and thanks to God, if such blasphemy and haughtiness could be called the praise of God. For that man, Plato, also praised his gods for these 3 things, that he was a man and not an animal, a man and not a woman, a Greek and not a non-Greek or barbarian. Such is the praying of a fool and the praise of a blasphemous barbarian. Just as the males imagine that they alone are human beings and all the rest of the world nothing but inhuman beings, ducks, or mice.
As to these matters, note the Jewish Encyclopedia.
Judah ben Eli recommends the daily recital of the benediction, Blessed be thou who hast not made me a goy.
This also has, Who hast not made me a woman, and also, Who hast made me an Israelite who hast not made me a slave. This is a benediction, prescribed by the Talmud. See, Benedictions. Jewish Encyclopedia. Luther also quoted John 8:39 and verse 44, wherein Christ told the Pharisees,
Ye are of your father the devil.
And warns Christians to
be on the guard against these hardened condemned people, who accuse God of lying and proudly despise the whole world. They are boastful, proud fools.
He goes on to call them liars and bloodhounds. Luther then cites the Book of Esther. Catholic and Protestant theologians in all centuries have protested Esther as being unhistorical, irreligious. The name of God does not once appear in it and out of place in the Bible. Luther states,
They are the real liars and bloodhounds, who have perverted and falsified the entire scriptures from beginning to end without ceasing, with their interpretations. Oh, how they love that Book of Esther, which so nicely agrees with their revengeful people, they who imagine themselves to be the people of God, who desire to think they must murder and crush the heathen. As they at first demonstrated against us Christians and would like to do so now, if only they could.
Without any modern-day Jewish encyclopedias or Sensino translations of the Babylonian Talmud, one sees that Luther nevertheless understood perfectly the way the Talmud blasphemes and hangs obscene charges on Christ through double talk and words. The Balaam passages of the Talmud are an example of this, but Luther names others. Luther recognized that any Messiah expected by Jewry was only supposed to lead them in slaughter to power, stating,
The Jews desire no more from their Messiah than that he should be a Kochba, leader of the Pharisee revolt against Rome in 135 AD, in which according to historian Gibbon, about 1 million non-Jews were sadistically slaughtered, and a worldly king, who would slay the Christians, divide the world among the Jews and make them rich lords.
Luther reflected upon that passage in the 2 Peter 2 about those who speak great swelling words of vanity, promise liberty, but
they themselves are the servants of corruption. For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than, after they had known it, to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. According to the true proverb, the dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the sow that was washed to its wallowing in the mire.
Luther also wrote,
How much better it would be if they did not have God's commandment or did not know it. For if they did not have it, they would be uncondemned. They are condemned because they have God's commandment and do not keep it, but act against it without ceasing. In like manner murderers and whores, thieves and scoundrels and all evil men could boast they are God's holy and chosen people, because they have his word and know that they should fear and obey him.
By then Luther knew the Talmud, and he continued,
The heathen philosophers write much more honorably. They write that man by nature is obligated to serve others, also to keep his word to his enemies. Yea, I maintain that in 3 fables of Aesop there is more wisdom to be found than in all the books of Talmudists and rabbis, and more than ever could come into the hearts of the Jews. Should someone think I am saying too much, I am not saying too much, but much too little. For I see in their writings how they curse us goyim and wish us all evil in their schools and prayers. They rob us of our money through usury, they play us all manner of mean tricks. What is worst of all, they teach that such should be done. No heathen has done such things, and none would do so except the devil himself, and those whom he possesses like he possesses the Jews.
Luther continued as to the Talmud.
Thus they call him, that is Jesus, the child of a whore, and his mother, Mary, a whore, whom she had in adultery. Reluctantly I must speak so coarsely in opposing the devil. We do not call our wives whores as they call Maria, the mother of Jesus. We do not call them bastards, as they call our Lord Christ. We do not curse them, but wish 'em all manner of bodily and spiritual good. Permit 'em to lodge with us. We don't steal and mutilate the children. Do not poison their water. Do not thirst after their blood. Now behold what a nice, thick, fat lie it is when they complain about being captives among us. Jerusalem was destroyed more than 1400 years ago, and during that time we Christians have been tortured and persecuted by Jews in all the world. For nearly 300 years we might well complain that during that time they captured and killed the Christians, which is the clear truth. On top of that, we do not know to this day what devil brought them into our country. We did not fetch them from Jerusalem. On top of that, no one is holding them now. Land and highways are open to them. They are a heavy burden to us in our country, like a plague, pestilence, and nothing but misfortune. Should the devil not laugh and dance, when in this manner he can have his paradise among us Christians, and to thank us, blasphemes and curses God and man? Now what are we going to do with these rejected, condemned Jewish people?
After Luther became conversant with the Talmud and the ritual cursings of so-called Judaism, his counsel exactly matched that of the ever-reinforced edicts of the beleaguered popes. A person who condones such blasphemies, he said, partakes of them. He said they should be forced to leave the country.
We should not suffer it, after they are among us and we knew about such lying, blaspheming and cursing among them, lest we become partakers of their lies, cursing and blaspheming. We are not permitted to take revenge. Revenge is around their necks 1,000 times greater than we could wish them. I will give you my true counsel. First, that we avoid their synagogues and schools and warn people against them, that God may see that we are Christians and have not knowingly tolerated such lying, cursing and blaspheming of his Son and his Christians. For what we have so far tolerated in ignorance, I myself did not know it, God will forgive us. Moses writes in Deuteronomy that where a city practiced idolatry, it should be entirely destroyed with fire and nothing left. If he were living today, he would be the first to put fire to the Jew schools and houses.
Which Luther follows with scriptural support.
Secondly, that all of their books be taken away, prayer books, Talmuds, and not one page of it be left. For they use all that only to blaspheme the Son of God, that is God himself, and will never use it in any other way.
Spiritually, Luther connects the Jews with those who betrayed Moses. Of such are the remaining dregs of the Jews, of whom Moses knows nothing, they also know nothing of him, for they do not keep one passage in Moses. This reminds one of the constantly recurring charge of Christ that the Pharisees violated and nullified the laws of Moses, such as, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Matthew 23:2. In other words, they occupy his throne, giving forth as Mosaic law, their own foul permissions which they attribute to oral laws Moses handed down to their group, unknown to the rest of the world. In 1543 Luther replied to the Talmudic charge that Jesus did his miracles by magic with the tetragrammaton, or Shem Hamphorish, the consonants of the word Jehovah by which rabbis supposedly summon demons.
Even with no further evidence than the Old Testament, I would maintain that the Jews, as they are today, are veritably a mixture of all the depraved and malevolent knaves of the whole world over, to afflict the different nations with their usury, to spy upon others, and to betray, to poison wells, to deceive and to kidnap children, in short, to practice all kinds of dishonesty and injury.
Digressing from Luther's, the Jews and their lies, we see in Luther's Table Talk, his view of the converted Jew.
If a Jew, not converted at heart, were to ask baptism at my hands, I would take him onto the bridge, tie a stone round his neck, and hurl him into the river, for these wretches are wont to make a jest of our religion. CCLVI.
It is evident that Luther became familiar with the custom, wherever it did not endanger Jews, of spitting in the synagogue when reference to Christianity is sung in the Alanu, for he advised,
Whenever you see or think about a Jew, say to yourself as follows, Behold, the mouth which I see there has every Saturday cursed, execrated, and spit upon my dear Lord, Jesus Christ, who has redeemed me with his precious blood. And also prayed and cursed before God that I, my wife and children, and all Christians, should be stabbed and perish in the most miserable manner, and would like to do so himself if he could, that he might come into possession of our goods. Should I eat, drink with, or speak to such a devilish mouth? I would partake of all the devils who live in that Jew, and would spit upon the precious blood of Christ. God keep me from doing that.
Luther's last sermon.
Repeatedly, Luther warns the clergy against participation in the blasphemies of Judaism, by aiding or enduring these in any way. His last sermon included this.
You, my lords and men of authority, should not tolerate but expel them. They are our public enemies and incessantly blaspheme our Lord Jesus Christ. They call our blessed Virgin Mary a harlot and her son a bastard. If they could kill us all, they would gladly do so. In fact, many of them murder Christians, especially those professing to be surgeons and doctors. They know how to deal with medicaments in the manner of the Italians, the Borgias and Medicis, who gave people poison, which brought about the death in 1 hour or a month. As a good patriot, I wanted to give you this warning for the very last time to deter you from participating in alien sins. You must know I only desire the best for you all, rulers and subjects.
Chapter 3. The Talmud and Bible Believers.
The supreme hatred of Talmudic Judaism is reserved for and directed against the hated, adherers to the text, of Scripture who are, thus, accused of spurning the words of the Pharisee, sages, as enshrined in the Babylonian Talmud. These, adherers, to the Bible are classified as the primary enemies of Judaism. They are all, idolaters, heathen, goy.
Note by Vasali. Well observed. Following is a clip by a rabbi who confirms part of what Elizabeth Dilling has written is true. Namely that Jews hate idolaters, and consider them the enemy of Jews. This includes Jews, who bow down to Jesus Christ.
6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand, so many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many, 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews. Even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty.
They rank not only as animals, like the rest of the non-Jewish human race, but as the lowest and most despised form of life. The Talmud frequently refers to Bible adherents scathingly as Samaritans and Cuthenes, phraseology similarly used to excoriate Christians. The Sadducees were the first of these enemies. They were the constant opponents of the Pharisees and their imported Babylonian paganism, misrepresented by the Pharisees as the tradition of the elders, the oral law, ostensibly transmitted privately to Moses and on down, superseding anything written in the Bible. In the 6 years of civil war between the Pharisees and Alexander Jannaeus, king and high priest of Jerusalem, 50,000 were killed on both sides before this Sadducean ruler succumbed, and his widow Salome turned affairs over to the Pharisees in 79 BC. Her brother, Simon ben Shetta, had been waiting for such an opportunity. The continued civil war resulted in the sons of Alexander Jannaeus, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, in 63 BC, going hand in hand to Pompey, Caesar's Roman general in Syria, asking him to invade Palestine and slaughter their respective opponents. This is how Rome happened to be in power when Christ was born. Only after Christ's ascension did the Pharisees triumph. Other enemies have been the Samaritans, whom our Lord seemed to favor. They had been brought in from Cutha and other far places in the world Assyrian Empire, to take the place of the 10 Israel tribes deported in 721 BC. They had adopted biblical Judaism and opposed the return from Babylon in 536 BC of the Pharisee-run population. Each year a handful of Samaritans celebrate Passover on the site of their former temple at Mount Gerizim, an event contemptuously referred to by American Jewish writers. The Karaites arose in the 8th century in Babylonia under Anon to plague the Pharisee top element by scorning the Talmud and holding up the Bible as supreme authority. A molten stream of hatred, therefore, was turned on them. With true Talmudic brotherhood and tolerance, Anon was expelled from Babylonia, and founded the Karaite sect in Jerusalem. Later, when the few remaining thousands of Karaites were favored by the Tsar of Russia, although classed as untouchables by Talmudists, the latter offered to join the Karaites to get immunity from Tsarist displeasure, but the Karaites turned them down as hypocrites. The supreme curses the Karaites have shared with Christians are due to the adherence of the Karaites to the Bible, instead of the sages or Jewish Talmud. They are likened to the Sadducees and Samaritans in this.
Talmudic anti-Christianity.
The ultimate object of hatred in Talmudic Judaism is Christ, and the targets of Talmudic hatred are not just Gentile non-Jews, the people who are like an ass, slaves who are considered the property of the master, Talmud, Kethuboth 111a. Of these non-Jews, the Christians are most insanely hated and loathed because their doctrines are the opposite of every Talmudic doctrine. They rank not just as animals, like the rest of non-Talmudic humanity, but almost as vermin, to be eradicated. Language in the Talmud is virtually exhausted to find foul and hated names for Christians. Min plural minim is used throughout the Talmud as a term to designate Christians. In the Shemoneh Esra, or 18 benedictions, the word has been changed from time to time as wary non-Jews become aware of its meaning. Note at the left column of Exhibit 284 that Zadukim was substituted, and Apicorism. In the right column of Exhibit 284 we see Epicureans, substituted by Maimonides, a Talmudic pillar.
Note by Vasali. Jews began to rewrite history, that is they began to revise history, using their lies and deceptions, 2,600 years ago, as I have detailed in part 2 of my video titled, Corona Rothschild Protocols, and also in my upload titled, The New Babylon, by Michael Collins Piper. The world's first revisionists were Jews. This is a very important fact. Never forget that Jews began to write false, deceptive and misleading documents, from 2,600 years ago. This is why it is nearly impossible to know the truth about our history. In this book, Elizabeth Dilling often makes reference to writings by Jews which are not true, or don't make sense. Well, we now know that this is evidence of Jews playing with words to deceive and attack us. The previous comment regarding Maimonides is a good example of this Jewish deception. In this case, the Jews rewrote and revised history, so that the stupid scumbag Jew, using the name Maimonides, takes credit for ideas first thought of by my ancestors, the Epicureans. For those who don't know, the Epicureans were Greeks.
Reference is made to uncensored Talmud editions of Bereketh 28b, Sanhedrin 27a, Horaioth 11a, and Gittin 45a. The Bereketh statement reads,
The benediction relating to the minim was instituted in Jabna, Palestine, after the rest.
The harangue goes on to decree vengeance against anyone leaving out the benediction against the minim, because we suspect him of being min. The censored, that is editions, have mumuar, says this exhibit from the Jewish Encyclopedia, instead of minim. And, in Sanhedrin 27a, mumuar is used to denounce as wholly disqualified one who eats meat, which is not slaughtered in kosher manner, thus showing his contempt for the law of the Talmud. The Talmud Gittin 45b reference states that
a scroll of the law which has been written by a min should be burnt.
Distilled hate is the theme. See Sabbath 116a. The Horaioth 11a citation from the Talmud, page 79 of the Cincino edition, not reproduced here, is another tirade against those who rank below, common people, the minim. It cites those who drink wine dedicated to an idol, referring to Holy Communion. Christ is always the idol, denounced by the Talmud, while real idolatry in regard to spirits, planets, child burning to Molech, Baal filth, are permitted in Judaism. Present-day Jews keep up a continual propaganda that burning anti-Christian, immoral or subversive books is the depth of bigotry, bias and intolerance. But the teaching in Sabbath 111a, Sabbath 116a, of the Talmud, is even cited in the Jewish Encyclopedia, under Gentiles, which holds that Christian books should be burned,
without regard to the name of God appearing therein.
Note by Vasali. Rothschild has now amended and improved on his method of attacking the Bible. Instead of burning the Bible, Rothschild decided to attack Christianity by changing the writings in the Bible. That is, the Jews revised the Bible, using their frontman, Schofield. Hence the King James Bible is now just another one of many Jewish revised books, which teach its readers Jewish lies. Hence, the King James Bible is worthless, since it now contains Jewish lies, written by the world's oldest revisionists. Michael Collins Piper figured this out, as detailed in Part 4 of my video titled Corona Rothschild Protocols.
Characteristic of charging as a crime against others what Talmudists themselves are doing. A Sanhedrin passage denounces Christ as a sorcerer. The information is from the Talmud. It was to refute this Talmudic teaching of hate against Christ, that Martin Luther wrote his Shemhamphoras, on the charge that Christ did his miracles by sorcery, using the Tetragrammaton, which, in some Talmud passages, he is said to have stolen and hidden in his flesh. Christ was amazingly correct in designating the Talmudic Pharisees as children of the father of lies. John 8:44.
Christianity calls from hell.
Christianity is likened in the Talmud to one of two daughters of a horse leech calling from hell, bring, bring. One is the government, which constantly imposes fresh taxes and duties, and the other, Minith, Christianity, which continually lures the unwary to its erroneous teaching. A biblical verse is then misused as a curse, applied to those converted to idolatry, Christianity. Then another says the voice of hell is calling to bring these two daughters, who cry and call in this world, back to hell.
Incest preferable to Christianity.
The Talmud speaks of a woman who confessed that her younger son was the offspring of her older son, and that incest was her lightest sin, and wanted to die in peace but could not, for if incest was her lightest sin.
It may be assumed that she had also adopted Minith, that is, she had also adopted Christianity, that is why she did not die. Since she said of her guilt that it is one of the lightest, it may be assumed that she was guilty of idolatry, that is Christianity, also.
A tale follows about a rabbi who visited every harlot in the world, crossing 7 rivers to get at the last one. He is allowed to die in peace because he had not committed the unforgivable minith, that is Christianity. The information is from the Talmud, Avodah Zarah 17a.
Death from snake bite preferable.
The Talmud says that Rabbi Ishmael, sage, has a nephew who is bitten by a snake and wants to let Jacob, a disciple of Jesus, heal him, but dies in the middle of the sentence. The rabbi thereupon exclaims,
Happy art thou Ben Dama, for thou wert pure in body, and thy soul likewise left thee in purity.
His joy was because, of course, it was preferable to die of snakebite than to be healed by a Christian. The information is from Talmud, Avodah Zarah 27b.
Jesus and the high priest's privy.
The Talmud tale is told that, because of talking to a Christian disciple of Jesus, a rabbi is suspected of being pro-Christian, which makes him deeply ashamed. He tells the lie that Jesus taught that the hire of a harlot may be used to build a privy for the high priest. The information is from Avodah Zarah 16b 17a. This last pleased the rabbi very much, he says. This filthy and false story to defame Christ is used in a typical Pharisee lie by Rabbi Louis Finkelstein in his publication, The Pharisees, see pages 15 and 16 of the foreword. Any epithets directed at Pharisaism by Christians in the early centuries Finkelstein ascribes to conflict between Christians and
their former comrades, who continued loyal to unaltered Pharisaism. Nevertheless, the Pharisee and the Christian remained sufficiently close to regard one another with respect.
Then the above Rabbi Eliezer lie is used as a compliment.
Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus, one of the most orthodox of the sages, offered high praise to an interpretation of Scripture given by an early Christian.
The quote is from Avodah Zarah 17a. This is the self-same libel on Christ.
More lies to fool us.
At the time the Jewish Encyclopedia was published in 1905, there was no English translation of the Talmud with identifying folio numbers. The first, by Rodkinson in 1903, was not only abridged, but also without folio numbers. Only with the relatively recent Cincino English translation of the Talmud do we have folio numbers and overt, unmistakable references which require no argument or interpretation for non-Jews. However, in 1905, lies concerning the Talmud were quite safe from prying non-Jewish eyes. The 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia states,
during the first century of Christianity the rabbis lived on friendly terms with the minim, that is, Christians.
Anyone familiar with the liquid fire turned on Pharisaism by Christ in the New Testament is not fooled by this.
Laughing my ass off. The Jewish Encyclopedia is so useless that it cannot even produce a believable lie. The historical fact is that Jews have been kicked out at least 1,031 times over the past 3,200 years. This is due to a number of reasons, which includes their Jewish ritual murder practice, where Jews murder children and consume their blood, and their use of usury, which is the practice of lending money at interest, their multiple crimes such as murder, theft, rape, prostitution, and many more justifiable reasons. On average, Jews have been expelled once every 3 years over the past 3,200 years. This is evidence that the rabbis did not live on friendly terms with the non-Jews. So much for the Jewish encyclopedia being reliable. The only reliable aspect is that it is in keeping with the Talmud, which teaches its followers to mislead and deceive all non-Jews. And this behavior of misleading and deceiving began 2,600 years ago, as I have detailed in part 2 of my video titled Corona Rothschild Protocols.
However, to buttress this lie, the above false privy tale attributed to Jesus is told as though it indicated friendliness. The information is from Avodah Zarah 16b-17a. Concerning the above anti-Christian, snakebite, story from the Talmud, the encyclopedia then states,
Ben Dama, a nephew of Rabbi Ishmael, having been bitten by a snake, allowed himself to be cured by means of an exorcism uttered by the Min Jacob, a Judeo-Christian.
Does not this one series of circumstances once again illustrate how amazingly correct Christ was in designating the Pharisees as children of the father of lies, John 8:44.
Jesus knew the Talmud.
Rodkinson M. Levi Frumkin, who made the first English translation of the Babylonian Talmud, asks, in the section on the history of the Talmud,
Is the literature that Jesus was familiar with in his early years yet in existence in the world? Is it possible for us to get at it? To such inquiries the learned class of Jewish rabbis answer by holding up the Talmud. The Talmud, then, is the written form of that which, in the time of Jesus, was called the traditions of the elders, and to which he makes frequent allusions.
The Talmud and Mary, mother of Jesus.
She is called Miriam, a dresser of women's hair. She committed adultery.
She played the harlot with carpenters.
All rabbinical sources ascribe to Jesus.
Illegitimate birth. The seducer was a soldier by the name of Panthera, also called Pandira and Stada. Pappus, the husband of Mary, has nothing to do with the story of Jesus, and was only connected with it because his wife happened to be called Miriam, Mary, and was known to be an adulteress.
All the life of Jesus, Toledat Yeshu.
Additions contain a similar story of a dispute which Jesus carried on with the scribes who on the ground of that dispute declared him to be a bastard.
The quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, Jesus.
Christ as Balaam.
Under the name of Balaam, the most lewd Talmud passages concerning Jesus appear. Proof that Jesus is called Balaam is found in the Jewish Encyclopedia under Balaam, which, after enumerating his alleged loathsome qualities, states,
hence the pseudonym, Balaam, given to Jesus in Sanhedrin 106b and Gittin 57a.
In the same article, we are told that the Talmud likens the gospel Christians and Christ to Baal sex worshippers because of whose abominations 24,000 Israelites died of plague at the time of Balaam. Numbers 25, 1-9. Because Balaam had been asked to curse the Israelites but instead did not and foretold the coming Messiah, Numbers 24:17, the flimsy pretext is made that Jesus was a curse like Balaam.
He is pictured as blind of one eye and lame in one foot, and his disciples distinguished by 3 morally corrupt qualities.
He is called
one that ruined a people.
And his churches are likened to nudist Baal worship. And
this hostility against his memory finds its climax in the dictum that whenever one discovers a feature of wickedness or disgrace in his life, one should preach about it.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 106b. Turning to Exhibit 114, which is Sanhedrin 106a 106b of the Talmud, mentioned above, we see the likening of Jesus to the supposed act of Balaam in causing 24,000 Israelites to go whoring and die of plague, some 1450 years before Christ was born. He is due for his reward for this infamy. His mother, Mary, is
she who played the harlot with carpenters. They subjected him to 4 deaths, stoning, burning, decapitation and strangulation. He was 33 or 34 years old.
Another says,
I have seen Balaam's chronicle in which it stated, Balaam the lame was 30 years old when Phinehas the robber killed him.
The footnote explains,
Balaam is frequently used in the Talmud as a type for Jesus. The mother of Jesus is identified, the 4 deaths enumerated, and all the Balaam passages are anti-Christian in tendency, Balaam being used as an alias for Jesus. Phinehas the robber is thus taken to represent Pontius Pilate, and the chronicle of Balaam probably to denote a gospel.
Verifying the Jewish Encyclopedia account above on Balaam being Jesus in the Talmud, we see,
in the case of the wicked Balaam, whatever you find written about him, lecture upon it to his disadvantage.
Christian churches are likened to tents for Baal prostitution, with old women outside, young ones inside to get customers drunk and disrobe and worship the idol, Jesus, in Baal manner, by prostitution. Hanging a calumny on the brief mention in the Bible that Balaam was slain, Numbers 32, 8. The above passage in Sanhedrin is cited by the Jewish Encyclopedia thus.
In the process of killing Balaam, refer to number 31.8, all 4 legal methods of execution, stoning, burning, decapitating, and strangling, were employed.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 1c.
He met his death at the age of 33, and it is stated that he had no portion in the world to come.
The quote is from Sanhedrin X. 2, 90a. Sanhedrin 90a of the Talmud, denying Balaam, a place in the world to come, begins with Exhibit 96 herein. There it is stated that the resurrection being denied by Sadducees and Samaritans.
It was to oppose these that the doctrine was emphatically asserted in the second of the 18 benedictions.
The sin of pronouncing the Tetragrammaton is cited against Christ and Christians. The curse of Christians, as those who pronounce the name as spelt Tetragrammaton and read uncanonical books, begins with a Mishnah. Vague meanderings to throw off a possible Christian reader appear in the footnotes with a hint that the uncanonical books may mean this or that, but
there are indications, however, that something more is meant.
But the footnote to uncanonical books, still being discussed 68 pages later, overtly reveals that the reference is to the New Testament, and that the word Sadducees is used to indicate Gentiles.
The 18 benedictions.
The religious, Orthodox Jew recites the 18 benedictions, or Shemoneh Esrei, 3 times weekdays, 4 times on holidays and Sabbaths, the 7th and 12th of which curse the Christians and non-Jews to hell and perdition. Thus, the good Orthodox Jew gives us Christians 6 cursings on ordinary days, 8 on specials. Note all the varieties of double talk which have been utilized down the centuries to keep the truth about the Shemoneh Esrei from the non-Jews, who might not be friendly to those who recite this brotherhood litany religiously 6 to 8 times daily. Note, in order to obviate hostile misconstructions, the text was modified, and one change after another to fool the non-Jew is enumerated. The 12th benediction, the Birkat ha-Minim, that is the curse against Christians, etc., furnished the traducers of Judaism, and the Jews, a ready weapon of attack. This petition against enemies, non-Jews, is called an imprecatory appeal. Imprecatory means, of course, invoking evil, a curse. The definition is from Webster. It is further stated by the cautious Jewish Encyclopedia.
The 7th benediction looks like a duplication and is superfluous.
The Jewish Encyclopedia also cites a recommendation by the sages for daily recitation of the benediction.
Blessed be thou who hast not made me a goy.
In the Talmud, the Christian is also planted in hell for eternity under a deluge of boiling excrement, if opposing Judaism.
Whoever mocks the words of the sages is punished with boiling hot excrement.
The quote is from Talmud, Gittin 57a. On this same page, where the ordinary Christian gets this eternal fate, Christ is similarly punished forever in hell with boiling semen.
The Talmud, 5 deaths to Jesus.
Jesus, as stated in both the Talmud and Jewish Encyclopedia, gets 4 legal methods of execution, and is crucified as well, as a blasphemer of Pharisee Judaism. Jesus stoned, then hanged, or crucified, Sanhedrin 43a 45b. Sanhedrin 67a, where under another phony name, Ben Stada Jesus is identified as Jesus of Nazareth. See Jewish Encyclopedia. As to Judas, we are told that
when Judas found he could not touch Jesus in any way, in aerial battle, he defiled him.
The privy concept, once again, which runs through the Talmud. Jesus' apostles all killed, Sanhedrin 43a, b. Their names are decoded by Jewish Encyclopedia. Jesus crucified as a blasphemer, Sanhedrin 46a, Jewish Encyclopedia. Jesus burned, Sanhedrin 52a, manner of burning, Yebamoth 6b, verified by Jewish Encyclopedia under Balaam. He is
lowered into dung up to his armpits, then a hard cloth was placed within a soft one, wound round his neck and the 2 loose ends pulled in opposite directions, forcing him to open his mouth. A wick was then lit, and thrown into his mouth so that it descended into his body and burnt his bowels. His mouth was forced open with pinches against his wishes.
And
the death penalty of burning was executed by pouring molten lead through the condemned man's mouth into his body, burning his internal organs.
Jesus strangled.
He was lowered into dung up to his armpits, then a hard cloth was placed within a soft one, wound round his neck, and the 2 ends pulled in opposite directions until he was dead.
The quote is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 52a. This is repeated, Sanhedrin 106b, and verified by the Jewish Encyclopedia. Jesus in hell, where his punishment is
boiling in hot semen.
The information is from Talmud, Gittin 57a. The subject is identified as Jesus in a footnote, also in the Jewish Encyclopedia under Balaam. Christians in hell in the above passage are punished by boiling hot excrement, which is the punishment for all who mock at the words of the sages, that is the Talmud. Jesus.
Committed bestiality, corrupted the people, is turned into hell.
The quote is from Talmud Sanhedrin 105a. Jesus.
Limped on one foot, and was blind in one eye, he practiced enchantment by means of his membrum, he committed bestiality with his ass, he was a fool who did not even know his beast's mind.
The quote is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 105a to 105b. The ridiculous and foul misuse of Judges 5:27 about Sisera's dying convulsions meaning sexual intercourse is here applied to Jesus, with a footnote explanation of Judges 5:27.
This is taken to mean sexual intercourse.
Jesus attempts to seduce women, is excommunicated by a rabbi and then worships a brick, was a seducer of Israel, and practiced magic. The information is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 107b, also the Jewish Encyclopedia. Jesus is cited in the index of the Sanhedrin portion of Talmud, chief repository of the criminal law of the Talmud, which shows the page numbers where he is denounced. Jesus' resurrection is cursed.
Woe unto him who maketh himself alive by the name of God.
The quote is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 106a. The trial of Jesus.
It was by the action of the priests that Jesus was sent before Pontius Pilate.
The Sanhedrin priests
had most reason to be offended with Jesus' action in cleansing the temple.
The probable place of his trial, according to the Talmud. His cry, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" was in all its implications itself a disproof of the exaggerated claims made for him. The very form of his punishment would disprove these claims in Jewish eyes. No Messiah that Jews could recognize could suffer such a death, for
he that is hanged is accursed of God.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 21:23. This refers to an evil son, and Talmudist Rashi adds, an insult to God. The foregoing is from the Jewish Encyclopedia under Jesus. Other foul charges against Jesus and his mother, his being a bastard, and the like, follow.
Chapter 4. Judaism, Anti-Gentilism and Exploitation of Non-Jews.
The basic Talmudic doctrine includes more than a super race complex. It is an only race concept. The non-Jew thus ranks as an animal, has no property rights and no legal rights under any code whatever. If lies, bribes or kicks are necessary to get non-Jews under control, that is legitimate. There is only one sin, and that is anything which will frighten non-Jews and thus make it harder for the Jewish humans to get them under control. Milk the Gentile is the Talmudic rule, but don't get caught in such a way as to jeopardize Jewish interests. Summarized, Talmudism is the quintessence of distilled hatred and discrimination, without cause, against non-Jews. This is perhaps an apt place to expound upon the amazing fact that those people who really believe in the Book of Books, the Bible, and accept the Holy One of Israel, Christ, and the Israel prophets who foretold him, meekly accept the designation, Gentiles, a term which in the Bible refers to pagan sex worshippers, demon invokers and the like. I Thessalonians 4:5, I Corinthians 10:20, etc. Metatron venerating, demon-invoking Talmudists who revile every teaching, every respected character in the Old Testament, we give these the name of Israelites and Jews. Nevertheless, for the sake of usage only, we refer herein to non-Talmudists as Gentiles. Under Gentiles, the Jewish Encyclopedia sums up the Pharisee Talmudist attitude.
The Pharisees held that only Israelites are men. Gentiles classed not as men but as barbarians.
Note by Vasali. Laughing my ass off. Firstly, let's begin with the definition of the word barbarian. This is a Greek word, which refers to a person who is not Greek. Hence by definition, Jews are barbarians. Looks like whichever Jew wrote the Jewish Encyclopedia was just another stupid Jew. As for the claims that Jews are men, and not barbarians, this again is a laughable and delusional claim. As I stated at the start of this book, these beliefs that Jews are men is a classic sign of major cognitive impairment. Following is a description by Dio Cassius of Jewish behavior. I let you decide if the Jews are behaving like men or like animals.
Let me finish this quote. Actually, let me go back to the beginning here. This is astonishing. This is from his work, Roman History, his second century work. He says, the Jews were destroying both Greeks and Romans. They ate the flesh of their victims, made belts for themselves out of their entrails, and daubed themselves with their blood. In all, 220,000 men perished in Cyrene, and 240,000 in Cyprus. And for this reason, no Jew may set foot in Cyprus today. This is why they've been banned, not because of anti-Semitism, but because they're criminal bastards. That's why they've been banned over and over again in country after country, century after century, millennia after millennia.
Charles Giuliani didn't read the full passage. Following is the entire paragraph regarding this Jewish psychotic behavior.
Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Cyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head, and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood and wear their skins for clothing. Many they sawed in two, from the head downwards, others they gave to wild beasts, and still others they forced to fight as gladiators. In all 220,000 persons perished. In Egypt, too, they perpetrated many similar outrages, and in Cyprus, under the leadership of a certain Artemion. There, also, 240,000 perished, and for this reason no Jew may set foot on that island, but even if one of them is driven upon its shores by a storm he is put to death. Among others who subdued the Jews, was Lucius, who was sent by Trajan.
This was written 117 years after some Jews murdered Christ. There is no doubt that the Jews are barbarians. Hence the claims that Jews are men, and that Gentiles are barbarians, are simply not true and another example of Jewish lies. Remember that Jews began to lie and deceive 2,600 years ago, as I have detailed in part 2 of my video titled Corona Rothschild Protocols. Now, let's consider the intellectual aspects of Jews, and compare them to my ancestors. All you need to do is think about some of the main achievements of my ancestors, the ancient Greeks. Whilst the ancient Greeks were intellectually superior, the Jews were endlessly lying, deceiving, slandering and using any means necessary to steal from non-Jews, or to kill non-Jews. It doesn't take much intelligence to lie, but it does take a lot of intelligence to calculate the circumference of the Earth to within 99% accuracy. It also takes intelligence to design and build the world's first computer, known today as the Antikythera mechanism. My ancestors also knew that the Earth rotated around the Sun. These were achievements made by my ancestors, more than 2,300 years ago, along with more well-known achievements in the areas of mathematics, philosophy, medicine, science, buildings, such as the Parthenon, and much more. Meanwhile the Jews were thinking of who they will attack or kill next, so as to rob them of their goods. This is because Jews do not have the cognitive abilities, that is they are stupid, and hence must resort to violence and deception. Nothing has changed in the past 5,000 years. Remember that the Jews have been described as cutthroat bandits from over 5,200 years ago, as confirmed by the Egyptian hieroglyphs. The evidence for this fact can be found in 2 of my videos, the first being part 2 of my video titled Corona Rothschild Protocols, and the second being in the audiobook that I have uploaded titled The New Babylon, The Rothschild Empire, by Michael Collins Piper, which can be found on my BitChute and Rumble channels. Hence, every time you hear a Jew claiming that they are men, or humans, and that non-Jews are animals, you can be sure that the Jew is living in Fantasyland, as a result of Talmudic brainwashing from an early age, or they are lying. Any denial of these facts simply supports the findings that Jews have a significantly lower IQ, compared to Europeans, that is white people. And just in case you thought that the above description of Jewish behavior is outdated, listen carefully to the following clip, which describes what these Talmudic Jews, led by Rothschild, did to millions of innocent men, women and children, when Rothschild took control of Russia, almost 110 years ago. Don't be fooled in thinking that Jews are men. They are animals, even lower than barbarians.
You must understand, the leading Bolsheviks who took over Russia were not Russians. They hated Russians. They hated Christians. Driven by ethnic hatred, they tortured and slaughtered millions of Russians without a shred of human remorse. It cannot be overstated. Bolshevism committed the greatest human slaughter of all time. The fact that most of the world is ignorant and uncaring about this enormous crime is proof that the global media is in the hands of the perpetrators. This quote comes from Alexander Solzhenitsyn's book, 200 Years Together. The book is blacklisted in English-speaking countries, and no major publisher will touch it. After the banker-financed takeover in 1917, Russia became a vast monolithic killing field on a level not seen in the world before or since. Unbelievable horrors on an unimaginable scale took place in the ensuing years and decades as Christians, the middle and upper classes, and those who disagreed with the regime were wiped out. Joseph Stalin, the Georgian who was the de facto leader from the mid-1920s to his death in 1953, was, despite occasionally rocking the boat, subservient to the real power behind the Soviet Union. While While most of the victims died due to the lethal conditions of the gulags and engineered famines such as the Holodomor in the Ukraine, hellish orgies of murder and torture were also unleashed. Russia's population, today 143 million, is half or less of what it would have been had this satanic catastrophe not befallen them. This was all bankrolled in large part by Kuhn, Loeb and Company, which later became the Lehman Brothers. From the Hidden World, quote, "Priests were crucified and had their eyes gouged out and tongues cut off. Their churches were burned to the ground or turned into toilet houses or synagogues. Some of the victims were boiled alive. Others were placed in boxes with rats or had hot lead poured into their mouths. Babies were cut out of pregnant women and slaughtered in front of the mothers. Some victims had their stomachs cut open and their intestines nailed to a pole, and then were forced to run around the pole until their guts unraveled and they died. Sometimes the next day's victim was forced to watch. Children were tortured in front of their parents, women in front of their husbands." End quote. A former Soviet functionary named Mikhail Voslensky wrote about some of the methods of torture and murder in his book Nomenclature. Quote, "In Kharkov, people were scalped. In Voronezh, the torture victims were placed in barrels into which nails were hammered so that they stuck out on the inside, upon which the barrels were set rolling. A pentacle, usually a 5-pointed star formerly used in magic, was burned into the foreheads of the victims. In Tsartsin and Kamnishin, the hands of victims were amputated with a saw. In Poltava and Kremenchug, the victims were impaled. In Odessa, they were roasted alive in ovens or ripped into pieces. In Kiev, the victims were placed in coffins with a decomposing body and buried alive, only to be dug up again after half an hour. May their memory never be forgotten."
Further on, and misusing scripture shamelessly and characteristically, the scriptural lines about God shining are misinterpreted to mean that God shined his laws to Moses on all the nations, but since only the Israelites accepted them,
he withdrew his shining legal protection from them and transferred their property rights to Israel.
Then
it follows that the Gentiles were accepted from the general civil laws of Moses.
Talmud law from the book of Baba Kama, regarding ox goring, is then cited. Here Moses is flouted. He taught again and again that the stranger is to be treated the same as the homeborn, or the Israelites.
"The stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and thou shalt love him as thyself, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in metayard, in weight, or in measure."
The quote is from Leviticus 19:34-35.
"Love ye therefore the stranger."
The quote is from Deuteronomy 10:19. Numbers 9:14, 15:29.
"One law and one manner shall be for you, and for the stranger that sojourneth with you."
Numbers 15:15-16, 29. Bear in mind that the oral law, or the traditions of the Pharisees, as recorded in the Talmud, completely reverses each teaching of Moses, who time and again taught that the non-Israelite, the stranger, must be treated, be loved, as oneself. No wonder Christ said,
"The Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, and by their tradition make the commandments of God of none effect."
The quote is from Matthew 15:3, 6, Mark 7:13. The Jewish Encyclopedia reference noted above states that
the Pharisees held that only Israelites are men. Gentiles they classed not as men but as barbarians.
After the word men in the above passage, you will note in the original,
quoting the prophet, "Ye my flock, the flock of my pasture are men."
With Ezekiel 34:31 given as the biblical, and Baba Meziah 108b, c. Bab Meziah 114b, as the Talmudic basis for this abhorrent doctrine. The Ezekiel verse ends the 34th chapter, a parable about good and bad cattle, promised justice and a redeemer, being addressed as a flock.
"And I will judge between cattle and cattle. And I will set up one shepherd over them, even my servant David."
Christ the whole ending with the explanation of the parable.
"And ye my flock are men and I am your God, saith the Lord God."
However, the Talmud invents and adds to the above words in a Baba Meziah 108b c. Baba Meziah 114b passage not reproduced here.
Only ye are designated as men.
This Ezekiel verse is a popular quotation in the Talmud, always misused to infer that Talmudists are men but non-Talmudists are on the level of mere beasts or cattle. The Baba Meziah passage is about the graves of Gentiles which rank like the graves of animals.
The graves of Gentiles do not defile.
Is the edict based upon this same Ezekiel verse?
Ye my flock of men.
And reference is made to Numbers 19:14, which lays out the rule that when a man has died in his tent, those who come into the tent are suspect for 7 days, as they may have perhaps caught a communicable disease, which killed the deceased. But that rule does not apply to Gentiles. They do not rank as human carcasses. The sage who mouths this last choice thought is the above-mentioned Rabbi Simeon ben Yohai. The information is from Talmud, page 651, Sonsino edition, Book of Baba Meziah, 114a-114b.
Articles lost by Gentiles.
According to the Talmud Book of Baba Kama, a lost article need not be restored to a heathen, that is, non-Jew. The Talmud always quotes the Bible in order to reverse it. Here Moses's admonition about returning lost articles, whether or not one knew the brother who had lost them, is cited once again to justify the reverse. Elsewhere in the Talmud, returning a lost article to a non-Jew is stated to be a sin.
Wine touched by Gentiles.
Wine touched by a non-Jew would be poisoned and unfit to drink, from the contact alone. So, in the first Talmud English translation Rodkinson, we see that the matter of using the wine after thieves had broken into a house, and who might have touched it, is taken up with the rabbi,
who allowed the wine to be used, on the ground that the majority of thieves in that city are Jews.
In a similar case that occurred in Nehardia, Samuel 2, a top sage
allowed the wine.
Both of these Babylonian towns of Pumbeditha and Nehardia were Talmud Kabbalah centers for centuries.
Gentiles cast in a pit.
The Talmudic sages even provide reasons for letting a Gentile die in a pit. In general, according to the Talmud Book of Avodah Zarah, non-Jews are not to be thrown down a pit to die. That would make bad feelings against Jews, except in the case of minim Christians, apostates from Talmudism, and informers about the Jewish religion. These
may be cast in and need not be brought up.
However, the same Talmud reference notes that, for payment,
one is obliged to bring them up on account of ill feeling.
But another sage, a bey, is referred to as urging.
He could offer such excuses as, I have to run to my boy who is standing on the roof, or, I have to keep my appointment at the court.
Then, presumably, the Gentile should be happy to die in the pit and no blame could be attached to the Jew. In a footnote, reference is made to the Talmud, Avodah Zarah 13b, where it is reiterated.
As to idolaters, even throw them in.
That is, if they are Christians, or minim. Note, the exact wording can be found in Avodah Zarah 26b. Reference is also made to the Talmud, Sanhedrin 57a, c. Sanhedrin 57b, where, ridiculously, sentencing non-Jews to death with only one witness, even a relative, is permitted. Don't try to use your intelligence at this point. Genesis 9:5 is cited. There, God is ordering men not to eat living animals.
Surely your blood of your lives will I require.
However, according to the Talmud, the reason why only one witness need testify against a non-Jew to cause him to be put to death is twisted thus.
The interpretation is based on the use of the singular, I will require.
Thus, God not being plural, witnesses need not be plural. In Talmudism, the Bible is used as a grab bag to justify the whited sepulchre of Pharisaism referred to by Christ.
Non-Jews, the people who are like an ass.
The utterly mad way in which the Bible is tossed about to make a whited sepulchre for Talmudic Babylonian filth and criminality is illustrated by the Talmud, Kethuboth 111a. A reach here, and a grab there, and the Pharisee sages make their own satanic meaning out of unrelated scriptural verses, plays on words, and other childish devices. We thus see in Exhibit 148.
It is written, unto the people upon it, and elsewhere it is written, abide ye here with the ass, which may be rendered, people that are like an ass, slaves who are considered the property of the master.
This is linked to Isaiah 42:5 in a footnote. Isaiah 42:5 in actuality refers to God as
He that spread forth the earth, he that giveth breath unto the people upon it.
And which has nothing to do with what is in the Talmud. The reference is to the Gentile Canaanite, the
Canaanite bondwoman.
The source given by the Talmud for the phrase,
abide ye here with the ass,
is Genesis 22:5, which actually concerns Abraham going off to pray.
And Abraham said unto his young men, abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again unto you.
Which once again has nothing whatsoever to do with the anti-Gentile doctrine above. Sly little verses are put in as a code in the above, such as,
now according to Eliezer, who based his view on Ezekiel 26:20.
This Bible verse actually refers to the fall of Tyre, with a fate such as the Talmudists wish to inflict on Gentiles.
I shall bring thee down with them that descend into the pit in the lower parts of the earth.
Always make money.
The Talmud book of Avodah Zarah, which concerns relations with the non-Jew, is a series of contortions aimed to keep the human Jew separate from the non-human Gentile, while still making money off the Gentile. Christians in particular are designated as idolaters, with Jesus as the idol. A Mishnah of Avodah Zarah 11b12a attempts to circumvent the question of how to go to an idolatrous festival and do business without technically being there at all. A long-winded exposition about the road leading to it is ludicrous.
If the road leads solely to that place, it is forbidden, but if one can go by it to any other place, it is permitted.
Of course, a road which went only one place would only be outside of one place. Every road goes past one place after another, or it is not a road at all. But the essence of it all is this.
The sages should not mind the possibility of receiving money of an idolater.
A footnote follows to confuse the non-Jewish reader.
Gentiles are beasts.
The Torah, that is, Talmud, outlawed the issue of a Gentile as that of a beast.
The quote is from Ezekiel 23:20 being given as the basis. This Bible chapter actually likens the whoring Judah and Israel kingdoms to two sisters, Aholah and Aholibah, both prostitutes, the grossness of whose paramours is likened to that of asses and their illegitimate offspring to the issue of horses. Public mass sex perversions, sadism, and child-burning voodoo practices of these sex worshippers, in which offspring were spawned, was the subject of Ezekiel's lambasting. He promised the Judites the same fate their sister, whore, the Israel kingdom, had experienced at the hand of God for the same crimes, the Assyrians having killed and deported the 10-tribe kingdom in 721 BC. The amazing hypocrisy of Talmudic Judaism is that while condoning or endorsing such execrable practices as the burning of children to Molech, sodomy, rape, incest, murder or perjury, sins condemned by the Bible, biblical condemnation for the perpetrators voiced by Ezekiel and other prophets, as in Isaiah 57:3-5 and elsewhere, as distorted by Talmudists and turned instead against the anti-Talmudists who condemn such sins. Small wonder Christ so excoriated and denounced Pharisaism.
Non-Jews, no property rights.
The Talmud teaches that non-Jews have no property rights. Their possessions are
like unclaimed land in the desert.
See Jewish Encyclopedia. The illustration is given of the 4th century notable Rabbi Ashi who, knowing this, acted accordingly and gave an adroit and evasive answer, when questioned by the Gentile owner of a vineyard who overheard Ashi tell his slave to go into his vineyard and get him some grapes if the vineyard belonged to a Gentile, but not to take any if the owner be a Jew.
Is it permitted to take from a Gentile?
The owner asked. Ashi's evasive answer is given with the explanation that
in truth Ashi coincided with the opinion of the authority stated above, namely, that Gentile property is considered public property, like unclaimed land in the desert.
The Talmudic authority which holds that Gentile property is like unclaimed land in the desert is the Talmud book of Baba Bathra, folio 54b, there cited. The passage actually appears on page 222 of the Cincino edition.
Rab Judah said in the name of Samuel, the property of a heathen is on the same footing as desert land, whoever first occupies it acquires ownership.
Gentiles must not rest, even on Mondays.
There are no labor union laws for Gentiles under Talmudic, religious, doctrine. The Jewish Encyclopedia states, quoting the Talmud, Sanhedrin 58b.
A Gentile observing the Sabbath deserves death. Not even on Mondays is the Gentile allowed to rest, probably to discourage general idleness.
Another passage, not reproduced, page 399 of the Talmud, Cincino edition, states,
a heathen who keeps a day of rest deserves death. Their prohibition is their death sentence.
One wonders how these so-called people of the book could ring the Bible in on that. However, after the word death in the above quotation from the Talmud is this.
For it is written, and a day and a night they shall not rest, Genesis 8:22.
But here is the actual Genesis verse.
While the earth remaineth, seedtime and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
No bearing whatsoever. The above Talmudic precepts are certainly at variance with the 4th of the 10 Commandments, concerning the Sabbath day, in which this appears.
Thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
The quote is from Exodus 20:10. Obviously a stranger would be a human being, and even cattle get to rest on the Sabbath, under the commandment. However, under Judaism, Gentiles rank even lower than cattle. And, this twisting of the Bible by the Pharisaical Judaists once again illustrates how they follow Moses in reverse.
Goring one's ox.
The Jewish Encyclopedia makes reference to the laws of Moses, Exodus 21, 35-36 Hebrews, providing for payment of damages if a man's ox gores and kills a neighbor's ox, but states,
Here the Gentile is accepted as he is not a neighbor.
Perhaps the saying about right and wrong depending upon whose ox is gored originates with the Talmud, Baba, 37b, which in any event aptly summarizes the doctrine of all Talmudism in terms of injury done by oxen. Thus, if a Canaanite's, Gentiles, ox gores another Canaanite's ox, or an Israelite's ox, gores that of another Israelite, damages must be paid. But, if an Israelite's ox gores the ox of a non-Jew, or Canaanite, there is no liability. It makes no difference whether the animal was or was not fierce, or a menace, which should have been kept shut up. Injury done to the property of a non-human Canaanite, by the property of a human is held to be perfectly legitimate. After all, one does not reimburse non-humans for their loss of property.
In lawsuits, cheat the Gentile.
The Jewish Encyclopedia states,
The Mishnah declares that if a Gentile sued an Israelite, the verdict is for the defendant, the Jew. If the Israelite is the plaintiff, he obtains full damages.
The Talmud, Book of Baba Kama, 4th chapter and 3rd Mishnah, is then cited, which deals with ox goring being acceptable if the ox belongs to a Jew and gores the ox of a non-Jew. And in Baba Kama, folio 113b, not reproduced, page 664 of Cincino edition, is this.
Where a suit arises between an Israelite and a heathen, if you can justify the former according to the laws of Israel, justify him and say, This is our law, so also if you can justify him by the laws of the heathens, justify him and say to the other party, This is your law, but if this cannot be done, we use subterfuges to circumvent him.
Rabbi Akiba warns, however, against these subterfuges when there is a danger of exposing the true nature of Talmudic law, it being called a danger to the sanctification of the name of the Jewish God and religion. The same Talmud reference continues.
Now, according to Rabbi Akiba, the whole reason appears to be because of the sanctification of the name, but were there no infringement of the sanctification of the name, we could circumvent him.
The quote is from Baba Kama 113b. A Gentile must not be taught the Torah, that is Talmudic precepts, because to reveal their laws to Gentiles might have operated against the Jews in their opponents' courts, states the Jewish Encyclopedia. Furthermore, notes the same authority, a Jew who teaches a Gentile the Torah deserves death.
Gentiles must suffer to make Jews the Messiah.
Although some Jews look for a warlord type of individual to help place Jewry on the throne of the world, the actual view of Judaism is that the Jewish people themselves comprise the Messiah, and their reign is the messianic reign actually foretold for Christ in the Bible. The tribulation foretold to precede the reign of Christ, in which Satanism strives to subdue the world, is scoffed at by the Talmud and called fictitious. Babylonian power will not fall, says Judaism. The tribulation will be but
the throes of Mother Zion, which is in labor to bring forth the Messiah, without metaphor, the Jewish people.
The quote is from the Talmud, Kethuboth 111a. In other words, to call the Jewish people the Messiah is no metaphor, they are literally just that, they are the Messiah, says the Talmud.
Note by Vasili. Following is a description of an event which Michael Collins Piper experienced, which confirms this psychological problem that Jews suffer.
But if you look at historic and respected Jewish writings by Jewish clergymen, by the rabbis, by Jewish historians, by people writing favorably of the Jews, often on the Jewish payroll, the point is made very, very clear that Jews really don't believe that they are just like everybody else.
That's right.
They don't believe that. Now, they want you to believe that they believe that, but that's just not true. Now, that doesn't mean that if I go down the street here and find a Jewish shopkeeper and pull him aside and say, what do you think about this matter or that matter, that he truly in his own mind necessarily believes that. But as a group think, to use, I think that's an old psychological term here, but as group think, the Jews do indeed think this. I relate in the book. There's a Jewish chap I've known for years. He's a very familiar figure here on Capitol Hill in Washington. And I became acquainted with him through some people who knew him in some of the bars and restaurants up here. And he knows my positions on these things. And I was chatting with him one time. We were walking down the street, and I said to him, how would you define Judaism? Now, his answer astounded me. His answer was very short and to the point. He said, self-worship. Now, I stopped at this, and I said to him, I said, based upon my study of Judaism and Jewish people and Jewish history, and I don't mean to make myself out to be a scholar or an intellect. I'm just talking about a lot of reading over the years, a lot of books. I have a very big personal library. I said to him, yeah, I think that's a fair description from my perspective. What's kind of funny, I mentioned this to him maybe 6 months later, and he was somewhat taken aback that he had said that to me. And he almost denied it. And then he said, he didn't deny it. He said, did I say that? And I said, oh, yes, you did say that. And I said, I thought that was a remarkably honest answer. And this had been my own impression of Judaism, that while many people think that Judaism is kind of like a big brother to Christianity, that Judaism and Christianity are kind of one and the same. They are absolutely not.
A passage in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 98b, records the exulting words of the Pharisee rabbis.
The Jews are destined to eat their fill in the days of Messiah.
Above these words is this.
When the ox runs and falls, the horse is put into his stall.
Which is explained thus.
It will be difficult to remove the Gentiles from their position without inflicting much suffering. And then, the years of plenty which the Messiah will usher in will be enjoyed by the Israelites.
Bear in mind, once again, that the pagan Babylonian Talmudists have always stolen the biblical names which should designate the followers of the Holy One of Israel Christ, and who believe in him and in the Israel prophets who foretold him. Biblically and as previously noted, they are the sex-worshipping Gentiles, and we are spiritually Israel. But for better understanding of matters discussed herein, let them reverse these terms. Of course, as more fully set out elsewhere in this book, the Congregation of Israel was never a racial entity, any more than is Catholicism or Protestantism. The Bible testifies to that. A Talmud passage reads,
A Min, Christian, said to Rabbi Abahu, when will the Messiah come? He replied, when darkness covers those people, alluding to the questioner and his companions. You curse me, he exclaimed.
Concerning the darkness, it is also stated,
The cock said to the bat, I look forward to the light, because I have sight, but of what use is the light to thee?
And all this is explained in a footnote.
Thus Israel should hope for the redemption, because it will be a day of light to them, but why should the Gentiles, seeing that for them it will be a day of darkness?
Gentile babies defile.
Sodomy is an accepted privilege in Judaistic Talmudism, and we learn from the Talmud, Avodah Zarah, 36b, 37a, that the exception may be if the subject is a Gentile baby, and then only on the ground of alleged defilement. The sages decree that a heathen child causes defilement by seminal emission, so that an Israelite child should not become accustomed to commit pederasty, that is sodomy, with him. Then a harangue commences as to the age when a heathen child starts defiling by discharges which, in fact, are only possible after adolescence. The standard idiotic Talmud doctrine is then repeated that a male is capable of the sexual act at 9 years and 1 day, and a female from the age of 3 years and 1 day. From those ages on they can defile the Jew, goes the argument in this passage.
Swearing falsely, the Kol Nidara.
The Bible teaches,
And ye shall not swear by name falsely, neither lie one to another, I am the Lord.
The quote is from Leviticus 19:11, 12, etc. One of the handiest devices provided by the Talmudic sages to offset Moses's laws against swearing falsely is found in the Talmud book of Nedarim, vows, and is put into practice yearly in every synagogue across the world as the Kol Nidri, all vows. The text of the Kol Nidri may be found in the Jewish Encyclopedia. 3 times the cantor, to a tune that sounds like the melodious grief of all ages, pompously intones the words.
To say it is meaningless is to use words lightly. The Kol Nidra is a Jewish prayer, named from its opening words, all vows, Kol Nidra. It is based on the declaration of the Talmud, he who wishes that his vows and oaths shall have no value, stand up at the beginning of the year and say, all vows which I shall make during the year shall be of no value. It would be pleasant to be able to declare that this is merely one of the curiosities of the darkness which covers the Talmud. But the fact is that Kol Nidra is not only an ancient curiosity, it is also a modern practice. In the volume of revised festival prayers, published in 1919 by the Hebrew Publishing Company, New York, the prayer appears in its fullness. All vows, obligations, oaths, or anathemas, pledges of all names, which we have vowed, sworn, devoted, or bound ourselves to from this day of atonement until the next day of atonement, whose arrival we hope for in happiness. We repent aforehand of them all. They shall all be deemed absolved, forgiven, annulled, void, and made of no effect. They shall not be binding, not have any power. The vows shall not be reckoned vows. The obligations shall not be obligatory, nor the oaths considered as oaths.
The confirming reply of the congregation is typical of blasphemous Judaistic misuse of the Bible. 3 times a verse from Numbers is chanted. It actually concerns the duty of a congregation which has violated the laws of God, in ignorance, to repent, and states,
"And it shall be forgiven, all the congregation of Israel, and the stranger that sojourneth among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance."
The quote is from Numbers 15:26. Here is a typical Talmudic situation. Knowingly, in advance, every shred of truth is to be cast away, with religious support. A scriptural verse of no relevance whatsoever is used as justification. With the Jewish Kol Nidri, not only is there no repentance involved, as in the Bible itself, but forthright, blatant disavowal and annulment of solemn oaths an entire year in advance. The text of the Kol Nidri also appears in the Talmud, Book of Nedarim, 23a. The Talmud Mishnah states,
"Every vow which I may make in the future shall be null. His vows are then invalid providing that he remembers this at the time of the vow."
The Kol Nidri is repeated on the following page. Discounting the irrelevant filler about a man eating with his friend, we see in a footnote.
This may have provided support for the custom of reciting Kol Nidre, a formula for dispensation of vows, prior to the evening service of the Day of Atonement. But Kol Nidre as part of the ritual is later than the Talmud, as the law of revocation in advance was not made public.
However, this advanced disavowal of oaths, and sanction of perjury, did become known at various times. The Jewish Encyclopedia account concerning Kol Nidri relates how this practice of revoking all vows to be made, a year in advance, was used in European countries to bar the oath of a Jew as of no value. Contemporaneously, however, as we have been in ignorance of the Kol Nidri and what it means, such oaths, no matter how valueless, are foolishly accepted in our courts.
Robbery, stealing, murder, approved against Gentiles.
The chief repository of the criminal law of the Talmud, together with Makoth, which means beatings, is the Book of Sanhedrin. The non-human status of the non-Jew so far as legal or human rights are concerned is reiterated in Sanhedrin 57a. A footnote explains that the Talmudist censor inserted the word Kuthian in the text for the word goy or Gentile, thus deceiving a possible non-Jewish reader as to the real meaning. To quote,
"With respect to robbery, if one stole or robbed, by secret stealing, or by open violence, or seized a beautiful woman, or committed similar offenses, if these were perpetrated by one Kuthin against another, the theft, etc., must not be kept, and likewise the theft of an Israelite by a Kuthin, but that of a Kuthin by an Israelite may be retained."
Sufficient filler is then inserted in the footnotes to confuse the goy reader with a reference to the footnote concerning Baba, 37b. There, the false supposition that non-Jews have no laws of social justice is said to justify an inhuman standard of immorality taught by the ox-goring Talmud reference previously mentioned herein, a standard repeated elsewhere throughout the whole Talmud. On murder of Gentiles.
For murder, whether of a Kuthin by a Kuthin or of an Israelite by a Kuthin, punishment is incurred, but of a Kuthin by an Israelite, there is no death penalty.
The same doctrine abides throughout the whole Talmud. Glancing at the Jewish Encyclopedia section on Gentiles, we see that Rabbi Simon ben Yohai's edict is,
"The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed."
Elsewhere, 3.5 large pages are devoted to this rabbi, whose black magic voodoo is venerated by the Kabbalists in Talmudism. See Jewish Encyclopedia under Simeon ben Yohai.
Cheating a Gentile out of wages.
Exhibit 58 reproduces other Talmudic, religious, teachings about Gentiles. Applying it to
withholding of a laborer's wage. One Kuthin from another, or a Kuthin from an Israelite, is forbidden, but an Israelite from a Kuthin is permitted.
Says the Talmud text. Illustrating the twisted and tortured thinking of the Talmud sages, a footnote states,
"This only borders on a robbery, for actual robbery means depriving a person of what he already possesses."
So, if a laborer never gets his wages, he cannot be robbed of what he never received. The shyster mind, at work.
Sodomy and killing a Gentile.
Sanhen 58b of the Talmud states that sodomy or unnatural connection is permitted to a Jew, and permits sodomy with a neighbor's wife. It also teaches that
if a heathen smites a Jew, he is worthy of death.
Then follows.
Rabbi Hanina also said, he who smites an Israelite on the jaw, is as though he had thus assaulted the divine presence.
By turning one word into another, and without rhyme or reason picking out a verse in Proverbs 20:25.
It is a snare to the man who devoureth that which is holy.
The precept is somehow then evolved that
one who smiteth man, that is an Israelite, attacketh the Holy One.
Throughout the Talmud, it is basic Pharisee teaching that only Pharisee Jews are men.
Note by Vasali, laughing my ass off. There is no such thing as a Jewish man. Further to my earlier note on this Jewish delusion, it is clear that Jews are animals and pussies. For example, these animals, barbarically and stupidly cut the skin off a baby Jew's penis. This is why all Jews have a small and short penis. It is a result of a homosexual pedophile rabbi, who cuts the skin of the small penis with his teeth. For this reason alone, it is impossible for any Jew to be a real man. Having a small penis is probably part of the reason why both male and female Jews have so many mental issues. The male Jewish animals have a small penis and hence are less of a man, resulting in the Jewish women lacking the advantage of being with a real man. Jews are physically inferior also. Look at sporting events, which require high testosterone levels, being the ultimate markers of a man. This is why we never see Jews winning in any sporting event, especially those requiring high testosterone, unless of course they cheat. Additionally, Europeans are 6 points more intelligent than Jews, as commented above, and we are civilized, which explains why we are not animals. But the male Jews do have something more powerful than the male non-Jews, and that is their voice. This is inversely proportional to the size of their balls and penis. That is, the smaller their balls and penis, the more they talk. They are, simply put, a bunch of pussies. Male Jews can spin an endless amount of crap. Hence, if the Talmud wants to contain a grain of truth, as opposed to Jewish fantasies, then the Talmud should be amended to read that Pharisee Jews are a bunch of pussies just like all the other Jews.
Kill the Gentile who studies the Torah.
A heathen who studies the Torah deserves death. It is our inheritance, not theirs. He is as guilty as one who violates a betrothed maiden.
This is sound Talmudic thinking, since knowledge of the anti-human criminality of the Talmud Torah must inevitably put non-Jews on their guard. The footnote explains.
This seems a very strong expression. It is suggested that Rabbi Yohanan feared the knowledge of Gentiles in matters of jurisprudence, as they would use it against the Jews in their opponents' courts. The Talmud places our Yohanan's dictum immediately after the passage dealing with the setting up of law courts by Gentiles.
It is further explained that study of the oral law Talmud is what is feared, and that the same R. Yohanan said.
God's covenant with Israel was only for the sake of the oral law, that is Talmud.
Accidental killing of Jews.
The overall Talmudic philosophy is that killing Gentiles is no more serious than merely killing wild animals. Suppose, however, a Jew intends killing a Gentile, and accidentally kills a Jew. Is he criminally liable? By Talmud standards, the attempt to kill a Gentile so sanctifies a Jew that if he kills another, human, or Jew, in the attempt, the sin is washed away and there is no penalty. The core of a long harangue in Sanhedrin, 78b-79a, is that if a Jew
intended killing a heathen and he killed an Israelite, he is not liable.
See the Mishnah. After typical twaddle, this is repeated in the Gemara. However, if he intended killing one Israelite and killed another, he is liable. On the next page of Sanhedrin, and weighing the purity of the killer's heart, it states if a Jew
threw a stone into a company of Israelites and heathens, shall we say the company consisted of 9 heathens and 1 Israelite, his non-liability can be inferred from the fact that the majority were heathens, even if half and half. Since we do not know whether he aimed at an Israelite or a heathen, he is not liable.
A footnote confirms that this verse under discussion teaches that the murderer is not liable. The American public has been drenched with propaganda concerning brotherhood between Christians and Jews, and Jew and non-Jew. Such propaganda could never be effective if the true nature of Talmudic Judaism were known.
Chapter 5. Talmudic immorality, asininity and pornography, the reprobate mind.
St. Paul, who had been a Pharisee, often bores Christians, who do not know what he was arguing about, in his discourses haranguing Pharisees. But one familiar with the Talmud can appreciate his diatribe against the uncleanness of those
who changed the truth of God into a lie,
and,
professing themselves to be wise, they became fools.
Until
God gave them over to a reprobate mind, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness.
The quote is from Romans 1:22, 25, 28. Of the sacred Talmudic teachings of the sages, preserved since 500 AD, and taught more widely today than ever before in Talmud Torah schools in the USA, perhaps nothing better illustrates fools with reprobate minds than the teaching in the Talmud book of Yebamoth that spittle on the top of the bed curtain proves that a wife has been guilty of adultery, as only lying down face upwards could she have spit up on it. Spitting several feet straight up. The Talmud states,
when a peddler leaves a house and the woman within is fastening her sinner, breech cloth. If spittle is found on the upper part of the curtained bed she must, said Rabbi, go.
Footnote.
Even if there were no witnesses that misconduct took place.
Further footnote.
Only the woman lying face upwards could have spat on the spot. Intercourse may, therefore, be suspected.
From a roof.
The Talmud book of Yebamoth also concerns the duty to marry a brother's widow who is childless. 2 volumes of junk and obscenity for its own sake carry the title, Yebamoth. Another illustration of the reprobate mind is the teaching that, Yebamoth 54a, if a man falls from a roof, and his fall resulted in accidental insertion, as Ebamoth 54a footnote.
When in a state of erection the lever fell from a raised bench upon his sister-in-law who happened to be below.
Here the great Talmudic saint, Rashi is cited as authority.
His commentary on the Talmud is a consummate masterpiece, a remarkable and gigantic work.
Says the 1943 Universal Jewish Encyclopedia. Rashi was born in Troyes, France, 1040, and died there in 1105. The above Talmud passage is not reproduced here. It is in Yebamoth 53b to 54a, page 356 of the Cincino edition, and continues the above with the responsibility of a levier, or brother-in-law, when, for instance, his intention was intercourse with his wife and his sister-in-law seized him and he cohabited with her. Yebamoth 54a, the passage is merely an excuse to indulge the reprobate mind in uncleanness. Romans 1:28, is it any wonder that Christ likened Pharisees to unseen graves, Luke 11, and whited sepulchres, Matthew 23.
Bestiality.
Although Moses commanded that if a woman have intercourse with a beast, both should be killed, Leviticus 20:16, and that a priest must not marry a harlot or woman who is profane, Leviticus 21:7, the Talmud teaches that
unnatural intercourse does not cause a woman to be forbidden to marry a high priest.
Since then,
you will find no woman eligible.
The quote is from the Talmud book of Yebamoth, folios 59a to 59b. Rulings of the sages follow.
A woman who had intercourse with a beast is eligible to marry a priest, even a high priest.
Unless specifically warned in advance and the act seen by 2 witnesses, she is acceptable also. If she had intercourse with a dog while sweeping the floor, she is likewise reckoned to be pure and suitable. 4.
The result of such intercourse being regarded as a mere wound, and the opinion that does not regard an accidentally injured hymen as a disqualification does not regard such as intercourse either.
This alone gives a fair idea of the systematic deformation of Scripture by the Pharisees and the truthfulness of Christ's denunciations about their making God's commandments of none effect by their tradition. The information is from Matthew 15:6.
Babies.
Baby boys may always be used as subjects for sodomy by grown men, according to the Talmud. The Pharisaic subterfuge here is that until a child reaches sexual maturity, capable of sexual intercourse, he or she does not rank as a person, hence biblical laws against sodomy, pederasty, do not apply.
Note by Vasali. Now I understand why the majority of the pedophiles are Jews. This also explains why in some countries, it is illegal to publicly announce the name of a pedophile. Imagine if we knew the names of all the pedophiles, and linked them to their religion. Undoubtedly the findings would be that the majority of the pedophiles are Jews. So next time you hear about a pedophile being caught, you can be sure that it is a Jew, who is practicing their religion, and hence should be punished by the child's parents. Also, this explains why Jews are behind the worldwide child trafficking.
Throughout the Talmud, 9 years and 1 day is the fictitious age of male maturity. Likewise, under 9 years and 1 day, the first stage of intercourse of a boy with the mother, or any grown woman, is harmless, Talmudically. Shammai, to seem more strict, lowers the age to 8 years in some cases, from Sanhedrin 69b of the Talmud. A long harangue about the amount of the ketubah, that is, payment if divorced, a woman gets if her virginity was removed by a young boy, fills Kethubath 11b of the Talmud. And here, the foul mother may be reckoned pure, depending on the age of the child. Such degrading use of children was typical of paganism throughout the ancient world.
When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, that is, less than 3 years old, it is as if one puts the finger into the eye. Tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years.
The quote is from Kethuboth 11b of the Talmud. This is the standard doctrine of the whole Talmud on baby girls. Sodomy and intercourse with babies is the prerogative of the adult Talmudic man, in contrast to Christ's beautiful teachings concerning little children. The following is also typical concerning the fictitious age of sexual maturity of baby girls set by the Pharisee sages.
A maiden aged 3 years and 1 day may be acquired in marriage by coition.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 55b, Sanhedrin 69a and 69b, Yebamoth 57b, and Yebamoth 60b, also Niddah 44b. Baby girls of 3 can invoke sadistic punishments on those who have intercourse with them when they are niddas, that is, menstruating, a physical impossibility, of course. The information is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 55b, Sanhedrin 69a. And, at 3, a baby girl is always rated as
one who is fit for cohabitation, that is, one who has attained the age of 3 years and 1 day.
The quote is from Talmud, Yebamoth 60b. But, in the case of a baby girl who is not Jewish born, or a so-called proselyte, she may be married, thus by a grown priest.
A proselyte who is under the age of 3 years and 1 day is permitted to marry a priest.
Although
one who is fit for cohabitation,
as stated on the same page, is
one who has attained the age of 3 years and 1 day.
This Talmud Yebamoth passage continues with the ruling in the case of a baby under 3 married to a grown man priest, and declared eligible to continue as his wife. The baby girl was a proselyte, of course, so age did not matter. But, under 11 years and 1 day, a little girl
carries on her marital intercourse in the usual manner.
The quote is from Yebamoth 12b of the Talmud. Adultery is permitted with the wife of a minor, and wife of a non-Jew. The pretense is that a minor not being a man yet, and the non-Jew having non-human status, Talmudically, the biblical law does not apply. Thus, once again do the Pharisees make the commandments of God of none effect, as Christ said. The information is from Matthew 15:6, Mark 7:13.
Incest.
Moses ordered the priests that
they shall not take a wife that is a whore, or profane, for he is holy unto his God.
The quote is from Leviticus 21:7.
The nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover, she is thy mother.
The quote is from Leviticus 18:7. And in the Talmud the Pharisee sages reverse these biblical injunctions.
If a woman sported lewdly with her young son, a minor, and he committed the first stage of cohabitation with her, Beth Shammai say, he thereby renders her unfit to the priesthood.
Here a footnote explains that she could not marry a priest, if this made her profane, and the above Leviticus 21:7 is cited precisely. We then learn that the dispute concerns only the age of the son, not the lewdness of the foul mother.
All agree that the connection of a boy aged 9 years and 1 day is a real connection, whilst that of one less than 8 years is not.
Footnote states,
so that if he was 9 years and a day or more, Beth Hillel agree that she is invalidated from the priesthood, whilst if he was less than 8, Beth Shammai agree that she is not.
Here silliness reigns supreme, and one understands why Christ called the Pharisees fools and blind.
Beth Shammai maintaining, we must base our ruling on the earlier generations.
The footnote states,
when a boy of that age could cause conception. But Hillel holds that we do not.
The supposition that boys became fathers at 8 is the silly excuse for the Shammai school to argue that the boy must be under 8 to leave the mother pure. The standard throughout the Jewish Talmud is that a little boy becomes a person, sexually mature, at 9 years and 1 day, another asininity. The whole argument strains at the gnat of age and swallows the camel of incest between mother and son. Matthew 23:24.
Incest with Lot.
The Bible tells us that after the destruction of Sodom with all of its inhabitants, except Lot and his 2 daughters who took refuge in a cave,
the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in, and lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose.
The next night the same events took place for the younger.
Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father.
The quote is from Genesis 19:31-8. The abominating tribes of Moabiteg and Ammonites were the products of these 2 sons, at first spared, then demolished by the 4th king of Judah, Jehoshaphat. 11 Chronicles 20. But the Talmudic sages take anything but a critical view of this incest.
A man should always be as alert as possible to perform a precept, for as a reward for anticipating the younger by one night, the elder daughter of Lot was privileged to appear in the genealogical record of the royal household of Israel 4 generations earlier.
The quote is from Nazir 23b-24a of the Talmud.
Nieces.
The Jewish press in 1954 reported attempts to alter state laws so as to legalize marriages between uncle and niece, which is common in rabbinical circles. The Bible prohibits marriages between uncles and aunts, and with nieces and nephews, as incest. The information is from Leviticus 18:13-14. Under Talmudic Eugenics, in Barron's, A Social and Religious History of the Jews, Jewish Publication Society, 1952, is this on incest.
In Egypt, the Ptolemaic rulers themselves, for the most part, married their own sisters. In Parthia, Persia, marriages between parents and children were valid, and those among brothers and sisters were quite customary. The Parsi religion encouraged such marriages as the fittest means of preserving family purity.
Compare Yasna 12:9.
Artaxerxes II had married his 2 daughters, and Mithridates I had married his mother. Ardiaviras is said to have married his 7 sisters.
Page 229, Volume 11. This was not harmful, we are told.
On one point, particularly, Roman law differed from Jewish marriages between an uncle and a niece. We recall that both Rabbi Eliezer and Abba married nieces, as did Rabbi Jose the Galilean. Rabbi Ishmael made a special effort to overrule his vow, not to marry his own niece, and to make the niece more attractive to him by improving her teeth.
Moses commanded in God's name, that a woman should not marry her uncle, or a man his aunt. The information is from Leviticus 18:14. Nevertheless, today these people of the book are striving to modify American state laws against such marriages, and have actually been successful in some states, on the ground that their religion requires such latitude.
Harlots and dogs.
The creative powers were worshipped in all ancient pagan countries as the procreative powers of male and female, with sex rights to match. Men who became priests to the female goddess Venus, Mylida, Astarte, or by whatever name, in a wild orgy of drugged frenzy, would castrate themselves with sacred swords, and then contribute part of their earnings, as sodomists, to the upkeep of the pagan cult and temple, and would train, sell and rent dogs, for immoral purposes. Girls who became priestesses to the pagan temples, earned their keep, and contributed to a cult's upkeep through their earnings as sacred prostitutes. But Moses taught that the worship of God was not to be maintained on such earnings.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog, into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow, for even both of these are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 23:18. The Talmud, citing Deuteronomy 23:19, makes this out of the ruling.
There is not adultery in connection with an animal, because it is written, Thou shalt not bring the hire of a harlot or the wages of a dog, etc., and it has been taught, the hire of a dog and the wages of a harlot are permissible, as it is said, even both of these are an abomination unto the Lord. The 2 specified in the text are abominations but not 4.
Then the permission is given to use for the temple.
Money given by a man to a harlot to associate with his dog. Such an association is not legal adultery. If a man had a female slave who was a harlot and he exchanged her for an animal, it could be offered.
The quote is from Sota 26b Talmud. Avodah Zarah of the Talmud takes up this same
matter of a harlot's hire which is permitted to be devoted to the temple, in spite of the law of Deuteronomy 23:19.
Actually, verse 18. The man is permitted to do this
if he gave her it, the money, and subsequently had intercourse with her, or had intercourse with her and subsequently gave it to her, the hire is permitted. The 2 matters are regarded as separate and what she received is legally a gift.
This argument goes on for 2 pages. No wonder that Christ charged that the Pharisees nullified the commandments of God by their tradition, which now, in written form, has become the Talmud.
Permissible adultery and intercourse with the dead.
None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord.
Says the book, Leviticus 18:6. Scripture references are also cited which denounce a married woman who lies, carnally, with a man not her husband. But say the sages,
that in connection with a married woman excludes intercourse with a relaxed membrum since no fertilization can possibly result. This is a satisfactory interpretation in accordance with the view of him who maintains that if one cohabited with forbidden relatives with relaxed membrum he is exonerated.
And other Talmud sources are cited.
The exclusion is rather that of intercourse with a dead woman, footnote 15, even though she died as a married woman.
Thus one is exonerated, 4, are permitted, intercourse with dead relatives or with relatives, married or single, with a relaxed membrum, because no fertilization can possibly result. The quotes are from Talmud, Yebamoth 55b. Intercourse with dead bodies was an old pagan practice. The above is echoed with some variation in the chief repository of the criminal law of the Talmud, the Book of Sanhedrin. There the act of sodomy with one suffering with an incurable disease, hence regarded as already dead, or a terafah, is held to be merely
as one who abuses a dead person, and hence exempt.
The explanation, which continues on the next page not reproduced, is
punishment is generally imposed because of the forbidden pleasure derived, footnote. Whereas there is no sexual gratification in abusing the dead.
How apt it was when Christ called the Talmudic Pharisees
whited sepulchres full of all uncleanness.
The quote is from Matthew 23, yet some of his followers call these abominators of every decency, God's chosen people, and people of the book.
Polygamy.
There is nothing now, as formerly, in Talmudic doctrine, against polygamy. It is practiced by Jews in countries where it is allowed. A 1952 book by Salo Whitmire Barron, professor of Jewish history, literature and institutions of the Miller Foundation, Columbia University, is entitled, A Social and Religious History of the Jews and is published by the American Jewish Committee's Jewish Publication Society of America. The chapter, The World of the Talmud, cites the harem of King Solomon which finished him morally and otherwise, saying its
memory kindled the imagination of polygamous Jews in subsequent ages.
Although we are told that there was no real difference between Palestinian and Babylonian Jewries fundamentally, the book states,
there are indications that Babylonian Jewish society had more polygamous features than did that of Palestine.
And
anecdotes like those current in regard to Rab and Rabbi Naaman, who, after arriving in a foreign city they used to advertise for women ready to marry them for the time of their sojourn, man havia le-yoma. In law, too, the Babylonian emphasis lay upon the Jew's right to marry as many wives as he is able to support.
It was Rabbi Gershon ben Judah, Baum Metz, 960, died Mayence, France 1040, whose edicts were accepted by European Jewry as final for all time, who commanded Jews in Christian countries to stop getting into trouble with the law by polygamy. Israel first proposed extra allowances for plural wives but now seems to be screening polygamy from Christian eyes. After the period of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, and before this, in the case of Adam and Noah, monogamy ruled. The prophets were monogamists. Moses commanded regarding a man of God that
neither shall he multiply wives to himself that his heart turn not away.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 17:17. And, admittedly, the polygamy of David and his son Solomon ended the Israel 12-tribe United Kingdom. Their hordes of pagan wives, and foul, pagan altars broke down any godly spirit which had formerly united them. However, reversing the Bible once again, Pharisee, sages, embroider upon the above words of Moses against polygamy, their permission to have 18, 24, or 48 wives. The information is from Talmud, Sanhedrin 20b 21a. The Mishnah asks,
why then is it written, neither shall he multiply wives to himself? Rabbi Simeon said, he must not marry even one who may turn away his heart, from which it might be inferred that he may marry a lesser number even if they should corrupt him.
The Jewish Talmud and legally murdering your neighbor.
As noted elsewhere, regarding murder of the non-Jew, it is good and meritorious, providing you do not get caught and thus get the Talmudic religion exposed for what it is. However, permissible murder in Judaism embraces more than just killing Gentiles. Murder by suffocation is permissible. Here shyster hair splitting is inserted in the Talmud, it being permissible to seal up a neighbor in an airtight, alabaster chamber, providing one does not put in a lighted candle to help eat up the oxygen, but merely allowing the victim to expire by breathing the oxygen up himself unaided, this is acceptable. The information is from Sanhedrin 77a and 77b of the Talmud. Under Talmudic law, other forms of murder are also permissible.
1. Binding up your neighbor so that he dies of starvation. Just bind up the neighbor before it is hot or cold enough to kill him and all is well, you are guiltless of what follows. 2. Binding up your neighbor so that he dies of sunstroke. 3. Binding up your neighbor so that he dies of cold. 4. Binding up your neighbor so that a lion may kill him. 5. He could not have fought the lion anyway, so, it is acceptable, says the Talmud. 6. Letting mosquitoes bite your neighbor to death. As for the mosquitoes, they come and go, so, since the ones which bit him when you tied the victim go away and others end his life, you are pure and blameless. 7. Throwing your neighbor into a pit and leaving him to die there. 8. Killing your neighbor with arrow wounds. Shooting the neighbor with an arrow is acceptable, since if there is balsam for sale somewhere, he presumably could have sent for some and thus have been cured instead of dying.
You can also drown your neighbor and yet be guiltless of his death. Remember to follow Talmudic law, however, and cause the water to travel a little distance before it drowns the neighbor, then you are guiltless of his death.
10 innocent murderers.
It is granted in the Talmud that the Bible forbids taking a man's life, but that merely means taking his life all by yourself. In other words, you must not take the whole of his life all alone, which permits you, nevertheless, to help 9 other men to take a life. Thus, it is stated in the Talmud.
If 10 men smote a man with 10 staves whether simultaneously or successively, and he died, they are exempt.
Note by Vasili. I now understand why Jews, who follow the Talmud, continue to act as a tribe. This Talmudic law is effectively legalized murder of non-Jews, by a group of Jews. It has been suggested that all non-Jews should adopt this law, with one change, being that, if 10 non-Jews smote a Jew, then the 10 non-Jews are exempt.
Answering the rabbi who suggests that killing whatever is left of a man's life might be wrong, we are also told.
If 10 men assailed him successively, he was already nearly dead when the last smote him, therefore the last, too, is exempt.
Mercy killings approved.
Elaborate pains were taken, rather recently, by rabbis to deny that mercy killings are permitted in Judaism, because they are. The public discussion was on whether or not a hopelessly sick person should be put out of his misery. The rabbis denied that would be proper, necessarily knowing that the Talmud states otherwise. The Talmud, Sanhedrin 77b 78a, contains these rabbinical edicts.
Both agree that if he killed a terafar, explained in a footnote as, a person suffering from some fatal organic disease, recovery from which is impossible, he is exempt.
And
if one kills a terafar, he is exempt, whilst if a terafar committed murder, if in the presence of a Beth Din, that is a Talmudic law court, he is liable, otherwise he is exempt.
Cursing and striking parents.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
So states the commandment. The Bible, through Moses, teaches that anyone who strikes or curses his parents is worthy of death. But the Pharisee, sages, have nullified that. One may strike parents without wounding them, while they are alive, but there are no limitations upon striking them after death. Jews may curse their parents providing they use any term meaning God. Accepted are the YHWH consonants of the word Jehovah, called the Tetragrammaton, and which is reserved for use in summoning demons. As for the sacredness of the Tetragrammaton word for Jehovah, the word God is frequently written GD. The Tetragrammaton written in full is reserved for the use of rabbinical potentates, the Hasidist Baal, which means Master Shem, of the name of God, who by using 14, 42, 72-letter combinations of the name, is supposedly able to invoke spirits. At the beginning of the century, according to authorities, about half of Jewry was Hasidist. The word, God, is not supposed to be written or spoken even today, and the California Jewish Voice, for example, carries articles in which the word is spelled, GD, throughout. Not piety but sheer superstition governs this. One of Christ's major crimes was that he pronounced the name as spelled. The information is from Sanhedrin 55b 56a of the Talmud. It is there explained in a footnote that bless is used in the text instead of the right term, curse, typifying Talmudic double talk. Moses said that anyone who cursed or struck mother or father should be put to death. The information is from Exodus 21:15, 17, Leviticus 20:9, Deuteronomy 27:16.
But ye say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is Corban, that is to say a gift, or I have dedicated to God that which would relieve your need, ye suffer him no more to do aught for his father or his mother, making the word of God of none effect through your tradition, which ye have delivered, and many such like things ye do.
The quote is from Mark 7, 1-13. Matthew 15 contains like denunciations. In Matthew 13 and Mark 7, Christ asked the Pharisees,
Why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? For God commanded, saying, Honor thy father and thy mother, and he that curseth father or mother, let him die the death.
Then Christ reminded them of the Pharisee custom of dedicating their goods to the temple, then telling their needy parents that what they might have given them is now the property of God and they must do without, although they themselves went on using the proceeds of their wealth for themselves. Christ was hated by the pagan Pharisees for such teachings as,
"Think not that I am come to destroy the law, or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven."
The quote is from Matthew 5:17-20.
The Talmud Book of Gittin and Some Health Remedies.
This Talmud book is about divorce. Reproduced herein are the title page, and part of the introduction. The book also deals with the fate of Christians in hell. Following are also various dog and dung health remedies, refer to exhibits 205-209, which are reproductions from Gittin, folios 69a-70b, devoted to these dung and dog remedies almost too fantastic to believe. The privy, demons and privates are mingled in insane array. The funny thing about the horrendous and silly remedies of the Talmud Book of Gittin is not the asininity of the remedies themselves so much as the commentary, in English, by a British doctor with a string of alleged degrees, which appears in the appendix to the Cincino edition of this Talmud book. He actually attempts to justify and praise these nutty things. The wrong people, it is often said, are in asylums. The appendix, not reproduced, is entitled Notes on the Various Remedies Recommended in Folios 68b-70b, by W. M. Feldman, M.D., FRCP, London, Froz, FRS. For the charms, amulets, incantations, astrological associations, he finds the benefits of suggestion, with profound effect, and for whatever he cannot evolve a rational physical basis, he invents imagined benefits. He points out that animal excrements as remedial agents are ancient, and we shall not lightly dismiss the ancient folk remedies, however absurd they may appear. He extols the incantations and lauds these rabbis'
knowledge of all parts of theoretical and practical medicine, in which they surpassed their contemporaries.
He refers to several works to study the glories of Talmudic medicine, in 5 pages of whitewash, professing to look down upon the probable sneers of the sophisticated, but untutored reader, which should include just about everyone except a Talmudist zealot.
Use of the Bible for asininity and obscenity.
One is enlightened as to Christ's denunciations of the Pharisees as fools and blind, Matthew 23, etc., by the following so-called wisdom of the sages. Adam's words about Eve are cited in the Bible.
"And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh."
A statement Christ used in his teachings about marriage. The quote is from Matthew 19, 3-6. But the Jewish Talmud teaches,
What is meant by the scriptural text, "This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh," Genesis 2:23, this teaches that Adam had intercourse with every beast and animal but found no satisfaction until he cohabited with Eve.
The quote is from Yebamoth 63a of the Talmud. David's 6th Psalm is a plea by David for forgiveness.
Return, O Lord, deliver my soul, O save me for thy mercy's sake in the grave. Who shall give thee thanks? I am weary with my groaning, all the night make I my bed to swim, I water my couch with my tears.
Citing the above verse, Psalm 6, 7, the Talmud sages make this to be the meaning.
Even during David's illness he fulfilled the conjugal rights of his 18 wives, as it is written, I am weary with my groaning, all the night make I my bed to swim, I water my couch with my tears.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 107a of the Talmud. Women who are unclean, that is, menstruating, are to remain separate, said Moses, all the days of her issue, and this verse, Leviticus 15:26, is cited in the Jewish Talmud, which states
that a woman is not regarded as a zabur, one with a discharge, except during the daytime, because it is written, all the days of her issue.
The quote is from Horaioth 4a of the Talmud. Typical of the Talmud misuse of the Bible for purposes of inventing obscenity and then giving it a biblical coding, is the biblical account about Sisera, head of the Canaanite army, who fights all day and is the only man left alive. He flees to the tent of a supposed friend of the Canaanites, Eber the Kenite. Yael, Eber's wife, welcomes him in, but as soon as he falls into exhausted sleep drives a tent nail through his temple and he dies. She boasts of this to his pursuing captors. Next, Deborah makes up a song of rejoicing in which she embroiders on Sisera's actual death in his sleep, Judges 4:2-1, and with poetic license sings,
When she had stricken through his temples, at her feet he bowed, he fell, he lay down, at her feet he bowed, he fell, where he bowed, there he fell down dead.
The quote is from Judges 5:27. The verbs bowed and fell are used 3 times each, and lay is used once. This makes 7 verbs used in this verse. The standard Talmud use of this verse is to indicate it as meaning 7 sexual connections. The same biblical verse is used thus about Christ. The words,
at her feet he bowed, he fell,
are explained as,
this is taken to refer to sexual intercourse.
See Sanhedrin 105ab of the Talmud. This is rehashed in Yabarnath 103a to 103b of the Jewish Talmud.
That profligate, Sisera, had 7 sexual connections on that day, for it is said, between her feet he sunk, he fell, he lay, at her feet he sunk, he fell, where he sunk, there he fell down dead.
With the footnote giving the Talmudic reasoning.
Each of the expressions, he sunk, and, he fell, occurs 3 times, and, he lay, occurs once.
The Talmud Book of Nazir reiterates the same biblical misuse for no reason whatever.
That wicked wretch, Sisera, had 7-fold intercourse with Jael at that time, as it says, at her feet he sunk, he fell, he lay, etc. The words, he sunk, he fell, occur 3 times, and the words, he lay, once. Judges v. 27.
The quote is from Nazir 23b of the Talmud. The Talmud Book of Horaioth repeats the same obscenity.
Farming inferior for Jews.
In the course of a terrible prophecy against Tyre, the New York of the ancient world, and reprobate with sodomy, lesbianism, child burning, and other abominations, is a Bible verse foretelling that
all that handle the oar, the mariners, and all the pilots of the sea, shall come down from their ships, they shall stand upon the land.
The quote is from Ezekiel 27:29. The prophecy, including all the details of the preceding chapter, were literally fulfilled by Nebuchadnezzar and Alexander the Great. Nebuchadnezzar pounded down the walls of Tyre and Alexander made a causeway of the rocks, killing or selling into slavery the inhabitants, who had taken refuge on an island offshore. However, the Talmud nullifies and twists these biblical words, and out of the words foretelling the end of the seagoing trading power, coming down from their ships they shall stand upon the land, the Pharisee Talmud, sages, state.
No occupation is inferior to that of agricultural labor, for it is said, they shall come down.
The quote is from Yebamoth 63a of the Talmud.
Talmud instructions for the Sabbath.
No Talmud book illustrates Christ's depictions of Pharisaism better than the Book of Sabbath. He said,
Ye blind guides, which strain at a gnat and swallow a camel.
The quote is from Matthew 23:24. One way to go raving crazy is to study the Talmud Book of Sabbath with its rules on what is or what is not permissible on the Sabbath. Concerning the Sabbath, even the digested laws, our Talmud Mishnah in the Shulchan Aruch, take up 82 pages of Volume 2, pages 63 to 145. The sum and substance of all of them is a game of subversion. A rule is set up.
How many ways are there to get around it and nullify it?
That is the problem, leading to almost endless trivia and discussion.
Moving a door key.
One gem concerns the weighty problem of the door key which the Shabbos Goy, or a Sabbath Gentile, is carrying home for use so that the Jew is spared that labor. The Talmud rule is that you cannot move goods from one category of property to another. From private to public property or from what is neither public or private, on the Sabbath. Your doorstep is neither public nor private. The street or sidewalk outside the doorstep is public, your house inside is private. Therefore, says the Talmud, you must have the goy, not only insert your key in the lock, but push the door in as, otherwise, if you pushed the door in with the key in it, you would be moving the key from property neither public nor private, the sill to the inside of the house, private property.
The Sabbath louse hunt.
One who searches his garments and finds a louse shall not crack it, but simply rub it with his fingers and throw it away on the Sabbath.
Throwing away lice is not labor. Cracking a louse is to be avoided at all costs, however.
Sabbath intercourse.
The bloody, the sadistic, and the obscene are the darlings of the Talmudic synagogue of Satan mentality, the appetite for which is seemingly never sated. To illustrate, 8 running pages have been reproduced here on the popular Talmud subjects of blood and intercourse. This discourse concerns whether or not the first intercourse on the Sabbath would constitute Sabbath labor.
Is it performed to see if she was a virgin?
Is discussed at length, for example. But the rule which governs is the dominant Talmud rule of the Sabbath on the subject of labor, namely that an act of injury never ranks as labor. So, if the intent is to injure the wife, the act is permissible. The information is from Talmud Book of Kethuboth 5b to 6a. The 8th page ends with the thought that intercourse is permitted anyway. Then a new line of needless, senseless, religious discussions about women and blood starts in. These long-winded, silly pages of Pharisee wisdom are but a sample of the bent of the whole Talmud.
Vows.
In Matthew 5:34-6, and in Matthew 23:16-22 are recorded the lambastings Christ gave the Pharisees for vowings.
Ye blind guides which say, Whosoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing, but whosoever sweareth by the gift that is upon it he is guilty. Ye fools and blind, for which is greater the gift or the altar that sanctified the gift?
Christ goes on to illustrate Pharisee silliness. Do not swear by anything, is the gist of the Matthew 5:34 passage, not by your head for you cannot
make one hair white or black.
One can only appreciate his words after reading hundreds of pages of drivel about vows in the Talmud books of Nazir and Nedarim. The Talmud Mishnah on the heifer and the door is illustrative, not reproduced. The Mishnah opens with the door saying if the man doesn't open it, and the heifer saying if the man does not make it stand up, he must be a Nazir. A Nazirite, to vow, was one who had vowed not to cut his hair or drink or eat any product of the grape for a certain time. 3 pages of haranguing, Gemara, following the Talmud Mishnah, discuss the fact that the heifer then got up of its own volition. The door is quiet, apparently, for nothing more is said by it. The Jewish school of Shammai holds that since the man did not of his own power force the heifer up, he must be a Nazir, but the Hillel Jews say that the essence of the vow is the upping of the heifer, which was recumbent, and is now standing up, so the man does not have to be a Nazir. The schools of the Hillel and Shammai were in full flower in the Holy Land when Christ lived and, no doubt, this and other nonsense presently preserved for the Jewish religion, existed then.
Talmud, juvenile birth control and the 2 hairs test for puberty.
The Talmud, Yebamoth 12b, harangues about the ages when female birth control may be exercised, namely from
the age of 11 years and 1 day until the age of 12 years and 1 day.
With a child, under or over, these ages to
carry on her marital intercourse in the usual manner.
The recommended birth control is to be followed because otherwise the pregnant female might have a second conception, which would make her fetus a sandal, or flat fish. Read the nonsense, followed by the 2 hairs test. Read the asinine harangue in the Talmud, Yebamoth 12b13a, about 2 hairs proving puberty, or not proving it, as the child may have lost the 2 hairs through childbirth, also, the calling for an examination by the rabbis. In the Cincino edition of the Talmud, reference is made to 3 similar messes of Muk in Kethuboth 36a, Baba Bathra 156a and Nida 52a of the Talmud. To be unable to tell whether a little girl is as yet adolescent, or has borne a child or not, by counting 2 pubic hairs, is too idiotic to credit to anything except the Talmudic love of subsuer subjects, the reprobate mind, as Paul called it.
Who changed the truth of God into a lie.
The quote is from Romans 1:25-28. To deal in unnatural filth and sex matters is the core of Talmudic scholarship.
More Talmudic wisdom.
Pretensions of wisdom by Talmudic Pharisee sages are perhaps the most incredible. No pompous dissertation seems complete without mention of a privy. Sons of sages and scholars, we read, may
enter and sit down before their father, with their backs to the people.
When, however, they do not possess the capability of understanding the discourses.
They enter and sit down before their father with their faces toward the public. If he went out to ease himself, he may re-enter and sit down in this place. This applies only to the minor functions of the body but not to the major functions, since he should have examined himself before. A man should always make a habit of easing himself early in the morning and late in the evening in order that there be no need for him to go far.
Jewish Talmud remedies are foolish to say the least. The above passage from Horaioth 13ab of the Talmud is replete with learning such as
the olive causes one to forget 70 years of study, so does olive oil restore 70 years of study. Wine and spices have made me wise.
The Talmud sages then dispute whether dipping 1 or 2 fingers in salt makes one wise, whether passing under the bit of a camel, or under the camel itself, interferes most with mentality. The text then returns to the required protocol for the
Nasi, head of the Sanhedrin, and the head of a Talmud school, the Ab Beth Din.
And how many rows have to rise in honor when each one enters. The Talmud also has
wisdom about eating dates. They remove 3 things: evil thoughts, stress of the bowels, and abdominal trouble.
This leads to a play on words, door, ladder and bed, where
one is fruitful and multiplies on it.
back to the old subjects. This is from Kethuboth 10b11a of the Talmud. On this same page is the Mishnah, that is, law, that a baby girl under 3 years and 1 day old is always reckoned as a virgin.
If they had intercourse before they were 3 years and 1 day old, the hymen would grow.
Do not just the few illustrations above from the Pharisee Talmud show the justness of Christ's excoriations of the Pharisees as
full of all uncleanness.
Their love of the
uppermost rooms at feasts, all their works they do for to be seen of men, full of hypocrisy and iniquity.
The quote is from Matthew 23, 5-6, 27-28, etc. And, illustrating their hair-splitting paraded as wisdom, he called them fools and blind. The information is from Matthew 23, 17-19.
Virginity on a monetary scale.
The Kethuboth book of the Babylonian Talmud is supposed to set down rules relating to married life. The ketubah is a contract promising to pay a wife a certain sum of money if the husband divorces her, which he can do at will, according to Talmudic doctrine.
Note by Vasali. Jewish law states that a Jewish wife must obtain approval from her husband in order to divorce. Meanwhile, the Jews have succeeded in changing the laws in most of the Western world to allow a non-Jewish wife to divorce whenever she wants. Everyone needs to know this fact. A non-Jewish wife has her liberty and she can divorce whenever she wants, but a Jewish wife doesn't have her liberty. She is a slave to her husband. But many people may think that the law of the land will have priority, giving the Jewish wife the ability to divorce and hence have her freedom. But this is not the case. If one looks at the issue of Jewish law versus the law of the land, they will find that Jewish law takes priority. I am aware that Jewish law overrides the law of the land. I have been informed of court cases where Jewish wives could not get a divorce because their Jewish husbands did not allow it. This gives priority to Jewish law over the law of the land. These are very important facts. These facts mean that the relationship between two Jews is completely different from the relationship between two non-Jews. Think about it. So why don't the feminists support the Jewish wives and attack the sexist Jewish laws? Answer: because the feminist movement is controlled by Jews, and is just another one of the many weapons used by Rothschild to attack non-Jews. In this case, they are attacking the family, by allowing the wife to divorce whenever she wants to. Remember that in Rothschild's protocols, he stated that he will use the concept of liberty and equality as a weapon to attack non-Jews. This is one example of how liberty and equality have been used against non-Jews. Rothschild has succeeded in fooling most women that they have been suppressed by men, and they should be free to do whatever they want. That is, to have their liberty. This goes against the traditions of thousands of years, and hence has disrupted the harmonious relationship between men and women. Most men don't want to be told what to do by a woman. Meanwhile, Jewish women don't have liberty, nor equality, and hence they don't have the marital and family issues faced by non-Jewish couples and families. This is the main reason why divorce rates are always increasing for non-Jews, whilst Jewish couples continue with the thousands of years old tradition, where the man of the house is in control.
Perhaps urged on by the growing Christian propaganda against divorce, the Hillite Jewish school stressed the husband's freedom to divorce his wife even for some culinary deficiency, or, as Rabbi Akiba taught, because he had found a better-looking woman. The ketubah need not be paid if the wife can be proven not to have been a virgin when married. Hence the Jewish custom of the groomsman waiting outside the bridal chamber door for the bloody sheet to be witnessed, proving the wife's virginity. Elaborate cuts of these kethuboth appear in the 1943 Universal Jewish Encyclopedia. Chicago physician and hospital owner, Dr. A. A. Wimond, used to relate to a member of my family about the money he made by putting in false catgut hymens for Jewish girls who were not virgins before they were to be married. The Talmud price for getting rid of a wife who had been a virgin is 200 zuz, given by the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia as being 200 denarii or about $30.
If the wife refuses sexual intercourse, she can be threatened with a reduction of her claims in the ketubah, and this threat can be carried out.
Same encyclopedia. If the husband can contend that the wife had not been a virgin, she gets only a maneh, or the smallest coin, says the Talmud. All of this talk about blood and virginity is a favorite Talmudic subject, and seemingly endless. Note, for example, Exhibit 121 up to Exhibit 145 herein, all from the Book of Kethuboth. And, as always in the Talmud, in the Book of Kethuboth, asininity is combined with filth. For example, the controlling Mishnah, or overall rule in Folio 61b doles out by trades the proper number of relations between husband and wife as
Men of independence, every day, for laborers, twice a week, for ass drivers, once a week, for camel drivers, once in 30 days, for sailors, once in 6 months.
Sodomy approved.
Despite the thunderings and prohibitions of the Bible, sodomy in general, and specifically with little children, dead bodies, neighbors' wives and one's own wife is permitted by the Talmud. The argument for this last is in Nedarim 20b of the Talmud, page 58 of Cincino translation.
Our sages said a man may do whatever he pleases with his wife at intercourse. Meat which comes from the abattoir, stockyards, may be eaten salted, roasted, cooked or seethed, so with fish from the fishmonger. A woman came before Rab and complained of her husband's sodomy with her. Rabbi replied, "Wherein does it differ from fish?"
All of this is made Jewish religious doctrine with full Luciferian knowledge of the Bible's laws against it.
Thou shalt not lie with mankind.
And the biblical verse, Leviticus 18:22, is actually cited in the same Talmud section where sodomy with boys under 9 or baby girls under 3 is permitted. The full text of this verse states,
Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind, it is abomination.
Small wonder that Christ denounced the Pharisees as nullifying the word of God and violating every concept of human decency.
The Talmud today.
After reciting the denunciations and condemnation of the Talmud down throughout the centuries, Rodkinson, in his introduction to the Talmud, states,
Such was the past of the Talmud which we hope will never be repeated. Now a glance at the end of the last century and the beginning of this one. The colleges for the study of the Talmud are increasing almost in every place where Israel dwells, especially in this country where millions are gathered for the funds of the two great colleges, the Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America in New York, in which the chief study is the Talmud and its post-Talmudical literature.
This was written early in the present century. Is what Rodkinson wrote true today? The answer is, yes. Not only are Hebrew Union College of Cincinnati and the Jewish Theological Seminary of America more active than ever, but a network of schools to teach the Talmud to young Jews now exists from coast to coast. For example, in the Chicago area, the Associated Talmud Torahs of Chicago oversees some 57 schools where the Talmud is taught to young Jews, commencing with their tender years. If you are told by anyone that the Jewish Talmud is merely ancient history concerning Judaism, don't be fooled. The Talmud is present-day Judaism, and without it so-called Judaism would not exist.
Chapter 6. Judaism not monotheistic.
To many Christians, Judaism is a monotheistic religion, based on belief in one supreme being and adherence to the Old Testament, with the Messiah still to come. This is not so. Double talk is the trademark of Talmudic Judaism, called by Christ the synagogue of Satan. Revelation 2:9-3, 9 Talmudists sanctimoniously declare that their devotion to pure monotheism, or the unity of God, precludes their belief in his personality being incarnate in Jesus Christ, his Son, and we Christians keep silent. The unity of God to which they refer is actually the oneness of the pantheistic, En Sof, a mass without a chief engineer. This is the unity of nature, in which the pagans believed. For every form of spirit invocation, and for the deification of man, that is Judaistic Talmudism, a religion of polytheism, or many gods. Slyly, the polytheists say what they mean. We do not understand them. Take any of the modem heresies, the new religions our tired Christians like to think were just evolved, you will find them all in Talmudism and its collection of ancient Old Testament paganism. The Jewish Kabbalah, with its non-existence of evil, its deification of man, is a source book for modem isms, the sources of which are largely unknown in modem times. Turn to the Jewish Encyclopedia article on Pharisees, and the statements that when the God of intelligence, the anthropomorphic God, was eliminated from the Bible by the Pharisees.
These used the angelology and demonology of the Pharisees with the help of the Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkabah, pagan rites to see the sun god, Mithra, or Metatron, and learn the past and future, not only to amplify the biblical account, but to remove from the Bible anthropomorphisms and similarly obnoxious verbiage concerning the deity by referring them to angelic and intermediary powers, for instance Genesis 1:26.
In other words, the old mass of spirit or substance of which the universe is supposedly composed, God of the pagans called pantheism, or God is the sum of nature, left spirits or gods, of every phase of nature to be invoked by man himself. The Supreme, Sanhedrin 67b of the Talmud, boasts about the rabbis being able to create calves by
studying the laws of creation, by means of which they created a third-grown calf and ate it.
The Sefer Yetzirah presumably does the trick if the Talmud fails. And how they do other wonders. The sages are represented as gods indeed. The claim is made in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 65b, that Rabbah created a man, and this is followed by a long footnote on the use of the Sefer, that is, book Yetzirah, the book of creation, a part of the Kabbalistic lore of Talmudism, and its derivation from Babylonian and other occultism. Reference is made to Sanhedrin 67b where the claim mentioned above is made that by magic the rabbis created a calf and ate it. This is followed by supposedly turning a woman into an ass. Creation by Hebrew letters is urged as a means of ascribing God's powers to asinine objects so as to dethrone him and enthrone man as the creator. This latter procedure is Pythagorean. One thus is advised that
in uttering a charm one generally expectorated.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 101a, that
snakes and serpents may be charmed on the Sabbath.
The dangers of Shabriri, that is, a demon of blindness, are pointed out, and reference made to repeating his name, each time dropping one letter until the demon shrinks away with the letters of his name, thus curing the blindness he causes. The information is from Talmud, Avodah Zarah 12b. The cure, under abracadabra, is found in the Jewish Encyclopedia. The Tetragrammaton, YHWH, the letters of the word Jehovah, note, Hebrew lacks vowels, is reserved for summoning spirits and it is a sin for the unauthorized to use the word. In the California Jewish Voice, and other current Jewish publications the word God is written GD, for this reason.
The Tetragrammaton, the four-lettered name of God, was fully pronounced only by the priests in the temple. Everywhere else it was pronounced Adonai.
This refers to the time of the Second Temple when the Pharisees were in the ascendancy in Jerusalem. See Talmud, Avodah Zarah 17b-18a. Using the word as is one of the crimes charged against Jesus. See Talmud, Sanhedrin 55b-56a. On this ground Jesus is called a blasphemer of this repugnant Pharisee pagan custom. In Judaism, Baal Shem, that is, master of the name, is the sorcerer who uses this name of God to make the demons mind him, and the Judaistic branch, Chassidism, also spelled Hasidism, is built upon this sort of demonology. Baal Shem Tov is extolled for his activities by Rabbi Louis Finkelstein in his work, The Pharisees. The use of amulets to drive off Lilith, demoness of childbirth, and of the night, who collects men's semen to spawn demons, is part of current Pharisee demonology. By means of these demonistic devices one may cause
terror diffused through the world, one's enemies set to tearing each other to pieces, cause anyone to perish.
All this is part of the Kabbalah or demonology of the Pharisees called
the art of employing the knowledge of the hidden world in order to attain one's purpose. One may thus easily make himself master of creation.
The quote is from the Jewish Encyclopedia.
Blasphemy approved.
Not content with consistent reviling or blasphemy of God's word, this subterfuge is taught by the Talmud to permit blaspheming the divine name.
Blasphemy is an indictable offense only if it is mentally directed against God. If, however, one reviles the divine name, whilst mentally employing it to denote some other subject, he is not punished.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 65ab.
Jews the Messiah.
The untutored Gentile has been led to believe that adherents of the Jewish religion are simply believers in the Old Testament who are still awaiting their promised Messiah. However, in Judaism that Messiah is already here, and it is the Jewish people themselves. For example, the Jewish Talmud, Kethuboth, 111a, states,
the Messiah is without metaphor the Jewish people.
Note by Vasali. Following is a clip where Michael Collins Piper confirms that Jews believe that they are the Messiah. That is, they worship themselves.
People of goodwill, Jews and non-Jews alike, will say, and we're talking now about the Jews here. Let's just narrow it down. Let's make it very clear. We're not talking about race relations. We're not talking about relations between blacks and Hispanics or blacks and whites or blacks and Asians, whatever. But just in terms of the Jewish relationship with non-Jews, we are told very affirmatively, oh, Jews are just like everybody else. They just have a different religion. Now, that's what we're told to believe, that this is an article of faith. But if you look at historic and respected Jewish writings by Jewish clergymen, by, the rabbis, by Jewish historians, by people writing favorably of the Jews, often on the Jewish payroll, the point is made very, very clear that Jews really don't believe that they are just like everybody else.
That's right.
They don't believe that. Now, they want you to believe that they believe that, but that's just not true. Now, that doesn't mean that if I go down the street here and find a Jewish shopkeeper and pull him aside and say, what do you think about this matter or that matter, that he truly in his own mind necessarily believes that. But as a group think, to use, I think that's an old psychological term here, but as group think, the Jews do indeed think this. I relate in the book. There's a Jewish chap I've known for years. He's a very familiar figure here on Capitol Hill in Washington, and I became acquainted with him through some people who knew him in one of the bars and some of the bars and restaurants up here, and he knows my positions on these things. And I was chatting with him one time. We were walking down the street, and I said to him, how would you define Judaism? Now, his answer astounded me. His answer was very short and to the point. He said, self-worship. Now, I stopped at this, and I said to him, I said, based upon my study of Judaism and Jewish people and Jewish history, and I don't mean to make myself out to be a scholar or an intellect. I'm just talking about a lot of reading over the years, a lot of books. I have a very big personal library. I said to him, I said, yeah, I think that's a fair description from my perspective. What's kind of funny, I mentioned this to him maybe 6 months later, and he was somewhat taken aback that he had said that to me. And he almost denied it. And then he said, he didn't deny it. He said, did I say that? And I said, oh, yes, you did say that. And I said, I thought that was a remarkably honest answer. And this had been my own impression of Judaism, that while many people think that Judaism is kind of like a big brother to Christianity, that Judaism and Christianity are kind of one and the same, they are absolutely not.
The Jewish Kabbalah.
The existence of a spirit world, of evil spirits, is mentioned throughout the Bible. Christ drove out possessing spirits. There is one hard and fast rule taught on the subject, however, namely, to leave them alone, do no invoking or communicating with them. It is clear that spirit elements could deceive the finite powers of human beings.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me,
is the first commandment.
And that you shall do no bowing to, or serving them,
is the second commandment. The quotes are from Exodus 20, 3-5. Whereas the Bible represents God as the supreme intelligence, creator and ruler, the pagan and atheist Judaistic concept is pantheism. In other words, there is a great nature essence, out of which individual lives percolate blindly, without direction. Pan, which refers to nature, theism, which means Godism, holds that the sum of nature is God. Man becomes the all-powerful Luciferian God. It is foretold in biblical prophecy that the Antichrist will personify that concept. The information is from Isaiah 14:12-19, Daniel 11:36-38, Matthew 24:15, Mark 13:14. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, 1943, as to the Kabbalah, states,
although Palestine was the birthplace of Jewish mysticism, the land where the Kabbalah was conceived, it was in Babylonia that it attained its greatest importance.
It cites
the mystic speculations of the Talmud and the system of the Kabbalah, originating in the one and reaching its completion in the other.
The Jewish Kabbalah is a library of literature, all on magic, spiritism, and based on sheer pantheism.
Aaron ben Samuel is credited with bringing the mysterious doctrine from Babylonia to Italy about the middle of the 9th century, thence it spread to almost all the Christian countries of Europe.
Same Jewish encyclopedia, page 616. Kabbalah, also spelled Kabbalah, means tradition, and it is the tradition of the paganisms of Babylon, Egypt, and the pagan philosophers enshrined in the Jewish religion.
Kabbalistic Hasidism.
The Hasidist branch of Judaism specializes in the Kabbalah. About half of all Jews were Kabbalists at the end of the 19th century, we are told. Hasidism, like so many Talmudic words, is spelled in various ways: Chasidism, and with a, c, and two s's, and h, and two s's. The Jewish encyclopedias of 1905 and 1943 use the first spelling, however. Hasidism is called a religious movement within the fold of Talmudism,
which won over nearly half of the Jewish masses.
Its leading promoter was one Israel Baal Shem Tov, shortened to the Besht. Father-to-son dynasties were set up of Hasidist leaders, wonderworkers, fortune-tellers, invokers of spirits, healers, who employed drunkenness, singing, and dancing, to create states of ecstasy. Evil was indulged in to purify it. Gershom Scholem, head of the Department of Jewish Mysticism at the Hebrew University in Palestine, in his book of lectures delivered at Red Rabbi S.S. Wise's Jewish Institute of Religion in New York, Schocken Books, New York, 1946, extols Baal Shem Tov, the 18th-century evangelist of Hasidism, as does Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, head of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, in his The Pharisees. Scholem calls Baal Shem Tov a true Baal Shem, that is to say a master of practical Kabbalism, a magician, page 349. He closes his book with the prophecy that Jewish mysticism still has its greatest role to play. In that he certainly coincides with the Bible and the prophecies of the Antichrist and his wonder working after the order of Satan. 2 Thessalonians 2, 9. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, under Hasidism, states that
Hasidism had not introduced any religious novelties into Judaism.
To quote the Jewish Encyclopedia of 1905,
the teachings of Hasidism are founded on two theoretical conceptions. 1. Religious pantheism and 2. The idea of communion between God and man, which was adopted from the Kabbalah, not only that deity influences the acts of man, but also that man exerts an influence on the will and mood of deity. Every act and word of man produces a corresponding vibration in the upper spheres. From this conception is derived the chief practical principle of Hasidism: communion with God for the purpose of uniting with the source of life and influencing it.
Pantheism is the oldest pagan concept of God as being the composite of nature. The sum total of nature being God, man can be ruler of everything if he but knows the right secrets. In Jewish Hasidism, Baal Shem, or master of the name, is also called a saint or tzaddik who, to quote the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia,
rules by the possession of the largest number of sparks of divine emanation. He stands on the same level as Moses and the prophets, and not only speaks with the authority of the Torah, but may even change and abrogate it. The Hasidim must live in submission to the Tzaddik, surround him with their love and confidence, bring him gifts, cater to his every whim, and not question his conduct even when it seems to depart from the accepted norm.
The Kabbalah and God.
The Kabbalah is the bone and blood of Talmudic Judaism, which is itself pagan from start to finish. It uses the whited sepulchre of the Old Testament to cover its negation of every moral law in the Old Testament as it promotes practice of all the occult demonistic abominations excoriated by the Old Testament. The Kabbalah has two aspects, theoretical and practical, or the ergic, wonder-working. The God of the Kabbalah is the Ein Sof, the unknowing and unknowable sea of mind or matter out of which creation emerges. The doctrine of the Ein Sof, says the Jewish Encyclopedia,
is the starting point of all Kabbalistic speculations. God is the infinite, unlimited being, to whom one neither can nor may attribute any attributes whatever.
The quote is from Kabbalah, page 472, Jewish Encyclopedia. Maimonides, pillar of Talmudism in the Middle Ages,
contributed to the Kabbalistic doctrine of the Ein Sof by his teaching that no attributes could be ascribed to God unless it be of Pythagorean origin.
Same encyclopedia, page 465. Pythagoras was a pagan sorcerer who set up a dictatorship along Iron Curtain lines, and who attributed creative powers to letters and numbers, as does the Jewish Kabbalah. The 10 intelligences of pagan Aristotle, that is the sun, moon and 7 planets each ruled by a ruling spirit who dominates affairs of the universe in accordance with the complicated astrological time charts, are paralleled by the 10 Sephirot of the theoretical Kabbalah. 3 triads, the male and female spawners and their offspring, plus the overall or Ein Sof, form a design representing every condition of life, every quality, from A to Z. Sex is the glorifying king and queen. The soul supposedly transmigrates around, and back into the unknowing and unknowable source, the Ein Sof, into a condition of nirvana, know-nothingness, like in Hinduism.
Jewish mystics described the highest degree of love of man for God in sensuous forms in terms taken from marital life.
The quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, page 465.
Closely connected is the doctrine of the transmigration of the soul on which the Kabbalah lays great stress.
There are
10 classes of angels with their chiefs presided over by Metatron, who was changed into fire.
The quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, page 475. Metatron is the ruler spirit of this universe in Talmudic Judaism, and linked to the sun god called by another sect, Mithra. The 10 Sephirot, or intelligences of the Kabbalah, are designed as male and female procreative agencies. Kether, or crown, or the I am, emanates the masculine or male potency, and from this,
the feminine or passive potency. The union of the masculine and feminine potencies produced again.
And so the male and female Sephirot spawn along.
Thus each triad is compounded of force, counterforce, and their connecting link, namely active and passive agents and combination.
Note, incorporated as progressive in Karl Marx, dialectical materialism.
They were all combined in the Adam Kadmon, primordial man.
The quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, Sephirot, 10. The Kabbalah, refer to George Routledge and Sons, London 1925, as expounded by Jewish author Ginsberg, lays down as doctrine one of the Kabbalah.
God is boundless in his nature. He had neither will, intention, desire, thought, gauge, nor action.
Note, therefore, out goes the whole Bible and its willing, thinking, acting, God of intelligence. Continuing.
He cannot be grasped and depicted, and for this reason is called Ein Sof, and as such he is in a certain sense not existent.
Note, small letters for the deity in original 2.
He is not the direct creator of the universe since he could not will the creation.
Then comes mention of the self-activating emanations, the 10 Sephirot, and
the different worlds gradually and successively evolved.
These evolutionary worlds are the brightness and the express image of their progenitors, the Sephiroth, which uphold all things. The Sephiroth create the souls, and the souls must return to the source.
Whence it emanated. The creature shall not then be distinguished from the creator.
Note, this is nothing but the nirvana of Hinduism, which Webster defines as the extinction of individual existence by absorption of the soul into the Supreme Spirit, and continues the publication.
The soul will rule the universe, she shall command, and God obey.
Pages 145 to 146. In view of the distinction between Brahmins and untouchables in Hindu castes, and the difference in Talmudism between the Gentile, asses, who have no human status, alive or dead, and Jewish, humans, it will be easy to see who is supposed to do the ruling, and who does the obeying, God himself being but a lump, a mass, an essence, a source stream, for man to work. That is Judaistic monotheism.
Theoretical Kabbalah.
Two qualities dominate the theoretical Jewish Kabbalah. Every attribute of intelligence, of knowing, loving or ruling is stripped from the God of the Bible and handed over to pagan spirits, who are invoked as in ancient paganism as other gods, those which were so often denounced by the prophets. This act of stripping God of intelligence and reducing him to a mass of self-percolating essence, the Ein Sof, is nothing but pantheism, the sum of nature being God, without any supreme being. Whether called emanation by the Jewish Kabbalah, immanence by Talmudic Spinoza, or renamed by Hegel, for
the real and ideal is taught in the same way in the Kabbalah as in Hegel.
The quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, page 474. Are designated dialectical materialism by Karl Marx. The result is the same old atheistic concept of nature just waiting for man to run and dominate it.
Note by Vasali. Both Hegel and Karl Marx were helping Rothschild, as I have detailed in part 4 of my video titled Corona-Rothschild Protocols, where I provided the evidence that Karl Marx was Rothschild's cousin. As for the Hegelian dialectic, this was in fact Rothschild's idea, since Rothschild had described this method in his 1773 war manual, when Hegel was 4 years old.
The Luciferian God is always man. The great heresy of Gnosticism, which nearly swept Christianity from the earth in the early centuries, is admittedly Kabbalistic. And the Gnostic and Kabbalistic idea that evil is non-existent is currently revived in Christian Science, which is neither Christian nor scientific, and has been a magnet for hundreds of thousands of Jews who can, as the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia states, be Christian scientists without deserting their Talmudism. This encyclopedia states,
as the divine has true being, evil is that which has no being, the unreal or seeming thing as it appears.
Page 477. And
evil, according to the Kabbalistic philosophy, is non-existent, anticipating Christian science.
Same reference, page 620.
Practical Kabbalah.
Every pagan trick of dethroning God and enthroning individual spirits is employed by the Jewish Kabbalists.
Casting of lots, necromancy, exorcism, bibliomancy, and the mysticism of numbers and letters were developed into complete systems. Hence the Kabbalistic doctrine of the heavenly alphabet, whose signs are the constellations and the stars. Thus astrology was legitimized, and bibliomancy found its justification in the assumption that the sacred Hebrew letters are not merely signs for things, but implements of divine powers by means of which nature may be subjugated.
By man, says the Jewish Encyclopedia, under Kabbalah, page 479. But the bloody business of making circles to circumscribe the spirits, of gouging out cocks' eyes, skinning lambs and throwing the blood around to weird incantations to bring up the specters of the departed, as forbidden by scripture, is hidden as an esoteric, or secret lore entrusted to such as the Jewish Baal Shems, that is, masters of the name.
Transmigration of souls.
Reincarnation, or transmigration of souls, is a doctrine of the Kabbalah generally. Failing to wash off the demons of the hands may turn one into a river, says the Jewish Encyclopedia under Transmigration of Souls. The theory is the cause of much degradation in Hinduism. In the Kabbalah, each soul corresponds to a part of the body of the Adam-Kadmon universe, some being lower organs, some higher. The Dybbuk, or possessing spirit who can only be expelled by a Baal Shem, wonder worker came into the Jewish press recently, 1955, when a Dybbuk is alleged to have been seen leaving the body of its unwilling host. Jewish press publications all carried the report. A newsreel I saw in recent years showed the knife-sticking and goat-bleeding Hindu rites of Kali in India, horrible sights. Kali, to quote, is
a Hindu goddess. She is represented as black, with 4 arms, wearing a necklace of skulls, and the hands of slaughtered giants round her waist as a girdle. Her eyebrows and breasts appear streaming with blood of monsters she has slain and devoured. One hand holds a sword, another a human head. She is the goddess of death and destruction, and goats and other animals are sacrificed on her altars. Ancient Hindu books even enjoined human sacrifices to this bloodthirsty goddess. Her worship is said to be characterized by vile secret rites.
The quote is from American International Encyclopedia, Kali. In sex, filth, degrading treatment of baby girls, low status of women, and the caste system, Talmudic Judaism and Hinduism are closely allied. Whereas the appeasement of many spirits is secreted in Judaism and is open in Hinduism, the caste system, which numbers some 2,000 Hindu castes and sub-castes, is much simplified in Judaism, there being but 2 castes, the human and the animals, that is the Jew and non-Jew, the Brahmin, or semi-divine, Jew, and the non-Jewish, untouchable.
The Zohar, principal work of the Kabbalah.
The Zohar, Book of Splendor, has been translated in several large volumes. It is more degenerately pornographic, if that were possible, than the Talmud itself. The Zohar is a veritable library. Like the Talmud, it seeks to nullify all the literal meaning of the Bible. This the Zohar does by allegorizing. Whereas the sages of the Talmud always give as higher meanings their own reversal of biblical moral laws, the Zohar in more fanciful and in sex language seeks to reduce to nature the whole of life and to deify man. Based upon the Kabbalistic method and doctrines, the principal characteristic of Gnosticism was the harmonizing of opposites, or syncretism. By this means black can be represented as white. That Lucifer always arrays himself as an angel of light is a biblical truth.
Therefore it is no great thing if his ministers also be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works.
The quote is from 2 Corinthians 11:14. The Kabbalah was the basis of Gnosticism, which today is expressed through such organizations as the National Conference of Christians and Jews, which deceives the unknowing public that there can be brotherhood between Christ and Antichrist. Zohar, Brightness, the principal work of the Kabbalah, starts the section in the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia and includes this.
Kabbalistic groups raised the Zohar to the same rank as that given to the Talmud. The reading of the Zohar was regarded as a religious duty by the Hasidim and by the Oriental Jews, and some parts of the Zohar were used liturgically. The Zohar's teachings combine practically all the elements of the older Kabbalah, the doctrines of the primordial man, Adam Kadmon, of the Sephiroth, of creation and of the Merkabah number and letter mysticism, especially in reference to the names of God.
The Jewish Encyclopedia, 1905, on the Zohar, states,
it contains a complete Kabbalistic theosophy,
and calls it
not the work of a single author,
under which subtitle the close relationship to Hinduism is cited.
It is necessary to ascertain where and when the Jews became intimately acquainted with the Hindu philosophy, which more than any other exercised an influence on the Zohar.
A parallel reading is quoted, and emphasis on the similarity follows. The Mohammedan Sufis had similar doctrines.
All these sects had their sacred writings which they kept secret, and these writings probably formed the nucleus of the Zohar.
One section is described as
explaining scripture mystically by way of gematria, the doctrine of metempsychosis, the importance of washing the hands. The Zohar repeatedly endeavors to impress upon the mind of the reader that the biblical narratives and ordinances contain higher truths in addition to the literal meaning.
The Zohar in its later form, after the 13th century,
spread among the Jews with remarkable celerity. Representatives of Talmudic Judaism began to regard it as a sacred book and to invoke its authority in the decision of some ritual questions.
Refer to the same reference.
Glorification of man.
The same encyclopedia notes that Jews
were attracted by its glorification of man, its doctrine of immortality. The Zohar declared him to be the Lord of creation. Indeed, according to the Zohar, man influences the ideal world of the Sephirot. Although the Sephirot expect everything from the Ein Sof, the Ein Sof itself is dependent upon man.
As noted previously, the Ein Sof is the mass called God, a mindless self-percolating essence, unknowing and unknowable. The Darwinian theory of evolution, like the Spinoza theory of immanence, pantheism, are similar Kabbalistic ideas in new word form. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia will tell you how, when the Dutch began to call the theories of Spinoza by their right name, atheism, his own Kabbalah teachers who were members of the Beth Din Talmud law court quickly excommunicated him to prevent more unpopularity from fastening upon the already unpopular Jewish community. But, ever since, he has borne in Judaism the title of Blessed Spinoza. All that he did was to voice the Kabbalah, a foundation of the basically atheistic, Jewish, Babylonian Talmudic religion. Karl Marx, himself son of a Jewish rabbi, called the Ein Sof, by a still fancier name, dialectical materialism, the mindless bashing of germ to fish to mammal to ape to man, with the Jewish-spawned Marxist revolution as its crown and triumph.
Procreation is God,
says the Jewish Encyclopedia.
Zoharic elements crept into the liturgy of the 16th and 17th centuries, the characteristic features of which were the representation of the highest thoughts by human emblems and human passions, and the use of erotic terminology to illustrate the relations between man and God, religion being identical with love, sensuous pleasure, and especially intoxication, typify the highest degree of divine love as ecstatic contemplation, while the wine room represents merely the state through which the human qualities merge or are exalted into those of the deity.
There is nothing new here that pagans who consulted the oracles, indulged in drunken and sex degeneracies, to worship the old sex gods who were the deities of all pagan civilizations, did not have centuries and centuries ago. No wonder the unsparing denunciations of the prophets have to be allegorized away into nothing. Tied up in the Zohar and Kabbalah generally, are the doctrines of metempsychosis or transmigration of souls, the worship of the 7 planets, sun, moon, and the overall Ein Sof, diagrammed as the 10 Sephirot which propel themselves out and back into the mass, the Ein Sof, and which also corresponds with the pagan Aristotle's 10 intelligences, or, Bos, spirits of the heavenly bodies.
Sholem. Divine Talmudists. Holy Communion.
Gershom Sholem, whose lectures here at Red Rabbi Wise's Institute of Judaism in New York were compiled as Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, has been listed in Who's Who in World Jewry as holding the chair of Jewish Mysticism at Hebrew University, Palestine. His excerpts from the Zohar, the Book of Splendor, Shochan Books, 1949, are revealing.
The Book of Zohar, the most important literary work of the Kabbalah, a work of secret wisdom.
He calls it, like the Talmud, which uses the Bible verses which admittedly are not there, the Zohar uses a non-existent verse to portray the Talmudists as divine.
The divine presence is the mystical embodiment of the community of Israel.
Blasphemously, in Baal worship style, intercourse is called Holy Communion.
God chose Israel and none other from among the peoples and established them in the world as a single unique nation. He called them one nation. When is one said of a man, when he is male together with female, then and only then he is designated one without mar of any kind. Only when male and female are conjoined do they form a single body, whereas, and this we have learned, if a man is not wedded, he is, we may say, divided into 2. This is Holy Communion.
The section of the book, The Rose of Sharon, is another intercourse scene in which
the community of Israel is called Rose of Sharon, because her desire to be watered from the deep stream. She is named Rose when she is about to join with the king, and after she has come together with him in her kisses, she is named Lily.
That excerpt, extended, however, is not enough. The rabbis are quoted on
the true devotion of the community of Israel to God, and her longing for him, for these souls make possible the flow of the lower waters toward the upper, and this brings about perfect friendship and the yearning for mutual embrace in order to bring forth fruit. When they cleave one to another, then says the community of Israel in the largeness of her affections, set me a seal upon thy heart.
The quote is from the same book, pages 69 to 70. There is much more of the same. With that diversity of spelling characteristic of the Talmudists, God is called, in Sholom's study of the Zohar, the
En Sof, the infinite. Neither shape nor form has he.
Note, small h, always in referring to the deity.
And no vessel exists to contain him, nor any means to apprehend him.
Page 79. And then comes a vicious attack on Christianity so common in Talmudism. Our crime is in ascribing intelligence to God, in accepting Christ's words that he is the personification of the Father, a real and loving spirit.
He that hath seen me hath seen the Father.
The quote is from John 14:9. The Zohar.
Woe to the man who would make bold to identify the Lord with any single attribute, and the lesser any human form existent there is neither attribute, nor likeness, nor form in him.
Same book, page 78. Sholom's work on the Zohar also states,
the names and grades of the soul of man are three: Nephesh, vital soul; Ruah, spirit; Neshama, innermost soul. The three are comprehended one within the other, but each has its separate abode. While the body in the grave is decomposing, Nephesh tarries with it, and it hovers about in this world, going here and there among the living. Ruah betakes itself into the earthly Garden of Eden. On Sabbaths, new moons and festival days, it ascends up to the supernal sphere. But Neshama ascends forthwith to her place in the domain from which she emanated when the children of men betake themselves to the graves of those who are gone. Then Nephesh is wakened, and it goes out to bestir Ruah, which then rouses Neshama.
The quote is from pages 96 and 97.
The Kabbalah and the world.
The world is explained by a chart representing three copulating triads, male, female and offspring, given fantastic names. The Ein Sof surrounding these is the God essence which percolates through the three sets back into itself. According to the pantheistic Kabbalah, God has no intelligence. To quote,
God is the infinite, unlimited being, to whom one neither can nor may ascribe any attributes whatever, who can therefore be designated merely as En Sof, without end.
The quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, Kabbalah, page 472. Describing the 10 Sephirot, which include the three spawning triads, the same source designates as
Yesod, foundation, the reproductive element, the root of all existence.
Page 475. Under the title, Kabbalah, the 1943 Universal Jewish Encyclopedia emphasizes the same idea.
But the En Sof, being boundless, cannot become the direct creator, for he has neither will, intention, desire, thought, language, nor action, attributes which belong to finite beings.
Page 619.
Metatron.
Metatron is the prince of this world, the demiurge, in the Talmud and Kabbalah. He is the same as the Persian sun god Mithra, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia. See Metatron.
Note by Vasali. Notice the similarity of this name with the name of the leader of the good robots in the Hollywood movies titled Transformers.
With God a formless lump, without any attributes, someone has to be ruler, and Metatron, Mithra, is it. The Talmud sometimes gives the Ein Sof an almost comic character with big feet, splashing with the big fish in the sea, and teaching dead children the Torah 1/4 of the day. But Metatron teaches them 3/4. This last, in the Talmud Avodah Zarah 3b, is cited by the Jewish Encyclopedia under Metatron, and also his being
Lord of all the heavenly hosts, of all treasures, of secrets. The Zohar defines his nature exactly by declaring that he is little lower than God.
He is not only identified here with Zoroastrian Mithra, the sun god, but in articles about Merkaba, he is seen as inflamed with incantations, dope, and other means, as comparable to the demiurge. Under Merkaba, the Jewish Encyclopedia describes the spiritualistic Mithra rites of Metatron, whose name letters add up to those of Shaddai God. Non-Jews are unaware that using letters for numbers gematria is as prevalent today in Pharisaic Judaism as it was in the time of Christ.
Letters create the world, not God.
Note in Exhibit 285 herein that through the Kabbalah, one may thus easily make himself master of creation, a Luciferian idea. Also wild animals can be slain and terror diffused through the world. Note in Exhibit 288 that letters of the alphabet, especially of the four-letter word for Jehovah, the Tetragrammaton, have magic power, in fact that letters created the world. It is stated that this idea seems to have originated in Chaldea, Babylonia. That the rabbis worked the Kabbalah and created a third grown calf and ate it, is cited as coming from the Talmud, Sanhedrin 67b. This is reproduced herein as Exhibit 78. Demonism is the subject also of Exhibit 77, Exhibit 79, Exhibit 80, which are from the Talmud. See also Exhibits 285-92 from the Jewish Encyclopedia.
Kabbalah exalts the Jew.
The Kabbalah, page 479, says the Jewish Encyclopedia, taught the top position of man.
The true Jewish view of life, and one that appealed to Talmudic Judaism. The Jew as well as the man was recognized in the Kabbalah. Notwithstanding the strongly pantheistic coloring of its metaphysics, the Kabbalah never attempted to belittle the importance of historic Judaism, but, on the contrary, emphasized it. The Kabbalists developed a Jewish magic. Demonology, therefore, occupies an important part in the work of many Kabbalists. Many Kabbalists developed their theories on casting of lots, necromancy, exorcism. Astrology was legitimized and bibliomancy found its justification in the assumption that the sacred Hebrew letters are not one. With that old pagan deification of man idea in which nature as a whole is God and man is the doer, merely signs for things but implements of divine powers by means of which nature may be subjugated.
The Kabbalah, Sefer Raziel.
Sefer means book. Sefer Raziel, meaning Book of Secrets, is an ancient Kabbalistic book. The usual pretext to call pagan practices Jewish is to attribute them to some old patriarch such as Abraham, who has been dead for centuries and is unable to deny the attribution. This one is linked to Noah, Abraham, Shem, and so on. However, the voodoo in it is as old as the pagan philosophers themselves.
The book contains mystic lore on the letters of the alphabet and various magic recipes and amulets.
The quote is from Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, Sefer Raziel.
From the Talmud we learn that the alphabet played an important role in the creation of the world. Sefer Raziel states that Adam engraved the letters out of the likeness of the fallen angels, demons, from Aleph to Tav. Every angel must appear as soon as his name is uttered. Bezalel, the builder of the tabernacle in the wilderness, knew how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. Talmud, Berekoth 55a.
The quote is from Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, Alphabet. Although the Bible refers to Bezalel only as a workman inspired to serve God in his efforts on the tabernacle, the Talmud makes him into a demon evoker, a great intellect of whom Moses was jealous. Bible references to Bezalel: Exodus 31, 2, Exodus 35, 30, Exodus 36, 1-2, Exodus 37, 1, Exodus 38, 22, I Chronicles 2:20, I Chronicles 1, 5. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia states, under Alphabet,
the most important letters of the alphabet are, of course, those which spelt out the Tetragrammaton, or name of God, YHV, or WH. This word is not to be pronounced as written, but must be read as Adonai, the Lord. And each letter has an especial potency. The belief in the power of the word was common to all the religions of antiquity. Thus the Platonists had notions of the influence of anagrams made out of the names of persons. In the Talmud there are many passages to indicate the rabbis were familiar with the various methods of permutation of the letters of the alphabet. The first was that of codes. Note, the Atbash code of using the last letter for the first, etc., is described. The second was the anagram in which the letters of a word were reshuffled to form a new word. The third was gematria, based on the numerical value of the letters. The fourth was notarikon, which took each letter of a given word as the initial of another word, and thus interpreted it in mystic fashion.
The Kabbalist special alphabet is diagrammed.
The Kabbalah, Sefer Yetzirah.
Sefer Yetzirah, or Book of Creation, is another voodoo Kabbalistic compilation frankly emanating from Chaldea, or Babylon. To quote the Jewish Encyclopedia under Kabbalah,
the belief in the magic power of the letters of the Tetragrammaton and other names of the deity seems to have originated in Chaldee. The Thurgic Kabbalah under the name of Sefer, or Hilkit, Yetzirah, induced Babylonian rabbis of the 4th century to create a calf by magic.
The quote is from Sanhedrin 65b, Sanhedrin 67b. The Merkabah rites inspired by dope, incantations, etc., at the end of which the sun god Mithra, called in Talmudism, Metatron, ruler of the world, are then referred to. One familiar with Isaiah's description of the satanic antichrist of the Babylonian world government now rising, see Isaiah 14, is struck with the following words concerning one's ability to be master of creation by means of the Sefer Yetzirah, and making the nether spirits obey and raise one to knowledge and power through Kabbalistic know-how. The Jewish Encyclopedia states,
Practical Kabbalah, or the art of employing the knowledge of the hidden world in order to attain one's purpose, is founded upon the mysticism developed in the Sefer Yetzirah, Book of Creation. According to this work, God created the world by means of the letters of the alphabet which he combined in the most varied ways. If one learns these combinations and permutations, and applies them at the right time and in the right place, one may thus easily make himself master of creation.
Then the ridiculous statement appears that
these formulae all proclaim monotheism.
Note from the same section of the Jewish Encyclopedia that by writing demonistic amulets on a fetus, that is, an unborn creature or child, the rousing of demons can sometimes be accomplished with success. By monotheism, the Talmudists really are saying pantheism, which is the pagan concept that the sum total of all nature is God, an unknowing, unknowable mass of essence, spirit or matter, of which the universe is composed, without the anthropomorphic God of the Bible which the Pharisees have proudly eliminated, transferring all the powers attributed to him to intermediary powers, yes, to those hosts of pagan spirits or gods of which Metatron, the sun god, is chief today. Plato, Pythagoras, and the pagans the prophets tried to reach during the long centuries before Christ, had the same, monotheistic, world in which they, as the Superman, could make themselves masters of creation and dictators of the people. Stripped of its deceptions and falsehoods, there is nothing monotheistic about Judaism, nor does it have anything in common with Christianity, to which it is irrevocably and diametrically opposed.
Chapter 7. Judaism and Paganism.
The commonest statements of all Jewish authorities attribute many customs and doctrines of Judaism to Persian, Babylonian, Assyrian sources. The leading paganisms of all the centuries have been gathered up and treasured by Pharisaic Talmudism. The long stay of Pythagoras in Babylon, his number and letter magic. The transmigration of souls out and back into the Ein Sof. Procreation being the hub and center of the universe, a man's first duty being to get souls out of guff, and if this is impossible to keep on copulating in honor of the procreative powers. The selflessness of the universe, the multitude of spirits in charge of all functions, sun worship, veneration of the moon, man is a spark of the divine capable of pushing the universe with his own illuminated inflated, knowing, self, Lucifer means, light bearer, all this forms the old nature religions of paganism, seeking power through abracadabra, invocations, fasting and ecstasies to attract the spirits of the unseen world. It is all as old as the Old Testament, and as current. So-called Judaism is nothing but Babylonian Talmudic Pharisaism, which at base is crass paganism, pantheistic atheism, a conglomeration of all the forms of paganism concocted through the centuries. New descriptions concocted for this very old Satanism, such as immanence, Spinoza emanation, Talmudic Kabbalah dialectical materialism, Marx, merely dress up old pagan concepts.
Babylon.
What the cross means to Christianity, Babylon the Great, means to the cult of Judaistic Pharisaism. Babylon was the Vatican, center, and spiritual homeland of Pharisaic Babylonian Talmudism, as Chief Rabbi Hertz has put it, from 586 BC to 1040 AD, when the last of the Talmud academies moved out into Europe, Asia and Africa from Babylonia. The glory of Babylon is referred to in the Talmud. And from Babylon to Africa, Europe and all over the world, Pharisaism and its traditions, that is, Talmud, went, so that the Jew today repeats Pharisaic arguments when he studies Talmud, says Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, of the Jewish Theological Seminary, one of Jewry's world top Jews. From Talmud academies, in Babylon, at Sura, Hehardia, Nizibis, Pumbeditha, Talmudic ideas and decisions went out and were accepted by the Jews of the world. The Jewish Encyclopedia, considering the general influence of Babylonia upon European Judaism, states,
the West received both the written and the oral law from Babylonia.
And even after the close of the Talmudic glories, in Babylon, 1040 AD. The following quote is from Jewish Encyclopedia, Babylonia.
Babylonia, however, still continued to be regarded with reverence by the Jews in all parts. In the 9th century, Jews of Abyssinia placed the sages of Babylon first in their prayers. A similar prayer, although it has quite lost its application, is extant today in many congregations. Rabbi Paltil of Cairo contributed 1,000 gold pieces to the schools of Babylonia in accordance with a custom prevalent in all places where Jews dwelt. Toward the end of the 12th century, Benjamin of Tudela relates that the Nasi, of Damascus received his ordination from the academic head of Babylonia, so that this country was still predominant in the minds of the Jews of the Muslim world.
Nasi, which translates to prince, is a head of the Sanhedrin, or ruler of temporal affairs of Jewry. The A-flat Beth Din is the religious head and joint ruler with the Nasi and Pharisaism. There were 5 of these pairs before 70 AD. A Babylonian Talmud passage on Babylon exalts it as the center of religion and learning. The information is from Kethuboth 11:1a. The complete devotion to Babylon of the Pharisee Jewish religion may be seen if only by reading the Jewish Encyclopedia. Reproduced herein are 2 pages of the Jewish Encyclopedia section on Babylonia. These illustrate the proud and devoted attitude of Pharisaism toward Babylonia, which is the glory and source of their Pharisee tradition, the Talmud. Until 1040 AD, we read, the Talmud Kabbalah academies in Babylonia shone, then finally closed to spread Talmudic learning to the rest of the world, moving up through Spain and across Europe. We also read that
the Academy of Sura reached a point of unprecedented splendor. Pumbedita in 1040 also passed away after an existence of 800 years. Babylonian learning should be transplanted to Europe. This forms an appropriate point at which to consider the general influence of Babylonia upon European Judaism. The West received both the written and the oral law from Babylonia.
The supreme place in Judaism given the Babylonian Talmud and the word Babylonian used on the title page of its every volume, are other indications of the Babylonian character of Judaism, so called. The foreword to the Cincino English translation of the Babylonian Talmud by the late Chief Rabbi of Great Britain, J. H. Hertz, is another indication. Also consider the tribute paid to Babylon in the history of the Talmud accompanying the first 1903 English translation of the Babylonian Talmud by Rodkinson, M. Levi Frumkin. Contrast the so-called Palestinian Talmud, which, says Chief Rabbi J. H. Hertz, one of Jewry's 120 world-leading Jews, was for many centuries almost forgotten by Jewry. Its legal decisions were at no time deemed to possess validity, if opposed by the Babylonian Talmud.
Babylon the symbol.
Babylon is the very symbol of moral filth in the whole Old Testament. But those who call themselves people of the book exalt it in every way. Pharisaism today lives by the Babylonian calendar, keeps the Babylonian festivals and fast of Tammuz, and enshrines its anti-biblical immorality, including sodomy and burning children to Molech, necromancy, and other execrable practices. The Talmud cites as the word of the masters that
all countries are like dough, inferior, toward the land of Israel, and the land of Israel is like dough toward Babylon.
Continuing.
We have a tradition that Babylon, will not witness the suffering that will precede the coming of the Messiah.
A footnote states that a more correct reading of this is that the suffering, frequent in modern Christian books, is fictitious. These are the throes of Mother Zion, which is in labor to bring forth the Messiah, without metaphor the Jewish people.
Talmudic Jewish months are Babylonian.
The lunar Babylonian calendar was adopted by the Judites from the time of the deportation to Babylon of the Judah kingdom 586 BC. Pharisaic Talmudists to this day have adopted the Babylonian calendar and the pagan names of the months, with rites to match. These month names coincide roughly with the signs of the zodiac as follows: Nisan, Babylonian month, corresponds with Aries, Iyar with Taurus, Siwan with Gemini, Tammuz with Cancer, A-flat with Leo, Elul with Virgo, Tishri with Libra, Heshwan with Scorpio, Kislev with Sagittarius, Tebet with Capricorn, Shabbat with Aquarius, Adar with Pisces.
Judaism, tree worship.
Tree worship, one of the oldest forms of paganism, is based on the belief that trees are inhabited by spirits of fecundity. Another of the regular Babylonian Talmudic synagogue festivals today is New Year for Trees. Its Talmudic name is Hamishah, Asar by Shevet, under which title it is listed in the Babylonian, or synagogue calendar, given in the American Jewish yearbooks. It fell, for example, on the 15th of Shevet, 1964, which in our calendar was January 29. In his work, The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Sir James George Fraser devotes much space, even in the abridged edition, Macmillan, 1951, to tree worship, which he traces through different countries as a pagan observance. He says of Buddhist monks who, believing that trees have souls,
will not break a branch of a tree, as they will not break the arm of an innocent person. These monks are Buddhists. But Buddhist animism is not a philosophical theory. It is simply a common savage dogma incorporated in the system of an historical religion. To suppose, with Benfrey and others, that the theories of animism and transmigration current among rude peoples of Asia are derived from Buddhism, is to reverse the facts.
What Fraser writes about the animistic, transmigration doctrines of Buddhism applies with equal force to so-called Judaism, which is poles apart from basic Bible beliefs. Looking upon the individual tree as a soul, or merely the abode of a soul, says Fraser, marks the line between animism, the simplest nature worship, and polytheism, or tribute to many gods. He says,
when a tree comes to be viewed, no longer as the body of the tree spirit, but simply as its abode which it can quit at pleasure, an important advance has been made in religious thought. Animism is passing into polytheism. In other words, instead of regarding each tree as a living and conscious being, man now sees in it merely a lifeless, inert mass, tenanted for a longer or shorter time by a supernatural being, who enjoys a certain right of possession or lordship over the trees, and, ceasing to be a tree soul, becomes a forest god.
Pages 129, 135. The Christian reader may be perplexed at biblical excoriations against trees. The fact was that owing to the fertility myth, individual and mass holatry was carried on under trees, and these were planted for that purpose in groves. 2 kings of Judah, Hezekiah and Josiah, were commended because they cut down the groves. 2 Kings 18, 4 and 23:14. God promised Moses he would bless the people he was leading into Palestine providing they drove out the pagan abominators, the Canaanites, saying,
take heed lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare. But ye shall destroy their altars and cut down the groves.
The quote is from Exodus 34, 12-13.
Ye shall utterly destroy all the places, wherein the nations which ye shall possess served the gods under every green tree. And ye shall burn the groves with fire.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 12, 2-3. Deuteronomy 7, 5, etc., repeat the same command. This was about 1450 BC. Read the varying, equivocating, hedging variety of reasons given by the Jewish authorities as to why some of their holidays are celebrated. What goes on here is the natural reaction to all this evasiveness, or to direct contradictions by top sources. Under New Year for Trees, in the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, 1943, we are told that Shammai set this holiday for the 1st of Shabbat around February, and Hillel, the most popular of these 2 first-century Pharisees, set it for the 15th of Shabbat, and, of course, Hillel 1. The eating of many species of fruits is cited for this occasion and no special liturgy is prescribed for the day. Under New Year for Trees, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, 1905, however, we read that
it is celebrated by eating various kinds of fruits and by a special liturgy arranged for the day.
Take your choice. Then this older source cites that
the custom was to plant a cedar tree for every newborn male and a cypress tree for every female. When a marriage was about to take place, the trees were cut down and used as posts for the nuptial canopy.
The quote is from Gittin 57b. The Gittin 57b passage of the Jewish Talmud referred to as the source of trees in connection with weddings, follows the Talmud Gittin 57a passage about Christians being in hell under boiling, excrement, and every foul blasphemy of Christ. This followed by a dainty tale about David.
He went into a privy and a snake came, and he dropped his gut from fright and died.
The quote is from page 252, Cincino edition, not reproduced. Then, Gittin 57b.
It was the custom when a boy was born to plant a cedar tree and when a girl was born to plant a pine tree, and when they married, the tree was cut down and a canopy made of the branches.
The article in the Jewish Encyclopedia tells how the Kabbalists, when they settled in Palestine in the 16th century, instituted the custom of eating fruits on that day, instead of planting trees. Zohar and Talmud readings about fruits are also mentioned, and customs in various countries such as Russia described. There,
the children are granted absence from school and join in eating the fruits.
That the trees around the Canaanite altars to the procreative powers and gods were not only symbols of fertility but were used as whoring places in their honor, is cited throughout the Old Testament. Each reform king cut down the groves, which are denounced as a heathen abomination. Deuteronomy 12, 2-3, 16:21, 2 Kings 18, 4, 23, 6:15 are typical. Jeremiah, thundering at the Judites, accuses them thus.
Under every green tree thou wanderest, playing the harlot.
The quote is from Jeremiah 2:20. The posts, or Asherah, marked the high places for sex degeneracy in the name of fruitfulness. Asherah is defined as
a wooden post or tree trunk with the branches lopped off, a seemingly indispensable part of the sanctuary in the ancient Canaanitish cult, a symbol of the fruitfulness of nature.
The quote is from Universal Jewish Encyclopedia. Tree worship, says the same source, is the belief
that trees are inhabited by spirits who exert good or evil influences and must therefore be revered. Such a belief existed among the ancient Canaanites and was adopted by the invading Israelites along with other elements of their religion and culture.
Referring to the sacred character of these trees.
This corresponds to the Asherah and to what the prophets tell us of the worship, upon every high hill and under every leafy tree.
The Deuteronomic law prohibited the Asherah, Deuteronomy 16:21, and ordered the destruction of those already in existence. Deuteronomy 12:3. But tree worship was a custom difficult to eradicate, and it has survived in many parts of the world down to the present day. This is followed by the typical cover-up that it disappeared after the Babylonian exile, among the Israelites. But the older source, Jewish Encyclopedia, 1905, states,
the extent of its worship, the tree, is indicated also by the denunciations of the prophets. A favorite phrase of theirs in describing idolatrous sex practices is, upon every hill and under every green tree, Deuteronomy 12:2, Jeremiah 1:20. As has been pointed out, the prophets were unable completely to suppress tree worship, which has survived in Palestine through all religious changes to the present day.
Trees today.
Since the Babylonian Talmudists acquired Palestine in 1948, formal tree planting has gone on at a feverish pace. Groves are being planted in honor of various people. President Kennedy is slated to have a grove of 50,000 trees in his honor around Jerusalem.
Note by Vasali. We now know that it was Israel, and in particular Rothschild, who was behind the murder of President John F. Kennedy, as detailed in Michael Collins Piper's book titled, Final Judgment, the missing link in the JFK assassination, which I have converted to audio and uploaded on my BitChute and Rumble channels. Michael Collins Piper explains in detail all the reasons why the Rothschild and others wanted President John F. Kennedy murdered, with the most significant reason being that JFK did not allow Israel to have nuclear weapons. As for the trees, Rothschild ordered the planting of the trees, to aid with the cover-up, and hence reduce the possibility of people looking at Israel as being behind the murder of President John F. Kennedy. Good move, Rothschild.
Tree planting to be a holiday event, headed the report.
Jewish people the world over will celebrate the New Year for trees, Tu B'Shvat. As has been the custom for many years, the Jewish National Fund will observe the holiday by planting trees in Israel.
The quote is from California Jewish Press, the 31st of January 1958. In view of the millions upon millions of dollars of taxpayers' money given to Israel, it is suitable that a forest in honor of the USA government, American Freedom Forest, was proposed.
It is to serve as a living monument to the friendship and close cooperation existing between the citizens and governments of the United States and Israel.
The quote is from B'nai B'rith Messenger, the 8th of July 1960.
Note by Vasali. In my video titled, The Rothschild Roots of the Ku Klux Klan, KKK, the author of the article, Paul Goldstein, wrote, the B'nai B'rith was officially founded in October 1843, as part of the Rothschild and British monarchy effort to establish what is today known as the Zionist movement. Never forget this fact that B'nai B'rith, which is the largest Jewish fraternal order in the world, was founded by Rothschild. And that the Zionist movement was also founded by Rothschild. Hence, every time you hear about Zionists or Zionism, you should think of the Rothschild family of terrorists. In the same way, that every time you hear about B'nai B'rith, or any of the organizations that they have founded, such as the ADL Anti-Defamation League, or the JDL Jewish Defense League, etc., then you should think of the Rothschild family of terrorists.
Now that the Antichrist Talmudists possess Palestine, as predicted by Scripture, there promises to be, if current reports are any indication, more groves in Palestine than Moses and the prophets ever ordered to be cut down or burned.
Tammuz.
Each year the Old Babylonian fast of Tammuz is celebrated by Jews from the 17th of Tammuz to the 9th of Ab. The fast of Tammuz fell in 1963, for example, on July 9th and the 9th of A-flat, or AV, on July 30th. To cite again The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, by Sir James George Fraser.
The worship of Adonis was practiced by the Semitic peoples of Babylonia and Syria, and the Greeks borrowed it from them as early as the 7th century before Christ. The true name of the deity was Tammuz. Adonis was merely the Semitic word for Lord.
In the religious literature of Babylonia, Tammuz appears as the youthful spouse, or lover, of Ishtar, the great mother goddess, the embodiment of the reproductive energies of nature. Every year Tammuz was believed to die, every year his divine mistress journeyed in quest of him. During her absence, the passion of love ceased to operate, men and beasts alike forgot to reproduce their kinds, all life was threatened with extinction. His death appears to have been annually mourned by men and women, about midsummer, in the month named after him, the month of Tammuz. A Babylonian dirge of lament for Tammuz is quoted, one line after another starting with the words,
Her lament is for reproductive proclivity as the object. Unnatural as well as sacred prostitution, acts were part of the tribute to Tammuz. So intimately bound up with the goddess were the sexual functions of the whole animal kingdom that without her presence they could not be discharged. His death appears to have been annually mourned, to the shrill music of flutes, by men and women about midsummer in the month named after him, the month of Tammuz. The dirges were seemingly changed over the effigy of the dead god.
The quote is from The Golden Bough, Fraser, pages 378-9. Harvest time in Palestine is in the summer, not the fall. Fraser treats of the Tammuz rites in connection with the cutting of the harvest as symbolical of the wounding of the procreative god by a wild boar, in one place and the ensuring of the harvests to come, by wailing over his demise. To quote him,
Nowhere, apparently, have these rites been more widely and solemnly celebrated than in the lands which border the eastern Mediterranean. Under the names of Osiris, Tammuz, Adonis, Attis, the peoples of Egypt and Western Asia represented the yearly decay of life, especially of vegetable life. The supposed death and resurrection of this oriental deity, a god of many names but of essentially one nature. We begin with Tammuz or Adonis.
Female procreative goddess.
Ishtar, or Astarte, writes another authority, was
the principal goddess of Mesopotamia and perhaps the most popular deity in the Babylonian pantheon. She, so it was related in Nineveh and Babylon, had chosen Tammuz, son of light, Dumazu in Sumeria, to be the lover of her youth. He is wounded by a wild boar and she goes to the nether world in search of him. In the meantime the world of the living is wearing mourning on account of Ishtar's death. In the absence of the goddess the rites of love are no longer performed.
The quote is from Man and His Gods, H. W. Smith, page 84. This mourning and the cessation of intercourse, the whole doctrine is right here today in honor of the procreative powers to which so much adoration is devoted in the Talmud. Explanations are profuse, and silly. In what is represented to Gentiles to be a monotheistic religion, there can be no reason to wail and mourn and keep a fast of Tammuz today, or was there ever, for that matter.
Ezekiel on Jerusalem abominations and Tammuz.
Between the first and the last big deportation of Jews from Jerusalem to Babylonia, 606 to 588 BC, where the Jews were treated as colonists, Ezekiel the prophet was carried away to Babylonia. Ezekiel, who with Isaiah, Jeremiah and Daniel, is one of the four major prophets, and had been deported to Babylon with the faithless King Jehoiachin in 597 BC, in a vision of the Jerusalem temple, about 594 BC, was told by an angel.
Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? Go in, and behold the wicked abominations that they do here. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house which was toward the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. And he brought me into the inner court of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, were about 25 men, their faces toward the east, and they worshipped the sun toward the east. Then he said unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? For they filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me with anger.
The quote is from Ezekiel 8, 9-17, 9:14-17. Today, celebration of the fast of Tammuz, together with sun and moon veneration, prevails in the Jewish synagogue of Satan, Revelations 2, 9, just as in the time of Ezekiel. With that awareness characteristic of Talmudism, the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia cites Ezekiel's denunciation of the weepings for Tammuz who
was held to descend to the netherworld every year in the month of June or July and then, after lamentations and various offerings, to be restored to life through the intermediation of his wife or mother, Ishtar, Astarte. This is a vegetation myth, very similar to that of Adonis in Syria. The share of the women in the rite was due to the fact that the myth was connected with the idea of fertility. The fourth month of the Babylonian year, July-August, was named after Tammuz, and this has been taken over into the Jewish calendar.
The authority for the fact of Tammuz in Judaism is Talmudic, and it is particularly observed by the Orthodox Jews. See Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, fasting. It is one of two main fasts of the synagogue year. The other is in connection with the high holidays when all vows and obligations to be made during the coming year are annulled in advance, through the Kol Nidri. During the 3 weeks between the 9th of A-flat and the preceding fast of Tammuz no marriages may be performed.
Today's wellings for Tammuz.
In the Code of Jewish Law, Shulchan Aruch, we find, under Laws concerning the interval between the 17th of Tammuz and the 9th of A-flat, chapter 72.
One should not cut his hair during these days. Paring of the nails is forbidden only during the week in which the 9th of A-flat occurs. Concerning the goblet of wine for Havdalah on the conclusion of the Sabbath, if there be a child who is able to drink the greater part of the goblet, it should be given him. It is permissible to have new garments made by a non-Jewish workman, but not by an Israelite. It is the custom to call up to Maftir the rabbi who knows how to lament. Laws concerning the 9th of A-flat: all enter the synagogue and take off the boots, but one light is lit in front of the reader. Prayers are said in a low voice, with a weeping intonation, mourning-like. All should be seated on the ground. Lamentations and the special lamentations should be prolonged until close to noon. Bathing is forbidden, whether in hot or in cold water. Even to put one's finger in water is forbidden. One may wash his hands in the morning, but should be careful not to wash more than the fingers, for this is what constitutes the main morning washes. An evil spirit rests on the fingers in the morning. Cohabitation is forbidden. It is proper not to have conjugal intercourse on the night of the 10th day, unless it be the night of the ritual immersion, or if he is about to go on a journey, or has come back from a journey.
The quote is from, end of chapter 124.
The Sacred Star of David.
Non-Jews have been drenched with propaganda that the six-pointed Star of David is a sacred symbol of Jewry, dating from David and Solomon, in biblical times, and signifying the pure monotheism of the Jewish religion. In actuality, the six-pointed star, called David's Shield, or Mogen David, was only adopted as a Jewish device in 1873 by the American Jewish Publication Society, is not even being mentioned in rabbinical literature. However, the six-pointed star has been used for centuries for magic amulets and Kabbalistic sorcery.
Judaism, star worship.
Under star worship, the Jewish Encyclopedia states,
star worship is perhaps the oldest form of idolatry practiced by the ancients. The observation of the stars in the east very early led the people to regard the planets and the fixed stars as gods. The religion of the ancient Egyptians is known to have consisted preeminently of sun worship. Moses sternly warned the Israelites against worshipping the sun, moon, stars, and all the hosts of heaven, Deuteronomy 4:19, 17, 3. The Israelites fell into this kind of idolatry, and as early as the time of Amos they had the images of Sikkuth and Chiam, the stars of the god, Amos 5:26. The latter name is generally supposed to denote the planet Saturn. That the kingdom of Israel fell earlier than that of Judah is stated, 2 Kings 17:16, to have been due, among other causes, to its worshipping the host of heaven. But the kingdom of Judah in its later period seems to have outdone the northern kingdom, Israel, in star worship. Of Manasseh it is related that he built altars to all the hosts of heaven in the two courts of the house of Yhwh, and it seems it was the practice of even kings before him to appoint priests who offered sacrifices to the sun, the moon, the planets, and all the hosts of heaven. Altars for star worship were built on the roofs of the houses, and horses and chariots were dedicated to the worship of the sun. 2 Kings 21, 5, 23, 4-5, 11-12. Star worship continued in Judah until the 18th year of Josiah's reign, 621 BC, when the king took measures to abolish all kinds of idolatry. But although star worship was then abolished as a public cult, it was practiced privately by individuals who worshipped the heavenly bodies, and poured out libations to them on the roofs of their houses, Zephaniah 1, 5. Jeremiah 8, 2, 1913. Jeremiah, who prophesied in the 6th year of the captivity of Jehoiachin, 591 BC, describes the worship of the sun as practiced in the court of the temple, Ezekiel 8:16, and that even after the destruction of the temple the women insisted on continuing to worship the Queen of Heaven. The ancient Hebrews, being nomads like the Arabs, favored the moon, while the Babylonians, who were an agricultural nation, preferred the sun. But, as appears from Ezekiel 20:7-8, the moon worship of the Israelites, even while they were still in Egypt, was combined with sun worship.
Stars in Talmudic idolatry.
The zodiac is an imaginary broad belt in the heavens, containing 12 constellations or signs which the sun traverses annually. And a constellation is a group or cluster of fixed stars designated by some name. The information is from Webster. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, under the heading, Zodiac, the findings of the ancient astronomer Hipparchus, 160 to 125 BC concerning the position of the constellations, in the cases of
those which bore the same name, coincided approximately with the signs according to Talmudic tradition.
In the case of the
choice of symbolic signs, all may be traced to Assyrian mythology and influence. The Jews during the Babylonian exile adopted Assyrian names of the months and constellations.
To continue this Jewish encyclopedia account,
since each of the planets was supposed to rule a certain hour of the day, while every constellation governed a certain month of the year, the fate of an infant was predicted according to the heavenly bodies that presided over the hour and the month of its birth. The conjunction of the planets and constellations was accordingly manipulated to determine the fortunes of the person whose horoscope was thus drawn. A good planet might synchronize with a bad constellation to some extent. Both planets and constellations indicated certain characteristics in the person born at that time, and care had likewise to be taken to marry only such a mate as had been born under a harmonizing planet and constellation, since otherwise the marriage would be a failure.
Supposedly, the sun enters the section called Aries about March 21st, Taurus, about April 21st. Gemini, about May 22nd, Cancer, about June 22nd, Leo, about July 23rd, Virgo, about August 24th, Libra, about September 24th, Scorpio, about October 24th, Sagittarius, about November 23rd, Capricorn, about December 22nd, Aquarius about January 20th, Pisces, about February 19th.
Star worship in the Jewish calendar.
During the exile the Babylonian system was adopted, the names of the months being derived from the common Babylonian calendar. Thus Tammuz is the month dedicated to the worship of the fertility spirit of that name. Note: the male sex god Elul is the month when he was bewailed. Here, Elul is given as the Hebrew for whale. But this does not explain why the current code of Jewish law Shulchan Aruch suggests lamenters, wailers for the current fast of Tammuz, which is in each yearly synagogue calendar.
Tebeth is the month he sank into the netherworld, and so forth. The following list gives the names of the Jewish months. Tishri, September-October. The new moon of Tishri is not blessed, as are those of other months. The zodiacal sign of Tishri is the scales. Mar Heshvan or Heshvan, October-November. New moon is reckoned as 2 days. The zodiacal sign is Scorpion. Kislev, November-December. New moon is irregular, being either 1 or 2 days. The zodiacal sign is the Archer. Tebeth, December-January. It is customary to refrain from slaughtering geese during Tebeth. The zodiacal sign is Capricorn. Shabbat, January-February. 30 days. New moon is reckoned as 1 day. 15. New year for trees. It is believed that demons are abroad in this month. The zodiacal sign is the waterman, Aquarius. Adar, February-March. The zodiacal sign is Pisces, the fishes. Second Adar. Occurs only in leap year. Nisan, March-April. The entire month is regarded as a prolonged festival and one in which it is blessed to die. Every 25 years the sun is especially blessed in Nisan. The zodiacal sign is the ram. Iyar, April-May. The zodiacal sign is the bull. Sivan, May-June. The zodiacal sign is the twins. Tammuz. New moon is 2 days. 17. Fast of Tammuz.
Here 2 fictitious reasons for celebrating this fast are cited, followed by this admission.
Actually the fast is a reinterpretation of a Babylonian festival. The zodiacal sign is the crab. A flat, July-August. 9. Fast of Ab, with a fictitious reason. The zodiacal sign is the lion. Elul, August-September. The zodiacal sign is the Virgin.
Quotations are from the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, under Months.
Astrology and moon worship.
Astrology, the belief that the sun, planets and star groups, constellations, possess an influence over human destiny and the attempt to discover and to predict the nature of such influence. There are two main schools of interpretation, one based on the day of the year on which the individual was born, and classifying him by one of the 12 signs of the zodiac, the other, deriving its conclusions from the exact time of day at which the birth took place and making use of the horoscope, or the study of the position of the sun and the planets in various heavenly houses. Babylonia and Egypt were the centers of astrology in the ancient Orient. Hebrews shared such beliefs. The prophets, believing as they did in an all-powerful God who ruled the world on a basis of just reward and punishment, they had no room for a sidereal fatalism which made human lives helplessly subject to the influence of the heavenly bodies. Hence their repeated insistence that God was supreme over the sun, moon and stars, and their scorn for those who attempted to predict human fate by such means.
Note, here Isaiah 44, 24-5, Jeremiah 10, 2, and Isaiah 47, 13 are quoted, the latter quotation being attributed to an imaginary, Deutero-Isaiah. All scriptures with messianic prophecies which Christ fulfilled, thus hard to explain away, are attributed to some nebulous late comer. Continuing.
The Talmudic rabbis, however, found no difficulty in reconciling the belief in astrology with the principles of Judaism.
This is followed by a half-column of fine print citing the Talmudic rabbinical pillars support of astrology, such as
Joshua ben Levi held that a man's character was determined by the day of the week on which he was born. Rabbi ben Joseph made the statement that a man's fate, including the number of years he would live, the children he would have, and his fortune, was determined not by his piety, but by his horoscope. Rabbi Hanina held the determining influence was the star under which one was born. Those born under Venus will be rich.
And so on, and on.
As a result of this widespread belief, the Hebrew term, mazal, which originally meant constellation, was given the additional meaning of luck, or fortune. Astrology made its way into the Kabbalah. Its sole survival is the congratulatory formula, Mazel Tov, which means literally, may you have a fortunate constellation.
Above quotations are from the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, under Astrology. The statement in the above sentence about the current greeting of Mazel Tov being the sole survival is merely whitewash for the alien eye. 1 or 2 new moon days are actually kept monthly. And, under New Moon, Blessings of the Jewish Encyclopedia carries a full-page picture of a street in 1748, full of Jews out paying their respects to the moon. The text of the above article cites the custom of raising the
body on the tips of the toes 3 times, addressing the moon with the ancient formula, as I dance toward thee, but cannot touch thee, so shall none of my evil-inclined enemies be about to touch me. Then those assembled greet one another with, Shalom Aleichem, peace be to you, and say, good luck to us and to all Israel.
Father of lies.
In looking into the mess of paganism and criminality which is whited over under the stolen name of Judaism, be prepared to first read one subterfuge, or one red herring, after another before truth even then shines through the cloud. Under Superstition, Jewish, the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia 1943 cites Rabbi Joshua Trachtenberg, and his book, Jewish Magic and Superstition is authoritative. His sketch also appeared in the 1955 Who's Who in World Jewry, with that work cited. Typically, Trachtenberg first says concerning New Moon Day rites in the synagogue that
the pagan veneration of the new moon is not directly connected with the Talmudic ceremony observed today.
Then he goes on to admit,
but certain superstitious practices have been associated with the rite, pointing to its continued occult importance in human affairs, such as addressing the moon 3 times, as I skip before you and do not reach you, so, if others jump before me may they not strike me, and then thrice bidding one's neighbor, peace be unto you. The ceremony as well as the 3-fold repetitions, are typical of magical acts and the belief that one who has performed the full rite need not fear death during the ensuing month.
Page 256. Invoking the sun along with the moon is cited on page 201 of the Trachtenberg book.
Isaiah and New Moon Days.
Isaiah, the saintly prophet of Christ, 760 to 698 before Christ, started right off in chapter 1 with his fulminations against Judah and Jerusalem.
Our sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, children that are corrupters. Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant, we should have been as Sodom like unto Gomorrah. Bring no more vain oblations, the new moons and Sabbaths, it is iniquity. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hateth. I am weary to bear them.
The quote is from Isaiah 1, 4, 1, 9, 113-14. They were given then, as their followers are now, a choice, and
if ye refuse and rebel against the teachings of God, ye shall be devoured with the sword.
Verse 20. In the Kabbalah, the Talmudists represent themselves as the divine presence, or Shekinah, and when the female Shekinah is copulating with her male, then Israel will be ruling the world. Says the Jewish Encyclopedia under Moon.
The reason why the Jews count the days of the year by the moon is that, like the moon, which reigns both in the daytime and night, the Jews have both this world and the future one. The moon, on account of its monthly reappearance, is considered as the emblem of Israel. Therefore the reappearance of the moon is sanctified by the recitation of benedictions.
Blessing of the Sunday.
The sun, universally, in paganism, represented the male procreative spirit, the moon the female. The weeping for Tammuz, and his powers of human and agricultural fertility, was a Babylonian ceremonial. Tammuz was also called Adonis, and the female counterpart Astarte, Mylitta, or Venus, according to location. Honoring all of these pagan idols has been incorporated into Judaism. The Babylonian Talmudic ceremony of blessing the sun, says the Jewish Encyclopedia 1905, occurs
on the first Wednesday of Nisan every 28 years. This is calculated by the calendar of Samuel Yarbanar, which allots to the solar year 365 and a quarter days, and asserts that each of the 7 planets rules over 1 hour of the day in the following sequence: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. The blessing is concluded with Alanu and Kaddish Yatim. The blessing of the sun was celebrated by the Jews in New York City in 1897 in Tompkins Square.
The completion of the cycle occurred during the 20th century on April 1, 1925 and March 18, 1953. April 8, 1981 is the date of the next observance.
Once in 28 years. Sun at point of creation this year. Talmud tells.
This appeared in the California Jewish Voice, October 24, 1952, over an article by Rabbi Samuel Rubin. A long-winded hair-splitting article uses the old number and letter juggling to make an appearance of scholarship. Leap years of 13 months fall on Wednesday in Nisan. The rabbis add 19 and 28, making 47. Now rest your brain, you will need it. The Jewish Voice article continues.
Our rabbis told us that this total of 47, 19 plus 28, comes from the following passage. And God saw that the light was good, Kitov. For these Hebrew words in turn, amount to 47. Moreover, the sun has 3 names, Shemesh, Shamar, Charis. If we take the last letter of these 3 names and sum them, we get 365, the number of the days within the sun year. We say the following prayer: the luminaries are good which our God has created. He, note, small, h, formed them with knowledge, understanding, and discernment, note, some soulful attributes for hunks of matter. He gave them power and might to rule in the midst of the world.
Actually, these paganists dumbly follow the laws of gravity, with one mass of matter pulling on the other in mathematical preciseness, they without any more knowledge, or understanding, than the dirt in your garden. I well remember an exultant Jewish press report of a sun blessing service, conducted from a U.S. government airplane, when the great day came. Vociferous chanting and carrying on is typical of the Chassidists, whose Baal Shems are supposed to be experts at summoning up spirits by voodoo combinations of the Tetragrammaton, or name of Jehovah in skeleton, YHWH in 12, 42, 72-letter combinations known to the elect. This was described by the Brooklyn Jewish Examiner of May 1, 1953. All of the tributes to the moon, monthly, and to the sun, are specifically forbidden by the Bible. Veneration of the sun, moon and stars is the oldest idolatry. That the ancients were condemned for the same things wrapped up in Judaism today, and practiced now, is seen in the Bible. Deuteronomy 4:19, 2 Kings 17:16, 21, 3, 5, 2 Chronicles 33, 3, 5. Punishments. Deuteronomy 17, 2-5, 2 Chronicles 28, 23. Job 31, 26-28, Jeremiah 7:17-20, 8, 2, Ezekiel 8:15 and 6. Zeph 1, 4-5, Acts 7:42. For warnings against and punishments, Deuteronomy 17, 2-5. 2 Chronicles 28, 23, Esau 2, 6-12, Jeremiah 8:12, 19, 19-13. On star worship and drink offerings, see Havdalah, Ezekiel 8:14-16, Micah 5:12, on soothsayers, or astrologists, and witchcraft plus the Bible from beginning to end, Zephaniah on the host of heaven, and so on. Jewish encyclopedias will tell you that astrology or star worship was so well entrenched in Talmudism that only Maimonides, of their sages, ever opposed it. Other gods is veritably the middle name of this Jewish religion based upon a non-anthropomorphic God and a pantheistic world of spirits. These are invoked virtually from the time of awakening to sleep at night. Guests are people we invite, but uninvited, we do not have to allow them to stay. The same of the dark spirits in Talmudism.
Chapter 8. Demonology of the Pharisees.
So-called Judaism is nothing but Babylonian Talmudic Pharisaism, which at base is crass paganism concocted through the centuries. Descriptions concocted for this very old Satanism, such as immanence, Spinoza emanation, Talmudic Kabbalah dialectical materialism, Marx merely dress up old pagan concepts. All forms of demonology were adopted by the Pharisees and incorporated into so-called Judaism. Demons of the privy, of the night, of every phase of nature, were and are catered to by the tenets and customs of this sect. The Talmud book of Yadayim, hands, is, for example, on ritual hand-washing in connection with Pharisee demonology. The Talmud is larded with occult works and practices. The Pharisee custom in Christ's time of drizzling water alternately on the hands, to carry off demons who presumably live in water, is still in force. The Code of Jewish Law, Shulchan Aruch, which is a digested Mishnah of the Talmud, holds that an evil spirit takes over a sleeping person.
When he rises from his sleep, the evil spirit departs from his entire body excepting from his fingers. From there the unclean spirit does not depart unless he spills water on him 3 times alternately. One is not permitted to walk 4 cubits without having his hands washed.
The quote is from Shulchan Aruch, Volume 1, Chapter 2, Hebrew Publishing Company, 1927. Says the Cincino edition of the Talmud, in the introduction to Yadayim, handwashing.
This rite formed one of the chief breaches between Jesus and the Pharisees. Page 545, when the Pharisees came to Christ, baiting him about his apostles not doing these handwashing rituals, he came back at them, saying that they were hypocrites, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. Full well ye reject the commandment of God that ye may keep your own tradition.
See Matthew 15. Other practices are condoned in Judaism. Despite Moses's orders, Deuteronomy 18:10-12.
There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or daughter to pass through the fire.
See ritual murder herein.
Or that useth divination, or an observer of times, astrology, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord, and because of the abominations the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 18:10-12. Yet all of these are permitted by Judaistic Pharisee scripture. See, for example, the Jewish Talmud, Sanhedrin 65 AB. Citing this very scriptural passage, and reversing it, the Talmudic sages hold that calling up demons to aid with sorcery is not idolatry since demons are not thereby worshipped. The ancient practice of spirit speaking from the privates by soothsaying is dwelt upon in Judaism, and this practice is loathsomely attributed to Jesus.
He practiced enchantment by means of his membrum.
See the Talmud, Sanhedrin 105 AB.
Ye shall not use enchantment nor observe times.
Another of Moses's admonitions in Leviticus 19:26. The sages also distort this clear scripture and declare.
This refers to those who practice enchantment by means of weasels, birds, and fish.
Thus forbidding what no one cares to do anyway, and so as to open the way for pagan practices elsewhere permitted. The Christian need not wallow in darkness. In the 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia it was already clearly written down that the Pharisees took over Judaism, removed all obnoxious verbiage concerning God, such as attributing to him intelligence and control over this world, and bestowed all biblical powers ascribed to him to lesser spirits, or angelic powers. And, with the angelology and demonology of Babylon and the Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkabah, they nullify the Bible into pantheism. Anthropomorphism, or attributing to God any human quality like intelligence, love, or control, such as God gave man over the animal world, was and is obnoxious to the Pharisee. See, for example, the Jewish Encyclopedia, upper left column. The Maaseh Merkabah and Maaseh Bereshit are called in Judaism the very basis of this occult Gnosticism. Pretending to be based upon Genesis and Ezekiel's chariot throne of God vision, Ezekiel I, this last mystery, is called Merkabah. The words, by other means, are the most significant in the definition of the Merkabah in the Jewish Encyclopedia, pages 499 to 500.
The mysteries rest on the belief in the reality of things seen in an ecstatic state brought about by ablutions, fast, fervent invocations, incantations, and by other means. The Merkabah rider must provide himself with amulets or seals containing mysterious names. The central figure in the theophany, however, is the Prince of the Face, Metatron. He is the one who imparted to man all the knowledge of heaven and of the past and the future.
Even burning children to the demon Molech for black occult power is allowed today by the supreme scriptures of Pharisaic Judaism. See, ritual murder, herein.
Jewish magic.
Rabbi Joshua Trachtenberg, listed in Who's Who in American Jewry, in his defensive yet illuminating book, Jewish Magic and Superstition, published by Behrmans, New York, 1939, writing of the age-long reputation of Jews as practitioners of black magic and all occult demonistic rites, states.
The sources indicate that Jews were at least acquainted with methods of inducing disease and death, of arousing and killing passion, of forcing people to do their bidding, of employing demons for divinatory and other purposes. We find accounts of the magician's power to project his soul to far distant places, there to perform an errand, and then return to his comatose body. Page 13. Jewish magic functioned within the framework of the Jewish religion. Page 15.
The quote is from, second chapter, entitled, The Truth Behind the Legend. Rabbi Trachtenberg also states,
knowledge of the names, through which Jewish magic worked, was inaccessible to women, for it required not only a thorough training in Hebrew and Aramaic, which most of them lacked, but also a deep immersion in mystical lore from which they were barred. Early mystical and magical lore was successfully guarded by a limited oral transmission. The secret lore of the Colonomides, note, who brought it from Babylonia, was first written down in the 13th century. Jewish life had turned more and more inward, and intensive study of the Talmud had become almost its sole intellectual pursuit. But the German Kabbalah never attained the theoretical depth of its Spanish counterpart, nor did it exert so much influence.
Pages 16 to 17, same publication.
So we may say that every Jew whose desire led him thither essayed a little magic in a small way. But it was generally recognized that only a minor portion of the mystical lore had found its way into books. Much of it remained private, jealously guarded property.
Page 18. In the same work, and under the title of Forbidden and Permitted, Trachtenberg says,
the Bible had pronounced an unqualified condemnation of sorcery. The Talmud pursued its customary function of clarifying and classifying Jewish law, and so broke up the all-inclusive category of sorcery into several divisions.
Then are cited various hair splittings, ending with an admission that the Talmud actually permits the very proscribed or forbidden acts denounced by the Bible. Trachtenberg sums up.
From a practical standpoint, they succeeded in effectively excluding from the prescribed magic all the forms current among Jews.
Pages 19 to 20. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia cites Rabbi Trachtenberg Jewish Magic and Superstition as a rabbinical authority on these subjects.
Havdalah.
Says Rabbi Trachtenberg.
On Saturday evening, during the Havdalah ceremony, which marks the beginning of the new week, another libation was offered to the spirits, as part of the ritual. Some of the wine was poured upon the ground, as a good omen for the entire week to symbolize good fortune and blessing.
Rabbi Trachtenberg then proceeds to de-emphasize that this had any religious significance, and states,
Moses Matt in the 16th century wrote that this practice is intended to give their portion to the company of Korah, namely, to the powers of evil. And that portion was not inconsiderable. As one rabbi in Silesia remarked, if I had the wine that is poured upon the ground in Austria during Havdalah, it would suffice to quench my thirst for a whole year. This custom of pouring out some wine over which a blessing has been recited, which appears again in the wedding ceremony, may have been considered by some people not as an offering to the spirits, but as a means of driving them off.
The quote is from page 167, Jewish Magic and Superstition. Just preceding this, Rabbi Trachtenberg covers various food offerings to demons, such as leaving a loaf of bread and cup of wine, left standing overnight, which, to quote, is categorized as setting a table for the demons. Yet it continued to be done, sometimes with the frank admission that it extends fullness of blessing over the entire week. During the Passover Seder, a cup of wine is filled expressly for the prophet Elijah, who is believed to visit every Jewish home on that occasion, and the door is opened for him to enter. This time the offering is to a good spirit, rather than an evil one. But during the same service, there is a late custom, which arose in German Jewish circles, to pour out a drop of wine at the mention of each of the 10 plagues, possibly to placate the evil spirits, who may be impelled by the reference to so many disasters to visit some of them upon the celebrants. Israel Iserlane's biographer wrote of him,
"He always spilled some of the water from his cup before drinking,"
thus observing a universal Jewish custom going back to Talmudic times. The explanation then given was that the water might have been contaminated by a demon, but obviously merely spilling some of it doesn't purify it all. The intention was to induce the demon to neutralize the possible ill effect of the water by making him a libation. Same publication, pages 166 to 167.
Tashlik and Kapara.
Rabbi Trachtenberg cites the power of the Kapara rites in Judaism. In the first editions of the Shulchan Aruch, an accepted code of Judaism compiled by Joseph Caro, his reference to tashlik being a silly custom was deleted, according to Rabbi Trachtenberg.
Under the influence of the 16th-century Polish annotator, Moses Isserles, the various features of the ceremony accentuate its superstitions and even magical character.
Tashlik is the current and ancient Pharisee custom of dropping crumbs into a river or body of water at Rosh Hashanah, or flapping the garments at demons, as the Hasidim Jews do, to appease them. Brooklyn and Manhattan bridges in New York have been much used for this, says the Jewish Encyclopedia of 1905 under Tashlik. Rabbi Trachtenberg also states,
"Fowl are closely associated with the spirits in Jewish and non-Jewish law, and are the commonest oblation to them. The cock is employed to represent a man, the hen, a woman, in many magic rites. The circles which are described about the head of the individual, and the numbers 3 and 7, are well-known magical elements. The words which effectuate the substitution have all the earmarks of a typical incantation. In the earlier texts the words, 'This is my atonement,' are not present. They were added so that the initials of the Hebrew terms might form the word Hattish, which is the name of the angel appointed over this."
Rabbi Trachtenberg continues,
"The belief that evil spirits roost on roofs occurs often. The Talmud places them under the eaves. In view of this requirement that the entrails be thrown on a roof acquires special significance. Thus analyzed, there can be little doubt of the true meaning of the rite, which is still observed today. It is probably the most blatantly superstitious practice to have entered Jewish religious usage, for where the significance of other such practices has long since been lost sight of, the purpose of this is too apparent to escape the dullest wits."
Same publication, pages 164 to 165.
Not unrelated is the rite of Tashlik, observed on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. This ceremony represents merely the latest version of a complex of superstitious practices centering about the belief in the existence of spirits in bodies of water. In later times Tashlik was postponed if the first day of the new year fell on a Sabbath on the ground that carrying bread was a violation of the Sabbath rules.
Various explanations, customarily used as a whited sepulchre, cover up for the stark paganism of Pharisaism are here mentioned by Trachtenberg, and then
these explanations only too patently evade the main issue, the bread offering to the spirits. Under Kabbalistic influence an attempt was made to limit the right to shaking one's clothes at the riverside.
A picture appears in the Jewish Encyclopedia showing Jews with bags of bread at the riverside performing the Tashlik ceremony of appeasing the demons of the water. The entire Jewish Talmud book of Yadayim, hands, is based upon the superstition that demons live in water. The Talmudist's objective here is not cleanliness, but getting the demons off into water. Small wonder that Christ would have none of the Pharisee hand-washing voodoo in his life, because of which the Pharisees upbraided him mercilessly.
Lilith, favorite demoness.
Of the hordes of demons the Jew who would win out must use and dismiss, none is more prominent than Lilith. Some of the amulets meant to keep her in check, as reproduced from the Jewish encyclopedia. Lilith is supposedly jealous of lying in mothers and their newborn babies. Her main job is apparently spawning demons. In his above-noted publication, Rabbi Trachtenberg repeats the Talmudic tale that
when Adam was parted from Eve, he had relations with female demons who bore him demonic offspring.
He was at this for 130 years, we are told. Says Trachtenberg, page 7.
As a result of the legend of Adam's relations with Lilith, another spelling, the Liliths were most frequently singled out as the demons who embrace sleeping men and cause them to have nocturnal emissions which are the seed of a hybrid progeny. As the demons whose special prey is lying in women, it was found necessary to adopt an extensive series of protective measures against her. We seem to have here a union of the night demon with the spirit that presides over pregnancy, influenced no doubt by the character of the Babylonian Lamassu, and the Lamii and Striga of Greek and Roman folklore.
To fig.
One of the most characteristic and least charming of the Talmudic customs is the gesture, to fig. This is cited in Rabbi Trachtenberg's work, page 162, as one of the
most widely used anti-demonic devices. It is made by closing the fist and inserting the thumb between the two fingers. Its particularly obnoxious character derives from the fact that it is meant as an obscene representation of the sexual act. Manasseh ben Israel was correct, both in his explanation of the intent of this gesture, and his association of it with the Talmudic recommendation, that to protect oneself against the evil eye, one should place his right thumb in his left fist, and his left thumb in his right fist. When a man encloses his thumb in his fist he simulates a pregnant woman, and they, the spirits, do not harm him. People who employed this gesture were warned that it infuriates the demons at the same time that it renders them harmless. Therefore a weak person, especially one who is dangerously ill, should forbear to use it, for the spirits may subsequently take vengeance on him. Variations on this theme were also employed. For safety on a journey one should place the little finger of the right hand in the left fist and recite a charm formula. The fingers were used as phallic symbols to the same end, and we learn that a witch is transfixed when one raises his index finger and thumb and recites the name, Uriel, 7 times, or that an evil impulse may be vanquished by pressing the thumbs on the ground, repeating, PP, 9 times and spitting.
Here, as in all cases, the documentation of Rabbi Trachtenberg was monumental.
Spirits and cemeteries.
Obviously the spirits can help as well as harm the living. An observant visitor to the tomb of Simon Bar Yochai, for instance, at Meron, Palestine, will discern a host of written entreaties for the saint's aid. Note: the Saint was a 2nd century Talmudic voodoo worker associated with the Zohar, principal multi-volumed work of the Jewish Kabbalah. The ancient practice of visiting the cemetery to entreat the offices of deceased relatives or scholars persisted. In addition to such individual visits, there grew up the custom of the entire congregation repairing to the cemetery annually on several occasions, such as the 7 rain fasts, and on Tisha B'Av and on the eves of New Year and the Day of Atonement, that the dead may beseech mercy on our behalf.
The quote is from Jewish Magic and Superstition by Trachtenberg, page 64.
The custom of washing the hands after a funeral is very widespread. Efforts were made to find a biblical precedent for this act, but there was a general admission that it was done, to dispel the spirits of uncleanness which cling to one's person, these being, the demons that follow them home.
Page 179, same publication. Today, one may note Jews at such places as Temple Sholem, on Elegant Lake Shore Drive, Chicago, dripping water on their hands after a funeral. The Jewish Encyclopedia, under Cemetery, refers to the custom of visiting the cemetery, to consult the spirits, and cites the Talmud, Niddah 17a. There it is stated that one
spending a night in a graveyard in order that a spirit of uncleanness may rest upon him, to enable him to foretell the future might sometimes be exposed to danger.
Talmud, Cincino edition, Niddah, page 113. Reference to this practice is also made in Sanhedrin 65b. That cemeteries are infested with spirits and demons is the general idea.
Jewish necromancy.
Says Rabbi Trachtenberg.
The future is an open book to the denizens of the supernatural realm, and like the demons and the angels, the deceased can by eavesdropping pick up the latest decisions of the court on high. They flit through the universe to hear what has been decreed. Then they report back to intimates on Earth, in dreams or personal appearances. But in general the spirit world is chary of its secrets and can be induced to reveal them only by magical means. Mystical invocations and occult rites are effective in forcing the dead to obey the magician's will. The art of necromancy is a specialized function of sorcery.
The quote is from Jewish Magic and Superstition, page 65. And
the official language of the celestial court is Hebrew. This principle was advanced in the Talmud.
In a chapter, The War with the Spirits, Rabbi Trachtenberg states,
the methods of warding off the spirits fell into three general categories. 1. To drive them away. 2. To buy them off with gifts, to bribe them and thus conciliate them. 3. To deceive them by disguising their intended victims, or by pretending that the situation was other than what it was. Each of these methods, and often two or three of them combined, was known and employed by Jews, even found expression in special ceremonies which have become part and parcel of Jewish ritual.
Rabbi Trachtenberg mentions putting a severed foreskin in a bowl of water, with attendants dipping their fingers in bloody fluid, and burying the circumciser with the foreskins he has severed, as demonic ritual. The unluckiness of even numbers except on special nights when 4 cups of wine, instead of an odd number, may be imbibed, the protective and divine nature of Talmud study for blunting demons, and the recitation of the Shema at night are noted by the rabbi, and he states,
there was no attempt to disguise the purpose of this prayer service. It was frankly admitted time and again that it exists only because of the demons. He quotes, at my right Michael, at my left Gabriel, before me Uriel, behind me Raphael. This is nothing more than the Jewish version of the ancient Babylonian incantation, Shamash before me, behind me Sin, Nergal at my right, Ninib at my left, or, may the good Shedu at my right, the good Lamassu at my left, etc.
The quote is from Jewish Magic and Superstition, page 156.
The final weapon in the anti-demonic strategy is that of deceit.
Apart from wailers at weddings to deceive the demons into thinking it a sad instead of glad occasion, breaking a glass at a wedding and the shofar being blown to scare the demons, this strategy of deceit, says the rabbi, is
most commonly employed in changing an invalid's name so that the spirits who might be charged with effecting his death would be unable to locate him, just as criminals adopt aliases to evade the police.
The quote is from same publication, page 168. Under Shinui Ha-Shem, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, one may read the synagogue formula for changing the name of an invalid so as to fool the demons.
When the righteous judgment has already decreed death from illness, our saintly rabbis said, 3 things annul the decree, and one of them is changing the name of the patient. We therefore, in conformity with their advice, have changed the name of, mention here the former name, to the name of, mention the adopted name, who is now another person. The decree shall not have any force with regards to him.
Was Christ so wrong to call the Pharisees fools and blind? Matthew 23:17.
The Shulchan Aruch.
Never worry about the spelling of a Talmudic word. As though promoting a program of confusion, as soon as you have identified one spelling, you find another. The above happens to be the spelling in the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, although the name on the book itself is spelled Shulchan Aruch, Code of Jewish Law, translated by Hyman E. Golden, Hebrew Publishing Company, 77-9 Delancey Street, New York, copyright 1927. The Shulchan Aruch, says the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, is the standard authoritative source for Judaism. It is a compendium of the religious practices of the Jews. A Kitzer, or condensed compilation of this work is on sale at Jewish bookstores. Rabbi Solomon Gansfried, Hebrew Publishing Company. It was compiled by Joseph Caro, 1488-1575. He died in Safed, Palestine, seat of Jewish voodoo mysticism. He was one of those ousted from Spain in 1492 when Spain tired of facilitating the Golden Age for Talmudists. Since Caro was accused of neglecting some of the customs of Eastern, Ashkenazi, Polish, Russian, German Jews in favor of Spanish or Sephardic customs, additions were made to this boiled-down compilation of the laws of the Talmud by Moses Isserles. It was first published in Venice in 1565, and, to quote, it became practically canonical. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia complains, however, that ever since 1700, due to the exposures of Eisenmenger, the Shulchan Aruch caused anti-Semites to accuse the Jews of being hostile to humanity. The Kitzur, or abbreviated edition of the Shulchan Aruch, boils down the Talmud laws or Mishnayim, to expedite knowing such things as which shoe to put on in the morning to keep the demons in line, etc. It requires 3 chapters, for example, to tell the modern Jew how to behave in that beloved Talmudic subject, the privy. Says Rabbi Trachtenberg.
In Talmudic times it was customary to rattle nuts in a jar to scare away the demons that frequent privies.
And he cites other devices. Sections 122 to 125 give directions for such petty observances as not bathing, or paring nails during the Tammuz fast. At its termination,
in the evening all enter the synagogue and take off the boots. All should be seated on the ground, and only a few lights are lit just sufficient to enable them to say Lamentations and the special Lamentations. Lamentations and the special Lamentations are likewise said in a low tone with a weeping intonation. On the Sabbath during the 9 days of Ab, it is the custom to call up to Maftir the rabbi who knows how to lament.
The excuse for keeping up this typical pagan Babylonian custom is that one must mourn for the loss of the Jerusalem temple. There are 3 obscene and senseless chapters on how to behave in a privy, much about excreta, and about demon-preventing hand-washing from morning to night, against which Christ declaimed. Just the chapters on rules of the Sabbath would wear out a piece of stone. For example,
one should not wash his hand upon the ground because an evil spirit rests upon this water.
Chapter 44, Volume 1, on handwashing at the end of a meal, the right hand and then the left has to be immersed before a meal.
And he should not dry them with his shirt, because it is harmful to the memory.
The quote is from, Chapter 40. Wisdom of the Sages, for today.
When a man is asleep the holy soul departs from his body, and the unclean spirit comes down upon him. When he rises from his sleep the evil spirit departs from his entire body excepting his fingers. From there the unclean spirit does not depart unless he spills water on him 3 times alternately. One is not permitted to walk 4 cubits without having his hands washed.
A cubit is about 18 inches, so watch your step. This so-called handwashing is not for cleanliness, as previously noted, but a ritual in connection with dislodging demons. The Orthodox, or pious, Jew may well spend the rest of the time invoking or inviting in
ritual murder.
Over the centuries, and dating from the time of the Pharisee historian Josephus, in the 1st century, Jews have repeatedly been charged with ritual murder, that is, murder for purposes of paganistic black magic, charges always vehemently denied. Such denials are understandable, when one considers how loathsome such practices are. Says the 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia.
It may be positively asserted that there is no Jewish ritual which prescribes the use of blood of any human being. Were there such a ritual there would certainly be some reference to it in the colossal mass of Halakhic literature.
This is an evasion, because no one has accused Judaism of carrying all the bloody business of its demonism in the halacha, or legal, literature. Demonism belongs in the practical Kabbalah, the theurgic, or wonder-working literature, the manuscripts for which are copied hand to hand. Occasionally one is printed in occult works. Blood, blood, blood is through it all. One of the many charges of ritual murder was in Russia, in 1912, when Mendel Bayless was accused of this crime of murdering for purposes of black magic.
Note by Vasali. I have converted and uploaded this book to my BitChute and Rumble channels. The title of the book is The Jews and Ritual Murders of Christian Babies, by Litostansky Ippolit Iosifovich, 1911. Remember that it is Rothschild who is behind the suppression of the fact that some Jews murder children for their blood, as confirmed in the audiobook titled, Gentile Folly, The Rothschilds, by Arnold Spencer Lease, 1940. Also note that the American Jewish Committee is another Rothschild organization, as I have detailed in the past, in Henry Ford's book, and in my future upload of the audiobook titled, The Synagogue of Satan, by Andrew Carrington Hitchcock.
The American Jewish Committee succeeded in interesting journalists to such an extent
that the country was convinced of the infamous character of the charge.
Christian ministers of the USA were induced to send protests to Russia. These Christian divines, whom the committee inspired to protest to Russia,
disavowed their belief in the atrocious charge.
The 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia elaborately denies the blood accusation, but states,
of the alarmingly large number of ritual trials only a few of the more important and instructive can here be mentioned.
122 are covered. 39 of these in one row bear dates in the 19th century. These trials took place from Romania, Prussia, Bohemia and Germany through to Russia, England and France. Strange that so many court trials have been held for so many centuries in so many different countries without any foundation whatever except some groundless prejudice. A reading of the section on superstition in the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia will give a glimpse of occult practices of Judaism continuing today, foul practices such as tefig, kapora, and the like. Rabbi Joshua Trachtenberg is cited as an authority as to his Jewish magic and superstition, Behrman's Jewish Book House, Publishers, 1939. In it he seeks to erase the ritual murder charges of the centuries, referring to
the constant recurrence of child sacrifice in these trials and the importance of human blood in the witch's ritual, the most distinguishing elements in the technique of the sorcerer and the witch, as disclosed to popular view by the campaign of the Church.
It is interesting to note that these occult practices are current. The late Dr. Decker was at one time in the communist movement, and told me of being a member of the same occult group with Communist Party chief Earl Browder, for the purpose of influencing individuals. The publication Ritual Magic, E. M. Butler, Cambridge University Press, 1949, is a good complement to Trachtenberg's Jewish Magic and Superstition and is a documented book which contains much material and some bloody manuscripts. It was authored by Professor E. M. Butler of Cambridge University, published by the University Press, 1949. The vast scholarship, the documentation on this subject, are presented in a light-hearted style not unmixed with awareness of the perils and the ghastly viciousness of the occult arts, which translations of museum manuscripts must convey to any sane reader. So reference is made in the Butler book to a branch of this demon magic as belonging to an earlier age.
To the world of the Akkadian Chaldean, Babylonian inscriptions and of the Greco-Egyptian papyri animated by the belief that the gods could and would support the magician in his dealings with the demons, if properly invoked. And that by the use of certain mysterious and ineffable names as well as other spells, they could be forced to do so even against their will. From the earliest times this extraordinary power was recognized as prone to abuse in the hands of black magicians, but the art itself was not only respectable, it was a high and holy one. Christianity altered all that, anathematizing magic.
No one with a grain of common decency could have anything but the utmost denunciation for murdering children in orgies of blood and obscenity. But the Jewish Talmud permits this, today, in the Book of Sanhedrin, its supreme repository of the criminal law, justified as giving one's seed to Molech. The biblical denunciations of the abominations, such as Molech and Baal worship, carry little color to the modern reader, who is ignorant of the black demonism, the bloody cruelty and unbridled perverted lust of paganism, nor do the biblical writers of today enlighten us. Soundly bedded in the Bible and ancient history is French historian Gustave Flaubert's description of child sacrifice to the Baal Molech in Carthage, which had been founded by the Phoenicians. The Phoenician city, Tyre, trading center of the ancient world, was infamous for its lesbianism, sodomy and child-burning black rites. Its total and permanent destruction, foretold by Ezekiel, chapter 26 and 27, was fulfilled to the last detail after Alexander the Great sold 30,000 of its leading citizens into slavery, building a causeway out of the battered walls and towers Nebuchadnezzar had demolished. Flaubert, who died in 1880, describes the thirst, the fear, of the Carthaginians.
Murdering children.
They had not dispatched to Phoenicia their annual offering due to Tyrian Melkarth. The gods were indignant with the Republic, and were, no doubt, about to prosecute their vengeance. All were feeble in comparison with Moloch the Destroyer. There was no pain great enough for the god, since he delighted in such as was of the most horrible description. He must, accordingly, be fully gratified. It was believed that an immolation by fire would purify Carthage. The ferocity of the people was predisposed towards it. The ancients assembled, and when the pontiff of Moloch asked them whether they would consent to surrender their children, all successively bent their heads in approval. The decision was almost immediately known in Carthage, and lamentations resounded. The cries of the women might everywhere be heard. Their husbands consoled them, or railed at them with remonstrances. Then the priests of Moloch began their task. Men in black robes presented themselves in the houses. The servants of Moloch came and took the children away. Others themselves surrendered them stupidly. Then they were brought to the temple of Tanith, where the priestesses were charged with their amusement and support until the solemn day. Part of a wall in the temple of Moloch was thrown down in order to draw out the brazen god without touching the ashes of the altar. Then as soon as the sun appeared, the hierodules pushed it toward the square of Kamon. It moved backwards, sliding upon cylinders. Its shoulders overlapped the walls. No sooner did the Carthaginians see it in the distance than they speedily took to flight, for the Baal could be looked upon with impunity only when exercising his wrath. A smell of aromatics spread through the streets. All the temples had just been opened simultaneously, and from them came forth tabernacles borne upon chariots, or upon litters carried by the pontiffs. Great plumes swayed at the corners of them, and rays were emitted from their slender pinnacles, which terminated in balls of crystal, gold, silver, or copper. These were the Canaanitish Baalim, offshoots of the supreme Baal. Melkarth's pavilion, which was of fine purple, sheltered a petroleum flame. On Kamon's, which was of hyacinth color, there rose an ivory phallus, note, the male procreative symbol which distinguished the high places, excoriated by the Bible, bordered with a circle of gems. Between Eshmaun's curtains, which were blue as the ether, a sleeping python formed a circle with his tail. Then came all the inferior forms of the divinity. Baal Salmon, god of celestial space. Baal Peor, Baal Zehub, the Arabal of Liriba, the Adramelech of Chaldea, the Kidjon of the Syrians. Decreto crept on her fins, and the corpse of Tammuz, sex god whose fast is part of the Talmudic synagogue calendar today, was drawn along in the midst of a catafalque. In order to subdue the kings of the firmament to the sun, the current Talmudic religion greets the sun. Periodically, diversely colored metal stars were brandished at the end of long poles, and all were there, from the dark Nebo, the genius of Mercury, to the hideous Rahib, which is the constellation of the crocodile. The abadir, stones which had fallen from the moon, were whirling in slings of silver thread. Little loaves, representing the female form, were borne on baskets by the priests of Ceres. Others brought their fetishes and amulets.
Note: New moon days are celebrated in the synagogues monthly today with superstitious rites. The Jewish idolaters of Jeremiah's time used these same sex loaves, and he bewailed the paganism of those whose
children gather wood and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead the dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven.
The quote is from Jeremiah 7:18. But when they had to flee into Egypt, and Jerusalem was leveled to the ground for their abominations, as foretold, and Jeremiah reproved them for the same worship of the sex goddess, they replied that they would do as they pleased, because they had plenty when they did that and had had troubles since they quit.
And did we make her cakes to worship her, and pour our drink offerings unto her without our men?
The quote is from Jeremiah 44:18-19. Then Jeremiah tells them that is just why they are in the trouble they are, because they did these things. Concerning the pagan amulets mentioned by Flaubert, they have been used right to the present time by the Talmudic pagans,
which say they are Jews.
The quote is from Revelations 2:9. Continuing Flaubert's description of the child sacrifices to Molech.
The brazen statue continued to advance towards the square of Kamon. The rich, carrying scepters with emerald balls. The ancients with diadems on their heads, masters of the finances, governors of provinces, sailors, and the numerous horde employed at funerals, all with the insignia of their magistracies or the instruments of their calling, were making their way. At last the Baal arrived exactly in the center of the square. His pontiffs arranged an enclosure with trellis work to keep off the multitude. A picture is drawn of the various orders and their positions, the colorful array, the necromancies all covered with tattooings, and the shriekers in patched cloaks, and the Yudonim, who put the bone of a dead man into their mouths to learn the future. The priests of Ceres were chanting a Thesmophrion in the Megarian dialect. Note: the festival in honor of female procreation of Thesmorphria. From time to time files of men arrived, completely naked, their arms outstretched, and all holding one another by the shoulders they drew forth a hoarse and cavernous intonation. Their eyes shone through the dust, and they swayed their bodies simultaneously, and at equal distances, as though they were all affected by a single movement. They were so frenzied that to restore order the hierodules compelled them, with blows of the stick, to lie flat on the ground, with their faces resting against the brass trellis work.
A priest of the female procreation goddess, Tanith, enters and is resented as this is the celebration to honor the male sex god, Moloch. He, Shahabari owing to his mutilation could take no part in the cult of Baal. Note, the priests of the female goddesses were castrated with sacred swords, and their privy member thrown up against the statue of the goddess as an offering. Moses knew of these pagan rites and denounced them in the following terms.
He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 23:1.
The fire burns for the children.
Continuing Flaubert.
Meanwhile a fire of aloes, cedar, and laurel was burning between the legs of the colossus. The tips of its long wings dipped into the flame. The unguents with which it had been rubbed flowed like sweat over its brazen limbs. Around the circular flagstone on which its feet rested, the children, wrapped in black veils, formed a motionless circle. The rich, the ancients, the women, the whole multitude, thronged behind the priests and on the terraces of the houses. The large painted stars revolved no longer, the tabernacles were set on the ground, and the fumes from the censers ascended perpendicularly. Many fainted. Others became inert and petrified in their ecstasy. Infinite anguish weighed upon the breasts of the beholders. At last the high priest of Moloch passed his left hand beneath the children's veils, plucked a lock of hair from their foreheads and threw it upon the flames. Then the men in the red cloaks chanted the sacred hymn, Homage to thee, Son, King of two zones, self-generating creator. Their voices were lost in the outburst of instruments sounding simultaneously to drown the cries of the victims. The 8-stringed sheminiths, the kinners which had 10 strings and the nebles which had 12, grated, whistled, and thundered. Enormous leathern bags, bristling with pipes, made a shrill clashing noise. The tambourines, beaten with all the players' might, resounded with heavy, rapid blows, and in spite of the fury of the clarions, the salsalim snapped like grasshoppers' wings. The hierodules, with a long hook, opened the 7-storied compartments on the body of the Baal. They put meal into the highest, 2 turtle doves into the second, an ape into the third, a ram into the fourth, a sheep into the fifth, and as no ox was to be had for the 6th, a tawny hide taken from the sanctuary was thrown into it. The 7th compartment yawned empty still. It was well to make trial of the arms of the god. Slender chainlets stretched from his fingers up to his shoulders and fell behind, where men by pulling them made the 2 hands rise to a level with the elbows, and come close together against the belly. They were moved several times in succession with little abrupt jerks. Then the instruments were still. The fire roared. An individual sacrifice was necessary, a perfectly voluntary oblation. Then the priests, to encourage the people, drew bodkins from the girdles and gashed their faces.
Note the description in I Kings 18:28 of the priests of Baal.
And they cried aloud, and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lancets, till the blood gushed upon them. The devotees, who were stretched on the ground outside, were brought within the enclosure. A bundle of horrible irons was thrown to them, and each chose his own torture. They drove in spits between their breasts, they split their cheeks, then they twined their arms together, and surrounded the children in another large circle which widened and contracted in turns. They reached to the balustrade, they threw themselves back again, and then began once more, attracting the crowd to them by the dizziness of their motion with its accompanying blood and shrieks.
The Moloch's sacrifice climaxes.
Returning to Flaubert's description.
By degrees people came into the end of the passages. They flung into the flames pearls, gold vases, cup, torches, all their wealth. The offerings became more numerous and more splendid. At last a man who tottered, a man pale and hideous with terror, thrust forth a child. Then a little black mass was seen between the hands of the colossus, and sank into the dark opening. The priests bent over the edge of the great flagstone and a new song burst forth. The children ascended slowly, and as the smoke formed lofty eddies as it escaped. Not one stirred. Their wrist and ankles were tied, and the dark drapery prevented them from seeing anything and from being recognized. The brazen arms were working more quickly. They paused no longer. Every time that a child was placed in him, the priests of Moloch spread out their hands upon him to burden him with the crimes of the people, vociferating, "They are not men, but oxen." The devout exclaimed, "Lord, eat." And the priests of Proserpine, complying through terror with the needs of Carthage, muttered the Eleusinian formula, "Pour out rain. Bring forth." The victims, when scarcely at the edge of the opening, disappeared like a drop of water on a red-hot plate, and white smoke rose amid the great scarlet color. Nevertheless, the appetite of the god was not appeased. He ever wished for more. In order to furnish him with a larger supply, the victims were piled upon his hands with a big chain above them which kept them in their place. Some devout persons had at the beginning wished to count them, to see whether their number corresponded with the days of the solar year, but others were brought, and it was impossible to distinguish them in the giddy motion of the horrible arms. This lasted a long, indefinite time until the evening. Then the partitions inside assumed a darker glow, and burning flesh might have been seen. Some even believed they could descry hair, limbs, and whole bodies. Night fell. Clouds accumulated above the Baal. The funeral pile, which was flameless now, formed a pyramid of coals up to his knees. Completely red like a giant covered with blood, he looked, with his head thrown back, as though he was staggering beneath the weight of his intoxication. In proportion as the priests made haste, the frenzy of the people increased. As the number of victims was diminishing, some cried out to spare them, other that still more were needful. The walls, with their burden of people, seemed to be giving away beneath the howlings of terror and mystic voluptuousness. Then the faithful came into the passages, dragging their children, who clung to them, and they beat them in order to make them let go, and handed them over to the men in red. The instrument players sometimes stopped through exhaustion, then the cries of the others might be heard, and the frizzling of the fat as it fell upon the coals. The henbane drinkers crawled on all fours around the colossus, roaring like tigers. The Eudaimon vaticinated, the devotees sang with their cloven lips. The trellis work had been broken through, all wished for a share in the sacrifice. Fathers, whose children had died previously, cast their effigies, their playthings, their preserved bones into the fire. Some who had knives rushed upon the rest. They slaughtered one another.
Note: one is reminded here of Deuteronomy 14, 1 inch ye shall not cut yourselves.
The hierodules took the fallen ashes at the edge of the flagstone in bronze fans, and cast them into the air that the sacrifice might be scattered over the town and even to the region of the stars. The loud noise and the great light had attracted the barbarians to the foot of the walls. They clung to the wreck of the Helepolis to have a better view, and gazed open-mouthed in horror.
The quote is from Salammbô, Gustave Flaubert, born France, died 1880. Note 1. At the time referred to by Flaubert, Carthage was under siege from unpaid barbarians enlisted by Carthage in its war with Rome, as mercenaries, and they were out of funds, water, etc. at the time.
Lacroix on Moloch.
As to the same rites, Lacroix states,
Moloch was represented under the figure of a man with the head of a calf, erected upon an immense oven, which was lighted to consume at once the 7 kinds of offerings. During this holocaust, the priests of Moloch kept up a terrible music, with sistrums and tambours, in order to stifle the cries of the victims. Then took place that infamy cursed by the God of Israel. The Molochites abandoned themselves to practices worthy of the land of Onan, masturbation, and, inspired by the rhythmic sound of the musical instruments, wreathed about the incandescent statue, which appeared red through the smoke, and they gave forth frenzied cries as, in accordance with the biblical expression, they gave their seed to Moloch.
The quote is from History of Prostitution, by Paul Lacroix, French author and historian, 1806–1884.
Judaism permits child sacrifices to Moloch.
The whole Bible is full of and condemns the bloody business of pagan demonology, including Baal worship with its self-cutting with knives and Moloch worship with child sacrifice. Both are condoned or permitted by the modern Jewish Babylonian Talmud. Every form of ancient paganism decried by the Bible may be found under the whited sepulchre of so-called Judaism, which is actually Pharisee paganism. Christian divines, now, as formerly, would do well to read up on what the Bible condemns, and find those pagan murder practices have not disappeared from the earth, nor from the synagogue of Satan. Burning children to the demon Moloch is permitted today by the supreme legal authority of the so-called Jewish religion, which is the Babylonian Talmud, and, in particular, the Talmud Book of Sanhedrin, folios 64a to 64b. Remember, the Book of Sanhedrin is, according to its introduction in the Cincino English translation of 1935, the chief repository of the criminal law of the Talmud. To justify child sacrifices to Moloch, the Talmud once again cites scripture, which clearly condemns such pagan practice, and then reverses the clear meaning of the scripture with hair-splitting exceptions to justify these sacrifices. Thus, as Christ put it to the Pharisees, you make the
commandment of God of none effect. Ye hypocrites! Well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying, This people draw nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
The quote is from Matthew 15:7. Christ also referred to Isaiah 29:13. Isaiah well knew the breed of Satanists who use the Bible to destroy it. The Mishnah of the Sanhedrin sets out to make supposedly clear orders of Moses against burning or causing to be burned any child to Moloch by 1. Handing the child to Moloch and 2. Causing the child to be burned. But, note the explanation to the Talmudic Mishnah, which states,
He who gives of his seed to Molech incurs no punishment unless he delivers it to Moloch, 1, and causes it to pass through the fire, 2. If he gave it to Moloch but he did not cause it to pass through the fire, or the reverse.
That is caused his child to pass through the fire, but did not give it to Moloch.
He incurs no penalty unless he does both.
At this point, does it really matter whether an innocent child has been burned in fire and also given to Moloch, when its murder by fire is condoned if the latter proviso is excluded? In a footnote to the same Talmud, Mishnah, reference, it is explained
as 2 separate offenses, proving that giving one's seed to Moloch is not idolatry.
What foul idolatry? The same Talmud section subverts the Mishnah exception.
5. As 2 separate offenses, proving that giving one's seed to Moloch is not idolatry.
Further to
punishment is not incurred unless he delivers his seed to the acolytes of Moloch.
Thus, if one delivers his own child into the fire, for death, and to Moloch, there would be no punishment. A further, explanatory footnote, says,
He explains this to be the meaning of the Mishnah unless he gives it to Moloch. 5. This proves that the offense consists of 2 parts, 1. Formal delivery to the priests, and 2. Causing the seed to pass through the fire.
The same Talmud section includes the repetitional statement that
the service of Moloch is not included in general idolatry.
Note, reversing the chief idolatrous practice denounced by the Bible. In Leviticus 20:2 it is stated,
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel that giveth any of his seed to Molech, then treatment of a murderer is demanded. He shall surely be put to death.
As to this biblical prohibition, the Talmud is a masterpiece of Satanism, stating,
If one caused all his seed to pass through the fire to Molech, he is exempt, because it is written, of thy seed, implying, but not all thy seed.
In footnote 4 the biblical citation as authority is given as the Leviticus reference referred to above. Thus, the Talmud nullifies the word of God, reversing it while giving it as authority, to permit murdering one's child in the service of Molech. This cannot be from ignorance of God's word, clearly cited, and is nothing but sheer blasphemy.
Chapter 9. Jews not a race.
I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Said Christ from the Spirit to John, about 96 AD, Revelation 2:9. At that time true scripture believers had accepted Christ and called themselves Christians. The Sadducees had disappeared, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, and the Pharisees were in complete control. Judaism was synonymous with Pharisaism. The question arises whether the boasts of present-day Pharisees, which say they are Jews, have any genealogical backing. Are the so-called Jews of today descendants of the patriarch Judah? The Bible is the best answer to this. And the answer is that they are not. There was barely enough record in Christ's time to identify him and a few of his followers as descendants of a certain Israel tribe. Saint Paul was a Benjaminite, for example. Whether or not they were lineal descendants of the patriarch Judah, a sinner, was not the issue. They had had access to the Word of God, and instead, adopted a pagan tradition which nullified, as Christ said, the commandments of God. Matthew 15, 3-9, Mark 7, 5-9. He said,
Full well ye reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own tradition.
Faith in God and His Word was the test. As Paul said,
For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly. But he is a Jew, which is one inwardly in the Spirit, whose praise is not of men, but of God.
The quote is from Romans 2:28-9. Again, Paul makes it clear that the promise of blessing through Abraham was Christ.
Now to Abraham and his seed were the promises made. He saith not seeds of many, but as of one which is Christ.
The quote is from Galatians 3:16.
There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for ye are all one in Christ Jesus. And if ye be Christ's, then are ye Abraham's seed, and heirs according to the promise.
The quote is from Galatians 28:9. The saintly prophet Isaiah was a prophet indeed when, after recounting the abominable practices of the Judah tribe, he foretold,
And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For the Lord God shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name.
The quote is from Isaiah 65:15. This was shortly after his godly prophecy that Christ would be born from the line of Judah.
Thus saith the Lord, I will bring forth a seed out of Jacob, and one of Judah, an inheritor of my mountains, Jerusalem, and mine elect shall inherit it, but ye are they that forsake the Lord.
The quote is from Isaiah 65:9.
Christ born of Judah.
It is as anti-biblical to enthrone the abomination-serving Pharisees of today as it is to deny that Christ was born, as foretold, through Judah. Otherwise, he has not yet come. To Abraham, to Isaac, his son, to Jacob, Israel, his grandson, to David, of the same line, was a special revelation made that the Christ would be their descendant, according to the flesh. That line identified him when he came. It did not furnish his divinity. As Paul said,
It is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah.
The quote is from Hebrews 7:14. The patriarch Jacob, about 1700 BC, had foretold that he could be. On his deathbed, he likened the coming Christ to Shiloh, where rested the tabernacle of God. Jacob said,
The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be.
Genesis 49:10. And the semblance of a Judah kingdom in Palestine did not disappear until after Christ was born there.
Jews not Semites.
According to the current Jewish American press, about half of the Jews in Israel today are Negroes and dark-skinned Orientals. A constant tug of war goes on, with continuous charges of discrimination raised by Oriental and Negro Jews against the Western Jews. At a recent Bible conference, I sat next to a little blue-eyed lady with a German accent, who kept boasting, I am Jewish. Finally, I asked her two questions which silenced her. How do you know you are Jewish? How far back can you trace your ancestry to the patriarch Judah of about 1700 BC? No answer. She agreed she had been trained in the Talmud in her synagogue, before being converted to Christianity. I replied that I had spent some 20 years on that subject, whereupon a terrible silence fell and she sought to escape while we sang the next hymn. Obviously, she had never met a goy who knew what Jewishness really meant. Previously, she had posed successfully as a star with Christians, assuming to be sort of racial cousin to Jesus. The true facts thoroughly disprove any pretensions that today's so-called Jews are genealogically descendants of the prophets, or a race of any kind.
Note by Vasali, Jews are a race. I used to believe that Jews were part of a religion, however I have now come to understand that even though Jews are commonly of mixed blood, there are some facts which confirm that the majority of the Jews are still pure blood, and hence a race. Dr. Kevin MacDonald, in his book titled A People That Shall Dwell Alone, which can be found on my BitChute channel, notes that a Jew cannot become a rabbi unless he can prove the purity of his Jewish blood, for a few hundred years. Dr. Kevin MacDonald explains in detail this issue of the Jewish race versus religion, and provides many facts which will surprise most non-Jews. Jews are a race. By the way, where are all those Jewish feminist animals? Why aren't these feminists attacking the all-male rabbis for not allowing Jewish female animals to become rabbis? Looks like Judaism is sexist and hence should be condemned by all female Jews. In his book titled The International Jew, The World's Foremost Problem, which I have added information and can be found on my BitChute and Rumble channels, Henry Ford also covers this issue of the Jewish race. Basically, the more pure Jewish blood one has, the higher up they are positioned in the Jewish tribe. And in the book that I have converted to audio titled, Kill the Best Gentiles, by James W. von Brunn, 2003, you will find quotes from many experts in this field.
Shem, Ham and Japheth were the three race-founding sons of Noah. To be a Semite one must have descended from Shem, just as to be a Jew, genealogically, one must descend from Judah. Ham was the father of the abominating Canaan who mistreated Noah sexually, Genesis 9:25, and Canaan's descendants who peopled the land of Canaan had the same proclivities. Thus, Moses, in leading the Israelites back from Egypt in 1491 BC, warned them to make no marriages, no alliances with the Canaanites, or they might lose their faith and decency. And what is the biblical record? Moses died in 1451 BC, and Joshua actually led the Israelites into Canaan, or Palestine. They had been told in no uncertain terms that they could choose between life and death, blessing and cursing.
A blessing if ye obey the commandments of the Lord your God, and a curse if ye will not.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 11:26-8, 30, 19-20. The Israelites were to drive out the Canaanite abominators, and make no marriages or deals with them. The sons of the cursed Canaan fathered the Jebusites, Amorites, Girgasites, Hivites, Archites, Sinites, Arvadites, Zemarites and Hamathites, according to Genesis 10:15-18 and 1 Chronicles 1:13-16. However, a reading of the books of Joshua and Judges will show that instead of driving out these Canaanite tribes, the Israelites mixed with them all and adopted their abominations. That is why the prophets thundered and threatened, and the northern, 10-tribe Israel kingdom was deported by the Assyrians in 721 BC and lost by being strewn across their world empire. Before the foretold slaughter and deportation, with loss forever of national sovereignty of the Israel kingdom, for black magic pagan crimes, the prophet Isaiah said,
His watchmen are blind. They are all ignorant, they are all dumb dogs, they cannot bark, sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. Yea, they are greedy dogs which can never have enough, and they are shepherds that cannot understand, they all look to their own way, every one for his gain, from his quarter.
The quote is from Isaiah 56, 10-11. Thus he prophesied 760 to 698 BC, and, in 721 BC, the Israel kingdom was slaughtered and finished, unrepentant, unhearing. The fulminating by the prophets continued against the people of the Judah-Benjamin kingdom around Jerusalem until they too were deported by the Babylonians in 606 to 586 BC. A remnant returned in 536 BC.
Note by Vasali, 586 years before some Jews murdered Christ, is a critical date. This is the date when the Jews lost in their war against the Babylonians, and the Jews then changed the way that they attack and fight against all non-Jews. Namely, the Jews began to lie and deceive. Their first action was to rewrite documents, and change their content and meaning. That is, they were revising history. This is why the Jews are the world's first revisionists. This is why almost 600 years later, at the time of Jesus Christ, it is recorded in John 8:44, that the Jews are liars and murderers. This is why you should never trust a Jew. The evidence for these historical facts are included in part 2 of my video titled, Corona Rothschild Protocols. Also of significance is the fact that some Jews returned to Babylon 536 years before some Jews murdered Christ. This adds weight to my belief that my ancestor, Alexander the Great, was murdered by use of poison, by Jews. Most people don't know that Alexander the Great died in Babylon 323 years before some Jews murdered Christ, as will be covered in a future video.
Jews never pure Semites.
They are named in Genesis 49 as Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Zebulun, Issachar, Dan, Gad, Asher, Naphtali, Joseph, Benjamin. 3 of them started their tribes by marrying non-Semites. Judah married a Canaanite, a descendant of Ham, not Sem or Shem. See Genesis 38. His offspring were thus as Hamitic as they were Semitic, right from the start. 400 years later, around 1300 BC, descendants of Judah's half-Hamitic son, Shelah, were weavers and potters. I Chronicles 2, 3, 4:21-23. They were still producing Jews. Simeon, another of Israel's tribe founding sons, married a Canaanite. Genesis 46, 10. Israel's son Joseph married the daughter of the Hamitic Potiphar in Egypt. Egypt was settled and peopled by Mizraim, son of Ham. It was called the land of Ham. The information is from Numbers 12, 1, Psalm 78, 51, 106, 22, 105, 23. Moses was not a Jew. He was a Levite on both sides. Exodus 2, 1. Abraham, his son Isaac, and his son Jacob, called Israel, were not Jews either. Only one of Jacob's 12 sons had Jews as descendants, that was Judah. Grabbing the whole Bible, as modern Pharisees do, is false. However, it is likewise false for Christians to deny the identifying genealogy of Christ through Judah, as biblically foretold. In monotonous repetition, the books of Joshua and Judges record that although the Israelites were triumphant in their battles against the Canaanites, they let the abominators remain and intermarried with them. For example,
but the Jebusites dwell with the children of Judah at Jerusalem unto this day.
The quote is from Joshua 15, 63.
Neither did Ephraim, also known as Manasseh, drive out the Canaanites, but the Canaanites dwelt among them. And the children of Benjamin did not drive out the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem, but the Jebusites dwell with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem to this day.
The quote is from Judges 1:21.
And the children of Israel dwelt among the Canaanites, Hittites, and Amorites and Perizzites and Hivites, and Jebusites. And they took the daughters to be their wives, and gave the daughters to their sons and served the gods. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord and served Baalim and the groves.
The quote is from Judges 3, 5-7. The denunciations of the Israel kingdom are superlative on the subject of mixing with abominators, making altars to sin.
Ephraim, the dominant Israel tribe, hath mixed himself among the people.
The quote is from Hosea 7, 8, 8, 9, 11, etc. Isaiah called them the drunkards of Ephraim. Isaiah 28, 1, 3. The charges of mixing with abominators, whoring, under every green tree. Isaiah 57, 5, Deuteronomy 12, 2 hardly builds up a foundation of genealogical purity. From 1095 to 975 BC there was a united Israel kingdom under King Saul, David and Solomon. Then the 10-tribe northern Israel kingdom divided, lasting until deported by the Assyrians in 721 BC. The Judah-Benjamin-Jerusalem kingdom lasted until 606 BC, when its people were deported by the Babylonians. The miracle of how Judaistic Pharisaism has convinced the Christian world that its adherents stem from a pure Judah-Israel racial stock cannot be fathomed, since Christians have access to the biblical record itself. In Christ's time, when the Pharisees boasted that they were children of Abraham, John and Christ threw the boast back into their faces. The information is from Matthew 3, 7-10, John 8, 33-44. When the little German lady who boasted to me of her Jewishness at the Bible conference said,
"We are children of Abraham,"
I replied, "Lots of people are." In fact, God changed Abram's name to Abraham, meaning a father of many nations, saying,
"For a father of many nations have I made thee."
The quote is from Genesis 17, 5. Abraham did not just father the tribe of Judah. Through his grandson, Jacob, came the 12 mixed blood tribes of Israel. He had 16 offspring by Keturah, who fathered a horde of eastern peoples, Midians, Arabs, etc. Through his son Ishmael, born of the Hamitic Egyptian Hagar, 12 separate nations were founded. The great blessing promised through Abraham was Christ. Even at the time of Christ, the time had long since passed when it could be said that the racial melange comprising the inhabitants of the Holy Land were identifiable as Semites, or Jews.
Jews, a non-racial Pharisee sect.
Present-day Jews are a potpourri of every race of man, and they do not have any genealogical or racial derivation from the ancient peoples of the Holy Land. Since Jews were a mixed race from the beginning, the term Semites, applied to them, admittedly, is silly. Thus, antisemitism actually means anti-Pharisaism. The Chazars, for example, were part of an Asiatic horde which adopted Talmudism in the 8th century, when their king, Bulan, and his court did so. Their descendants constituted the Ashkenazi Jews of Russia, Poland, and Germany, who in turn migrated in large numbers to the United States. There have been Chinese Jews for centuries, also India Jews, and Falasha Negro Jews. The Negro Jews of New York City have recently been asking for money for a new synagogue, claiming that they number about 120,000 members, maintain 5 synagogues and need money for a new one. Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, Negro Sammy Davis, and many others have been notable additions to the Pharisee sect of chosen people.
Why do they look Jewish?
A long article, with pictures and charts, in the Jewish Encyclopedia, under Types, Anthropological, seeks to answer the question as to why there is a recognizable, Jewish look, as to so many self-styled Jews. Subjects such as percentages of blonde and brunette types, their origins, skull formations, are discussed. Then, to quote,
"What is popularly known as the Jewish type is not a correlation of definite anthropological measures or characteristics, but consists principally in a peculiar expression of face, which is immediately and unmistakably recognized as Jewish, in a large number of cases. It has also been remarked that persons who do not have the Jewish expression in their youth acquire it more and more as they grow from middle to old age."
Illustrations of how Negroes, as well as Gentile adults and children, recognize this Jewish look, are related. That the look is not racial is illustrated by
the Little Russians, who apparently resemble their Gentile neighbors in every facial characteristic, but are differentiated from them by some subtle nuance which distinguishes them as Semites. It is seemingly some social quality which stamps their features as distinctly Jewish.
The Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith has issued a series of leaflets for fireside discussion groups. Number 7 is entitled, 3 Questions Jews Must Answer. The question, are Jews a race? Is answered, briefly, with the conclusion that Jews are part of a general admixture of races. Are Jews a nation? Is answered with the idea that Jews form parts of all nations, that some of them have the Zionist ideal of a Palestinian nation but
Jews have a consciousness of world unity.
To quote, Jews are
definitely a type, and consciously a unity, we are an historic people, a world community.
The question, are Jews a religion? Is answered by the assertion that
there are hundreds of thousands of Jews who are unbelievers, yet they still consider themselves Jews.
The incident of Jews converted to Christianity asking to help build a Jewish Palestine is related.
It is true that there are hundreds of thousands of atheist Jews, but they need not fear to be represented by Judaism. Of this they may be sure, that Judaism will not misrepresent them.
This is a good place to stop and agree on that point. As noted more fully elsewhere, aside from the whited sepulchre, which constitutes the showmanship and trimmings of so-called Judaism, its basic doctrine is that God is the Ein Sof, a nature essence which has no attributes and can neither know nor be known. That is atheism and the basis of all pagan pantheism. Communism merely calls the same concept dialectical materialism. The article ends.
In a race-mad world, we will not be one more race. In a world destroyed by nationalism, we will not add one more nationalistic fury. But in a world in which religion is trying to re-establish brotherhood, we are the creators and bearers of one of the eternal faiths of the human race.
But Pharisaism is not an eternal faith of the human race and, in truth, teaches as a basic law that only Pharisees are men, or humans. That, the synagogue of Satan, as Christ called Pharisaism, Revelation 2:9-3-9 is eternal, is denied by the whole Bible. The B'nai B'rith pamphlet previously quoted also states,
we want a world in which nationalism shall definitely diminish. And Jews feel they belong to one world unity. When the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492, the Jewry of Northern Africa received them. When the Jews were expelled from Germany during the Crusades, the nascent Jewry of Poland received them. When they were expelled from Poland in 1648, the reconstituted German community received them in turn, and when Eastern Europe sent its Jewish exiles across the world, American Jewry helped them find a home. They have always welcomed their own exiles. We are the children of a great and noble tradition. We were united by that tradition. Whenever a scholar in northern Africa wrote a new commentary on the Talmud, it was read on the shores of the North Sea by another scholar, and whenever a rabbi along the Rhine became known in the field of Talmudic jurisprudence, his fame spread to Spain and even to Mesopotamia. They were united by one spiritual culture. It is not race, so called, but it is spiritual culture which has made us one.
Indeed, it is this oneness of world Jewry for anti-Christianity, anti-Gentilism, pornography, immorality and plain anti-humanity which brings about a Jewish look. As a man
thinketh in his heart, so is he.
The quote is from Proverbs 23:7. We know that the gangster or the woman of the streets will acquire a look not evident in the cradle. A glance at the photos of leading Jews in a Jewish who's who reveals a striking, often fierce, Talmudic look. Isaiah the prophet, in denouncing the Judah tribe for their abominations, said,
The show of their countenance doth witness against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom, they hide it not. Woe unto their soul, for they have rewarded evil unto themselves.
The quote is from Isaiah 3:9. Whatever the Jewish look may be caused by, it is not a result of race or genealogy. The propaganda with which we are currently deluged, to the effect that the Jews who have taken the Holy Land by force, displacing Arabs who had lived there for many centuries, are merely descendants of the prophets, returning to their homeland, is the purest fiction and wholly false.
Chapter 10. Jews God's chosen?
Few Christians realize that the very practices of paganism for which the prophet Isaiah denounced the Judites about 698 BC, are in use today in Judaism's synagogue of Satan. Lingering in cemeteries to invoke the dead and eating swine's flesh, which was sacred to the sex goddess Astarte, are abominations named earlier in the 65th chapter of Isaiah. In that same chapter, Isaiah promised the Messiah, Christ, as
a seed out of Jacob, Israel, as the Lord called him, and out of Judah an inheritor of my mountains, always the series of mountains on which Jerusalem is located. But ye are they that prepare a table for that troop of demons, and that furnish the drink offering unto that number. Therefore ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen, for the Lord God shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name.
The quote is from Isaiah 65:9, 11, 15. And his servants have not been called Jews, or Israelites, since the inheritor, Christ, came nearly 700 years later. Many good Christians believe that present-day Jews are heir to God's promise to Abraham, found in Genesis 12:3 and 22:18.
I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curseth thee, and in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed, in thy seed shall all nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice.
Often, when this verse is discussed, whether in the pulpit or on radio and TV, a common interpretation is that we must always help the Jews and never criticize them or say anything against them, because if we do otherwise we will be cursed by God. God's promise to Abraham does show, of course, that there is a group of people which God looks upon with special favor. But are these Jews? Does God bless those who profane and blaspheme every tenet of the Scriptures? Who are the rightful descendants, the spiritual heirs of Abraham? To whom do these and other promises recorded in the Bible apply? In the Old Testament scriptures, God's chosen people were known as Israelites or Jews. The Israelites were the ones
to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the service of God, and the promises.
The quote is from Romans 9:4. Yet the Apostle Paul tells us,
They are not all Israel which are of Israel. Neither, because they are the seed of Abraham, are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
St. Paul goes on to explain,
that is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise accounted for the seed.
The quote is from Romans 9:6-8. The promise in Genesis was given to Abraham, because thou hast obeyed my voice. Today's Jews, as for almost 2,000 years, have not obeyed God's voice, but have rejected and cursed Christ and make a mockery of the teachings of the Bible. The Old Testament prophets, speaking infallibly and without error, thus foresaw this development, and that there would be a group called Israel and Jew which would not be the rightful heirs of Abraham. As previously noted, Isaiah said to the true heirs of Abraham,
Thou shalt be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord shall name, and you shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen, for the Lord God shall call his servants by another name.
The quote is from Isaiah 62, 2, 65, 15. Although God changed the name of his chosen ones once, he will never do so again, for he said of this new name,
I will give them an everlasting name, that shall not be cut off.
The quote is from Isaiah 56, 5. The New Testament scriptures reveal this new name. When the Messiah, Christ, came, Abraham's true children welcomed him, and received him as their Savior. The Pharisee Jews rejected and crucified him, fulfilling Old Testament prophecies.
Brotherhood with anti-Christianity?
Non-Jews are almost inundated currently with propaganda designed to promote brotherhood between Christians and anti-Christian Talmudic Jews. The heavily financed National Conference of Christians and Jews is one of the organizations promoting this impossibility, that is, if one knows what so-called Judaism really stands for. Such tactics are nothing more but Gnosticism, which dates back to the time of Christ, and before, and is claimed by Jewry as its own. Jewish Gnosticism is also heavily involved with the Kabbalah, Jewish magic and demonism. Down the centuries the Gnostic heresies all but rubbed Christianity out. Like biblical, higher criticism, the term gnosis, knowledge, assumes a superior way of harmonizing opposites. Gnosticism has been defined as
a system of syncretizing, an attempt to blend opposite and contradictory tenets into one system to produce union and concord.
Twice in Christ's message to the church at Ephesus, he denounces the Nicolaitans, a Gnostic cult. Revelations 2, 6, 15.
So hast thou also them that hold the doctrine of the Nicolaitans, which thing I hate.
He said. Saint Ignatius, Saint Clement, Saint Irenaeus, Saint Epiphany, early fathers of the Church, wrote with horror of the Nicolaitans. Saint Irenaeus described a Christian deacon, Nicholas, as the master of the Nicolaitans. This and subsequent Gnostic cults assumed to find Christian dogmas to justify debauchery. To quote the French historian Lacroix,
the doctrine which was most common among these heretics was that of community of women and the promiscuity of the sexes. The Carpocratians and Valestians professed that doctrine. Carpocratus, who had studied in the pagan school of Alexandria, was but a disciple of Epicurus, although he called himself a Christian. He made of Jesus Christ, as a matter of fact, an Epicurean philosopher.
The Jews today, as always, have been ever active Gnostics. Fantastic financing on their part today features brotherhood between Christians and Jews. These Gnostic activities are accomplished by boring from within Christian denominations themselves. For example, read the report of the American Jewish Committee in its American Jewish Yearbook, Volume 53, 1952, which boasts of page 559.
Significant advances in achieving the elimination of hostile references from Christian textbooks and lesson books, particularly relating to the crucifixion story. Largely due to our efforts, 85% of Protestant textbooks are free of disparaging references to the Jew. Similar, though not quite as extensive, results have been achieved among Catholics. Arrangements have been completed with the National Council of Churches whereby the AJC and ADL, that is Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, will jointly aid in the preparation lesson materials, study guides and visual aids sponsored by the Protestant organizations.
Note by Vasali. B'nai B'rith was formed by Rothschild, as I have detailed in previous videos. Hence the AJC and the ADL are controlled by Rothschild.
Many other instances of similar activities could be cited, and as to which Jews are enthusiastically aided by non-Jews. Which brings to mind that all of Christ's denunciations were not for the Pharisees themselves. He said of the Pharisees,
Ye compass land and sea to make one proselyte, and when he is made, ye make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves.
The quote is from Matthew 23:15. Strong words, indeed. Today, in public affairs, the proselytes of the great Jewish banking and industrial czars are actually better fronts, often even more zealous, than their masters in building for the Red Antichrist world government. More and more proselytes enter the movement for brotherhood between the crucifiers and the crucified, leading to overcome the latter. Must the Christian seek out brotherhood with anti-Gentile, anti-Christian Jews?
Hate the evil, and love the good, and establish judgment in the gate.
Said the prophet Amos 5:15. Christ said,
No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon.
The quote is from Matthew 6:24. The disciple whom Jesus loved, John, in his second epistle, was even more pointed, saying,
If there come any unto you and bring not this doctrine, that Jesus is the Christ, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed. For he that biddeth him Godspeed is partaker of his evil deeds.
The quote is from 2 John 10:10-11.
Chapter 11. Jews and Marxism, Socialism, Communism.
Marxism, socialism, or communism in practice are nothing but state capitalism and rule by a privileged minority, exercising despotic and total control over a majority having virtually no property or legal rights. As is discussed elsewhere herein, Talmudic Judaism is the progenitor of modem communism and Marxist collectivism as it is now applied to 1 billion or more of the world's population.
Note by Vasali. Karl Marx was Rothschild's cousin, as I have detailed in the past, and included in part 4 of my video titled, Corona-Rothschild Protocols. And Karl Marx, in typical Talmudic Jewish behavior, lied and deceived people by stating that he was a Christian, when in fact he was the son of a rabbi, which means that both Karl Marx and Rothschilds are pure-blooded Jews, since a Jew cannot become a rabbi if they don't have pure blood, as confirmed by Dr. Kevin MacDonald, in his book titled, A People That Shall Dwell Alone. Most people don't know that a Jew cannot become a rabbi if their blood is not 100% Jewish. So you can forget about the Kaza conspiracy theories about Rothschild. In order for Rothschild to progress with their world domination plans, Rothschild paid their cousin, Karl Marx, to come up with a method of controlling the masses. This method became known as communism. Hence, each time you hear about Marxism and communism, you should remember that they are both referring to weapons used by Rothschild to take control and destroy our societies.
Only through thorough understanding of the ideology from which this collectivism originates, and those who dominate and propagate it, can the rest of the world hope to escape the same fate. Communism, socialism was originated by Jews and has been dominated by them from the beginning. There is no moral, philosophical or ethical conflict whatsoever between Judaism and Marxist collectivism as they exist in actual practice. Marxism, to which all branches of socialism necessarily adhere, was originated by a Jew, Karl Marx, himself of rabbinical descent. Every Jewish source today boasts of his rabbinical ancestry, and his keen dialectical ability, as presumably manifested by his abstruse, hair-splitting, Das Kapital being due to his Talmudic inheritance. Marx did not actually originate anything, but merely streamlined Talmudism for Gentile consumption. The socialist system he conceived merely brings about a practical means for a state dominated and controlled through a Jewish minority to rule by absolute dictatorship over everything and everyone, a concept which has been carried out very successfully in those countries of the world brought thus far under Marxist dictatorship. Socialism is indeed merely the clover held in front of the cow's nose to get her into the barn under the milking machine. It is a mechanism whereby a human can lead a whole non-human herd into the Jewish-controlled barn. The next time when some Christian dupe tells you, socialism is not Jewish, for one thing, pull out the pamphlet titled, Jew and Non-Jew, put out by the Reform Jewish Union of American Hebrew Congregations, and their Central Conference of American Rabbis, and read.
Socialism was originated by Jews, and today Jews play a leading role in its spread and interpretation.
The quote is from page 30, The Commission on Information About Judaism, Merchants Building, Cincinnati, Ohio. In a publication of the Jewish Publication Society of America, Jewish Contributions to Civilization, it is stated that
we find a strong Jewish participation throughout the socialistic movement which, from its inception up to the present day, has been largely dominated by Jewish influence,
says the 1905 Jewish Encyclopedia.
Jews have been prominently identified with the socialist movement from its very inception.
The leaders of the 1917 Russian Revolution were mostly Jews.
Note by Vasali. In part 4 of my video titled Corona-Rothschild Protocols, I explain the reasons why Rothschild, who orchestrated the Bolshevik Revolution, attacked the Tsar of Russia and ordered the murder of the entire family.
Moses Hess, Jewish Marxist and progenitor of Zionism. Like Karl Marx, father of modern socialism, Moses Hess (1812–1875) was born in Germany of Talmudic rabbinical ancestry, being steeped in Orthodox Judaism by the rabbi grandfather who raised him. He was active with Marx and Engels in promoting communism which, he held, could best be achieved on a worldwide scale through Jewish Hasidism and nationalism, or Zionism, based upon Orthodox Judaism. That he remains a pillar of present-day Zionism is illustrated by the fact that the Jewish press has recently announced removal of his body to Israel.
He collaborated with Marx in writing Die Deutsche Ideologie, 1845. His continued publicizing for practical socialism in Germany earned him a sentence of death after the 1848 revolution.
The quote is from Universal Jewish Encyclopedia. His chief work, authorities agree, was Rome and Jerusalem, translated by Meyer Waxman and published in the United States in 1945 by the Block Publishing Company. He rushed home in 1848, says the translator, from Paris,
taking an active part in the armed resistance of the people. In 1845, Hess engaged in propagating the communistic idea and founding societies devoted to its realization, an occupation which led Arnold Ruge to describe him as the communist Rabbi Moses.
It is stated that
the fundamental principle of Hess thought is based on the teaching of Spinoza, of which he was a devoted follower.
But he went further, says the translator, in expounding the basic unit of mind and matter, the basic unity and its various unfoldings. Thus, he was considered a better pagan philosopher, even than the Jewish pantheist, Spinoza. The translator quotes from a later article of Hess, page 30, in which Hess holds that Judaism
began with the family of the individual and will finally end with the family of nations.
The Orthodox Jews have,
in his opinion, a much higher and truer conception of Judaism. They have retained the kernel of nationalism, and the desire for Jewish restoration. He advocated the colonization of Palestine. He also dreamed of a Jewish Congress, demanding the support of the powers for the purchase of Palestine.
Hess and Christianity.
In his preface to Rome and Jerusalem, Hess referred to Pope Innocent III, 1198–1216 AD, and his decrees to compel Jews to wear distinctive badges and be identified as anti-Christians.
From the time of Innocent III, papal Rome symbolized to the Jews an inexhaustible well of poison. It is only with the drying up of this source that Christian German anti-Semitism will die from lack of nourishment. With the disappearance of the hostility of Christianity to Judaism, with the liberation of the Eternal City on the slopes of Moriah, the Renaissance of Italy heralds the rise of Judah. Springtime in the life of nations began with the French Revolution.
The translator's footnote here, pages 34–35, is:
at the time when Hess wrote these lines, Italy, under the leadership of Garibaldi, was struggling to wrest Rome from the papal government and annex it to the new unified kingdom.
Hess also stated,
Judaism has no other dogma but the teaching of the unity. The rabbis never separated the idea of a future world from the conception of the messianic reign. Nachmanides insists upon the identity of the world to come with the messianic reign.
Sneering at Christianity, holding up the myth of a Jewish race, instead of the actuality, a breed of all races and nations, extolling the Talmud and delegating Moses to the inferior role given him therein. Page 91. The whole cry of Hess was for Jewish world rule from Palestine, between Europe and Far Asia, the roads that lead to India and China, and he told Jewry,
you have contributed enough to the cause of civilization and have helped Europe on the path of progress to make revolutions and carry them out successfully.
He called for Jews to march forward, and stated,
the world will again pay homage to the oldest of peoples.
The
Talmud is the cornerstone of modern
orthodoxy, page 143. He looked to black magic, the occultism of Chasidism, which along with Zionism, was to achieve communist dictatorship.
The great good which will result from the combination of Chasidism with the national movement is almost incalculable.
Page 218, and he added,
although the Chasidists are without social organization, they live in socialistic fashion.
The translator called Hess, in the 1918 edition preface, the herald of nationalism and the trumpet of Zionism.
Jewish cover-up.
The attempts of organized Jewry to cover up its connections with Marxist collectivism are never-ending. My book, The Octopus, published under a pen name, 1940, refuted the lying propaganda of the powerful Jewish organization, B'nai B'rith, in its brochure, widely copied by Christian dupes, entitled, Answer Anti-Jewish Propaganda with Statistics. The more fitting title would have been, Answer Anti-Talmudic Truths with Lies. The B'nai B'rith defenses were more revealing than defending, if one knows the subject matter. For example, in Russia the Mensheviks were but a branch of the Socialist Second International, along with the Bolsheviks, all consisting almost entirely of Marxian Talmudic revolutionaries, with the same objectives. Hence the revealing nature of telling any informed person that Jews were supposedly not communistic because
the great part of the Russian Jewish population belonged to the Menshevik Party, which was a democratic party and opposed to the Bolshevik Party.
The quote is from B'nai B'rith Article 5, page 12. The smear tactic for the gullible was employed by B'nai B'rith concerning German Jewish Reds. To whitewash these of red connotations, the same B'nai B'rith Article 5, page 11, stated that in Hitler Germany,
most of the Jews were Social Democrats.
Turning to the authoritative 1920 New York State Committee, investigating subversive activities report, the committee was headed by Senator Clayton Lusk.
The principles of the Karl Marx Communist Manifesto were adopted as early as 1869 as the basis of the first Social Democratic Party.
And, in 1891, the party's
Congress adopted a thorough and comprehensive Marxian position, which remained the basis of the party from that time forward. The party had over 3 million votes in 1903.
The quote is from New York State Lusk Report, pages 87 to 88. In Marx's lifetime, it was led by his followers Wilhelm Liebknecht and August Bebels. Its left wing, under the Jews, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, staged the bloody Spartacist revolution in attempting to Sovietize Germany, in which they were killed, January 15, 1919. A short-lived Soviet in Hungary was set up by another Jew, Bela Kun, actual name, Cohen, in 1919. There were 32 days of murdering, torturing Christians, burning nuns alive in ovens and other atrocities, as related to me by eyewitnesses. When this regime fell, Jews and their cohorts who conducted it were killed in large numbers by outraged citizens. Of this, the above New York Lusk Report, stated under the index, Hungarian and Soviet governments principally Jewish.
Of 32 principal commissars, 25 were Jews, which was about the same proportion as in Russia.
Jewish encyclopedias and authoritative histories admit the Jewishness of Bolshevik leaders.
Note by Vasili. We now know that the leaders of those Talmudic Jews who attacked Russia and murdered the Tsar and his entire family were the Rothschild family of terrorists, as I have detailed in part 4 of my video titled Corona Rothschild Protocols. The words, Bolshevik Revolution, were just another effective ploy by the hate-filled Rothschild family of terrorists to remain hidden. Hence the Jewish attack on Russia should more appropriately be labeled Rothschild's invasion and attack. Remember that from 1773, Rothschild revealed his plans to take control of the world, and the first country to fall to the Rothschilds was France.
Attempted cover-up on the Jewish Bund.
The same B'nai B'rith publication states as to Jewry in Russia.
As for the part of Jewry which was united politically as Jewish, it grouped itself in the only mass-like Jewish party, the Bund. The Bund as well as the Zionists have been persecuted by Bolshevism from the first days of the October upheaval of 1917 to the present day.
The quote is from Article 5, page 30. The Jews' own authorities refute these false statements, however, and show the active participation of the Bund in the Russian Red Revolutions, and the Red regime which followed. Note, for example, the official New York Jewish Communal Register report concerning the Central Verband of the Bund Organizations of America, and its purpose to aid the Jewish Socialist Bund in Russia. The same publication reveals Bund's support of the then completed Bolshevik Red Revolution in Russia, stating,
Since the Russian Revolution in 1917, the Central Verband of the Bund has been active in collecting funds to assist the Russian Bund in its work against counter-revolution forces and against the agitation by the Black Hundred for massacre of the Jews.
Pages 1256 to 1261 of the same Kahila report, not reproduced here, tell how the Russian Bund in this country formed the Jewish Socialist Federation of America, and was foremost in organizing the 1915 National Workmen's Committee of Radicals, representing
a total membership of 500,000 Jewish workmen representative of all radical wings.
The quote is from page 1448 of same. Further,
a net of Bund branches was spread throughout the United States and Canada. For a number of years these branches, whose primary object was to collect funds for the Bund in Russia, were the most active and influential bodies in the Jewish radical world. Their members formed the vanguard of the workmen's circle and swelled the ranks of the Jewish trade unions. The activities of the branches were coordinated and supervised by a central verband.
The quote is from page 1257, same report, not reproduced here. The falsity of the alleged persecution of the Bund is best described in the 1943 Universal Jewish Encyclopedia under Bund.
After the Revolution of March, 1917, the Bund grew rapidly. It succeeded in electing 300 of its candidates to city councils and 515 to Jewish community boards. The Bolshevik Revolution in October of the same year led to sharp conflict of opinion within the Bund. Certain groups immediately joined the Communist Party. Others formed separate communist bunds, Kombund, for a time, but soon after joined the Communist Party as well. The members who remained in the party decided at their 11th convention, 1919, to favor a Soviet form of government. A year later the majority of the party had adopted the communist platform and shortly afterwards were ready to liquidate the Bund itself and join the Communist Party. The conflicts reduced the Bund to a fraction of its former size.
It is further stated that what was left of the Bund ceased to exist in 1920.
Jewish Marxist Zionist minority power.
Most non-Jews have no concept of the degree to which Jewry is organized to further its aims. But millions of U.S. Jews are participants and members in Zionist and Marxist organizations, the names of which are virtually unknown to non-Jews, let alone their activities. The most powerful of these organizations have existed for decades. Much revealing material as to some of the organizations was contained in the Jewish Communal Register for 1917, 1918, excerpted photostats of which appear herein. This 1597-page book was the report of the Kahila Jewish Community of New York City, 356 2nd Avenue, New York City, for 1917-1918. Just reading this publication alone dispels any delusion that Jews, so-called, are primarily citizens of the USA, or any country in which they live. The Jewish Community Register concerns itself largely with the political structure of the New York Kahila, in which world control of Jewry is centered.
National Workmen's Committee of 1915.
Nationwide Jewish Marxism was sponsored in 1915 by the National Workmen's Committee. The National Workmen's Committee, says the 1917-1918 Kahila report,
was organized in the early part of 1915 by representatives of the four leading radical organizations, namely, the Workmen's Circle, the United Hebrew Trades, the Jewish Socialist Federation of America and the Forward Association.
I have visited one of the Fraternal Insurance Society headquarters and training schools of the Workmen's Circle, where anarchist meetings are held and Karl Marx's big picture adorns the walls. Their schools reported teaching some 10,000 children Yiddish and Marxism in recent years. The United Hebrew Trades has always sent delegates to the Socialist International conferences. The Forward Association has published the Forward in Yiddish, and which is currently the largest socialist paper in the world. The fourth organizer of the 1915 committee was the Red Jewish Socialist Federation.
Over 200 organizations were represented.
The 18th of April, 1915, says this report.
Similar conferences were held in practically every important Jewish community all over the United States.
Note that the 1915 convention was held at a time when there were supposedly numerically only a small percentage of the Jews now in this country, but represented a total membership of 500,000 Jewish workmen. That is quite a large number indeed of organized Marxists with but one purpose in mind. They set out to propagandize the American people and the American government, and did.
The American Jewish Committee.
The American Jewish Committee is the single most powerful body in world Jewry. Its membership then and now embraces world Jewish capitalists and moving powers. Note the wide range of activities of the committee to influence national and international actions in favor of Jewry. Note in Exhibits 235 and 236, the powerful capitalistic Jews functioning on this all-powerful arbiter of world Jewry, the American Jewish Committee. Lewis Marshall was then, 1917 to 1918, president of the committee. It was he who served notice upon Henry Ford that he must cease telling the truth about the Talmudic cabal or else.
Note by Vasali. Since Rothschild is behind the American Jewish Committee, this then means that it was Rothschild who threatened and then terrorized Henry Ford and his family.
According to the man perhaps closest to Henry Ford, Sr., high in the administration of his affairs, it was an attempt to assassinate Ford by driving his car off the road that caused Mrs. Ford to plead with Henry to cease his exposures of Talmudism through his Dearborn Independent. All the kowtowing now being done by the present-day Ford family to Jewry is but a repetition of what Ford exposed in his paper. One article, discussed later herein, on how President Taft was brought to his knees, refused a second term, then was decorated by B'nai B'rith and given a professorship at Yale, then addressed B'nai B'rith audiences and wrote internationalist propaganda until his death, is almost a replica of the job being done on the Fords. Concerning Lewis Marshall, the Communal Register states,
"A great part of his life was devoted to the interests of the Jewish people,
and his part in the abrogation of the treaty with Russia cannot be disputed. He is listed as president of Temple Emmanuel, his synagogue, and as chairman of the board of directors and of the executive committee of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, among other things. The Marshalls have worked all sides of the street for Talmudic rule, the capitalistic, the educational, the Red Revolutionary, the legal, the United Nations. James, son of Lewis, has, according to Who's Who in American Jewry, 1938 to 1939, headed the New York City School Board and a string of Jewish communal organizations, and as a member of the law firm of Marshall, Bratter and Seligson, listed himself as director and a legal counsel of the Jewish-run Communist Garland Fund, which subsidized the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, run from its foundation in 1913 by the Jewish Spingarns, Joel, the brother Arthur. In Who's Who in America, 1954 to 1955, Joel boasts of arguing the Texas primary and first area zoning cases for the NAACP, going to the Supreme Court. He lists his positions as delegate and commission member for the USA of UNESCO, and as advisor to the U.S. Commissions of UNESCO at Paris and Mexico City. He lists his vice presidency of the American Jewish Committee in Who's Who, 1964 to 1965. Brother Robert, son of Lewis, Sr., died, leaving a fortune to be spent for Marxian purposes, in the Robert Marshall Foundation. Its benefits to almost every phase of communistic activity are chronicled by the Dies Committee Reports, Volume 17, 1944 Section 1-6, etc. It is run by another of Lewis's sons, George. George Marshall's record is so clear and so voluminous that it leaves no doubt about his ideological devotion to the Soviet Union and the revolution upon which that government is based. He has 29 communistic listings in the index of the Dies report, all backed by documentary evidence. A book could be written about other architects for world Talmudic power listed in the 1917-1918 Kahila listing of the American Jewish Committee. There is Eugene Meyer, Jr., of the Federal Reserve and Washington Post, Herbert Lehman, New York Governor, Financier and Senator, Felix M. Warburg, of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, International Bankers, Jacob Schiff, who then headed Kuhn, Loeb and Company. We see that in 1939 Max Warburg, brother of Felix, of the Hamburg, Germany, bankers, appears on the American Jewish Committee's Institute on Peace and Postwar Problems, set up with a ponderous staff and full equipment to go forward, as it did, to write and move the United Nations Charter into being, even before the USA entered World War II. Then we currently see Frederick M. Warburg, son of Felix Warburg, as a member of the American Jewish Committee, while his Hamburg relative, Max Warburg, who came here in 1939, serves on its post-war committee, as shown in the report of the American Jewish Committee in its American Jewish Yearbook, Volume 43, 1941 to 1942, pages 751, 762. Also listed in the 1917-1918 Kahila Register was Rabbi Judah L. Magnus of the Communist Garland Fund, protege of Jacob H. Schiff. There was Cyrus L. Sulzberger, father of Arthur Hayes Sulzberger, presently in control of the New York Times. There was also Jacob Wertheim, father of Maurice, investment banker, industrialist of wide power, and director of the Revolutionary Socialist Nation magazine and of that center of Marxian propaganda and Talmudic Freudian sex filth, the New School for Social Research, in New York.
Rabbi Wise.
A book could be written about the red activities of Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, before, during and since the Russian Revolution. He was a founder of the American Jewish Congress and its president from 1924 on. He was a committeeman of the Communist Aiding American Civil Liberties Union, and also the Communist American League Against War and Fascism, before, and after its change of name to American League for Peace and Democracy, with Communist Earl Browder as its national vice chairman, and Communist Party leaders as officials. He committed himself for the anarchist Sacco and Vanzetti, for Communist dynamiter Tom Mooney, for the National Religion and Labor Foundation, featuring atheist Soviet cartoons and distributing toward Soviet America, by Communist William Z. Foster. He ardently backed the communist burners of Spanish Christian churches. His American Jewish Congress greeted, and he spoke for, the American League for Peace and Democracy. Its official program was the incitement of mutiny and sabotage within the armed forces to turn any war of the USA into a Red Revolution. Notes pledging this treason were read at their Congress in Chicago, which I attended. Long and effusive memorials to Rabbi Wise appeared in the American Jewish Committee's 1950 American Jewish Yearbook.
He was founder of the American Jewish Congress. He was the moving spirit and president of the World Jewish Congress from its organization in 1936 to his death. In 1897, as an organizer and secretary of the Federation of American Zionists, Stephen Wise ushered in a career of leadership in Zionism which brought him many high offices in the movement in America and throughout the world. More than any other American, he was the outstanding symbol and advocate of Zionism, not only in the eyes of American Jews but also to the entire American people and its leaders, including Presidents Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt.
This is but a small part of the tribute paid to Red Rabbi Wise in 1950 by the conservative American Jewish Committee, which also stated,
"Toward the end of his life, Rabbi Wise was greatly disturbed about the foreign policy of the United States, which he felt was leading toward war with the Soviet Union. The last addresses he delivered in the weeks before his death were highlighted by attacks on those forces which he maintained were pushing his country toward war with Russia and which, he claimed, were attempting to suppress him. I will not be silenced." With the last words this writer heard Rabbi Wise speak publicly, and they were most typical.
The same tributes close with fervent praises, and chronicle the fact that Wise had amalgamated his Jewish Institute of Religion in New York, which trains rabbis, with Hebrew Union College in Cincinnati, Ohio, whose founder and head until his death, Rabbi Isaac M. Wise, edited the first English translation of the Babylonian Talmud, known as the Rodkinson translation. Isaac Wise had introduced so-called Reform Judaism into this country from Germany.
American Jewish Congress.
Another powerful Marxist Zionist Jewish organization, with 500,000 or more Jewish members, is the American Jewish Congress. We see how the 1917-1918 Jewish Kahila report boasted of Pinchas Rutenberg as a founding force in the American Jewish Congress, as well as being the right-hand man to Jewish Premier A.F. Kerensky, at the time of the Russian Revolution. Out of the Marxian welter of the National Workmen's Committee of Reds in 1915, came the American Jewish Congress, now organized all over the world, with its New York headquarters named after Rabbi Stephen S. Wise. We see Sholem Asch, author of Deceitful Christian Stories, who served on the staff of the Socialist Yiddish Forward, then on that of the Stalinist Freiheit, also printed in Yiddish. There is also Rabbi Judah L. Magnus, Jacob Schiff's protege, of the Communist Garland Fund, also, Louis Marshall, and Louis D. Brandeis, whose hysterical cry to Jewry was, "Organize, organize, organize." Until every Jew has to stand up and be counted. President Wilson put Zionist Brandeis on the Supreme Court. He was the largest single contributor to Communist Commonwealth College. Free love, nude swimming, singing the Soviet International in the training school for Red agitators and other extreme activities resulted in Commonwealth College being closed up under the Arkansas anarchy laws. As for the millionaire American Jewish Committee and the American Jewish Congress,
the two organizations differed on the question of method rather than that of principle.
The American Jewish Congress is active in some 65 countries of the world. The Congress has followed the Red Line with enthusiasm, whether going to court for the Miracle, a play which portrays Christ as a bastard son of a soldier, in accordance with the Talmud, opposing loyalty oaths, or what have you.
Majority of Jews in Zionist Marxist organizations.
The magazine, Jewish Life, April, 1938, published by the New York State Jewish Bureau, Communist Party, stated,
3 federated Jewish bodies encompass between them the majority of Jews. The American Jewish Congress, controlled by the Zionists and representing the majority of Zionists, the Jewish Labor Committee and the Jewish People's Committee, both of which have had national conventions in the past months, at which their respective positions were very clearly stated.
Thus, the majority of Jews are in 3 Marxist national networks, all Marxist socialist and one of them outright communist in affiliation.
The Jewish Labor Committee.
The organization of the Jewish Labor Committee in 1934 is cited in the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, 1943, in a sketch by its executive secretary. It represented a membership of 500,000 in 1942 and included David Dubinsky's International Ladies Garment Workers Union, Sidney Hillman's Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union, and 765 other labor organizations. The donation of a day or half day's pay to underground activities abroad was mentioned. Adolf Held, Joseph Baskin, David Dubinsky and the writer Jacob Patt are given as officers. Comparing the 1915 convention with a 1934 convention of the Jewish Labor Committee, B'nai B'rith magazine, National Jewish Monthly, April, 1934 felicitated the Jewish Labor Committee on its racial solidarity, and stated,
with the leading Jewish socialist organizations represented by over 1,000 delegates, this recent conference equaled in size and resembled in character that one that was held at the outbreak of the war. It was estimated that the delegates acted and spoke for more than 500,000 organized Jewish toilers, and spoke for them in behalf of specific Jewish interests. To show the world that we have great armies of labor is a very good thing, but to have the same world note that these hosts are largely of radical frame of mind is something about which we have in the past been somewhat squeamish.
The elected officers of the original and subsequent Jewish Labor Committee, such as Chairman B. Charny Vladik, deceased, Secretary J. Baskin, Treasurer David Dubinsky, Joseph Schlossberg and Max Zaritsky, Vice Presidents, were all Russian-born Red Socialist Jews, and former Red Revolutionists in Russia. Dubinsky, for example, was arrested repeatedly in Russia, serving 18 months in one prison, and was exiled to Siberia, escaping after 5 months and coming to the USA. The information is from American Labor Who's Who, 1925. Israel Weinberg, another official of the Jewish Labor Committee, was acquitted on one charge of murder in San Francisco Preparedness Day parade bomb explosion, the 22nd of July 1916, 8 other indictments still pending. The information is from the same source. The San Francisco Preparedness Day bombing was the work of the anarchist communist Tom Mooney and his cohorts. Mooney had been expelled from the socialist branch of the party for the dynamiting. But world communism made him a hero until his death. Adolf Held, Polish-born Jewish socialist, who has been president of Sidney Hillman's Amalgamated Clothing Workers Bank, and president of the Daily Forward Association, was chairman in 1955, of the Jewish Labor Committee. As previously mentioned, Daily Forward is the largest socialist paper in the world, and is printed in New York in Yiddish.
B'nai B'rith. Gloats again.
In the May 1938 issue of its magazine, B'nai B'rith again gloated over a current convention of the Jewish Labor Committee, attended by 1,200 delegates, and said to represent more than 500,000 organized Jewish workers, and rejoicingly commented that
the achievements of the Jewish people in the Soviet Union have been made possible by the assistance of the Soviet government.
The American Jewish Committee, B'nai B'rith, and the Jewish Labor Committee formed a joint council with the Zionist Radical American Jewish Congress, Associated Press, June 17, 1938, and have since been known as the Big Four.
Jewish People's Committee.
The Jewish People's Committee of the Communist Party is comprised of hundreds of thousands of communist Jews. The January 1938 issue of its publication, Jewish Life, reported a convention of the Jewish People's Committee, stating,
close to 1,000 delegates representing 500,000 American Jews participated in the National Conference and Anti-Polish Pogrom March on Washington under the auspices of the Jewish People's Committee. A spokesman for Jewish Reaction, Dr. S. Margoshes, tried to poo-poo the whole conference by saying, about 1,000 delegates, representing mostly left and communist-controlled Jewish organizations, assembled in Washington over the weekend.
But the article goes on to say,
500,000 Jews constitute a significant cross-section of American Jewry.
Poel. Zion.
In the Jewish Communal Register for 1917 to 1918, note, concerning Zionism Socialism, the tribute paid to a socialist leader, B. Barochov, who proclaimed Zionism as a socialist
theory, which was necessarily very popular among the Jewish masses who were at the same time socialistic through and through.
And they still are, socialistic through and through.
Zionism thus received a Marxist basis, and appealed strongly to the masses.
We see the organizations of the Social Democratic Zionist Party Pol Zion, by Socialist Barokov and Ben Zwi, a Great Russian General Strike, always part of Zionist strategy, and the organization of Revolutionary Red Journals.
At the same time that the party was organized in Russia, sister societies were organized in America, in England, and finally, in Palestine.
Pol Zionism, that is workers of Zionism, we read,
is a party not for Palestine alone, but also for the Golus, all Jews everywhere in so-called dispersion, and its interests. For this reason, Pol Zionism is the center of the East Side, of New York, from which come forth almost all Jewish American movements, or without which no movement can prosper.
And, continuing, the Pol Zion created the Jewish Congress movement. And the participation by the Jewish Kahila of New York is cited.
The Pol Zion have made the best record in the Congress movement, where they forced the whole Jewish laboring class on the one hand, and the Zionists on the other hand, as well as the better-to-do elements, to participate.
Even in 1917, 1918, there were stated to be more than 100 societies in the National Workers' Alliance, which cooperates with Pol Zion.
All this constitutes a strong national socialist movement in America under the spiritual leadership of Pol Zion.
And
purpose the establishment of a socialistic commonwealth, the education of the Jewish masses in America.
Pol Zion formed a world organization and affiliated with Zer Zion, and became the strongest element in the Palestine Histadruth, giant cooperatives of unions, properties, industries, bus lines, banks, etc., on USSR lines, controlling 70% of its votes, Universal Jewish Legion that fought on the side of the Allied Army in Egypt and Palestine, a Yiddish weekly, Yiddischer Kampfer, and a monthly, the Jewish Frontier supporter of Histadruth, and its prominent place in the Zionist World Organization. Pol Zion's string of Marxist schools have done their work and are continuing to do it. A Pol Zion Palestine party mentioned in the above 1943 report was called Aduth Haboda, also spelled in the Zionist Palestine Yearbook 1946 Adut Avoda and, in a 1955 Jewish Examiner report, Ichdut Avoda. Adut Avoda is affiliated with the World Zionist Movement. It stands for the establishing of a socialist Jewish state in Palestine, but is more radical in internal affairs. The information is from Palestine Yearbook, 1946, page 355.
Marxist parties in Israel.
Where there is changing and realigning, the Marxist political composition of Israel does not change. Left Pol Zion, and Adut Avoda form in part the Mapai party.
Its socialistic outlook is similar to that of the Third International, that is of Moscow, but was not permitted to affiliate with it.
These Marxist parties comprise 92% of the Histadruth vote. The information is from Palestine Yearbook, 1946, page 355. As an illustration of Pol Zion. Pol Zion, like the rest of the Palestine socialist parties, is part of the World Zionist Organization, in turn maneuvering through the world for Zionist aims. The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, 1943, reported under Pol Zion, its formation in 1897, its founding of the Israel political orientation, the 1955 vote for Knesset parliament members in Israel was reported as follows. The information is from Jewish Voice, August 12, 1955.
Mapai 40, Mapai-affiliated Arab parties, 4, Heret 16, General Zionists, 14, Religious Front, Mizrachi, Hapoel Hamizrachi, 12, Aguda, 6, Akdath Avoda, 10, Mapam, 8, Progressives, 5, and Communists, 5.
And what are these parties, in brief? Says the Palestine Yearbook, 1946, page 354.
Mapai is a Zionist socialist party from its inception. Mapai has been affiliated with the Second, Brussels, International.
Lenin and other Reds belonged to the Second International, until Moscow formed its own, called the Third International, a combine of Marxist parties formed in 1919. Heret, which is now reputedly the second most powerful Palestine party, was formed by the sternest terrorists who dynamited British police in sadistic fashion. After Israel was declared a state by the UN, these sternists were admitted to the Palestine parliament, the Knesset, calling their party Heret. Mapai tried to join the Moscow International, but was not permitted to because of minor stipulations. It
generally has a line of policy similar to Ergun and the Fighters for Freedom. It stands for close cooperation with the Soviets. A little publicized fact is that Soviet arms have now been issued to all Israel troops. Recent Hebrew victories have been won with Soviet guns.
The quote is from Jerusalem Calling, Organ of the Sternest, Now Herit, Fighters for Freedom, September 3, 1948, 149 2nd Avenue, New York. Adut, Arikduth, or Leechduth, Avoda, as before stated, is a socialist party, a party dedicated in other words to subjugating all classes to one collective rule. The Religious Front, Mizrachi and Hapoel Hamizrachi, and the even more fanatical Aguda parties are Talmudic parties, fanatically dedicated to the achievement of the anti-Christian, immoral, anti-human world power aims of their Pharisee religion. The difference between communist tactics and Talmudic tactics is that one is political and deceptive, the other inspires and is the dynamic of these tactics. One practices what the other teaches. Communism is Talmudism in action. The Communist Party is merely an arm attached to the Moscow branch of Jewish imperialism. The general Zionists are different only in their stress upon certain policies best calculated to achieve Talmudic world aims. As for any imagined conservatism, the leaders of the general Zionists, according to the Palestine Yearbook, 1946, issued by the Zionist Organization of America, the ruling heads of the World Zionist Organization were Red Rabbi Stephen S. Wise, Rabbi Abba Hillel Silver, Louis Lipsky, Nahum Goldman. Wise, Silver, Goldman, Lipsky, were all included in the 120 top Jews of the world chosen by the World Kahillas in 1937, along with Commissar Litvinov Finkelstein, of Russia, Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, see his Pharisees, herein, and others. The four have been leaders in the World Zionist Congress, and its American branch, the American Jewish Congress.
Chapter 12. The Jews and the Communization of Russia.
Very few people are aware of the extent to which Jews were responsible for the communization of Russia, first through organizing of the unsuccessful Revolution of 1905, and then the later and successful Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. Both were heavily financed by outside Jewish financial and banking houses, and ultimately resulted in Jews assuming control of what had become the Russian Soviet government. Concurrently, Jewish machinations in the United States, Germany and elsewhere helped set the stage for the takeover. This Jewish control still exists, despite propaganda to the contrary, designed to delude and deceive non-Jews. Long prior to the Revolution of 1905, Jews had conceived a hatred of Christian and Tsarist Russia, because of opposition of the Russian people and government to Jewish Talmudism. In his introduction to the 1903 translation of the Talmud, for example, Rodkinson details the repeated denunciations of the Talmud over many centuries by nearly every country, the popes, and others, and also states.
Still, what has been the result? The Talmud exists today, and not one letter in it is missing. It is true, the persecutions against it are not yet at an end. Accusations and calumnies by its enemies, under the new name of anti-Semites, are still directed against it, while the government of Russia legislates against and restricts the rights of the nation which adheres to the Talmud.
One of the prime Jewish conspirators plotting to communize Russia was Jacob Schiff, who became head of the enormously powerful New York Jewish banking house of Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Turn to the laudatory sketch of Jacob Schiff, in the Jewish Communal, Kahillah Register of New York City, 1917 to 1918, of which Kahillah he was an executive committeeman. It is stated there how German-born Schiff came to America and made connections with a banking house.
In 1873, he returned to Europe where he made connections with some of the chief German banking houses.
And
the firm of Kuhn Loeb and Company floated the large Japanese war loans of 1904 to 1905, thus making possible the Japanese victory over Russia.
The last paragraph boasts,
Mr. Schiff has always used his wealth and his influence in the best interests of his people. He financed the enemies of autocratic Russia. This was written in 1918, after the Bolshevik Revolution had been made secure, and used his financial influence to keep Russia from the money market of the United States.
It is stated that all factions of Jewry hailed him for this.
Today it is estimated by Jacob's grandson, John Schiff, a prominent member of New York society, that the old man sank about $20 million for the final triumph of Bolshevism in Russia.
The quote is from Charlie Knickerbocker in his Society News column in the Hearst Press, the 3rd of February 1949, appearing in the New York Journal American and other papers.
Note by Vasili. As I have detailed in part 4 of my video titled, Corona Rothschild Protocols, Jacob Schiff grew up in Rothschild's house. This fact is also confirmed in Henry Ford's book, and below. Hence, Jacob Schiff was a frontman for Rothschild, who had an immense hatred for the Tsar. I also provide the numerous reasons why Rothschild ordered the murder of the Tsar of Russia and his entire family.
The Jewish bankers.
The great Jewish banking monopolies have been interwoven by marriage like a rug. Note 3 things about the Rothschilds in Exhibit 298, which is from the Jewish Encyclopedia of 1905. 1. That of the 58 Rothschild marriages to that date, exactly half, or 29, had been to first cousins. This appears in the right-hand column. 2. That the Rothschilds
were the first to make use of journalistic methods to arouse the interest of the public in their loans. They have, however, consistently kept the secret of their own operations.
3. A major reason why Russia collapsed and went under the Red Heel during World War I, also appears in this exhibit, namely.
Of recent years the Rothschilds have consistently refused to have anything to do with loans to Russia owing to the anti-Jewish legislation of that empire.
This was 1905. The Warburg international Jewish banking family has also been closely connected with the Schiffs and Rothschilds. James Paul Warburg, in his sketch in Who's Who in American Jewry, 1938-1939 states.
Born Hamburg, Germany, August 18, 1896. Paternal ancestors through 6 generations have been bankers as members of the banking house of M. M. Warburg and Company, founded in Hamburg, 1798. Maternal grandfather, Solomon, founder of International Banking House of Kuhn, Loeb and Company, came to U.S. 1902.
Paul M. Warburg had married Jenny Nina Loeb, mother of James Paul. Jacob Schiff, after coming to the U.S., had married Teresa Loeb, sister of Nina, and daughter of the Kuhn, Loeb founder. Schiff's daughter, Frieda, married Felix M. Warburg, Hamburg-born banker who headed the agro-joint work for Jewry in Russia to help keep them in power after the Red Revolution. Their daughter, Carola, married Walter M. Rothschild. Felix M. Warburg and Paul M. Warburg of Kuhn, Lock and Company, partners of Jacob Schiff, were brothers of Max Warburg of Hamburg, Germany, the payoff man, in power with the Kaiser, who funneled funds to Lenin and Trotsky during World War I to undermine and destroy the Russian government. Jacob Schiff received his banking training in his father's business, he being a Rothschild agent and associate. The basement of the 2-in-a-row houses of Schiff and Rothschild, which I visited in Frankfurt on Main, Germany, was one room in common, with a joint getaway, which formerly had led beyond a ghetto wall. The little shack at the back was where kings, hat in hand, would come to get Jewish loans. The original name of Bauer had been abandoned for Red Shield, Rothschild, and a red shield hung out as an address sign at the front of the house. A ship sign for Schiff hung outside the Schiff house, built along the same common wall. Each house was about the width of an entrance hall. The room back of the Rothschild kitchen was a tiny synagogue when I was there in 1934. A skull-capped Jew was the guide, who collected entrance fees for showing the houses, the Rothschild house being the chief attraction. A gambling table was the main piece of furniture in the front room in the upstairs of the Rothschild house. 2 rooms on each floor comprise the house.
When the Kehillah, that is the Jewish community, of New York was organized in 1909, the control rested with a group of German Jews including Jacob Schiff, president of Kuhn, Lock and Company, a branch of the Bleichroder Mendelssohn Bank, affiliated with the Big D banks in Germany, Deutsche Bank, Diskonto Gesellschaft, Dresdner Bank, Darmstadter Bank.
The quote is from Waters Flowing Eastward, by L. Fry, published by the RISS of Paris, founded by Monsignor Juin.
Note by Vasili. I have converted this book to an audiobook, which can be found on my BitChute channel.
In Germany the leading private bankers included the Mendelssohns and the Bleichroders, who were bankers to Emperor William I, Bismarck, and the early industrialists. Frankfurt, the mother city of Jewish bankers, produced its Lazards, Speyers, Stearns, Dreyfuses, and Sulzbachs, as well as sending abroad one Jacob H. Schiff.
The quote is from The Jews of Germany, Marvin Lowenthal, Longmans Green and Company, New York, 1936. And, says the same source,
toward the end of that period the House of Warburg in Hamburg played an important part not only in the finances but destinies of Germany. Max Warburg was advisor to the government at the Versailles Peace Conference. Karl I. Melchior, another member of the firm, headed the financial section of the Armistice Commission in 1918 to 1919 and was one of the 6 German delegates to Versailles.
Elsewhere herein, through State Department documents, you will note the role played by the Warburg banking firm in financing the Red Russian Revolution. And, when Max Warburg came here from Hamburg in 1939, the American Jewish Committee placed him on its post-war Committee for the Reorganization of the World, which, in turn, set up the propaganda claque for the ensuing United Nations. And so, down through the decades, Kuhn, Locke, and international bankers, princes of Jewry, remold the world toward the ultimate aim, world Jewish dictatorship, now so rapidly coming about.
The Kaiser.
Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany and his government were used during World War I by Jews such as Max Warburg to channel funds into Russia to breed disaffection in the Russian army and navy, and to set the stage for the ultimately successful Bolshevik Revolution. When Kaiser Wilhelm realized that he had been made a tool of Jewry, it was after the war was over, and he was sawing or chopping wood at Doom, Holland. It was too late. Henry Ford's Dearborn Independent carried this article, July 9, 1921.
It is a most significant fact that, as in Washington, the most constant and privileged visitors to the White House were Jews, so in Berlin, the only private telephone wire to the Kaiser was owned by Walter Rathenau. Not even the Crown Prince could reach the Kaiser, except through the ordinary telephone connections.
Walter Rathenau later wrote the constitution of the post-war Jew-controlled Weimar Republic.
It was a family enterprise, this international campaign. Jacob Schiff swore to destroy Russia. Paul M. Warburg was his brother-in-law. Felix Warburg was his son-in-law. Max Warburg of Hamburg, banker of the Bolsheviks, was thus the brother-in-law to Jacob Schiff's wife and daughter. Max Warburg represents the family in its native land. Max Warburg had as much to do with the German war government as his family and financial colleagues in America had to do with the United States war government. As has been recounted in the press the world over, the brother from America and the brother from Germany both met at Paris as government representatives in determining the peace. There were so many Jews in the German delegation that it was known by the term kosher, also as the Warburg delegation. And there were so many Jews in the American delegation that the delegates from the minor countries of Europe looked upon the United States as a Jewish country which, through unheard of generosity, had elected a non-Jew as its president. The Jews had several objectives in the war, and one of these was to get Russia. In this work, Max Warburg was a factor. His bank is noted in a dispatch published by the United States government as being one whence funds were forwarded to Trotsky for use in destroying Russia. Always against Russia, not for German reasons, but for Jewish reasons, which in this particular instance coincided. Warburg and Trotsky against Russia. One of the nicest bits of work Mr. Kahn has done is to denounce pro-German propaganda, which he says has exasperated Americans in favor of France. Next to committing the United States to an undying admiration for Briand, this is really his finest bit, especially with partner Paul playing the German sympathy string. It is a great international orchestra, this Jewish financial firm. It can play the Star-Spangled Banner, Die Wacht am Rhein, the Marseillaise, and God Save the King in one harmonious rendering, paying obsequious attention to the prejudices of each.
Thus spoke the Ford paper in 1921, titled, Jews in Russian Revolution of 1905. The New York Communal Register of 1917 to 1918 related the actions of the American Jewish Committee in the U.S. to protect Russian Jewish revolutionaries. In 1909, so many Red Revolutionary criminals had fled to this country from the Jewish war against Christian Russia, that the committee fought to keep 2 of them, Poria and Rudovitz, here.
The committee appreciated the bearing of their cases upon a large number of Jews who had taken part in the Russian Revolution, that is of 1905, and who had sought or might seek an asylum in this country, and in cooperation with others succeeded in defeating the attempt of Russia.
The others referred to included Secretary of State Elihu Root, who, despite the fact that
no substantial evidence was produced before the committing magistrate that the offences charged against Poria were political, therefore under the law he could be extradited, delayed in deciding the case until it could be changed in Poria's favour.
The quote is from Letter of Root to Jacob Schiff. Socialist Jew Samuel Gompers was also among those who intervened for Poria.
Rutenberg and the Russian Revolution.
We see in Exhibit 224 how the 1917 to 1918 Jewish Kahila report boasted of Pinchas Rutenberg as a founding force in the American Jewish Congress, as well as his being the right-hand man to Jewish Premier Kerensky in the 1917 Russian Revolution. Mourning the death of its founder, Pinchas Rutenberg, the American Jewish Congress publication, The Congress Weekly, the 16th of January 1942, stated in an article, Rutenberg's mission to America.
His role in the birth of the American Jewish Congress was immense. The young Russian intellectual, in other words, revolutionist, soon made his influence felt in the underground council of the Social Revolutionary Party. Rutenberg was the man who, in 1905, piloted the revolutionary activities of the notorious Father Gapin and then sat in judgment and brought about his execution. In Italy, during the First World War, he got in touch with Vladimir Jabotinsky, founder of the Jewish Legion. In New York in 1915 he got in touch with the representatives of the Social Revolutionary Party there, Dr. Chaim Zitlowski and Dr. Samuel Ellsberg, who were now interested in the Pole Zion Party, Palestine, and Jewish rights.
Father Gapin.
The above Father Gapin incident is typical of applied Judaism. The dramatic prayer addressed by Gapin to the Tsarist government with the threat that if it were not granted, we shall die here on the square before thy palace, combined with mutinies, strikes involving more than 2 million people, are related in William Henry Chamberlain's The Russian Revolution, 1917-1921, 1935. We read,
Gapin himself was doubtful about the wisdom of bringing large masses to present this petition.
Volume 1, page 48. Yet Gapin was pushed ahead as the leader. Then,
when the demonstrators refused to obey orders to disperse and go home, volleys of rifle fire poured on them. The casualties of Bloody Sunday, January 22, 1905, are estimated at from 200 to 1,500.
That the Jew Rutenberg
piloted the revolutionary activities of the notorious Father Gapin, then sat in judgment and brought about his execution,
is not mentioned by historian Chamberlain, who was correspondent for 12 years in Russia for the leftist-oriented Christian Science Monitor, and now writes for the New Jewish Line, Anti-Communist, Human Events. He also serves as contributing editor of the Socialist Social Democratic Federation Party's magazine, New Leader. Rutenberg was chosen in 1937 as one of the 120 leading Jews of the world, along with Litvinov Finkelstein, the Soviet commissar, and Rabbi Louis Finkelstein, head of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. He died in Palestine in 1942, much mourned, having set up the Palestine Electric Corporation, using huge water rights, issued under British protection, for the use of Jewry.
More Jewish manipulations in the U.S.
No corner of the earth has been too remote to manipulate for Jewry. We note activities of the American Jewish Committee concerning the Jews in the Balkans, after 1913. And our government was used again to pressure for Jewish power. Shows how restriction of immigration from Russia was fought by the American Jewish Committee after 1906, so that the flow of revolutionaries might not be curbed. The literacy test was fought so that illiterate Jews might swarm here, as they did. Of 3 literacy test bills, we are told, President Taft vetoed one and President Wilson two, under pressure of the American Jewish Committee. And then when one of them was passed, despite the veto, the committee
succeeded in procuring adoption of a clause which excluded those who came to this country to avoid religious persecution, whether induced by overt acts, oppressive laws, or by governmental relations.
The cry of persecution has always been used to cover the crimes of the only people on earth whose very religion teaches them that murder and enslavement and cheating of all other peoples is a sacred right. We are told in the New York Jewish Communal Register that the American Jewish Committee considered it
one of its most important functions to bend every effort toward the solution of the passport question.
This solution was to circumvent Russia, which sought to bar Russian-born Red Jews, who came to the USA to get citizenship so as to return to Russia as American citizens, from using their immunity to steer the Red Revolutionary overthrow of the Russian Christian government. Russia had instructed its consuls to inquire of any applicants for passports to enter Russia from the USA, and if they were Russian-born Jews, not to give them an entrance visa. The USA was at that time full of jailbird revolutionaries wanted in Russia, who thus sought to escape Russian law as American citizens. The aim of the American Jewish Committee was first to overthrow the Russian government, and later to sustain the Red Butchers as they enslaved the Christian populace. Note the sanctimonious, hearts and flowers, pose of the committee about Russia, refusing to recognize the American passport in the hands of American citizens of the Jewish faith. And what is that holy faith? A criminal conspiracy against all humanity, against all civilized laws, all reciprocity, a code which makes that of gangsters seem benign.
Treaty with Russia broken.
Too often unmentioned today is the fact that under Article 6 of the United States Constitution, a treaty becomes the
supreme law of the land, and judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding.
At one stroke, thereby, all state laws as well as the Constitution itself may be legally nullified by a treaty. In our time, this has been done. The United Nations Charter, ratified by almost 100% of the Senate, became as a treaty the supreme law of the land, anything in the Constitution or the laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. The machinery to nullify our freedoms therefore is in place. That the top American Jewish Committee was well aware of this provision of the Constitution back in 1917 to 1918 when the New York Kahila Report was issued, is evident from the text. The Reciprocal Trade Treaty of 1832 with Russia had to be broken. It had permitted Russia to have some say as to those from the USA it must admit through its borders. Russia retained some sovereignty which Red Revolutionary Jewry from Russia, armed with American citizenship, could not hurdle. The Jewish mob must be free to return to Russia and put over the Jewish Revolution. The New York Kahila text states,
the committee, after serious consideration, determined to recommend to the President the abrogation of the treaty with Russia, and on May 18, 1908, dispatched a letter to President Roosevelt. This began the attempt on the part of the organization to induce our government to take some effective action to terminate the controversy. Correspondence with the same end in view was also had with President Taft and was supplemented by personal interviews with the President and with Secretaries of State, Root and Knox.
Schiff headed this delegation.
The effect of the termination of the treaty was the declaration of the national policy of the United States that it would not tolerate further discrimination against American citizens of the Jewish faith. Since treaties are, under the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, with the termination of the treaty there no longer exists a law which according to the Russian government's contention was susceptible of the unconstitutional construction that our government permitted discrimination against American citizens on account of race or religion. The action of President Taft and of the Congress of the United States was subsequently approved by all the great political parties of the country, in platform adopted by them in 1912, and again in 1916.
More of the background of these pre-revolutionary activities of the American Jewish Committee, which was headed by Jacob Schiff, was covered in the Henry Ford Dearborn Independent, in an article in January, 1921 entitled, Taft Once Tried to Resist Jews and Failed. To quote,
as president, Mr. Taft once stood out against the Jews, was strongly denounced as unfavorable to the Jews, was soundly beaten by the Jews in a matter on which he had taken a firm stand, and has ever since shown that he has learned his lesson by accommodating the Jews in their desires. For centuries, Russia has had her own troubles with the Jews, and, as the world knows, has at last fallen prostrate before the Jewish power, which for centuries has been working to undermine her. The biggest hoax in modern times was the propaganda against Russia as the persecutor of the Jews. Russia devoted to the Jews a large part of the most favored section of the land, and was always so lax in those laws which prohibited Jews from settling in other parts of the country that the Jew was able to create an underground system throughout the whole of Russia, which controlled the grain trade, controlled public opinion, and utterly baffled the Tsar's government. The cry of persecution arose because the Jews were not permitted to exploit the peasants as much as they desired. They have, however, gained that privilege since.
Reports of USA ministers are quoted showing that while 1,500 Jews were registered in St. Petersburg with the police, 30,000 were operating there illegally. Jewish editors and writers wielded power on
the leading newspapers of St. Petersburg and Moscow,
and the liquor trade was entirely in Jewish hands.
At every turn, the United States government discovered that the Jews were exaggerating their difficulties for the purpose of forcing government action. Presently, after years of underground work and open propaganda against Russia in the daily press, until the American conception of Russia was fixed almost beyond correction, the agitation took the form of the Russian passport question. Russia dares to flout an American passport. Russia insults the government of the United States. Russia degrades American citizens, and so forth and so on. Jews in the United States demanded nothing less than that the United States break all treaty relations with Russia. They demanded it.
How Jacob Schiff, Louis Marshall, Adolf Krauss and Judge Henry M. Fogel, executive committee members of the American Jewish Committee, walked in on President Taft at the White House, February 15, 1911, is described. They had demanded the conference, were dined at the White House luncheon table, but Taft insisted upon reading them his conclusions that the trade treaty of 1832 with Russia should not be broken as an exceptional favor to Jews, despite his sentiments in favor of Jewry. Jacob Schiff was enraged.
"This means war,"
he exclaimed.
On leaving the White House, Jacob Schiff refused to shake the president's hand, but brushed it by with an air of offended power. Neither did the president know what was behind it all. It meant that German Jews would be the intermediaries of trade between Russia and the United States. The Frankfurt bankers and their relatives in the United States knew what that meant. It meant that German Jews would be the intermediaries of trade between Russia and the United States. The business itself meant money, but the relation meant power over Russia. And Jacob H. Schiff lived to overthrow Russia. The neutrality of the United States was torn to shreds by a movement organized and financed on American soil for the overthrow of a friendly nation, and the organizers and financiers were Jews. They used their internal power to deflect the policy of the United States to assist their plans. The game was financial and revolutionary. It was decreed. It was then part of the program to be accomplished, and the United States was to be used as the crowbar to batter down the walls. When the Jewish ambassadors left the White House, orders flew from Washington and New York to every part of the United States, and the Jewish nagging drive began. It had a center in every city. It was focused on every representative and senator. No official, however, was too mean or unimportant to be drafted. American editors may remember that drive. It was operated on precisely the same lines as the one which is proceeding against the press today. The Jews have furnished absolute proof in the last 2 months that they control the majority of the American press. There are signs, however, that their control does not mean anything and will not last long. Jacob Schiff had said on February 15th, "This means war." He had ordered a large sum of money used for that purpose. The American Jewish Committee, B'nai B'rith, and other of the numerous organizations of Jewry, how well organized they are, the signatories of the recent Jewish defense prove, went to work, and on December 13th of the same year, almost 10 months to a day after Jewry had declared war on President Taft's conclusions, both houses of Congress ordered President Taft to notify Russia that the treaty with Russia would be terminated. Frankfurt on the Main had won.
9 years later, at the writing of this article, it is noted that Taft is making speeches for the Jews after the Jewish press of the United States berated President Taft with Jewish on reserve.
It would be an eye-opener if, at every speech which William Howard Taft makes for his Jewish clients, there could be distributed copies of the remarks printed about President Taft by those same clients 9 years ago. The methods by which the Jews set forth to force congressional action are all known, and the glee with which Jewry hailed the event is also known.
The fact that Taft was that strange phenomenon, a one-term president, is noted in the question raised that this might have been in consequence of his disobedience.
The president had really done what he could to prevent the Jewish plan going through. On February 15, 1911, he withstood them face to face. On December 13, 1911, they had whipped him. And yet, in the next year, 1912, a peculiar thing occurred. The high officials of the B'nai B'rith went to the White House, and there pinned on the breast of President Taft a medal which marked him as the man who had contributed most during the year to the welfare of the Jewish cause. There is a photograph extant of President Taft standing on the south portico of the White House in the midst of a group of prominent Jews, and the president is wearing his medal. He is not smiling. That is the story of William Howard Taft's efforts to withstand the Jews and how they broke him. It is probably worth knowing in view of the fact that he has become one of those Gentile fronts which the Jews use for their own defense.
At every stage of the game of takeover for Talmudism, the United States was used a base of operations for the synagogue of Satan to put Christian Russia under heel. Propaganda flooded this country, which inculcated those of my vintage with the conviction that the weak czar with his outnumbered, outfinanced foes, wielded a blocksnake whip over little, angel, Jews, made to suffer just because they were people of the book. We were taught that to the tune of millions of dollars spent by the American Jewish Committee and others. You have only to read such Jewish books as Dubnow's History of the Jews of Russia and Poland, put out by the American Jewish Committee's Jewish Publication Society of America for its own people, to see how every law was flouted as the Talmudists rose to assassinate and crowd their way into complete mastery and butchery in Russia.
Ford apologizes to Jewry.
Even one of the most wealthy and powerful men in the world was not immune to Jewish power and intimidation. The unqualified crawl, even the misstatement that he had been unaware of the contents of his Dearborn Independent, appeared over Henry Ford's signature, June 30, 1927, just about 6.5 years after the above article appeared. The apology was addressed to Lewis Marshall as head of the American Jewish Committee. The renowned theologian, Dr. James M. Gray, head of the Moody Bible Institute, wrote, concerning this apology by Ford, Moody Monthly, September, 1927.
This confession, in our opinion, is another link in the chain of prophecy. As we read it, we were impressed that the great millionaire went further than the circumstances of the case required him to do. To put it another way, we do not believe the editor of The Independent, Mr. Ford's paper, was either as foolish or as wicked as the confession of its proprietor would make him appear. We believe he had good grounds for publishing some of the things about the Jews which he did publish. Indeed, the pressure brought to bear upon Mr. Ford to make his confession was in itself such corroborative evidence. This pressure came from Jews all over the world, and in the face of it Mr. Ford was panic-stricken. He is one of the richest men in the world, and of course, conscious of the power that money brings with it, but he was made to feel that the Jews have more money and hence more power than he, and that in such a cause their money and their power can be quickly mobilized against an opponent and with crushing consequence.
Dr. Gray knew what he was talking about, having been subjected to Jewish threats himself. But he refused to recant his assertions that the Protocols of Zion represent the program of Talmudic world Jewry.
Note by Vasili. We now know that the protocols were written by Rothschild, as I have detailed in my video titled, Corona Rothschild Protocols, and more recently in my video titled, Rothschild's War Manual, the Original Protocols, 1773.
I knew Dr. Gray. Large numbers of my book The Red Network were sold in the Moody bookstore. I spoke in the Moody Church and over the Moody radio. Unfortunately, Dr. Gray's successor has quieted down many matters in favor of Jewry.
The Russian Revolution. Suppressed State Department documents.
Much authentication of the Jewish hand in the successful communization of Russia through the Revolution of 1917 is contained in official United States government documents, namely papers relating to the foreign relations of the United States, 1918, Russia, consisting of 3 volumes and published in 1931. Included are many communications between then Secretary of State Lansing, U.S. Ambassador to Russia Francis, and various consular officials, detailing events as a moderate regime took over Russia under Jewish Premier Kerensky, who was then superseded in a few months by the bloody Bolsheviks, led by Jews such as Trotsky, real name Bronstein, Zinoviev, real name Hirsch Apfelbaum, Kamenev, and Sverdlov, are excerpts from these government documents. All through the State Department papers, most of which are not reproduced, is the picture of Russia in a state of economic collapse as soldiers and sailors are being paid to demonstrate against the Christian government, by Jewry, events which are followed by the final Red takeover. These documents are today suppressed for public view, and if you don't believe this to be so, try to obtain copies, or even to find them in any public library. The current Jewish line is that Soviet Russia is anti-Semitic, and organized Jewry has no desire to have our people learn of the true origins and beginnings of anti-Christian communist Russia.
The revolution begins.
On March 15, 1917, Russian Tsar Nicholas II abdicated under revolutionary pressures, naming as regent Grand Duke Michael, until his son came of age. Not reproduced here is the communication, the very next day from Secretary of State Lansing telling Ambassador Francis to call on Milukov, Foreign Affairs Minister of the new government, and to state that the government of the United States recognizes the new government of Russia, to which Ambassador to Russia Francis replied that he had arranged to turn out his entire staff, in full uniform, to recognize the revolutionary regime. Also omitted here are reports showing the premiership of Prince Lvov, a sop to the royalty-adoring Russians. All party functions of the left had unitedly put over the revolution, and this interim regime was to be short-lived, indeed. 4 days after the Tsar's abdication, Ambassador Francis stated,
"Financial aid now from America would be a master stroke, immeasurably important to the Jews that revolution succeed."
The quote is from the State Department.
Enter Kerensky.
The premiership of Prince Lvov lasted only 2 months. To quote from the 1920, 4-volume report of the New York State Committee investigating subversive activities, headed by Senator Clayton R. Lusk.
Alongside of the provisional government headed first by Prince Lvov, the socialist and anarchist elements of Petrograd's population established a Soviet of soldiers, workmen's, and sailors' deputies. Its president was at first Chadze, that is, Menshevik leader, and its vice president Kerensky, leader of the Socialist Social Revolution Party. In May 1917, the Soviet, Kerenskys, forced the resignation of the first cabinet. Kerensky then succeeded Prince Lvov, the first premier of the provisional government, who proved to be a weak and vacillating character.
Volume 1, page 218. Kerensky was weak and vacillating, not because he did not know about the Lenin-Trotsky revolution being financed by the Kuhn, Loeb cabal, and which was to follow him. The State Department papers herein show he knew every move in advance and did nothing about it. About 5 months after Kerensky became Russian premier, the Bolsheviks took over. The wrecking red work of Jewish Kerensky during his time in office is described in part as follows in the above New York State Lusk report. Volume 1, page 218. Kerensky was weak and vacillating, not because he did not know about the Lenin-Trotsky revolution being financed by the Kuhn, Loeb cabal, and which was to follow him. The State Department papers herein show he knew every move in advance and did nothing about it. About 5 months after Kerensky became Russian premier, the Bolsheviks took over. The wrecking red work of Jewish Kerensky during his time in office is described in part as follows in the above New York State Lusk report.
The liberal decrees of the provisional government had destroyed the discipline of the army, and the disintegration of the once powerful Russian military machine became complete.
Page 219.
Kerensky's Social Democrats distributed hundreds of thousands of leaflets among Russian soldiers, urging that the soldiers should disobey their officers and lay down their arms.
Page 215. The swift success of the final revolution was
attributed in large measure by Lenin to a fortuitous cooperation between contending groups and factions.
Page 217. Note: Lenin's real name was Ulyanov. His father was of Mongol origin, his mother a German Jewess.
Kronstadt.
The Great Mutiny of the Kronstadt Sailors of July 16, 1917, is chronicled in modern encyclopedias as a Red Revolutionary event. Kronstadt is an island 21 miles from Petrograd, now Leningrad, in the Gulf of Finland. On July 16, 1917, Kerensky has come home from the front when Milukov's Cadet Party ministers resign. And the next day, July 17, 1917, we see that the Bolshevik turmoil is used as the ostensible grievance for Kerensky to demobilize 2 regiments at the front. Enter Trotsky, whose real name was Bronstein. With Kerensky having conveniently departed for the front, Trotsky harangues the crowds. The Cossacks, who are anti-Jew, are unable to prevail. Chamberlain, in his The Russian Revolution 1917-1921, describes the march of 20,000 sailors who disembarked from Kronstadt and marched through Petrograd, shooting into homes and killing people on the pretext that they had been attacked. The roaring bloody days of July 16 and 17 left the people helpless at the hands of the bloodthirsty demonstrators.
So the city was really at the mercy of the demonstrators,
says Chamberlain. Volume 1, page 173. He also says,
the Kronstadt sailors marched through the main streets of Petrograd. They promptly broke into houses from which shots were supposed to have come and killed with scant ceremony anyone whom they suspected of shooting. 5 people were killed and 27 wounded before his eyes on Sadovaya Street.
Read one report by one Kantorovich. Terrorist Trotsky, real name Bronstein, who was later to gouge out eyes and dismember his victims in sadistic Talmudic fashion, during the Red Terror, was reported by Ambassador Francis to have
aroused great enthusiasm by advocating violent measures.
The quote is from the State Department. Kronstadt was a rehearsal leading up to the ripe time for takeover, in November 1917, several months later. Trotsky had been living in New York, editing the Russian communist paper, Novy Mir, which translates to New World, financed by the Communist Garland Fund, directed by Jacob Schiff's rabbinical protege, Rabbi Judah Magnus, and such leading communists as William Z. Foster, and Roger W. Dunn, Sidney Hillman, Norman Thomas and others, serving on the Red Revolutionary battlefield in this country. U.S. President Woodrow Wilson heard about the abdication of the Tsar's government, March 15, 1917, and hailed it. The pretense then, on the part of stooges like Alexander Kerensky and other Jews, was that a democratic revolution had been successful, and that humanity was to profit from it, the weak Tsar, under the thumb of his Jewish bankers and occult Rasputin, having been a pushover, achieved by Jewish finance for Jewish power objectives. The scholar, Jennings Wise, has written,
Woodrow Wilson, despite the efforts of the British police, made it possible for Leon Trotsky to enter Russia on an American passport.
The quote is from Woodrow Wilson, Apostle of Revolution. In Document 5 from the State Department, we see that Lenin got 315,000 marks in June 1917, just before the Kronstadt revolutionary rehearsal. As the note of our ambassador states,
Kronstadt, the Navy base, was the nerve center from which Lenin's activities radiated during the summer.
The funds originated from the Diskontogesellschaft Bank, one of the Jewish-controlled German D banks, which helped finance the Bolshevik takeover. You may see by referring to the 1943 Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, Finance, Jews in, that the so-called D banks of Germany were all run by Jews, including the Diskontogesellschaft and Deutsche Bank, all being part of the conspiracy. In September 1917, Kronstadt is notified that the order to give passports and 207,000 marks,
as per order of your Mr. Lenin, have been handed to persons mentioned in your letter. The selection met with approval of His Excellency the Ambassador.
Ira Nelson Morris was Jewish U.S. ambassador to Sweden at that time.
Jewish financing long planned.
As Documents 1 and 2 show, the revolutionary setup and the banking credits were all ready to function in 1914, and Document 3 specifically names the Diskontogesellschaft and Deutsche Banks in this 1914 conspiracy. Of February 23, 1915, reports the work of revolution, with Warburg chiefly works from Stockholm, where Jewish Ira Nelson Morris was U.S. ambassador from July 1914 until 1922. The Rhenish Industrial Syndicate advises the NYA Banken in Stockholm and the Stockholm representatives of two of the Jewish-run banks of Germany that they are to give money for revolutionary propaganda against Russia. Ambassador Francis detailed documents showing that, in the name of the German government, agencies had been set up in such Finnish border towns as Luleå, Haparanda and Varda, also in Bergen and Amsterdam. That
very close and absolutely secret relations are being established with Finnish and American banks. In this connection, the ministry begs to recommend the Swedish NYA Banken in Stockholm, the banking office of Furstenberg, the commercial company Waldemar Hansen in Copenhagen, which are maintaining close relations with Russia.
Francis adds,
Note: this is an outline of basic financial structure begun in February 1914, 5 months before war was launched and still in operation. Notice reappearance in subsequent Lenin messages, towns Luleå and Varda, likewise reference to American banks. Olof Ashberg, one of the heads of the NYA Banken, came to Petrograd a month ago and boasted that NYA Banken was the Bolshevik bank.
The Guarantee Trust Company of New York is mentioned, and Furstenberg, under the name of Ganetsky, and Ashberg are cited as inner group members apt to run the Bolshevik state bank. Looking at the map of Sweden, you may see that in the north where Sweden joins Finland, and the Gulf of Bothnia ends, washing both shores, there is a little border town of Haparanda and south of it is Luleå, also on the Gulf, with Russia, of today, a short trek to the east across Finland. Those were chosen for the arms running to the Bolsheviks. The Imperial and banks of Germany, in the political saddle, in cahoots with the Jewish U.S. ambassador to Sweden, Ira Morris, and the Red Revolutionary Jews, armed with endless funds, put over the job. The Jewish network touched everywhere.
Furstenberg. At Stockholm.
Stockholm was a cozy place those days for the Reds, with the USA Jewish ambassador friendly to Jewry's aims. There the banking office of Furstenberg, and the Swedish NYA Banken in Stockholm, are mentioned in Document 1, and that was February 14, 1914. Document 8 is written to Mr. Furstenberg, and is from the representative of the Deutsche, one of the German banks, in Switzerland. He is writing Furstenberg, June 16, 1917, to tell him that Bolshevik pamphlets costing 32,000 francs, Swiss francs were the highest of all in exchange value, have been sent and he would like to know when they arrive. Maximalist is used throughout the reports, meaning Bolshevik. Furstenberg, in good approved communist style, addresses his letter in Document 9 to Raphael Scholnicker as
Dear Comrade,
stating,
the office of the banking house M. Warburg has opened an account for the undertaking of Comrade Trotsky.
The arms have been purchased and sent an A
person authorized to receive the money demanded by Comrade Trotsky.
Ambassador Francis noted that this communication connected Trotsky
with banker Warburg and with Furstenberg.
Furstenberg was a busy Jew those days, sending messages of cheer. Document 10 is to Bolshevik military leader Antonov at Haparanda telling him that Comrade Trotsky's request has been carried out, and that a trusty Bolshevik, Sonia, will be coming to hand him 400,000 kroner. We also see that note of Ambassador Francis.
This letter from Scheidman, the German socialist leader, links him with Furstenberg Ganetsky, with the NYA Banken and with subsidizing the Russian Revolution. Trotsky published a paper during the summer. Another paper spoke for Lenin. Vorwärts would seem to refer to the socialist organ at Berlin.
Elsewhere we see the name of Max Warburg, of MM Warburg Bankers of Hamburg, and related to the Kuhn, Loeb Warburgs of the USA. As previously mentioned, Max Warburg, later, in 1939, came from Germany and served on the American Jewish Committee, Peace Committee, which drew up and organized the United Nations, its charter and its propaganda network, consummated at San Francisco in 1945. See American Jewish Yearbook, Report of American Jewish Committee, on, Institute on Peace and Postwar Problems, page 751, volume 43, 1941-1942. Note that Warburg is cited in this Exhibit 253 as one of the three Jewish bankers, Rubinstein, Max Warburg, and Parvis, who maneuvered with the Russian revolutionaries, Zenzinov and Lunacharsky. Ambassador Francis noted that
Parvis and Warburg both figure in the Lenin and Trotsky documents.
The Bolsheviks take over.
While the army was disintegrating, Premier Kerensky, knowing all the time what was to follow, was fluttering with small talk when the takeover by the Red Murderers came in November 1917. The day of the coup d'état, November 7, 1917, Ambassador Francis communicated with Lansing, telling him that the secretary of the embassy, Sheldon Whitehouse, had met Kerensky hurrying out of Petrograd, and acknowledging that the Bolsheviks held the city and the ministers of his government would be arrested. Page 224. From then on, the reports go like this.
All ministers arrested except Kerensky. Bolsheviki took possession of Winter Palace where all ministers except Kerensky were located. All ministers except Kerensky in Peter and Paul Fortress.
Conflicting reports screen Kerensky's safe exit, not a hair of his head being harmed. Kerensky later retired to New York, to live graciously after performing his part in the Russian Red Revolution. It is plain to see from State Department papers that at first Ambassador Francis saw the German money financing the Bolsheviks as just that and nothing more. He sensed, however, that a general European revolution was being fomented. And his information came from the files of
Kontrrazvedka, government secret service organized under Kerensky.
Concerning this, Ambassador Francis stated in February 1918.
If so, unavoidable questions arise why Kerensky did not use evidence against Bolsheviki last July. Many clues lead to Stockholm and Copenhagen.
The Universal Jewish Encyclopedia boasts of the Jews who led the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia.
The political revolution of March 1917 brought about the complete emancipation of the Russian Jews.
The quote is from page 670 of Soviet Russia.
Individual revolutionary leaders of Jewish origin, such as Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev and Sverdlov, played a conspicuous part in the Revolution of November 1917, which enabled the Bolsheviks to take possession of the state apparatus.
The great majority of Jews were socialists, socialist Bundists, socialist Mensheviks, we are further informed, all of whom had worked for the overthrow of the Christian government of Russia.
Consequent anti-Semitism.
It followed, in the fight between the Christian elements and the Bolshevik Jews and their dupes, as the same source states that
wherever the civil war was fought, the whites identified the Jews with the Bolsheviks and singled them out for attack from the first. Anti-Semitism was severely condemned by the Bolsheviks. The recuperative process which set in with the end of the Civil War was furthered by the new economic policy, NEP, adopted in the spring of 1921. By 1924 nearly one-third of all the stores in Moscow were owned by Jews.
The quote is from page 674, Encyclopedia. From our embassy in Russia came the report of
conditions appalling. A veritable slaughter. Men are shot without trial.
The quote is from September 21, 1918. And
bloody delirium now reigning at Moscow and Petrograd.
September 25, 1918, page 694, State Department. In Exhibit 260, we have a typical report from those on the ground, a communication from the U.S. Consul General at Moscow, Summers to the Secretary of State, May 2, 1918.
Jews predominant in local Soviet government. Anti-Jewish feeling grows among population which tends to regard oncoming Germans as deliverers.
Another State Department report during this period notes
50% of Soviet government in each town consists of Jews of the worst type, many of whom are anarchists.
The mysterious Audendijk report.
Students of the communist movement are bound to run across the story of how Audendijk, Netherlands minister in Russia at the time of the Russian Revolution, had warned the British and French governments that communism is Jewish, but that this warning had been carefully deleted from the official British papers on the subject. Audendijk had taken over British affairs in Russia at the time. It may be asserted that such a report never existed. Yet here it is, printed in 1931 as part of the USA State Department papers. The Audendijk report is long. I have reproduced not all of it but enough so that the context of his warning is clear. Audendike's communique went to various governments including our own, and included:
The danger is now so great that I feel it my duty to call the attention of the British and all other governments to the fact that if an end is not put to Bolshevism in Russia at once, the civilization of the whole world will be threatened. This is not an exaggeration. I consider that the immediate suppression of Bolshevism is the greatest issue now before the world, not even excluding the war which is still raging, and unless as above stated Bolshevism is nipped in the bud immediately, it is bound to spread in one form or another over Europe and the whole world, as it is organized and worked by Jews who have no nationality and whose one object is to destroy for their own ends the existing order of things.
Note by Vasali. Well observed. We now know that this plan for world rule is in fact led by the Rothschild family of terrorists, and they are following the methods of attack, as described in the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, of late 1880s. The protocols are, in turn, the revised edition of the document which I have titled, Rothschild's War Manual, of 1773, which in turn, is based on the teachings of the Babylonian Talmud, as confirmed by Michael Collins Piper in his book titled, The New Babylon, The Rothschild Empire, which I have converted to audio and can be found on my BitChute and Rumble channels.
Audendike's prophetic warnings went unheeded. How Jewish pressure was brought to bear to remove Allied forces fighting with the anti-communist whites in Russia is still another story. Bloody Trotsky and Lenin were armed and financed to clean up the job initiated by Jewish Kerensky, and Russia went under sadistic totalitarian anti-Christian, Jewish-controlled enslavement, with more countries to follow, until now the entire world is threatened.
The Jews gloat.
At the celebration of the 1917 triumph of Jewry, at Carnegie Hall in New York Times, the 24th of March 1917, it was proudly told how Jacob Schiff had financed communist propaganda spread among 50,000 Russian war prisoners in Jew-financed Japan, which sent them back to attempt putting over the 1905 Red Revolution in their Russian homeland. Not only are the agent connections of Schiff with the Japanese war against Russia hailed in his Kahila sketch and his agent ties chronicled elsewhere in aid of every phase of the Talmudic plan, his own words bear witness to his deeds. As the State Department communications herein show, Schiff and his Jewish cohorts were, at the time of the Carnegie Hall meeting, financing the bloody terrorists Trotsky and Lenin to finish off the job instituted and furthered under Kerensky. To further quote the 1917 New York Times report,
an authority on Russian affairs, George Kennan, told of a movement by the Society of the Friends of Russian Freedom financed by Jacob H. Schiff, which had at the time of the Russo-Japanese War spread among 50,000 Russian officers and men in Japanese prison camps the gospel of the Russian revolutionists. The movement was financed by a New York banker you all know and love, he said, referring to Mr. Schiff, and soon we received 1.5 tons of Russian revolutionary propaganda. At the end of the war 50,000 Russian officers and men went back to their country ardent revolutionists. Mr. Parsons then arose and said, I will now read a message from White Sulphur Springs sent by the gentleman to whom Mr. Kennan referred. This was the message. Will you say for me to those present at tonight's meeting how deeply I regret my inability to celebrate with the friends of Russian freedom the actual reward of what we had hoped and striven for these long years.
This was followed by pious hopes that a
proper government and constitution which shall permanently assure to the Russian people happiness and peace.
And the signature, Jacob H. Schiff. By what followed we know what Schiff meant as a proper government. The New York Times report of the Great Carnegie Hall celebration of the Russian Revolution was subtitled, Rabbi Wise Ready for War, relates how Jacob H. Schiff financed revolution propaganda in Tsar's army. To quote,
Then the rabbi praised the Russian Revolution. I cannot forget, continued the rabbi, that I am a member and a teacher of a race of which half has lived in the domain of the Tsar, and as a Jew, I believe that of all the achievements none has been nobler than the part the sons and daughters of Israel have taken in the great movement which had culminated in the free Russia.
Note, for free, read, Red dictatorship. To his dying day, Rabbi Stephen Wise, a tireless Red, never waned in his enthusiasm for the Soviet slave state, the murderer of so many millions of Christians.
At the close of the meeting, pictures of the revolutionary leaders were shown upon the screen.
Reported the New York Times.
Chapter 13. Modern Jewish Anti-Communism.
Today, protective propaganda fills the press, aimed to make it appear that communism and Jewry are enemies. Careful reading of the Jewish and communist press reveals that the collective farms, even the whole Soviet system, is threatened with collapse from within for lack of wheat now being supplied by the USA and lack of other necessities. Racketeers who have been profiteering and lining their pockets with millions grabbed from the collectives are being tried and executed. Most of them happen to be Jews. Quelling and stopping swindling of Jews is represented as causeless anti-Semitism, and the UN and USA are being called upon to stop this cruel treatment. Meanwhile, Jewish control of Soviet Russia continues. Lazar Kaganovich, former all-powerful head of all Soviet industry, a Jew whose family intermarried with Stalin's, is no longer in power. But, his place, as an all-powerful dictator of Soviet industry, has been taken by another Jew, Daimschitz. Careful reading of the press as to anti-Semitism, alleged to exist in Soviet Russia reveals it to be either directed at Zionist Jews who favor a world power structure dominated from Israel, or concerning minor matters such as availability of matzos on Jewish holidays and similar trivialities. However, the basic domination of the communist world by Jews, in force since Jacob Schiff, Max Warburg, Trotsky, real name Bronstein Litvinov, real name Finkelstein Lenin, real name Ulyanov, and others orchestrated the communizing of Christian Russia continues. One of the perpetual difficulties of the Jewish Talmudists is putting communism into power and then concealing the Talmudic origin and direction of it. That Jewish look arouses what is foolishly called anti-Semitism on the part of the collectivized populations suffering under their control. In the 1950s, the American press was seething with the cases of Red spies, atomic and otherwise, who had long been operating to sell out American secrets to the Soviets. The Rosenbergs, Harry Gold, and others were convicted. Code messages carried, to and from, Jacob Epstein, a communist agent in Mexico City, by a USA communist agent, were exposed. Abraham Brothman and Miriam Moskowitz were convicted as spies. FBI hands tied after agents trap Red spies, headed a February 18, 1950, Chicago Tribune report of Willard Edwards, concerning Nathan G. Silvermaster, Russian-born Jew, J. Peters, alias Isidore Borstein, and others. One thing in common was that the spies who were being exposed as communist agents were Jewish. The American Jewish Committee, whose emphasis is on their global responsibility to Jewry, was not idle. In their American Jewish Yearbook, Volume 54, 1952, was this.
The widely publicized recent indictments and trials for espionage, the evidence brought forth at investigative hearings gave rise early last summer to a concern lest there result an increasing association of Jews with communism in the minds of the general American public.
By order of the Executive Committee, we are told.
An intensive educational program addressed to Jews and non-Jews alike with respect to communism
was adopted.
During 1950 we stressed the role of the Jew in the fight against communism. We have employed the mass media to feature the activities of Jewish individuals who vigorously oppose communist totalitarianism. We have enlisted the active participation throughout our chapters of Jewish groups in such enterprises as the Crusade for Freedom. We have also exerted influence to disassociate Jews themselves from the activities of communists and fellow travelers.
Then is mentioned the Jewish People's Fraternal Order, a Jewish section of the Communist Party's International Workers' Order, and its recent disaffiliation from Jewish communities in various parts of the country. One must ask how or why a large communist Jewish organization became an integral part of Jewish communities in the first place. Control of various American Legion activities, the use of periodicals reaching millions of people with propaganda articles written by the American Jewish Committee. Plus committee writing of faith and freedom readers for Catholic schools, material for the National Council of Churches, the Methodist Church, propaganda work on the Genocide Convention, which aims to punish anyone who causes a group such as Jews mental harm, is also detailed, and is also factual, so fantastic in scope as to defy description. These wide-ranging activities must be studied to be believed.
Foreign changes.
With communism triumphant over much of Europe, the blatant, Jewish look had also to be changed concerning communist governments abroad so as to mask these governments as being native ones, instead of the Jewish-authored and run vehicles which they are, and have been. Country by country the action taken to change the face of communist governments of the Jewish look is taken up in detail in the American Jewish Yearbooks. The false propaganda given the general public is that communists are anti-Jewish. In Hungary, native hatred of Jewish rule has inspired many Hungarian Jews to emigrate to Israel. In Hungary, to quote the American Jewish Yearbook, Volume 54, page 296.
A considerable number of persons of Jewish descent held positions in government service, including that of the political police. Hence many anti-communists blamed the Jews for their sufferings under the communist dictatorship. The Jews were hated by the regime as traitors, as Zionists and as cosmopolites. From the outset, the anti-Jewish campaign was carried on with special zeal by communist leaders of Jewish descent, such as ex-Premier Matthias Rakosi and the ministers Enro Gero and Josef Ravai.
In communist Romania, Jewess Anna Pacher had become premier, together with a large number of other Jewish officials. Some of them were taken from office, according to the American Jewish Yearbooks volumes 54 and 55. In communist Czechoslovakia, according to American Jewish Yearbooks, there were high Jewish officials in the office of the premier, and in the ministries of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Information, and Secretary General Rudolf Slansky was also Jewish. Others included Vyacheslav Fuchs, party secretary in Ostrava. Hannes Lomsky Liban, son of a rabbi and party secretary in Paisan. Ruzena Dubova, a party secretary in Brno, General Bedtik region, head of Army Intelligence. And Urban Polak, Deputy Minister of the Interior, Bedřich Jemender, former representative of the Czechoslovak Communist Party in the Cominform. Gustav Bears, real name is Breitenfeld, Deputy Secretary General and Chief of Party Propaganda, Kolomen Moscow, real name is Moskowitz, one of the 4 chief party secretaries in Slovakia. Ludwig Frejka, real name is Freund, one of the authors of the Czechoslovak 5-year plan. Joseph Goldman, Deputy Chief of the Planning Office, Rudolf Margolius, Deputy Minister of Foreign Trade, and others. Many of these Jewish officials left office or went to less prominent positions. However, one asks why so many communist Jews ever came to power in these countries, unless part of a Jewish-controlled world movement.
Note by Vasili. Well observed. Yes, communism is part of a world movement to give control to Jews. And the leader of the Jews are the Rothschild family of terrorists. Remember that Karl Marx was working for his cousins, the Rothschild family of terrorists, and that communism is used as one method of attack, in the same way that other Rothschild-initiated movements are used to attack us, for example, socialism, nihilism, Jacobism, etc. Other methods of attack include economic methods, such as boycotts, and when all else fails, the Rothschild resort to physical methods, that is, war, which the Rothschild deceptively label as revolution. I have provided examples of this, in part 4 of my video titled, Corona Rothschild Protocols.
Chapter 14. Prophecy and the Developing Antichrist World Government.
To casual Christians, the logical evolution of Christianity should mean that things would get better and better with everyone living in a happy and trouble-free world. To them, present world events are a puzzle. However, this comfortable view ignores Holy Scripture and its biblical prophecies, most of which have been completely fulfilled already. These prophecies remaining to be carried out, however, envision an antichrist world government, with world turmoil, suffering, slavery, and woe never before experienced in all of history. But, at the end, Christ is the victor and the satanic forces will be completely destroyed. The driving force of this growing world antichrist force is Babylonian Talmudism, or so-called Judaism, and its adherents and followers.
The Antichrist.
The Pharisee, synagogue of Satan, will have a world head as foretold by Daniel the prophet. The information is from Matthew 24:15, Mark 13:14, Daniel 7:25, 8:23-25, 9:27, 11:31-39, 45, 2 Thessalonians 2, 1-9. In this last biblical reference, wherein Paul is telling us that the Antichrist must come and be demolished before Christ's reign here on earth, the Antichrist is described as
the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
The quote is from 2 Thessalonians 2, 3-4. Indeed, the Talmud holds up the rabbis, anti-Christian forerunners of the Antichrist, as above all the prophets, and even able to create a calf and eat it. Rabbah created a man, is the claim of the Talmud. See Sanhedrin 65b. The myth that the rabbis created golem, or zombie men they could make do their bidding, is cherished and repeated in each century as Baal Shem Jewish doctrine. Take Matthew 24 or Mark 13, in which Christ foretells the present age. Luke 21 is also a report of his Olivet Discourse. The wars of nation against nation begin the final sorrows. Matthew 24, 7-8. The persecution of Christians, in all nations, follows. Then comes the falling away or apostasy of Christians, which Paul describes as the sign of the finish, refer to 2 Thessalonians 2, and this is also noted by Christ in the verse 12 of Matthew, chapter 24. Then is the sign of the cleanup when
the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet shall stand in the holy place.
The Jerusalem temple rebuilding.
The holy place always refers to the Jerusalem temple. But there has been no temple for an Antichrist to stand in since, as Christ foretold at the very beginning of his discourse, Matthew 24, 2. The temple would be left without one stone upon another, not thrown down. Titus dragged a plow over Jerusalem in 70 AD. In 1958, however, a new, Hekel, Temple Shlomo on the highest hill in Jerusalem was dedicated. $2 of the $3 million cost was donated by a British chain store operator, Isaac Wolfson, National Jewish Post, May 16, 58, etc. The building of this temple had been pledged by a delegation from 550 Orthodox synagogues in the USA which visited Israel. London Jewish Chronicle, 2 April 1954. It is called a World Center of Judaism. Rabbis of the whole world are expected to receive their orders from this temple establishment. Perhaps this very temple will be the future place where the abomination of desolation, foretold by Daniel chapter 11:31, is to take place.
Now comes the United Nations.
There has been no one world power since the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, Constantinople, fell to the Turks in 1453, 1,000 years after Rome fell to Attila the Hun, in 453. Now the machinery for a seventh anti-God world government has been set up by the Babylonian Talmudists in the form of the United Nations. The American Jewish Yearbooks, put out yearly by the world czars of money, industrial and political power, encompassing the Rothschilds, Lazard Frères, Layman's, Kuhn Loebs, international bankers, in short, by the American Jewish Committee, have chronicled each and every step in their accomplishment, the creation of this vehicle for world power. And this, following less than 30 years after the Red takeover of Christian Russia, was financed by Kuhn, Loeb and Company, and other Jewish banking houses, as is detailed elsewhere herein. The United Nations of over 100 nations centered in New York City, is a godless, prayerless assemblage. Its only religious emblem, in Babylonian style, is the nude, lewd statue of the sex god Zeus, counterpart of Tammuz, Adonis and others, in ancient times. He stands, unspeakably modeled, arms outstretched, commanding the great entrance hall of the UN. When the Greeks conquered the world, they spread the propaganda that their sex god Zeus, who had according to legend, raped his mother and his sister, was also the progenitor and unifier of all the sex gods of the Greek world. For the United Nations, Zeus can only represent unity in abomination and lust.
The developing Babylonian world government.
In the Bible, the very word Babylon is used to symbolize everything foul and pagan. It is agreed by various commentaries that the curses upon Babylon in Isaiah 13:14 and Jeremiah 50:51 refer not merely to the Babylonian Empire of ancient times but to the future world government to end this age. Christ in his revelation from the Spirit to John, about 96 AD, said,
"There are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and 1 is in power, and the other is not yet come, and goeth into perdition."
The quote is from Revelation 17:10. 5 world kingdoms had then come and gone: Egypt, Assyria, Babylonia, Medo-Persia, Greece. Rome was then in power over the whole known world. Christ describes the coming world government as red, or scarlet-colored, as a behind-the-scenes or mystery, power, and calls it Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth, drunken with the blood of the saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. Its scope is likened to a beast with 10 horns, which are 10 kings that will reign very briefly, 1 hour. The harlot reigneth over the kings of the earth. Refer to Revelation 17. For the complete control of trade and industry by her merchants, read Revelation 18:11. The excoriations against Babylon by Jesus Christ from the Spirit about 96 AD, over 600 years after the fall of actual Babylon, had, necessarily, to refer to a future world government controlled by a whore-like Babylonian-minded anti-God, anti-Christ regime to come, not a long-gone Babylonian empire. The 10 component parts of this world government which make war on the Lamb, as chronicled in Revelation 17:12-14, as well as the prophecy of the satanic Antichrist, correspond with the prophecy of Daniel the prophet on the same 10 king, anti-God power, refer to Daniel 7:24. But its complete defeat is also foretold in both places. See how similarly Jeremiah and Christ have described the final events. Jeremiah ends his long denunciation in chapter 51 thus.
And it shall be, when thou hast made an end of reading this book, that thou shalt bind a stone to it and cast it into the midst of the Euphrates, and thou shalt say, Thus shall Babylon sink, and shall not rise from the evil that I will bring upon her. Thus far are the words of Jeremiah.
The quote is from Jeremiah 51:63-4. And Christ, after prophesying the fall of the red, Antichrist Babylonian world power run by rich men, says,
And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone, and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. Thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived.
Then the last verse, on the Babylonian harlot.
And in her were found the blood of prophets, and of saints, and of all that were slain upon the earth.
The quote is from Revelation 18:24. In Matthew 23, when Christ was facing the Pharisees, and calling them
hypocrites,
again and again, he said,
Ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers. Ye serpents, how can ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets, and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of Abel.
The quote is from Matthew 23:31-35. Thus did Christ link the Pharisees of his time with the rulers of the Babylonian red world power to come and to be sunken like a stone in deep water. Isaiah, in 712 BC, foretold the fall of the Babylonian world power, still in the future, in the same words as Christ did at the end of the 1st century. The Babylonian wicked woman directress of it, is to fall.
For the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thine enchantments.
The quote is from Isaiah 47:9, Revelation 18:7. Moses commanded,
There shall not be found among you any one that useth divination, or an observer of times, astrology, or an enchanter of a witch.
The quote is from Deuteronomy 18:10. And those black arts are denounced throughout Scripture. They may evoke power, but only cursed power.
Isaiah on the Antichrist.
For a perfect description of the Antichrist we have Isaiah's picture in Isaiah 14:12-17. This is a description of the fall of the Babylonian world power at end of this age, the end of the 7th world government we now see coming about.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cast down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms? That made the world as a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners.
That last reminds one of the vast concentration camps housing millions of innocent people under communism. Isaiah continues,
Prepare slaughter for his children for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. For I will rise up against them, saith the Lord of hosts, and cut off from Babylon the name and remnant and son, and nephew, saith the Lord.
The quote is from Isaiah 14:12-21. No wonder the Babylonian Talmudists call this fictitious. That this did not apply to the transfer of the ancient Babylonian kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar to Cyrus, the Medo-Persian, which took place in 536 BC, is shown by the fact that Cyrus did not destroy a stone of the great capital of Babylon, making its gorgeous palace his winter residence. The same prophecies as to future occurrences were made not only by Jeremiah and Daniel, but by Christ in his Revelation, 96 AD, where the fall of the then non-existent world government of Babylon, linked to the Pharisees, climaxes in the 17th and 18th chapters. See Daniel 11:45, Revelation 17:10 and 11, 2, Thessalonians 2, 3 and 4. Compare Jeremiah 51, 7 and 8 with the still future revelation of Christ in the 1st century, Revelation 17, 3-5, calling the seventh world government, directed by a Babylonian, whore, also its fall, like a stone, Jeremiah 51, 63 and 64 and Revelations 18:21. That fall was still future when Christ, 96 AD, foretold its fall in Revelation 17. It goeth into perdition, verse 11. The sixth, or Roman, world government, was then in power. Compare the prophecy of the fall of this demon-employing power in Jeremiah 51.
And Babylon shall become heaps, a dwelling place for dragons. Babylon hath been a golden cup that made all the earth drunken, therefore the nations are mad.
The information is from Jeremiah 51, 37, 7. Such worldwide events await us. And in Christ's revelation of this future fall,
the great whore was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, having a golden cup in her hand. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
The information is from Revelation 17, 1-5.
The Jewish Messianic reign.
Although some Jews look for an individual warlord who will help place Jewry on the throne of the world, the actual view of Judaism is that the Jewish people themselves comprise the Messiah, and their right is to be collectively the Messianic reign actually foretold for Christ, not the Jews, in the Bible. The tribulation foretold to precede the reign of Christ, in which Satanism strives to subdue the world, is scoffed at by the Talmud and called fictitious. Babylonian power will not fall, they say. Babylon will be immune from suffering, according to Talmudism, despite the biblical prophecies to the contrary.
We have a tradition that Babylon, will not witness the sufferings that will precede the coming of the Messiah.
After sufferings, in the foregoing is the note that the sufferings
frequent in modern Christian books is fictitious.
The information is from Talmud, Kethuboth 3a. Any tribulation will be but the throes of Mother Zion, which is in labor to bring forth the Messiah, without metaphor, the Jewish people. Kethuboth 3a, in other words, to call the Jewish people the Messiah is no metaphor, they are literally just that, they are the Messiah, says the Talmud. A Talmud passage in Sanhedrin 98b records exulting words of the Pharisee rabbis.
The Jews are destined to eat their fill in the days of Messiah.
A footnote states that
the Israelites, having fallen, were replaced in power by the Gentiles, but on their recovery, it will be difficult to remove the Gentiles from their position without inflicting much suffering.
And
the years of plenty which the Messiah will usher in will be enjoyed by the Israelites.
Bear in mind, always, that the pagan Babylonian Talmudists have stolen the biblical names for the followers of the Holy One of Israel, Christ, who believe in him, and in the Israel prophets who foretold him. Biblically, as noted elsewhere herein, the genealogically nondescript, self-styled Jews are actually Gentiles, and Christians are, spiritually, Israel. The Congregation of Israel was never a racial entity, any more than Catholicism or Protestantism. The Bible testifies to that. All blessings promised Christians are attempted to be stolen by the Talmudists. However, those who love and try to follow the Holy One of Israel, Christ, are the true congregation of Israel, into which anyone of right spirit may enter. Isaiah 56, 1-7, Gal. 3:28-9, etc. Many sincere Christians, ignorant of the facts, believe present-day Jews to be people of the book, returning as chosen of God to their Israel homeland. This is totally false. In fact, the whole theory that God's chosen people return to Palestine before the reign of the Messiah is unsupported by a line in the New Testament, which foretells only that the Antichrist forces will be centered in and defeated in Palestine before his coming. They are there now.
More about the Jewish Messianic era.
A typical Talmud cover-up passage reads,
Amin, Christian, said to Rabbi Abahu, "When will the Messiah come?" He replied, "When darkness covers those people," alluding to the questioner and his companions. "You curse me," he exclaimed.
Concerning the darkness.
The cock said to the bat, "I look forward to the light, because I have sight, but of what use is the light to thee?"
And all this is explained.
Thus Israel should hope for redemption, because it will be a day of light to them, but why should the Gentiles, seeing that for them it will be a day of darkness?
The Talmud outlines the place to be given the non-Pharisees, called Canaanites, in this messianic world of the future. Those Jews buried in Israel will be resurrected, and the non-Pharisees will have their place
as the people that are like an ass, slaves who are considered property of the master.
A biblical verse about Abraham going up to pray and telling his young men to abide ye here with the ass, and he would return to them, Genesis 22:5, is dragged in for the purpose of saying that the correct interpretation of this verse is that non-Jews are
people that are like an ass, slaves who are considered the property of the master.
Chad Gager.
That Passover song, Chad Gadia, the only kid, heralds the day after one nation has devoured another, in accordance with Daniel's prophecies, refer to Daniel 7:23, etc. When only the Talmudists are self-styled, Israel is left. It ends, the most holy, blessed be he, destroyed the angel of death that slew the slaughterer that killed the ox that drank the water that quenched the fire, that burned the stick that beat the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid which my father bought for 2 zuzim. Chad Gadia is the only kid, namely, the Talmudists. The Jewish Encyclopedia is more veiled about its true meaning than is a book by Rabbi Morris S. Lazarn, Block Publishing Company, The Jewish Book Concern, 1928, called Ask the Rabbi, 2000 Questions and Answers About the Jew. One question, on page 23, answered on page 141, is:
what is the sequence in the song, The Only Kid, supposed to symbolize? Answers: the rise and fall of great nations, each of whom destroys another until only Israel is left.
And this exactly matches Daniel's prophetic description of the seventh world government, the fourth to come after Nebuchadnezzar's, namely, Medo-Persian, Greek, Roman, and Red.
The fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down, and break it in pieces.
The quote is from Daniel 7:23.
Babylon and Israel.
Babylon and its spiritual head, Israel, is the future place of messianic world rule envisioned by Jews. Jews have actually gone to die in Israel to save themselves the pain of rolling through cavities to get to Israel when their rule comes. However, Pharisaic brotherhood, in atheistic communism, in a world having no nationalism except Pharisaism, is built on Satan's, not God's plan. The final world despot, Antichrist, will fall. As the prophet Micah 7:10 BC foretold of the future kingdom of Christ on earth.
They shall sit every man under his vine and under his fig tree, and none shall make him afraid.
The quote is from Micah 4:4. No more prison-like collectives, no more killing, slavery and suffering, as is already the case in Talmudist-dominated communist countries.
Christ's identification marks.
That we are in the seventh, the red, the Antichrist world government is clear. Christ in his revelation foretold the rationing feature of its totalitarianism. Refer to Revelations 13:16-17. He said that the number of the Antichrist's name would add up to 666. Gematria is a code system of Pharisaism which is in use today as in Christ's time. The scale of letter values is printed in Kabbalistic works. The Antichrist world dictator to come will let no man
buy or sell, save he that has the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
The quote is from Revelations 13:18. In wartime and in the Iron Curtain countries, dictatorship by rationing is already practiced, and thus foreshadows the above. Christ calls this world government, scarlet-colored, or red, as we say. Israel is a home of the red flag. Articles in the Jewish press have deplored the flamboyant way the red flag is flown on Red May Day. No wonder. The ruling party, Mapai, is a section of the Second International of Marxist Red parties. Its official songs printed in My Roosevelt Red record and its background, as reproduced from the socialist song sheet, include The Red Flag, and the Soviet International, with its Antichrist words.
We want no condescending saviors to judge us from a judgment hall. We workers ask not for their favors, let us consult for all. 'Tis the final conflict, let each stand in his place, the international Soviet, or party, shall be the human race.
This is sung with upraised clenched fist. The Israel Mapam is a party Marxist-like Mapai and even more pro-Soviet and pro-Russian. The other parties are Marxian splinter parties. The Great Histadrut, which received millions of dollars from American unions, etc., is run on Soviet lines. Industries, banks, bus lines, collective farms, are owned in Soviet socialist fashion. One Jewish writer described the Israeli collective farms, the kibbutzim, as more Soviet than Russian ones, called kolhozes. That Jewish messianic feeling has engendered false confidence. The fall of this Babylonian Talmudic world power, now building with increasing rapidity, is foretold not only by Christ. Jeremiah 51, Isaiah 13 and 14, are samples of Old Testament prophecy of the same fate, which is complete annihilation. Daniel said the Antichrist would magnify himself above every god, and shall speak marvelous things against the God of gods.
In his estate shall he honor the God of forces, yet he shall come to his end, and none shall help him.
The quote is from Daniel 11:36, 38, 45. In the meantime, we must do our part. The Red Babylonian Seventh World Government will come down, Christ said.
By the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony, who loved not their lives unto the death.
The quote is from Revelation 12:11.
For ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free.
The quote is from John 8:32. Those in these times
that do know the God shall be strong and do exploits,
said Daniel, and shall instruct many and
shine as the stars forever.
The quote is from Daniel 11:32-33, 12:2. May you be prepared to help overcome, by the word of your testimony, the onslaught we now see of world satanic forces, and shine as the stars forever. End.
Note by Vasali. Following are more teachings from the Talmud, some of which were covered by Elizabeth Dilling. And never forget that the Talmud is the first document that we know of which provided the guidelines for the Jewish world rule. And the king of the Jews, namely the Rothschild family of terrorists, are fanatical followers of the Talmud, and this is what has led to the rise of Rothschild, to their control of the majority of the world, today 2025.
Nicholas Donin was a man who lived in the 13th century AD. Nicholas Donin began his life as a rabbinic Jew and later became a Catholic Christian. He made 35 charges against the Talmud. The Talmud is an anthology that was created by the rabbinic Jews. The 35 charges by Nicholas Donin will now be outlined. Charge number 1. The rabbinic Jews claim that the Lord, God, gave the oral law, which is called the Talmud. The Talmudic passages are at the bottom of the square. Charge number 2. They say that the oral law of the Talmud, was handed down by the word of the Lord God. Charge number 3. And implanted in their minds falsehoods, lies. Charge number 4. They say also that the oral law was preserved for a long time without being written until certain men came whom they call sages, rabbis and scribes, who rendered it in writing so that it would not slip from men's minds through forgetfulness, the book, the Talmud, of which exceeds the text of the Bible in size. Charge number 5. In it, the Talmud, among other silly things, it is contained that the said rabbinic sages and scribes are worth more than the Old Testament prophets. The rabbis are saying their writings have more authority than the Old Testament. Charge number 6. And they, the rabbis, were able to overturn the words of the written law in the Old Testament. Charge number 7. And it ought to be believed of the same, the rabbinic sages and scribes, that if they said left was right or vice versa, they would turn right into left. Charge number 8. And he, a human, ought to die who does not observe what they, the rabbis, say. Charge number 9. They, the rabbis, prohibit young children from studying the Bible because it is not a virtue, as they say, to learn these things, but preferring the teaching of the Talmud, they have promulgated certain injunctions of their own accord. Charge number 10. Among them, the rabbis, are some who prescribed as law, kill the best Christian. Charge number 11. And let the Christian who rests on the Sabbath or studies the law be placed under punishment of death. Charge number 12. And any of the Christians can be deceived by any artifice or clever trick without sin. The rabbis are endorsing deception. Charge number 13. And anyone who does not wish to be bound by some oath, let him declare in public at the beginning of the year that the vows and oaths of his that he will make in that year are not valid. Charge number 14. Also, 3 rabbinic Jews, whoever they may be, can release anyone from every oath. Charge number 15. They, the rabbis, also claim that the Lord God sinned. Charge number 16. And that he, God, repented the oath that he made in anger. Charge number 17. And that he, God, cursed himself because he had sworn an oath and asked to be released from it. Charge number 18. And that every night he, God, curses himself because he destroyed the temple and sent the Israelites into slavery. Charge number 19. They, the rabbis, also say that he, God, lies to Abraham. Charge number 20. And that he, God, ordered the prophet Samuel to lie. Charge number 21. And after he, God, destroyed the temple, a specified place measuring 4 cubits was left for him, where he studies the said teaching, the Talmud. Charge number 22. And every day he, God, engages in study of the Talmud, teaching children who die without being instructed in such knowledge. Charge number 23. He, God, also asks himself to have mercy on the rabbinic Jews. The rabbis are saying that they have authority over God. Charge number 24. And he, God, answers that he was defeated by them, the rabbis, in their disputation about the same teaching, the Talmud. The rabbis are saying that they have authority over God. Charge number 25. And he, God, cries 3 times every day. Charge number 26. They, the rabbis, are also not afraid to say about Christ that his mother conceived him in adultery by a certain man who is commonly called Pandera by them, the rabbis. Charge number 27. And that this same Jesus suffers in hot excrement in hell, because he mocked the words of the above-mentioned sages, rabbis. Charge number 28. They, rabbis, even say that it is a sin to speak any unclean words, except those that are known to verge on contempt of the church. Charge number 29. And they, rabbis, use certain words with which they disparage the Roman pontiff and Christianity. Charge number 30. 3 times a night in the prayer that they claim is the most worthy, they, the rabbis, curse ministers of the church, kings, and all others, even Jews themselves, who are their enemies. Charge number 31. It is also contained in the said teaching that rabbinic Jews do not suffer the punishment of hell for more than 12 months, and the punishment of Gehenna cannot harm them any longer than that. Charge number 32. And he, a human who studied the aforesaid teaching, the Talmud, in the present life is safe in the future. Charge number 33. And they, the rabbis, regard all who fast as sinners. Charge number 34. Saying that Adam sexually lay with all the beasts, and the serpent sexually lay with Eve. Charge number 35. And that him sexually abused Noah, his own father. In the 2nd century AD, the man Celsus said, quote, Jesus of Christianity had come from a village in Judea. His mother had been turned out of doors by her husband, who was a carpenter by trade, on being convicted of adultery with a soldier named Panthera. Being thus driven away by her husband, she gave birth to Jesus, a bastard. End of quote. Celsus acquired this information from the rabbinic Jews. The rabbinic Jews have spread lies about Jesus and Virgin Mary since the 2nd century AD and 1st century AD. This narrative later appeared in the Talmud and in the document Toldat Yeshu. Toldat Yeshu had an earlier version from the 2nd century AD containing the narrative. Chaim Maccabee, a rabbinic Jewish scholar, said, it appears from the commentaries of Rashi and the Tosafos on the Talmud that all the passages mentioning Jesus by name were regarded as referring to the Christian Jesus. End of quote. The rabbinic rabbi, Moses Maimonides, said, quote, he, Jesus the Nazarene, was a Jew because his mother was a Jewess, although his father was a Gentile, the Roman soldier Panthera. He impelled people to believe that he was the Messiah. End of quote. Chaim Maccabee said, quote, the passage in which Jesus' punishment in hell is described also seems to refer to the Christian Jesus. It is a piece of anti-Christian polemic dating from the post-70 Common Era period. End of quote. Eitan Baghdadi, a rabbinic rabbi, said, quote, "The Talmud says that the founder of Christianity has been sentenced to boil in feces." End of quote. Stephen Baim, a rabbinic Jew and director, said, quote, "Lastly, the passage Sanhedrin 43a in the Talmud suggests rabbinic willingness to take responsibility for the execution of Jesus of Christianity." Roy Showman, a former rabbinic Jew and student of the Talmud, said, quote, "The Talmud itself relates some of the basic details of Jesus' life, death, and ministry." End of quote. Robert Travers Headford, a scholar of the Talmud, said, quote, "There can be no reasonable doubt that the Yeshu who is variously called Ben Stada and Ben Pandera is the historical Jesus, the founder of Christianity." End of quote. The rabbinic rabbi Moses Maimonides said, quote, "The Christians are idol worshippers." End of quote. Moses Maimonides said, quote, "A mezit, a promoter of idolatry, should be stoned to death." End of quote. Moses Maimonides held the viewpoint that Christians should be stoned to death because they accept Jesus as divine, as the Messiah and God incarnate. Moses Maimonides said, quote, "It is a mitzvah commandment, however, to eradicate Jewish traitors since they sway the people away from God, as did Jesus of Nazareth and his students." End of quote. Moses Maimons wanted to eradicate the Christians. Moses Maimonides is following the laws in the Talmud, which were created by the Pharisees. The rabbis are satanic. The rabbis are worshiping the devil. The rabbis are part of the synagogue of Satan.
Gentile translates to non-Jew. Goyim translates to non-Jews, which is equivalent to cattle. That is, not human.
A Jew should and must make a false oath when the Goyim asks if our books contain anything against them. Cyriloth, Yuchsabot, the Book of Jordea 17. Jews must always try to deceive Christians. Zohar 1, 160a. Jews may swear falsely by use of subterfuge wording. Shabbath Hag, 6d. Jews may use lies to circumvent a Gentile. Barber Kama 113a. If a Jew is tempted to do evil, he should go to a city where he is not known, and do the evil there. Mode Katan 17a.
This seems to be the origins of the false flag. Think about the objectives, which are similar.
To communicate anything to a Goy about our religious relations, would be equal to the killing of all Jew, for if the Goyim knew what we teach about them, they would kill us openly. Liber David 37. Extermination of the Christians is a necessary sacrifice. Zohar, Shemeth, 11, 43a. Those who do not believe in Torah are to be killed. Shoshenham, 425, 5. It's permissible to kill anyone who thinks evil thoughts about yeshiva students. Sephardic Rabbit Yosef note, yeshiva is the study of the Talmud, Torah and Halakha. If a heathen, Gentile, Goy, hits a Jew, the Gentile must be killed. Sanhedrin, 58b. Do not save Goyim in danger of death. Show no mercy to Goyim. Hikothachim x1. If a Jew kills a Christian, he commits no sin. Sefer, or Israel 177b. Every Jew who spills the blood of the non-Jew, is doing the same as making a sacrifice to God. Bamidbar Rabbah c21. A Gentile you may kill outright with your own hands. Avodah Zarah 4b. Murdering Gentiles is like killing wild animals. Sanhedrin 59a. Even the best of the Gentiles should all be killed. Sopharim 15, Rule 10. When a Jew murders a Gentile, Kuthin, there will be no death penalty. Sanhedrin 57a. All property of other nations belongs to the Jewish nation. Jews can seize it all. Shulchan Aruch Chosen Hamispat 348. Property of the Gentile belongs to no one, and the first Jew that passes has full right to seize it. Shulchan Aruch Chosen Hamispat 156. A Gentile is forbidden to steal, rob or take women slaves from a Jew. But a Jew it's not forbidden to do all this to a Gentile. Tosefta Abda Zara v 111.5. If a Jew finds an object lost by a Goy, it does not have to be returned. Barber Marzi 24a. What a Jew steals from a Goy, he may keep. Sanhedrin 58b. Make no agreements and show no mercy to Christians. Hilkothacum, X. 1. The Gentiles are not humans, they are beasts. Barber Messiah 114b. All children of the Goyim are animals. Yebamonth 98a. Sexual intercourse between the Goyim is like intercourse between animals. Sanhedrin 74b. If you eat with a Goy, it is the same as eating with a dog. Tosboth, Jebamoth 84b. A Jew is forbidden to drink from a glass of wine which a Gentile has touched because the touch has made the wine unclean. Shulchan Aruch, Yoredia, 122. Jehovah created the non-Jew in human form, so that the Jew would not have to be served by beasts. The non-Jew is consequently an animal in human form, and condemned to serve the Jew day and night. Midrash Talpioth p. 225l. When the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. Simeon Hadassah Fol. 56d. A Jew may do to a non-Jewess what he can do. He may treat her as he treats a piece of meat. Hadarim, 20, Shulchan Aruch, Chosen Hamispat 348. A Jew may violate, but not marry, a non-Jewish girl. Gad. Shaz. 2. Gentile, Goy, girls are in a state of niddah, filth, from birth. Avodah Zarah 36b. A Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Sanhedrin 54b. A Gentile girl who is 3 years old can be violated. Boda Sarah 37a. All non-Jewish are prostitutes. Eben Hezer 6:9. Gentiles, Goys, prefer sex with cows. Avodah Zarah 22a-22b. A prayer of benediction to be said by a Jewish man every day. Thank God for not making me a Gentile, a woman or a slave. Hilkothacum X1. Every place the Jews go, they must become commanders of their lords. Sanhedrin 19.
A final note by Vasili. If you want to survive, then you need to know thy enemy. On a side note, most Muslims do not know what their Prophet Muhammad said.
Look at what Muhammad, the founder of Islam, had to say in the Quran. He wrote, "Whoever is a friend of a Jew, belong to them, becomes one of them. God cannot tolerate this mean people. The Jews have wandered from divine religion. You must not relent in your work, which must show up Jewish deceit." Once again, here's another anti-Semite. Again, is he an anti-Semite or is he speaking the flippant truth? Do they operate this way? Do they, once you befriend them, make you into their servant? I got to tell you guys, most of them are this way. Most of them have this attitude.
All those Muslims who are helping Jews have deserted their religion. Please share this file, as my channel is blocked in many countries, including all of Europe and the UK and Russia.